Chapter 61. You two should stop for a moment. Lu Shiyu stepped forward to separate the two men, then turned to Qin Yunliang and asked, "So, are these people from your family?" "Yes," Qin Yunliang nodded, "but I have no idea what they're up to." Tang Ziyu looked away and asked, "Who do you think might be among your family members?" "I don't know," Qin Yunliang sighed. "I can't imagine anyone in my family being so stupid. If I had to pick a possible candidate, it would probably be." In the helicopter, a small team of mercenaries were cleaning their weapons, checking to see if they were ready for use. A young man wearing a white graffiti-style long-sleeved shirt, dark blue jeans, and a motorcycle jacket peeked out from the passenger seat. "TSK, why haven't we arrived yet?" "We're near the signal source, almost there." The helicopter pilot glanced at the positioning device and said, "The positioning shows we're nearby." "TSK, you said that before?" The young man retracted his head, fiddling with his wind-twisted hair. "I've been sitting all day, my butt's numb." The man in the back seat of the plane heard the young man's conversation, his eyelids twitching. He leaned over to the sturdiest man and whispered, "Captain, is this young master of the Qin family really reliable?" The man known as the captain wiped the blade with a silk cloth. The silver-white blade was spotless. He held the blade up to the light, and the blade reflected the man's sinister eyes, like a mirror. "He's the employer. All he needs to do is pay him a sufficient commission." The captain sheathed the knife, and the sheath emitted a short humming sound. "As long as he doesn't cause trouble, it doesn't matter whether he's reliable or not." The woman sitting nearby paused, fiddling with her medicine cabinet. "But he doesn't look like he wouldn't cause trouble," the woman muttered disdainfully. "What young master? He's just a useless piece of shit raised on a pile of money." The boy with the bowl-cut haircut said timidly, "Lena, that's not good for the employer." "You're the one who talks too much." Lena retorted bluntly, "One more word and I won't treat you anymore." Stop it. "Lena, Neil, stop it," the captain said, tapping the metal with his knuckles to stop the quarrel. "We're about to land. Don't waste your attention on things like this." "Humph." Lena turned away, silent. "Yes." Neil nodded his head. The captain turned to the man who had spoken first and said, "Bayard, you watch them for a while. Don't let them mess around anymore." Bayard winked at the captain. "Leave it to me. If they keep making trouble, I break their limbs. After all, Lena has healing powers, haha." "Damn it!" Lena's cheeks puffed up with rage. "Bayard, you bastard. If you dare touch me, I won't heal you anymore." Listening to the noisy discussions in the back row, the young man couldn't help but roll his eyes, muttering to himself, "What barbarians. They have no manners at all." Although this was just a mercenary group, not a formal exploration team, the young man didn't see much difference between the two. One was unorganized, and the other was organized. Thinking of Qin Yunliang currently hanging out with this kind of people, the young man suddenly felt contempt for him. What an idiot! He abandoned his family's status to join some exploration team, hanging out with a bunch of barbarians all day, not even going home. So what if he'd been a better student since childhood? It was still a case of losing his mind over such a major issue. Thinking of this, the young man felt an inexplicable sense of superiority, and began to imagine Qin Yunliang begging for mercy at his feet. Little did he know that his triumphant expression was being seen clearly by Lena, in the back seat through the rearview mirror. "Huh, he really is like an idiot," Lena muttered in disdain. The helicopter slowly descended into the basin, searching left and right, but making no attempt to actually land. Instead, it circled in the air. "Why aren't you getting off?" the young man urged, impatient. "There's no place to land nearby," the pilot said, sweating. "That shouldn't be the case. Since they've signaled a base, they should know they need to clear a clearing for the helicopter." The pilot poked his head out to look around, still finding nothing. "But there are trees all around. Couldn't they know they need to clear the area?" The young man's eyes flicked to a spot where there were noticeably fewer trees, more or less a clearing. "What a hassle. Wouldn't it be better to just park there?" The pilot looked in the direction the young man pointed and said rather embarrassedly, "But it's too small. It's just barely big enough for a helicopter. It could easily get stuck in a tree, and..." Such nagging. "Stop when I tell you to." The young man's patience had run out, and he began to yell, "You said there's room for a helicopter. If it can't, it's just because you're not skilled enough. Then why did my Qin family spend so much money training you?" The pilot swallowed nervously, and opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by the young man shouting. The Qin family had indeed spent a considerable amount of money training him. Everything he ate and used was provided by the family, with the goal of nurturing a highly skilled and loyal pilot. And now, the future leader of the Qin family was deeply displeased with him. If he continued to dissent from him, he might be replaced upon his return. After all, the Chen family had ample money and personnel, and they wouldn't hesitate to replace anyone if they deemed him insubordinate. But he absolutely couldn't lose the Chen family's support. After weighing the pros and cons, the fear of losing his future affluent life outweighed the potential danger. As long as he was careful, he'd be fine. Thinking this, the pilot pulled the joystick, aimed at the small open space, and prepared to land. As soon as they noticed the helicopter begin to descend, the people in the back seat clearly noticed something was wrong. The captain looked over, instantly understanding what the pilot was up to, and furiously grabbed the pilot in the front seat. "You idiot! Get the helicopter up!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the helicopter began to shake violently, nearly knocking the captain off balance. Fortunately, he grabbed a chair in time and avoided falling out. The others also hurried to find a secure part inside the helicopter to hold on. "What's going on?" the young man screamed in fear. Bayard struggled to grab onto the fixed structure and leaned halfway out, then shrank back with a grim expression. "Oh no! The helicopter's landing gear is entangled in vines." The captain gritted his teeth. "Asshole." "In the woods." The others, hiding among the trees, looked at the helicopter, firmly grasped by vines emerging from the treetops, and sighed. "We've actually been tricked. What's the difference between this and fishing with a straight hook?" Xiao Xingyang turned and asked curiously, "Chen Yunliang, how did you know they would actually descend this way?" Chen Yunliang pushed his glasses up. This confirms my suspicions." Xiao Xingyang curled his lips, and complained to Yin Hong and Lu Xiyu beside him. "He's starting to say something incomprehensible again. Just a while ago, when the helicopter was still quite a distance away, Chen Yunliang suddenly ordered several people to stand up the previously felled trees, faking the illusion that they were still standing in the ground. But he also had them leave an area that looked just big enough for the helicopter to land, but in reality, it wasn't. A sudden clearing in the dense forest would have raised a skeptical eyebrow. Even Xiao Xingyang felt it was too contrived, and no one would fall for it. Yet, the helicopter actually flew to the clearing and, just as hastily planned, was hooked. Chen Yunliang watched the still struggling helicopter, his mind already forming a rough guess. If the helicopter had chosen to depart, he wouldn't have been so sure, but since it actually wanted to land here, Chen Yunliang instantly guessed who was inside. If it was him, even the most outrageous actions would seem reasonable. Chen Yunliang turned to Tang Ziyu and said, "Captain, they be down soon." "Yes," Tang Ziyu said, stroking the hilt of his knife. "When they come down, kill anyone who's ready to attack, and leave those who can't." "Yes. Now that the enemy is in the open, and they're in the dark, an ambush is perfect." The helicopter struggled, the pilot repeatedly trying to pull the control lever to lift it back up. But the vines below were incredibly resilient, and the trees were deeply embedded in the soil, showing no sign of being lifted. This silent duel ended with the helicopter's propellers becoming entangled in the vines, unable to rotate, and forced to a halt. The helicopter was engulfed in layers of vines in midair. The vines tightened around it, denting the metal, threatening to dismantle it. Several figures leaped from the helicopter, while the vines were busy disposing of it. Only the pilot hesitated, looking at the height above the ground. In that moment of hesitation, the vines silently crawled up his legs and dragged him away. "Ah!" A scream echoed from above. The few people who had landed safely on the ground showed no concern for the pilot's life or death, and upon landing, they became alert to their surroundings. The young man instinctively tried to look up at the sound, but the captain held his head down, forcing him to look at the ground. Just as he was about to explode in anger at the rough treatment, he paused when he saw a few drops of blood suddenly appear on the ground. At first, there were only a few drops, but then more and more blood began to fall onto the ground, splattering like a fountain. If the men hadn't moved a little further after landing, they would have been drenched in blood. Even so, the young man felt as if something warm had dripped onto his neck. Terror gripped him, and he didn't even dare to consider whether the sensation was real or an illusion, or whether the liquid on his neck was sweat or something else. The young man stood frozen in place, motionless. Seeing he didn't resist, the captain removed his hand from his head and returned his attention to his surroundings. The torrential downpour of blood from the sky failed to attract the mercenary squad's attention, except for the feeling of disturbing their observation and causing them no other concern. With a tearing and pulling sound from above, something gradually fell. The viscera fell loosely from above, like overripe, rotten fruit, to the ground, quickly swept away and devoured by the thinner vines. The bright red liquid was absorbed by the earth, leaving only a deep crimson soil. Chapter 62. Not far away, Xiao Xingyang, hiding in the shadows, smacked his lips. "They don't look like good people." Xiao Xingyang placed his hands on the hilts of his sword, waiting for the right moment. The mercenary team hadn't seen anyone since landing. Even if the exploration team wasn't reliable enough to land in the open, the loud noise should have attracted them. But after waiting for ages, no one showed up, raising suspicion. Did they find the wrong place? Or was there another ambush nearby? Unfortunately, the tracking device was still on the helicopter, which was being held together by vines. Removing it would be a daunting task. Without it, they had no way of knowing the exact location of the men. Never mind, they're definitely nearby. The captain slung his long sword across his back. Let's search the area. Remember not to get separated. Lena clutched the shoulder strap of her medical kit and said uneasily, I feel like someone's watching us. Xiao Xingyang was startled. This is possible? Lena, don't be so paranoid, Bayard patted her shoulder and said, like a menopausal old woman. You? Say it again if you dare? Stop arguing, Neil advised weakly. Alright, the captain's cold gaze swept over. If you mess up, you be in big trouble. The others immediately shut their mouths, fearing the captain would truly be angry. The captain randomly chose a direction and led the others forward. Yin Hong, hiding in a tree, watched them pass by silently. They were clearly walking in her shadow, seemingly oblivious. Yin Hong narrowed her eyes dangerously, assessing their abilities. After the group had moved some distance away, Xiao Xingyang emerged silently from behind the trees. He had already pinpointed the weakest and most crucial member of the group, Lena, who was protected at the rear. She was the only one unarmed, and she was in the most secure position. In front of her were the man known as the captain and the man named Bayard, and behind her was the boy named Neil. Xiaoxingyang didn't take Neil seriously. His first target was Lena. She was clearly the team's healer. Eliminating her first would cut off the team's recovery path. His deliberation didn't last long. Holding two blades, Xiao Xingyang rushed toward their rear. The sound of leaves crunching echoed only 3 times before he was behind Neil. He stabbed Neil through the chest with a single blow and flung him aside with a clean stroke. Then he went for his true target. But just as the blade was about to pierce Lena's heart, an earth shield suddenly appeared, blocking the blow. The blade only penetrated the shield, failing to actually injure Lena herself. The strike missed, and Xiao Xingyang, using the momentum to draw his long sword, rolled back, dodging Bayard's crimson scimitar. Ah, I really drew them out. Bayard twirled the scimitar in his hand. Hi. You ignorant rats. Just as Lena said, she felt someone was watching them. The others had already noticed the ambushers nearby. But they tacitly agreed not to believe them, instead feigning indifference, so as not to alert the enemy and draw them out into the open. Rats? Xiao Xingyang snorted, laughing. A bunch of shady people, and you have the nerve to call others rats. Lena. Neil spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching the hole in his chest as he stumbled back. Because Xiao Xingyang wasn't targeting him, the blow hadn't killed him directly. Lena dodged the spitted blood, placed her palm on the hole in Neil's chest, and began to use her healing ability. Xiao Xingyang tried to advance, but Bayard, appearing out of nowhere, stopped him. The eerie red scimitar firmly caught both of their long blades, neither giving way. You're actually trying to sneak attack our team's healer? That's really uncouth, Bayard said with a smirk that looked particularly irritating. Why are you picking on a kid? Fight me. I promise I cut you into pieces. Xiaoxingyang snorted, glancing at the treetops surrounding Lena and the others, signaling Yin Hong to act quickly. Now that Bayard had been distracted, Neil was injured, and Lena was concentrating on healing, only the captain remained. If she could catch him off guard. Yin Hong swung a dagger, the short blade flying towards the captain's face. Seizing the perfect moment, Yin Hong leaped from the branch, poised to deliver a fatal blow from behind Lena. Then, Yin Hong was struck in the abdomen by a scabbard that had suddenly appeared. Her trajectory was disrupted, and she was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. In excruciating pain, Yin Hong curled up in a protective position, clutching her stomach tightly. She suspected her internal organs had been shattered by the blow, the pain so intense that the scene before her was blurry and blurred. After finally recovering, she struggled to raise her head, realizing that the attacker had been the captain. The scabbard she had thrown had failed to distract the captain. Instead, it had pointed directly at her. A single slash from the scabbard nearly paralyzed her. By this time, Lena had also finished her treatment, and Neil's chest had returned to normal. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyang was beginning to feel vulnerable under Bayard's fierce attack. The situation was dire. Their surprise attack had been a complete failure. Not only had they failed to strike first, they had also exposed themselves. Seeing Yin Hong huddled in agony on the ground, Xiao Xingyang quickly distanced himself from Bayard, earning a slash on his left arm from the machete. He then leaped to Yanhong's side, adopting a defensive stance. "That's all," Bayard said, shaking his bloodied scimitar. "It seems they only know a little trickery." Neil rubbed his itchy chest and said, "Be careful, there are more than just two of them." The captain walked out from the back of the group and said to the furious Xiao Xingyang, "Where's your captain?" "Huh? None of your business." Xiao Xingyang's words drew a sneer from Lena. "Could it be that your captain got scared and abandoned you two and ran off?" "Bullshit." Xiao Xingyang pointed at Lena and angrily cursed, "You shorty, why are you pretending to be a girl?" "What?" Lena was furious. "I'm a girl. You're shorty. I'm petite and adorable. Classless. Have you had enough of the quarrel?" Bayard scratched his ear and said impatiently, "Lena, you're hopeless. You can even argue with someone like that." The captain's eyes were emotionless as he gave his orders coldly. "Since their captain isn't here, let's finish them off." Bayard narrowed his eyes. "All right." The outcome seemed predetermined. With his scimitar in hand, Bayard slowly walked toward Xiao Xingyang, ready to finish off the two men. Suddenly, a senseless fear shot up Bayard's spine and into his brain. The instinctive fear seemed to choke his throat, making him unable to utter a single sound. "No!" Bayard leaned sideways to block the attack, but was still hurtled by the flaming blade. The overwhelming heat surged towards the mercenary group, almost warping time and space. Neil placed his palms on the ground, and a massive earth wall rose up in front of them, barely blocking the terrifying heat wave. But after doing so, it collapsed on the spot, the dried earth becoming brittle and collapsing in place. Without the earth wall to protect him, Bayard was in dire straits. He was lifted off the ground by the heat wave, and only came to rest after colliding with a tree. The tree, hit by the unexpected attack, shook, and the trunk was almost broken. The sudden heat wave was as powerful as a bomb explosion. Bayard's hands were burned to charcoal, and he fell unconscious at the foot of the tree. Lena, still terrified, supported the weakened Neil and helplessly asked, "What's going on?" The captain narrowed his eyes, looking at the flame-encircled figure in the shadows. Tang Ziyu emerged from the flames, his entire body covered in flames, yet not a single hair was burned. The only evidence that the flames clinging to him were real was the trail of black footprints he left behind. The weeds at Tang Ziyu's feet instantly drooped to the ground as he passed, transforming into a charred, carbonized mass. As Tang Ziyu approached, the mercenaries could clearly feel the temperature rising around them, their faces burning with pain. The captain nudged the young man, telling him to hide behind a tree and not to come out without his permission. If anything happened to the financier, they wouldn't receive the final payment. But after the captain saw Tang Ziyu's face clearly, his expression instantly twisted. Surprise, hatred, excitement, and a hint of an ambiguous smile all appeared simultaneously on his face. "Long time no see, Captain Tang." The mercenaries, along with Xiao Xingyang, Yanhong, and the others, were stunned. These two knew each other? How could they not know? Tang Ziyu raised his eyes, took a closer look at the captain's face, and slowly said, "Who are you?" The situation suddenly became awkward. Xiao Xingyang scratched his head, unsure whether the two knew each other or just pretended. "Humph, even playing dumb is useless." The captain glared at Tang Ziyu with resentment, his eyes nearly burning a hole through the man opposite him. "Today, I will return the humiliation you inflicted twice as much." Lena's grip loosened, and Neil fell limply to the ground. "Wow, I thought I just heard something terrible." Neil raised his head weakly and said, "Bayard, he looks like he's dying." Lena turned and saw Bayard, still unconscious, and then realized, yes, Bayard. She then trotted over to treat Bayard's injuries. While the captains of the two teams were clashing, the others had a moment to catch their breath. Qin Yunliang had just appeared and skillfully treated the two injured teammates. He glanced in Lena's direction and complained about the other team's poor treatment techniques. "How can you treat from the outside in? If you do that, even if it looks better, the inside will still be rotten. Hasn't this guy ever been to school?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yanhong punched him. "Damn! You're going to kill me! I thought you were used to it, so you just used the most efficient method," Qin Yunliang said, pushing his crooked glasses. "If you can't do it, I just hold back next time." "You can't do it. Your whole family can't do it." "Yes, my whole family can't do it." The captain glanced at the three men, raised an eyebrow in disdain, and said, "So these are your team members? They look like a bunch of second-rate idiots." Tang Ziyu said without hesitation, "Really? But it seems your team's healer is no longer effective." Lena, drenched in sweat, clutched Bayard's hand tightly. Light leaked through the gap, and when she released it with all her strength, the light vanished, revealing a pair of intact hands. Bayad, who had been treated, slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was met with Lena's gritted teeth. "You owe me a big debt now." Chapter 63. Lena was, after all, just an ordinary healer. After repairing the hole in Neil's chest, she immediately treated Bayard's carbonized hands. Lena had already reached the edge of her power limit. After treating the two, Qin Yunliang stood up, showing no sign of being affected. The difference in ability between the two healers was immediately apparent. Healers play a vital role in a team, so crucial that they can determine who survives to the end. Lena's power was completely depleted, while Qin Yunliang didn't even get a smudge of his clothes. Neil swallowed. He wasn't particularly worried about the two who had ambushed them. What truly frightened him was Tang Ziyu, who suddenly appeared, said Bayard flying with a single blow, and nearly crippled both of his hands. The captain flexed his wrist and chuckled softly. "It's safer to show my true strength against you." With that, the captain's aura began to reveal itself. A fierce golden wind swirled around him, instantly slicing the nearest trees in half, leaving them smooth and even in cross-section. Wood chips rained down on the ground, sweeping across everything the golden wind touched. At first glance, the captain and Tang Ziyu's abilities seemed equally formidable. "I'm relieved that the captain successfully activated his form," Xiao Xingyang said, pounding his aching arm. "The captain's form is powerful, but the delay is a bit too long." His and Yin Hong's actions, while ostensibly a sneak attack, were also intended to test the opposing team's abilities and strengths. But the most crucial thing was to hold them back, allowing Tang Ziyu to fully unleash his long-suppressed powers. Tang Ziyu's abilities weren't limited to the subtleties he displayed on a daily basis. On the contrary, they were so powerful that he struggled to fully control them. The area they needed to travel to was almost entirely covered in vegetation, and a single uncontrolled outburst of his abilities could lead to disaster. Therefore, Tang Ziyu had someone place a restriction on his abilities the day before their departure. This prevented his abilities from spiraling out of control, while also preventing him from being defenseless in the face of danger. Tang Ziyu could release them whenever he chose, though it would only take a moment. Now, completely freed, Tang Ziyu's abilities had finally reasserted their true form. Tang Ziyu and the mercenary captain merely allowed their abilities to clash in the air, remaining silent. The reason was simple. With their strength and abilities, if they truly engaged in a fight, the remaining two teams would undoubtedly be severely affected. They weren't so foolish as to disregard the lives of their own teammates. The members of both teams also noticed their captain's concerns and exchanged warning glances, each worried about a sudden, unscrupulous attack from the opposing team. But two captains were needed for this area, and they silently agreed to leave, remaining vigilant as they went, wary of any sneak attacks from the opposing team. Yin Hong, carrying Qin Yunliang on her back, leaped from branch to branch. Whether intentionally or not, she kept stepping on the trees in front of the mercenary team, causing them to drop leaves that landed squarely on the mercenaries below. Damn! That guy did it on purpose. Lena, somewhat annoyed, shielded her face with her arms to prevent the swirling leaves from scratching her cheeks. But the relentless falling leaves not only obscured her vision, but also got caught in her clothes, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Lena gritted her teeth and slapped Neil, who was carrying her on his back. "Knock her down." "Huh?" Neil didn't understand, but he obeyed. A stone ball erupted from the ground, breaking the branch Yin Hong was about to land on. Seeing she was about to miss, Yin Hong retrieved an arrow with a rope from Qin Yunliang's possession. She threw it, and the arrow wrapped around the intact branch in front of her. Like Tarzan, she swung over, landing firmly on the intact branch. Yin Hong didn't forget to retaliate. With a powerful push of her foot, the branch snapped, and she leaped to the next branch, while the previous one was already hurtling down towards Lena below. "Ah!" Lena instinctively covered her head. The expected pain didn't come. Instead, there was a thud, and the branch fell to the ground, having been dodged by Neil. Lena tried to strike back, but Yin Hong had already leaped to Xiao Xingyang's side, leaving her no chance of success. Lena gritted her teeth and accepted the loss. By the time the others had reached, Bayard felt they had enough and drew his scimitar, slashing at Xiao Xingyang. Xiao Xingyang turned and blocked with his sword. After a few blows, the two separated, and the others also stopped, signaling that this was where the fight would end. A sudden burst of silver light erupted. Xiao Xingyang swung his two swords at breakneck speed, aiming for a swift end. The two blades transformed into intertwined moons, leaving only streaks of silver light visible. Bayard parried with his scimitar, the crimson blade rising at odd angles, seemingly without any pattern, Yet each strike met the incoming long sword, striking with unpredictable precision. The sound of metal clashing erupted, and Xiao Xingyang's pupils constricted. He quickly retreated 2 steps, creating distance. Xiao Xingyang stared at his left arm in disbelief. It had just been healed by Chen Yunliang, yet now a sharp cut was visible. Although Chen Yunliang had omitted unnecessary steps like scar removal to conserve his energy, the wound had indeed been fully healed. It was impossible for it to rupture. Besides, it didn't look like a rupture. The wound looked fresh and continued to bleed. Blood. A glint flashed in Xiao Xingyang's eyes, and he was astonished to see the blood flowing from his left arm drifting into the air. The warm blood, flowing through his veins, formed thin threads and drifted towards Bayard, eventually seeping into the crimson scimitar, where it was completely absorbed. Xiao Xingyang even felt the scimitar's color become even brighter. Seeing Xiao Xingyang's expected expression, Bayard felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Even with a smile, the almost frenzied bloodlust lurking in his eyes was palpable. Bayard's chest heaved violently, a sickly blush appearing on his pale skin. Ah, the blood of a psychic is truly 100 times better than that of an ordinary person, Bayard sighed, feeling the scimitar slurping his blood. Hunted prey is truly more delicious. When was the last time I encountered blood this good? Xiao Xingyang snorted in disgust, raised his hand, and formed a ball of water to cover the wound. Then, with a slight force, the water ball instantly solidified into ice, freezing the wound and preventing the blood from flowing out. It's a special ability. No wonder your blood is so good. Bayard licked his lips in a nostalgic way. I can't bear to eat you straight up. Xiao Xingyang ignored his disgusting remarks and spat in his face. Are you a tick or a flea? You keep talking about blood, 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 and blood. Sooner or later, you drink yourself into AIDS. The two continued their fierce battle, each one a close call. Meanwhile, Yin Hong and Neil were also locked in a fierce battle. Neil was nearly in tears, his nerves flaring. He continuously used his superpowers to create earth shields, but each one shattered within a few seconds before Yin Hong shattered it. Yin Hong sped like lightning, so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. With her superpower activated, she was practically teleporting, appearing in any direction at any moment. Her attacks rained down like raindrops, and she would shift positions after each strike, forcing Neil to passively defend himself, unable to fight back. At first, Neil tried to construct a wall of earth, but under the pressure of Yin Hong's relentless attack, he was forced to resort to precise defense. He formed a wall of earth wherever Yin Hong attacked, minimizing his energy consumption. The downside was that Neil's mental strength was reaching its limit. After so long, Yin Hong's speed hadn't slowed down at all, and he was already beginning to feel the strain on his energy. He knew if he kept up the pressure, he would be the first to die. Neil tried to use his energy to create a stone spike and stab Yin Hong, but it was perfectly dodged. This clumsy move almost caused him to be hit by Yin Hong's attack due to his distraction. It was unbearable. He felt his life was constantly under threat, and he could only passively wait for the opponent to attack and then defend. If he relaxed, he would be caught in a loophole and killed. His heart pounded like a drum, his brain throbbing with anxiety, unable to think. A mixture of fear, powerlessness, and other complex emotions blocked his normal functioning. Neil gasped, desperately feeling the drain of his supernatural powers. This woman had completely controlled him. Neil swallowed, a look of fatigue beginning to appear on his face. Lena, who was safely within his protection, tugged at his collar, leaned close to his ear, and said, "Let's deal with that person first." That person? Neil looked in the direction of Lena's finger. Chen Yunliang was hiding not far away, secretly observing the battlefield. Neil's eyes suddenly widened. Yes, how could he have forgotten that person? Yin Hong's supernatural powers clearly lacked defensive capabilities, only attacking, not defending. While possessing powerful mobility and combat capabilities, they offered almost no protection. This meant that her methods of supporting her teammates were limited. At least, she couldn't match his combined offensive and defensive prowess. Thinking of this, Neil raised his hand, and a spike burst through the earth, spreading towards Chen Yunliang. Seeing this, Yin Hong immediately gave up fighting Neil. She turned around and scooped Chen Yunliang up before the spikes could pierce him, carrying him to a tree. "Damn, you're really holding us back here," Yin Hong panted. "Why don't you just stand further away?" "Far away," Chen Yunliang, chased by the spikes, said angrily. "I'm a healer. What if you and Xiao Xingyang get hurt if I leave alone? Even if I leave, I have to take the opposing healer with me. Otherwise, they can recover at any time, and you two will just have to watch." "The opposing healer?" Yin Hong searched the field and finally spotted Lena next to Neil. "She's standing so close to that guy. How can we take her away? I have a plan. You just... Seeing Yin Hong still hadn't reappeared, Neil, feeling a little more relaxed. They really left. Neil turned to Lena and said, but did you see where they went? No, but they won't just leave like that, Lena said, biting her finger anxiously. She'd probably come back once she finds a place where their team's healer can hide. Let's help Bayard take out one of them before she comes back. Yeah. Neil nodded, but before either of them could make a move, a short knife flew through the air, piercing the ground between them. Who told you to leave? Chapter 64. Yin Hong grabbed the chain attached to the dagger and swung it backward. The dagger, stuck in the ground, was pulled free, tracing a parabola in midair before returning to Yin Hong's hand. You're brave, aren't you? And I'm going to reinforce my teammates before we even win. Neil's eyelids twitched. Damn! How did she get back so soon? Her ability grants speed. She must have gotten them to safety, Lena said, forcing herself to remain calm. It's perfect. Now that their team's healer is gone, you can fight as much as you want. I heal any injuries you get. Neil was a little worried. Lena had just healed 2 people, and he asked with some concern, will your ability work? Nonsense. Stop looking down on me. Yin Hong tooted in annoyance and began to swing the dagger around. You totally disrespect me. It's so infuriating. Neil felt the figure in front of him flash a few times before it was right in front of him, forcing him to summon his earth wall once more. A chilling chill emanated from behind him, and almost out of fear, Neil instinctively constructed another earth wall behind him, blocking the sharp cold light. What's going on? How could 2 of them appear at once? Neil was practically suffocating. It had been 1, and now, somehow, there were 2. The 2 Yin Hongs attacked Neil simultaneously. Neil, already nervous, was now in a state of panic. Beads of sweat the size of yellow beans dripped from his forehead. His mind was no longer able to think, and he could only rely on instinct to barely resist. Smack! Lena slapped Neil in the face. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Neil struggled to form a solid, hemispherical shell out of earth and rocks, then sat down on the ground, seemingly unsupported. Lena grabbed his collar and yelled at him, Don't crash. Remember everything I say next. One of those 2 is a fake, and only one is real. So you must find the real one as soon as possible, and end this battle by any means necessary. Otherwise, we all die here. Do you understand? Yeah. Lena looked at Neil, who was nearly crying, with a look of frustration, then let go of his hand, letting him fall to the ground. Lena, hiding beneath Neil, as he frantically defended himself against Yin Hong's attack, had noticed something was wrong. Not all the earthen wall shattered immediately. Some didn't break until the figures had completed their attacks and left. This meant that one of the 2 must be fake. But Yin Hong moved so quickly that even if she realized it was fake, she'd be gone in the next second, making it impossible for her to catch her. But she also understood that with Neil's behavior, he wouldn't be able to hold out any longer, and a quick resolution was necessary. After just a few words, the earthen shell they had painstakingly constructed was shattered, leaving Neil to resort to using his smaller earthen wall to fend off the attack. Even if Neil wanted to, he couldn't find the time to test which was real and which was fake. Every time he made a move, Yin Hong dodged it. After repeated failures, Neil was on the verge of exhausting his superpowers. Even his earthen wall was beginning to weaken, and he would soon be completely depleted of them. Useless. Lena opened her medical kit, pressed the latch on the inside of the lid, and 2 ballpoint pen-shaped injections popped out. Lena took a shot and slowly stood up. With one hand, she held Neil's head to prevent him from moving. With her other hand, she pressed the button on the end of the syringe, and a sharp needle ejected from the tip. Lena didn't hesitate, stabbing Neil in the neck before he could react. The liquid inside the syringe was injected into Neil's body. In just a few seconds, the syringe was empty. Lena pulled it out, and the bloody syringe was discarded carelessly to the side. Neil clutched his neck, which was still bleeding. His face showed no trace of pain, his pupils dilated, as if he had fallen into a state of emptiness. Neil's nails dug into the ground, filling them with fine dirt. With his rapid breathing, deep blue liquid rushed through his veins, spreading from the needle hole in his neck throughout his body. Where the liquid had spread, Neil's skin began to crack, and those cracks covered him like a dry riverbed. Whether Neil was still sane or acting on instinct, he continued to form a wall of earth, which was then shattered by Yin Hong. Lena glanced around nervously, worried that Neil would stop using his supernatural powers due to the pain before the drug took effect. Seeing Neil diligently using his supernatural powers to form a protective barrier, Lena felt relieved. Neil panted heavily, arching his body and scratching at his skin in pain. It felt like his skin wasn't his own, but a layer of dry mud that would crumble into sand and rock with a single pinch. As Neil continued to scratch himself, the thin layer of soil formed by his skin was scraped off, turning into sand and falling to the ground. Gradually, the muddy skin on Neil's body began to harden and thicken, transforming from sand and mud into rock. Yin Hong, whose vision was blocked by the earthen wall, had a nagging feeling. Before she could register what was happening, she was forced to retreat repeatedly by a rising stone pillar. The fragile earthen wall was removed, and Neil slowly rose from the ground. Yin Hong was startled by the transformation he had undergone. Neil was now twice his height, his skin covered in a layer of hard rock, and his clothing had been worn down to mere scraps of cloth. If Yin Hong hadn't known for a moment, she wouldn't have believed the stone creature before her was actually a human. Neil lifted one foot and stomped hard on the ground. The ground began to shake, and suddenly, a sharp rock pillar rose up and stretched towards Yin Hong. Yin Hong stepped on the rock pillar and leaped to a nearby tree for shelter, but the next moment, the ground beneath the tree began to crumble, creating a gaping hole that swallowed the tree she was standing in into the ground. Everything happened so quickly that Yin Hong could only tumble from the tree, but fortunately, she wasn't buried with it. She watched helplessly as the trees were swallowed by the earth and the ground closed up, as if nothing had happened. Yin Hong, by some stroke of luck, suddenly spotted a syringe on the ground. She picked it up and continued running, dodging the ever-appearing rock spikes. Yin Hong glanced at the syringe in her hand as she ran. Specific drug? Yin Hong's pupils shrank unmistakably, and she dodged the incoming stone arrows with a roll. She knew who they were. Although the Flying Eagle team wasn't responsible for that part of the operation, she had heard of it. After all, it was a serious matter. Before the spontaneous exploration teams were banned and the base was relatively free to enter and exit, a special drug was circulating on the underground black market. It's said that the drug is made from some unspeakable extract. Simply injecting it into a psychic system will cause their powers to explode rapidly in a short period of time, temporarily reaching peak levels unattainable in their lifetime. However, the side effects will also flood the recipient after the drug's effects wear off. Stronger psychics still have a glimmer of hope, but ordinary psychics, after taking a single dose, will instantly die once the effects wear off. Yin Hong heard about this from a random dinner companion. In a certain, unregulated, and illegal underground fighting arena, someone, after winning the championship by beating their opponent, suddenly began vomiting blood and died in public. This was the nth incident that month. The arena was ultimately unable to suppress the incident, and spies reported it to the higher-ups at the base, bringing this fatal drug to the attention of the authorities. Although the specific reasons are unknown, the drug was designated as a banned substance. Factories that had previously been producing it in a gray area, hoping for a lucky break, were implicated. A brief period of strict control ensued, ultimately destroying all traceable manufacturing facilities. It's said that during that period, the number of civilian exploration teams leaving the base decreased significantly. Yin Hong reasonably suspected that they were also secretly using the drug, but the specifics are unknown. After all, Yin Hong was busy eating at the time, and didn't ask too many questions. However, with a little thought, it's not difficult to uncover the true identities of these people. First of all, they came on the Chen family's helicopter. From a standpoint, they are members of the Chen family. At the very least, they were hired by the Chen family with money. Secondly, their abilities are not inferior to those of regular exploration teams. They can even fight on equal terms with their own team, which rules out the possibility of some second-rate cats and dogs. Finally, this potion was inaccessible to ordinary people even when it was still in circulation. After it was sealed and processed, it was even more priceless. Not only can they obtain it, but they can also use it so easily. They must have a way to buy it. Combining all the circumstances and some subtle observations, Yin Hong guessed they might be the mercenary group wanted within the base. Yin Hong sighed. She knew very little about the group because she hadn't even considered getting to know them. Yin Hong hadn't even glanced at the wanted posters posted in public areas. Her group's mission had nothing to do with catching wanted criminals, so she felt it had nothing to do with her. Now she regretted not looking. There's no such thing as regret, and now wasn't the time to worry about that. The real priority right now was how to deal with the guy who had just been injected with the drug. Neil's strength had increased significantly after being injected with the drug, and he had even managed to turn the tide of the battle, forcing Yin Hong, who had been in an active attacking position, to flee. The situation had completely reversed, and now it was Yin Hong's turn to evade Neil's attacks. Yin Hong ran, pondering a strategy, when the next moment she felt her feet go empty. Looking down, She discovered the ground beneath her had transformed into quicksand. One of Yanhong's feet was already mired in the quicksand, and the area continued to expand. Her other foot began to sink as well, leaving her with no leverage to pull herself out. Ha ha! It's finally your turn. Lena, seeing her plan successfully implemented, began celebrating and taunting Yanhong. Weren't you so arrogant before? Why are you silent now? Even if it's the exploration team, we still defeat them. It seems the people trained at the base aren't much better. In my opinion, they're worse than. Lena's words died in her throat before she could finish. Lena lowered her head in disbelief, her clothes gradually stained with blood. An arrow had pierced her from behind. Staring blankly at the blood-stained arrow in her chest, Lena's previous composure vanished without a trace. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Tears welled up in her eyes, and then Lena spat out a mouthful of blood. Hidden behind a tree, Qin Yunliang slowly lowered his crossbow and calmly adjusted his glasses. Chapter 65. Lena! Neil heard Lena's screams and realized she had been ambushed from behind. He had been so focused on dealing with Yanhong that he hadn't noticed. Lena spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her teeth red. This arrow. It's highly poisonous. Lena grabbed the arrow that had pierced her chest and ruthlessly pulled it out, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The pain nearly made Lena faint, but she couldn't use her supernatural powers to heal without extracting it. She discarded the blood-stained arrow to the side and sat on the ground to heal herself. After treating Neil and Bayard, she had just enough supernatural power left to barely sustain one final treatment. She had originally intended to use it on Neil, but now it looked like she would have to use it herself. It was better than dying. Lena began to use her supernatural power on the bloody wound in her chest. If it were just the arrow wound, it would be fine, but the poison on the arrow and her forced extraction had greatly aggravated the wound. Damn it! Lena glared back at Qin Yunliang from behind the tree, snarling, that healer isn't leaving. Neil! Get rid of him first. Lena's eyes practically blazed with flames. No one's left alive. Even though his sanity had been affected to some degree by the drugs, Neil dared not disobey the furious Lena. He immediately switched targets, preparing to prioritize Qin Yunliang. But Yanhong wouldn't let him have his way. The two figures had transformed into four in the blink of an eye, leaving Neil unable to heed Lena's orders. Surrounded by several figures, Neil roared to the sky, abandoning all defenses except those protecting Lena. He then channeled all his supernatural powers into attacking Qin Yunliang. Qin Yunliang watched as Neil prepared to throw in the towel and flee. What a joke. A healer like him, why would he launch a frontal attack? But before he could run, the ground beneath him suddenly rose, and a stone pillar sent him flying towards Neil and the others. Neil's smile, covered in a layer of rock, looked even more sinister. He stamped his foot, and rows of spikes rose from the ground, aimed at Qin Yunliang. Any approach would have pierced him to the bone. Qin Yunliang had no chance to adjust his direction in midair. He could only watch helplessly as he slid closer and closer to the spikes. Lena's smile gradually faltered. But she soon realized that Qin Yunliang didn't seem to be worried about his own imminent death. He calmly clamped his glasses with his hand to prevent them from flying around. A flash of shadow passed, and Qin Yunliang had vanished from the air. Lena's smile froze. Where are the people? Neil looked back. Only 3 of the original 4 remained. Those who looked exactly like Yanhong were still repeating their earthen wall-building movements. However, he had already removed the wall, so the figures were simply hitting air. They had been tricked again. The so-called clone was merely an illusion created by Yanhong herself. Yanhong carried Qin Yunliang, preparing to evacuate Neil's attack range. She had initially planned to find a safe place for Qin Yunliang to hide temporarily, but Qin Yunliang felt that simply hiding wasn't the solution, so she suggested this plan. Let Yanhong draw as much attention as possible from the 2 men, ensuring that she commanded their full attention. This would allow Qin Yunliang to have a chance to launch a surprise attack. Although the mercenary team's sudden use of medicine mid-fight was completely unexpected by the 2, it also made Yanhong's job of attracting attention much easier. When Neil lowered his guard and focused on attacking her, he would reveal a flaw, and Qin Yunliang needed to seize this opportunity to launch a sneak attack, targeting Lena, who could heal his teammates. Qin Yunliang explained that an outright kill wasn't necessary, as Lena's power was already nearing depletion, and she had no means of attack. Simply allowing her to heal once more would make her life or death irrelevant. A team without a healer was completely different from one with one still around. Yanhong and Xiao Xingyang met briefly, with Yanhong handling the 2 enemies while Qin Yunliang took the opportunity to heal Xiao Xingyang's wounds. After both recovered, the fight continued. Originally, the mercenary team had a slight advantage, but now, not only were they injured but also losing power, while the exploration team, thanks to Qin Yuliang's healing, had returned to normal. This way, the gap between the two teams was evened out. Just as they were about to continue fighting, a series of explosions suddenly erupted in the distance, causing the ground to shake violently, almost like an earthquake. Everyone paused and instinctively looked in the direction of the sounds. That was where the two captains were clashing. Thick smoke billowed from the area. The two men had cleared a large area of the surrounding trees, one by one, as they fell, startling the birds resting in them, and sending them fluttering off. Such a commotion? Bayer twirled his scimitar and said, "Looks like a fierce fight." Xiao Xingyang watched the trees fall in droves, guessing they were the ones they had previously erected. However, to achieve such a wide-ranging attack, the two men likely didn't hold back. However, from such a distance, it was impossible to follow the battle. Just as they were about to resume the fight, a loud noise began to approach. Everyone looked up, searching for the source. Several helicopters bearing the Dawn base logo were overhead. Xiao Xingyang was instantly overjoyed to see the base's helicopters, and he taunted the grim-faced Bayard. "Ha ha ha! The base's troops have arrived. You're doomed." Yin Hong saw the base's helicopters heading towards the direction of the fight between the two captains, perhaps seeing an open area, assuming it was a landing area, and was about to yell at them to stay put when Qin Yunliang covered his mouth and stopped her. "Wait, don't shout yet. They're not right either. Wuli Pute Ri, something's wrong." Qin Yunliang frowned as he watched the helicopters approaching from the sky. "Too many of them." Yin Hong pried his hand away from his mouth and said, "What? The base is just sending a few people from the lab to pick us up and take us back. Even with the escort, they only need 2 helicopters at most." Qin Yunliang looked up at the approaching helicopters and said, "But look, these helicopters, don't they look normal?" Yin Hong pondered for a moment, and felt something was wrong. Yes, with such a high cost per round trip, there's no need to equip the Vanguard with so many helicopters. Is this a trick? If it's a trick, it's easy, Qin Yunliang said, feeling uneasy. Don't confront them head-on. Hide and observe first. After the two briefly shared their speculation with Xiao Xingyang looked confused, but he still chose to trust his teammates. "But if we just leave like this, what will happen to the captain over there?" Xiao Xingyang pointed in the direction of the helicopter and said, "The captain should still be there." Qin Yunliang took a deep breath and said, "The captain is indeed something to worry about. It's hard to say who's stronger between the two of them, but if those people go over now, they most likely just reap the benefits. Someone needs to go and inform the captain." "Let me go," Yin Hong said, patting her chest. "I'm fast, and can get there before the helicopter. But you've already used up too much of your superpowers. If you use more to rush over." "Don't worry, I go too," Xiao Xingyang said, nudging Yin Hong's shoulder with his elbow. "If there's any danger, we can both take care of it. You can find a way, and I hide together." "Forget it, since you two have decided, I won't bother with it anymore." Qin Yunliang glanced at the people on the other side. "But what about them?" The other 3 Bayards also huddled together again. Lena had just finished treating herself, and was still weak. Neil's body began to fester after the effects of the medicine wore off, forcing her to continue treating him, risking exhaustion of her own powers. But her best efforts could only save Neil from death. Damn it! If it weren't for that arrow, she could have even made him recover instantly. All the blame was on that sneak attack. Thinking of this, Lena glared fiercely in Qin Yunliang's direction. Qin Yunliang shrugged and said, "I think I've offended them." Yin Hong was speechless. "We fought them for so long, and didn't offend them at all. You offended them completely with just one move. I admire you. You're too kind. You could have offended them by just saying a few more words to them." Yin Hong looked in the direction of the 3. Lena had very little power left. Neil, needless to say, lay half dead on the ground. Only Bayard remained, unharmed save for a few slashes from Xiao Xingyang. With both teammates unable to move freely, Bayard would have to stay and look after them, which reassured Qin Yunliang and the others. It looked like they couldn't continue their mischief. After a brief discussion, the group split up. Xiao Xingyang and Yin Hong headed for Tangziyu, while Qin Yunliang went to find Lu Xiyu, who had hidden himself. Because Lu Xiyu's combat ability was only 5, they hadn't intended to involve her in the battle from the start. Even if she had any damage, it would be good if she didn't get taken hostage. That's why Yin Hong initially found a place to settle Lu Xiyu, then hurried back. Just as they were about to encounter the mercenary group, she leaped into a tree to ambush him. Qin Yunliang ran in the direction Yin Hong pointed, searching for a possible hiding place for Lu Xiyu, when he suddenly heard what seemed like a noise. Chen Yunliang immediately stopped, paused, and carefully searched for the source of the sound. It sounded like something rustling leaves. Chen Yunliang spotted their backpacks near the base of a tree, but when he reached the base, there was no sign of anyone. Strange, where are they? Just as he was thinking this, a rustling sound came from the treetops overhead. Then, a face, lying face upside down, suddenly appeared before Chen Yunliang. Chen Yunliang. Help me. I can't get down. Chen Yunliang, At this moment, Lu Shiyu was hanging from the tree, his legs dangling from the branch, his body twisted upside down, his short hair tumbling downwards with gravity. Lu Shiyu waved his hands helplessly, and Chen Yunliang silently took a half step back. Hey! Don't go! Let me down! Lu Shiyu, thinking Chen Yunliang was about to leave, began to plead desperately. How did you get yourself up there? Chen Yunliang asked, each word clearly. Hearing this, Lu Shiyu flew into a rage, and began to cry to Chen Yunliang, it's all Yin Hong's fault. Chapter 66. Yin Hong? Chen Yunliang was puzzled. Even though Yin Hong wasn't usually very serious, she wouldn't go out of her way to tease her teammates at a time like this. Yeah. Lu Shiyu nodded heavily. Originally, I just wanted her to leave me here, but she insisted, saying she was worried about me wandering off, and that there might be mutants around. She thought I wouldn't be safe on the ground, so she put me up in the tree. Chen Yunliang hissed, she was worried about you, so she put you up in the tree. So how did you end up like this? Lu Shiyu was instantly speechless, hesitating. I saw you guys hadn't come over for ages, and there was a sudden loud noise over there, so I wanted to get down from the tree to check. And then you ended up hanging there? Silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Chen Yunliang sighed, and instructed Lu Shiyu to find a way to get herself back up the tree first, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get her down. How do I get up here? Lu Shiyu tried to curl his upper body upward, but his strength ran out mid-struggle. After several attempts, he failed and exhausted himself. I hate sit-ups. Forget it, I help you. Chen Yunliang was about to go up to lend a hand, when a strange howl suddenly rang out from not far away. Chen Yunliang was instantly alert and turned to see several wolf-like deformed creatures, about 5 or 6 in number, slowly emerging from behind a tree. The wolf-like deformed creatures had long ears like rabbits, a cat-like curled tail, and 4 claws so large they looked like they were covered in boxing gloves. The aberrant creature opened its fang-filled maw, and sticky, yellow saliva trickled between its teeth, dripping onto the grass. Several aberrant creatures slowly formed a circle, poised to hunt Chen Yunliang and Lu Shiyu. Chen Yunliang stepped back, leaning against a tree trunk. He threw a rope to Lu Shiyu, looping it around the branch, letting him pull it up. He then raised his crossbow again, and slowly pulled the trigger to load the arrow. Surrounded by wolves, with only a crossbow and a limited supply of arrows, Chen Yunliang couldn't help but sigh. Heaven is killing me. The next moment, before anyone could react, Chen Yunliang had already released an arrow, striking one of the aberrant creatures right between the eyebrows. He then loaded another arrow before the aberrants realized what was happening. The distorted creature that was shot didn't even have time to utter a wail before it collapsed to the ground, its body instinctively twitching twice before it fell still. The other distorted creatures, realizing their companions had been killed, abandoned their bestial instincts and launched a sudden attack, leaping towards Chen Yunliang like arrows from a bow. Another arrow. One distorted creature fell, but that didn't stop the others from continuing their attack on Chen Yunliang. Chen Yunliang hadn't even managed to load his arrow into his crossbow when a distorted creature pounced on him. Chen Yunliang hurriedly used his crossbow to jam it into the creature's mouth, preventing it from being bitten. Chen Yunliang struggled to hold onto his crossbow with both hands, his long mouth drawing ever closer to his face. The distorted creature's saliva even clung to his hands. Chen Yunliang gritted his teeth, pulled out the hand holding the arrow, and thrust it hard into the deformed creature's eyeball. After the eyeball was pierced, the deformed creature subconsciously opened its mouth, giving Chen Yunliang a chance to catch his breath. He then exerted force with his legs, and kicked the deformed creature away. Chen Yunliang rolled to his feet, pulling another arrow from his back and loading his crossbow. The remaining aberrations were completely enraged, charging fearlessly even as Chen Yunliang aimed at them. Sharp fangs bit through flesh, and Chen Yunliang felt as if the tusks were hitting his own bones, faintly hearing a teeth-grinding crack. The aberrations kept biting Chen Yunliang's calves, making it difficult to aim accurately. The arrow Chen Yunliang had originally aimed for his head missed its mark, hitting his stomach. This had no other effect except further infuriating the aberrations. The aberrations held onto Chen Yunliang's leg, and Chen Yunliang could feel his muscle tissue snapping like rubber bands, feeling as if it wouldn't stop until it had ripped a piece of flesh off. Chen Yunliang pulled out the arrow from its side and, with all his might, blinded both of its eyes, but to no avail. The bloody maw refused to let him go. Chen Yunliang. Catch it! A lasso was swung over. Chen Yunliang looked down at one end of the rope. Lu Xiyu, who was in the tree, hadn't chosen to use the rope to climb up or down. Instead, he had tied a knot at one end to make a lasso, while holding the other end. Chen Yunliang quickly understood her intention. He picked up the lasso from the ground, looped it around the deformed creature's neck, and secured it. Then he gestured to Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu understood, and pulled the other end of the rope. Using the branches and the rope, he used the principle of a fixed pulley to pull the rope, loosening his legs from the tree and allowing himself to fall. His own weight lifted the deformed creature up. The deformed creature felt a suffocating sensation in its neck and instinctively tried to breathe through its mouth. However, that mouthing released Chen Yunliang, and it itself was dragged into the air without being saved. Lu Xiyu also used this to land safely on the ground. Since she weighed only a fraction more than the aberrant creature, pulling it manually proved incredibly difficult, and she had to exert every ounce of her strength to hold on. Finally, the aberrant creature, suspended by its neck in midair, finally died after struggling. Still worried, Lu Xiyu tugged at the rope, making sure it was completely dead before she let go. The aberrant creature's body fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Its tongue still dangled from its mouth. Seeing their companions die tragically, the remaining aberrant creatures lost all will to fight and fled in disgrace, their tails between their legs. Finally, we're gone. Lu Xiyu said, sweating profusely. If the fight had continued, we'd all be in trouble. Hiss. Chen Yunliang tried to walk, but ended up falling flat on his face. Fortunately, he didn't hit any small rocks, causing any secondary damage. Hold still, let me take a look. Lu Xiyu hurried forward to help Chen Yunliang sit up. He reached out to lift Chen Yunliang's trouser leg to check the injury, but Chen Yunliang gasped as soon as he touched his leg. What's wrong? Did I use too much force? Lu Xiyu quickly let go, fearing he hurt him again. It's okay, just a broken bone. Chen Yunliang tore the fabric along the torn slit in his pants, revealing his bloody calf. Several bean-sized wounds dotted his leg, blood still oozing from them. Large, unsettling patches of blood had formed beneath the skin, a disturbing sight of red and purple. But these bite wounds weren't what Chen Yunliang was worried about. Flesh injuries weren't difficult to treat. What really worried him was the problem inside his calf. Chen Yunliang carefully pressed his fingers on various parts of his calf, sometimes pressing too hard and causing his brows to furrow in pain. After a cursory examination, Chen Yunliang confirmed that not only were the bones broken, but many of the tendons and blood vessels were also ruptured, not to mention the blood vessels. It was a complete mess. The most devastating thing was that the deformed creature that bit him had a mouth that was definitely not clean. A large number of bacteria had already entered Chen Yunliang's body through its teeth. The wound could be treated, but the potential hidden dangers could not be addressed. Never mind, let's take it one step at a time. Chen Yunliang used the clean water he had prepared to clean the wound briefly, then began to use his supernatural power on his leg. The advantage of self-healing is that you can more accurately identify the wounds that have not healed completely. The disadvantage is that the pain is doubled, and because you have to focus on the wound, you can't even distract yourself. Just waiting for the bones to heal was enough to make Chen Yunliang's forehead sweat. Lu Xiyu consciously took up his dagger and stood guard, occasionally looking back. After a long while, Chen Yunliang's self-healing was finally over. Chen Yunliang weakly stood up, holding onto the tree trunk. He took 2 steps to confirm he was completely healed, but by then, his face was visibly exhausted. The depletion of his supernatural powers was one factor, and the excruciating pain was another. Enduring the pain was also incredibly draining. Seeing that Chen Yunliang was alright, Lu Xiyu finally asked what he had been meaning to ask. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? How's Tang Ziyu? Chen Yunliang instinctively pushed his glasses up and said, the helicopter from base is here. Chen Yunliang and Yin Hong have already gone to notify the captain. Lu Xiyu was stunned, then overjoyed. The helicopter from base is here? That's great. Should we be heading back soon? Chen Yunliang shook his head gravely, saying, this is far more complicated than you imagine. Chen Yunliang briefly recounted to Lu Xiyu the battle between Tang Ziyu and the mercenary captain, as well as the excessive number of helicopters. Lu Xiyu was somewhat disoriented, and it took him a while to grasp the entire situation. So, there's also a problem with the helicopters at those bases, And Tang Ziyu is still fighting that person, right? In short, that's it. Lu Shiyu suddenly scratched his head in annoyance and began pacing. So what should we do? Is there anything I need to do? No, the captain has already sent Xiao Xingyang and Yin Hong to help, Qin Yunliang said ruthlessly and bluntly. You only hinder them if you go. All you can do now is find a safe, deserted spot to hide. Don't get into trouble or get caught by the enemy until they've dealt with this. That's all you can do. Lu Shiyu was completely dejected. Dejectedly, he shouldered the others' backpacks and said, okay then. Qin Yunliang scratched his face and added, but they probably need some energy after the battle. Once you find a good place, prepare some food for them. Don't let them starve to death instead of being killed by the enemy. Yes. Lu Shiyu, full of energy again, carried the others' backpacks and walked forward with Qin Yunliang, searching for shelter. Finally, after walking for a while, the two came across a cave. While not as large as Professor Chen's cave camp, it could still accommodate several people. Its location was inconspicuous, and with other rocks providing cover, it was perfect for a temporary base. Lu Shiyu placed his backpack inside the cave and prepared to gather nearby vines and leaves to make a door curtain similar to Professor Chen's. He would hang it at the entrance as a cover, potentially confusing passers-by or aberrant creatures. Qin Yunliang stood up and tried to say something, but Lu Shiyu held him back. You're the one who got hurt. You should rest up first. I take care of things. Seeing Lu Shiyu's energetic appearance, Qin Yunliang didn't know what to say. He sat back down and quietly watched him toiling away at the door. They could have just used camouflage cloth. But seeing Lu Shiyu's enjoyment, Qin Yunliang chose to keep his mouth shut. Chapter 67. Lu Shiyu simply twisted the vines and branches together and hung them over the cave entrance. From a distance, it looked quite realistic. After finishing everything, Lu Shiyu dusted off his hands and walked into the cave to find Qin Yunliang already asleep. Seeing he was sound asleep, Lu Shiyu decided not to disturb him. Everyone must be tired today, so I had to make something delicious to reward them. Lu Shiyu began to search his backpack, completely unconcerned about Tang Ziyu and his team losing to the mercenary group. He had already begun preparing a victory celebration for them. Without Tang Ziyu, Lu Shiyu had to build a stove by himself, piling stones together near the cave entrance, following his memory of Tang Ziyu's method. Lu Shiyu took 2 steps back and took a look. It worked. Next, he started to build a fire. But Lu Shiyu searched his bag for a long time, but couldn't find a lighter. Although she remembered bringing a lighter, Tang Ziyu had been responsible for lighting the fire the entire trip, so she hadn't taken it out. Now that she needed it, it was gone. Strange, why can't I find it? Lu Shiyu began to doubt his memory. Could it be that he had really forgotten to bring it? No way, his memory couldn't be that bad. That's right. A memory suddenly flashed through Lu Shiyu's mind, and he opened his hands and began searching for something in his space. A moment later, a lighter fell out of the hole in his space. Found it. While searching, he suddenly remembered that he had indeed remembered to bring a lighter before leaving. However, because his backpack was too heavy, Lu Shiyu was worried that the lighter would explode from the pressure. For safety reasons, he placed the lighter in his space, making it easier to access. In the end, I completely forgot about it because I hadn't taken it out the entire time. After lighting the fire, Lu Shiyu could finally start preparing the day's food. Lu Shiyu cut the lean and fatty pork belly into thin strips, and diced onions and mushrooms. He poured a layer of oil into the wok. Once the oil was hot, he added the onions and slowly fried them, stirring them constantly with a spatula to prevent them from sticking. Once they were golden brown, he strained the oil out. Don't discard the fried onions. Set them aside in a small bowl. Then he returned the oil from frying the onions to the wok and added the pork belly, minced garlic, and sliced ginger. Stir fry until the oil released. If there's too much oil, scoop some off, otherwise the finished dish will be greasy. Finally, he added cooking wine, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and some rock sugar to the wok. Stir fry for a few seconds before adding the diced mushrooms and fried onions. He added water to cover the ingredients, covered the wok, and let it cook until done. While waiting for the meat to finish cooking, Lu Shiyu also cooked some rice. After all, meat alone wouldn't be enough without a staple food. Smelling the weedy aroma of the rice and the meaty fragrance of the braised meat, Lu Shiyu couldn't help but swallow. Most of the spices for the braised meat came from Professor Chen. Professor Chen had complained to her that neither of them could cook dishes that required so many seasonings, but his apprentice had brought them anyway. Professor Chen figured if he kept them, they would spoil and then be thrown away, so he simply gave them all to Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu felt like he gotten a bargain. So many spices were not cheap at the base. As expected, meat with plenty of spices was delicious. Lu Shiyu tried to wake Qin Yunliang to prepare dinner, but no matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't wake him. After calling 3 times with no response, Lu Shiyu finally realized something was wrong and squatted down to hold Qin Yunliang's head. Qin Yunliang's face was flushed, and he was unconscious. Lu Shiyu placed the back of his hand on Qin Yunliang's forehead. It was so hot! He actually had a fever. Qin Yunliang? Qin Yunliang, wake up. No matter how Lu Shiyu called out, Qin Yunliang seemed trapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken. If Qin Yunliang were awake, he could still use his powers to heal himself, but Qin Yunliang couldn't use his powers while unconscious. Lu Shiyu had learned this the last time he was poisoned by mushroom spores. Helpless, Lu Shiyu could only search Qin Yunliang's backpack, trying to find medicine to treat his fever. But after searching for so long, Lu Shiyu's defenses were somewhat broken. She only knew that if you had a cold, you should take cold medicine, and if you had a fever, you should go to the hospital for an 4 drip. And the medicines were always prepackaged. She had no idea what medicine to take for a fever. Calm down. Lu Shiyu took a deep breath and examined the medicine boxes in his backpack again. Although she didn't know the specific medications to take, some medicine boxes had their primary functions listed. If it was a fever, she should look for something that could treat it. Lu Shiyu picked and chose, finding a few common ones. She wasn't sure if some might interact with others, so she didn't dare take too many. She'd try her luck. Lu Shiyu pried open Qin Yunliang's mouth and stuffed a few pills down his throat. Although Qin Yunliang was still drowsy, he instinctively swallowed them. Another important thing to note with a fever is preventing dehydration. Lu Shiyu scooped up the little water she had left and fed it to Qin Yunliang bit by bit. She laid Qin Yunliang flat on the ground and wrapped him in a pillow with her clothes. After a long, frantic effort, Lu Shiyu finally dared to stop. All she could do now was wait. With luck, maybe the fever would actually subside. Just as Lu Shiyu was about to sit down to rest, she suddenly heard the howling of aberrations not far away, identical to the ones that had attacked her and Qin Yunliang. Could they be following her? Lu Shiyu's heart instantly sank. What if those aberrations were merely pretending to leave, actually trying to confuse them and attack them while they were relaxed? That would be disastrous. Lu Shiyu swallowed and glanced at the crossbow on the ground. Lena ran furiously through the woods. The contents of the medical kit slung across her body rattled and clattered from the bumpy ride, but she didn't have time to worry about anything else. Damn! How could she be so unlucky? Not only had a group of exploration teams suddenly descended from nowhere to capture them, but she also ended up getting separated from her teammates. She'd been looking for them, but she actually run into a few aberrations. Even if she encountered the aberrations, it wouldn't have necessarily been a disaster. With a bit of luck, she could have slipped away before they noticed her. But who could have imagined that those aberrations, for some reason, exuded a murderous aura and pounced on her with ferocious fury the moment they saw her? Lena was forced to flee, not even daring to take a breath, fearing that those hellhound-like aberrations would catch up. After running for who knows how long, already weakened from overdrawing her superpowers, her physical strength was now exhausted. Lena was on the verge of collapse, gasping for air as she leaned against a tree trunk. She couldn't run any longer. Her throat felt like it was on fire. She looked back, but the aberrations that had been following her had long since vanished. Great! She's out of it. Lena's laughter didn't last long before she stumbled and fell onto the grass after taking a few steps. Don't move! Lu Shiyu retracted his foot and emerged from behind the tree, holding a loaded crossbow, the tip of the arrow aimed directly at Lena's head. Lena looked up and saw a gleaming arrow pointed at her. Terrified, she quickly raised her hands to indicate she was unarmed. Seeing Lena was still relatively obedient, Lu Shiyu relaxed a little. Thankfully, it wasn't the mutated creature or the other 2 troublesome creatures. Lu Shiyu placed the arrow against Lena's neck and, lowering his voice, threatened sternly, "If you dare to struggle, I put a bullet through your head." "No, I won't move. I promise." Lena's face paled with fear. After finally escaping the mutated creatures, was she now to be completely wiped out by the exploration team? Lena's heart ached. She could only resign herself to her fate, praying that the enemy wouldn't attack her. Lu Shiyu knew full well that the person before him didn't know his true identity. She had left Tang Ziyu's team and gone into hiding the moment they disembarked from the Chen family's helicopter. He hadn't been present during the entire battle between the 2 teams, so she couldn't possibly know who he was. But Lu Shiyu had already learned her identity from Qin Yunliang, meaning their information was unequal. He could easily pass himself off as a member of the dispatch team sent by the base, using the power of the enemy to gain power. Lu Shiyu pulled out the hemp rope he had prepared long ago and bound Lena's hands securely to prevent her from making any moves. Folding her arms, he threaded the rope through them, then through them. In a short while, Lena was bound by Lu Shiyu, unable to use her upper body. But, is this a proper way to bind someone? Lu Shiyu held the crossbow in his hand and examined his work. Not bad, not bad, very secure. Her hands were firmly attached to her body, unable to move. But Lu Shiyu had a strange sense of déjà vu. Why does it look like a crab? Lena couldn't help but wonder. She had never seen someone tied up like this before. Ahem, who told you to ask so many questions? Hurry up and get out of here. Lu Shiyu immediately adopted an unsympathetic and arrogant demeanor, the crossbow in his hand a naked threat, as if she were truly a privileged person in the base. Lena had no choice but to let Lu Shiyu lead her away, reluctantly. Lu Shiyu led Lena back to the cave, but she had no intention of killing her for the time being. Firstly, she wasn't prone to murder. Killing was still too difficult for her. Secondly, she needed to keep Lena around to treat Chen Yunliang. She had originally planned to let Chen Yunliang get through this on his own, but Lena's appearance was a welcome surprise. Since she had healing powers, she could just use them, saving time and effort. Unlike Lu Shiyu's relaxed mood, Lena felt a surge of fear when she realized she was being led into a secluded cave. With a specialized mission, like the exploration team, excessive desires were perfectly normal. Furthermore, the exploration team's missions often took place in sparsely populated, even deserted, areas outside the base, so it wasn't uncommon for foul play to occur. As a lawbreaker teetering on the edge of crime, Lena herself had witnessed plenty of such things. While she detested those chaotic relationships and despicable behavior, she also had no right to interfere with others' actions. Who could have imagined that something similar would one day happen to her? Lena's mind flashed back to the tragedies she witnessed. Having seen them so often, she thought she was accustomed to even the most horrific scenes. But when it was about to happen to her, that long-lost, deep-seated fear was rekindled. Lena almost wanted to flee, willing the sword to the darkness hidden within. But fear had overwhelmed her, and no matter how hard she tried to run, her legs wouldn't move. What are you standing there for? Get to work. Chapter 68. Lena's heart tightened. Are they so anxious? Lena was still hesitating at the cave entrance. Lu Shiyu had no idea what she was hesitating about, and simply pulled her in. Why are you dawdling? There aren't any mutants in here. Lena felt like crying, but she couldn't. Someone was scarier than a mutant, wasn't he? Out of nervousness and fear, Lena lowered her head and closed her eyes, thinking, out of sight, out of mind, trying to escape reality this way. Your powers still work, right? Heal him first. If you can't, I still make you suffer. What? Lena wasn't sure if she had heard correctly. She quietly opened her eyes a crack. She was still a little uneasy from the bright light outside into the dim cave. After a few seconds, her vision became clear. Then she saw the bastard who had shot her not long ago, lying half dead on the ground. Besides the three of them, there was no one else in the cave. 2 iron pots were cooking something nearby, steam rising slowly. Lena hadn't expected to see such a scene. She was slightly stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Shiyu tilted his head to glance at the stunned Lena, coughing a few times deliberately. Lena finally came to her senses, her expression somewhat complicated. The power is still usable, but you have to let go of my hand. Lena twisted her arm reluctantly. Healing requires focusing the power on a single area and then transferring it to others. The most efficient method, of course, is to use her hands. Lu Shiyu wasn't sure Lena would just sit there doing nothing, so he only let go of one of her arms. With only one hand, she wouldn't be able to do anything, and Lu Shiyu could still control her at any time. Lena stretched her arm slightly, and slowly moved to Chen Yuliyang's side. Her body was filled with resistance, but her life was in danger, so she had to do it even if she didn't want to. She had very little supernatural power left, and using it any further could put her life in danger. But if she didn't do it, the man before her would send her flying right now. Damn it! Lena felt bitter. The moment she saw Chen Yunliang, she thought of the crossbow in Lu Shiyu's hand, clearly the same one Chen Yunliang had used when he attacked her. Now that Lu Shiyu was still caring for the sick Chen Yunliang, Lena was even more convinced that the exploration teams were in cahoots with Tang Ziyu and his men. Those exploration teams that had descended from the sky were reinforcements for Tang Ziyu and his men. She had thought it was just a normal mercenary mission, but it turned out to be like poking at the exploration team's nest. The thought of them facing so many exploration teams encircling her filled Lena with despair. How could this even work? They were simply crushed by the human wave. However, Lena stole a glance at Lu Shiyu. Judging from Lu Shiyu's attitude, the reinforcements didn't seem completely uncommunicative. If she behaved well, could she still get a lighter sentence? After all, she possessed a rare healing ability. There was still a chance for her to reform. Lu Shiyu, holding his crossbow, would occasionally check the firewood to see if it was burning. He was completely oblivious to Lena's various calculations and schemes. If she knew what she was thinking, she'd probably be in a state of both laughter and tears. As the energy continued to flow into Qin Yuliang's body, Lena felt her mind grow groggy, as if she hadn't slept for 3 days. Her head felt heavy and achy, and she even felt nauseous. Sweat broke out on her forehead, overdrawing her supernatural powers, feeling like vomiting. Lena slumped against the stone wall, her body limp as a boneless chicken foot. She was completely drained of strength, her face pale, and even her lips bloodless. She looked as if she might die at any moment. Seeing her miserable state, Lu Shiyu couldn't bear to continue her treatment. If she died right then, it would be troublesome. Lu Shiyu squatted down and placed a hand on Qin Yuliang's forehead. Feeling relieved when the fever began to subside, she felt relieved. It wasn't clear if it was the medicine she'd given him or the last bit of healing power Lena had managed to squeeze out, but any improvement was a good thing. Looking up, she saw the number of people sleeping had increased from 1 to 2. Lu Shiyu yawned and leaned against the stone wall near the door to rest, occasionally glancing outside the cave, wary of anything approaching. Lena felt like she was having a long, tiring dream. She seemed to be running and running, but she couldn't see clearly what was chasing her. Suddenly, she felt something trip her, and she fell to the ground, just as the thing behind her was catching up. Just before being consumed by an unknown terror, Lena was startled awake from the nightmare. She remembered nothing, only the feeling that her bones had been broken and her muscles had been torn. Even the slightest movement. Oh, she couldn't move now. Seeing the hemp ropes binding her, Lena remembered her current situation. She had just woken from one nightmare, only to find herself in another. To make matters worse, she was still hungry. Lena's stomach rumbled, and she was so clueless, she didn't even notice the situation. Awake? Lena was startled by the sudden noise, and looked up to see the other two preparing to eat. Qin Yuliang, who had just woken up, still had a wet towel covering his head, his face still slightly flushed. Half awake, he held a bowl of braised pork rice, scooping small sips with a spoon. Lena's skin crawled at the baffling scene before her. Are they eating? Who cooked this? Why would someone cook in a place like this? Why would they suddenly start eating as if nothing had happened? Lena felt like she'd seen someone camping and barbecuing on the top of a snowy mountain, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Gurgle. Lena's stomach growled again. Lena curled up into a ball, feeling deeply embarrassed, but couldn't help swallowing at the aroma. Although cooking here was a bit strange, she was craving meat too. It smelled so good. She'd been on a helicopter all day just to get here from base as quickly as possible, and had only eaten some compressed biscuits on the helicopter, figuring she'd have a good meal back home. Who could have imagined she wouldn't be able to return, and she hadn't even eaten enough, and she didn't even know where her rations had gone. Combined with the overuse of her powers, and the exhaustion of her physical strength, Lena felt like she was going to pass out from hunger the moment she woke up, and even had hallucinations. A steaming bowl of braised pork rice. It looked so delicious. What are you standing there for? Aren't you hungry? Lu Shiyu's eyes caught sight of the rope, and he remembered that she had tied his hands again after he fell asleep. That's right, you can't move your hands. Wait a minute, I untie one of your hands. We tie them back up after dinner, so don't move. Lena stared blankly as Lu Shiyu untied the rope around her right hand and placed a spoon in her hand. Lena gripped the spoon, seemingly unable to comprehend. If untying her before could be considered healing a teammate, why was it now? So she could eat. If it were Lena who had captured Lu Shiyu, she would never have untied him. Who knew if he had any tricks up his sleeve, if he might pull some other tricks? But Lu Shiyu just casually let go of her hand, as if he wasn't worried about what she might do. It was incomprehensible. Was she so strong? So strong that she didn't need to worry about what she might do. Why aren't you eating? Wasn't your stomach rumbling just now? Seeing she hesitated, Lu Shiyu pretended to reach for the bowl. If you don't want to eat, I put it away. I eat. Lena's words were faster than her brains, blurting out without a second thought. She was more surprised than anyone else after she finished. Okay, eat it while it's hot. Lu Shiyu placed the bowl on the ground in front of Lena, who rested it on her lap. The braised meat, simmering for so long, was still scalding, its warmth radiating through the bowl and faintly burning her legs. Lena took the spoon and hesitantly scooped up a spoonful of braised pork rice, blowing on it before dipping it into her mouth. The moment it entered her mouth, the salty, fresh sauce, combined with the oily, gelatinous texture and rich meaty aroma, dominated her taste buds. A gentle sweetness emerged after chewing and savoring it. The glistening fat of the fat melted on her tongue, melting with a single sip. The lean meat fibers transformed into silky strands, without a trace of dryness or clogging in her throat. She swallowed it smoothly without much chewing, without causing any discomfort that would otherwise detract from the experience. The sticky marinade perfectly clings to the juxtaposed strips of lean and fatty meat and the plump rice. The rice, soaked in the sauce, perfectly balances the richness, leaving a subtle aftertaste and a lingering aroma of spices. Cuts of onion and shiitake mushrooms are mixed into the rice along with the sauce. The soft, glutinous rice grains are interspersed with the crispy, charred onion and chewy mushrooms, elevating the otherwise ordinary rice dish to a new level of flavor. The sticky braised pork rice warms the stomach and soothes the heart. Lena was initially skeptical, but after a few bites, any remaining doubts faded, and she immersed herself in the deliciousness of the food. Nothing is more comforting than a warm meal when hunger strikes. Lena ate without a pause from start to finish, thankfully having cooked the meat long enough for it to melt in her mouth. By the end, the braised meat and rice in the bowl were all gone. Lena scraped off the last grain of rice and gnawed on the spoon with relish. She ate so fast that she even started to burp. Qin Yunliang, who was still eating slowly beside him, looked away. After recovering a bit, he began to use his supernatural power on himself. Soon, the fever was completely gone. It was indeed a problem. When the mutated creatures first bit him, the bacteria hadn't caused any harm. But precisely because they hadn't harmed him, the supernatural power couldn't eliminate them, so they remained in his body, causing the fever nonetheless. Qin Yunliang had expected Lu Xiyu to search his bag for medicine, so he didn't pay much attention. However, he hadn't expected Lu Xiyu to kidnap an enemy healer while he was unconscious. The look in Qin Yunliang's eyes at Lu Xiyu was strange. It felt like a 2-month-old, newly weaned cat suddenly catching a mouse larger than itself. Even though you don't know how it did it, you still have to give it due praise. Well done, Qin Yunliang said solemnly, looking at Lu Xiyu. Whether it was treating my fever or capturing the mercenary team's healer, you did a great job. Lena, suddenly called out, glared at him secretly, biting her spoon in anger. Lu Xiyu felt a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head shyly. No way. Hee hee. Don't be modest, you did a really good job, Qin Yunliang said, smiling at Lena. Now that their healer is in our hands, things will be much easier. Lena, This guy is really annoying. Chapter 69. Lower your head. Yin Hong leaped over Xiao Xingyang, stepping on his head. Xiao Xingyang was fending off attacks from both sides with his dual blades, and had no time to worry about being targeted. As the man tried to dodge, Yin Hong descended from above, slicing his neck as smoothly as tofu. Blood gushed out, and as his head tumbled to the ground, his eyes still wide open, his eyes wide open in death. Without a moment's delay, Yin Hong met the attacking enemy again, and Xiao Xingyang seized the opportunity to eliminate one of them. The two engaged in a bloody battle. Opposing them were the other exploration teams from the base. Even though their individual combat capabilities were far inferior to theirs, their sheer numbers made them wary. Yin Hong casually wiped the blood from her face with the back of her hand, pulled her long blade from the corpse, and cast a menacing glance at the advancing enemy. After parting ways with Qin Yunliang, she rushed towards Tang Ziyu, determined to deliver the message as quickly as possible. But strangely, by the time she arrived, neither Tang Ziyu nor the mercenary captain were anywhere to be found. Only traces of their previous battle remained, chopped trees, and scorch marks from the flames. Strange, where are they? Yin Hong's private search yielded no results. Just as she was wondering, she suddenly noticed two black shadows shifting on the ground. Having a bad feeling, Yin Hong looked up to see two beams of light clashing in the sky. Behind Tang Ziyu was a pair of blazing flaming wings, which carried Tang Ziyu high into the sky like real bird wings. In his hand, Tang Ziyu held a blazing flame spear which was also made of flames. The original weapon, the long sword, had disappeared. The captain chose a completely different way of using his supernatural powers from Tang Ziyu. He drove the golden wind to lift himself up, and he was above the sharp and dangerous golden wind, and was at the same height as Tang Ziyu. He was wearing a set of exquisite and sturdy silver iron armor, and the weapon in his hand was still the long sword. But a closer look revealed that the long sword wasn't held by the captain. It was completely fused with his hand. As the captain raised his hand, the long sword began to flow like a heated candle, but soon, as if possessing its own consciousness, it reconfigured itself into the captain's hand. I never thought I'd fight so hard to surpass you, only to end up tied. Tang Ziyu's irritation intensified, the flames in his body rising several times. I've told you so many times, I don't know you. You've got the wrong person. But the captain didn't see it that way. He smiled, pulled a handful of bullets from his pocket, and tossed them casually. The bullets didn't fall under the influence of gravity, but floated beside the captain as if in space. Don't argue. Even if you deny it, I know I'm looking for you. As if possessing consciousness, the bullets floating around the captain slowly shifted, their tips pointed towards Tang Ziyu. With a single movement from the captain, the bullets flew towards Tang Ziyu like arrows, their speed no less impressive than that of a rifle. Tang Ziyu simply folded his flaming wings, and then powerfully spread them out, unleashing a wave of heat that acted like a barrier, blocking all the bullets. It was as easy as blowing away a dandelion. But the captain hadn't expected such a small number of bullets to be of much use. His entire arm began to transform, liquid metal flowing through the air before solidifying into a massive axe, slashing down at Tang Ziyu. Tang Ziyu wasn't about to hold back either. The flames on his body instantly surged, and the flames wrapped around his flaming spear gradually took the shape of a snake, spitting out its tongue. He faced the captain head-on without dodging or avoiding. The two engaged in a back-and-forth fight in the sky, leaving Yin Hong feeling helpless as she watched from below. She was telling her captain this. By shouting? Before she could figure out what to do next, the helicopters from the base were already approaching. One after another, they landed in the open field, lowering ropes so the occupants could slide down directly. This eliminated the need to stop the helicopters and let people down, saving considerable time. Seeing people starting to disembark, Yin Hong had no choice but to bear the brunt of the situation. Xiao Xingyang wouldn't be able to catch up for a while, and Tang Ziyu and the captain weren't done fighting yet. Yin Hong was still a little unaccustomed to suddenly being alone. Yin Hong clenched her long sword. She couldn't attack yet. Although the enemy was coming aggressively, and didn't seem to be following normal procedures to retrieve them, she had no evidence to prove they had any ill intentions. If she attacked first, then her entire team would be in the wrong. Once they returned, the enemy would insist she was the first to attack, and that she had only attacked in self-defense. That would be a completely untenable argument. She could only suppress her hostility for the time being and wait, and see what the situation would be. The first group of people disembarked from the helicopter, led by a middle-aged man. He wore a well-tailored uniform, and wore the exploration team's issued long sword at his waist. A closer look revealed that the handle had been specially treated. The leather straps were tightly wrapped around the handle, and the entire scabbard's paint surface was reflective, indicating that it had been meticulously maintained. This immediately gave Yin Hong a very negative first impression of him. She immediately came across as someone who didn't work and only commanded his subordinates. Hello, I'm Yin Hong, who manages the exploration team department at the base. You're from the Eagle team, right? Yin Hong finally glanced at the man before her. She had never seen him before. Either he was a prominent figure she couldn't meet, or he wasn't a very important figure. Yes, I am. What's wrong? The man reached into his coat. Yin Hong instantly became alert, ready to draw her knife. If he pulled a gun right then, she could have his head chopped off before he could fire. Unfortunately, the man pulled out not a gun, but his ID. The man held up the ID with his ID photo and information in one hand to Yin Hong, proving his authenticity. My name is Guan Wei, and my mission is to take you back. Yin Hong feigned indifference as she kicked the stone at her feet and glanced at the people still moving behind Guan Wei. None of them were researchers. Where are those people from the lab? Aren't they anxious to get the stuff here? Guan Wei, they leave after we return. Yin Hong raised an eyebrow and asked, when did the base become so generous? They sent so many helicopters and people to welcome us back, even asking the lab staff to avoid us. How did I just find out about our team's grand presence? Guan Wei knew he couldn't hide it, so he confessed. The base suspects your team of murder, arson, theft, espionage, and other crimes. They need to take you back for investigation. Huh? Yin Hong looked like she heard some outrageous gossip. She scratched her ear and asked, do you want to hear what you're saying? Guan Wei wasn't offended by Yin Hong's words. He calmly put away his credentials and said, I'm only accepting a mission from the base. Don't make it difficult for me. Yin Hong bared her teeth. You don't really think a frontline team like ours would do such a thing, do you? So your case is still under discussion, and there are still people at the base with different opinions. Guan Wei straightened his clothes and said, "That's why I was ordered to take you back. Besides, if your guilt was already established, why would I have to talk to you now?" Guan Wei wore a professional smile, but his eyes were devoid of a smile. "I could have killed you right then and there." Yin Hong was completely furious. What a boast! Yin Hong took a sudden step forward, her body driving her arm out like a whirlwind. The long sword slashed in an arc, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Just as the sharp cold light was about to strike Guan Wei's neck, Yin Hong was instantly repelled. Yin Hong quickly maneuvered mid-air, avoiding the embarrassing situation of falling and rolling around in the dirt. Her thick-soled shoes scraped against the ground fiercely, sliding a long way before coming to a stop. What the hell? Yin Hong looked up and saw a tall man standing next to Guan Wei. It was he who had just sent her flying. The tall man withdrew his arm, and the supernatural barrier was removed. Guan Wei looked at Yin Hong, who was barely holding her ground, with a hint of contempt. "I told you, I'm fully capable of killing you right now." The people on the helicopter had all disembarked. After dropping them off, the helicopters took off, presumably looking for a place to land. Yin Hong roughly estimated that nearly 100 people had come this time. It seemed the base was far more generous than she had imagined. If only they had been just as generous when applying for funding. Behind Guan Wei was a sea of people, while Yin Hong was alone. She could already tell the outcome without even fighting. But Guan Wei didn't let the others approach. Instead, he had them stop at a distance and await orders. Whether out of moral principle not to bully the weak with the strong, or perhaps out of fear of too many people causing trouble, Guan Wei didn't intend to let them take action. With only Yin Hong, there was no need. "Tell me where the others are hiding now, and I consider arguing for leniency when I return." Hearing the other party persist in his hypocritical rhetoric, Yin Hong smiled, a smile thick with undisguised sarcasm. Then she spat at Guan Wei and made an international gesture of friendship. Guan Wei frowned slightly and raised a finger. Thick tree roots instantly rose from the surrounding ground, like iron bars trapping Yin Hong inside. "Since you're unwilling to abandon your dark ways, then just be a hostage." Yin Hong rolled her eyes in disdain. "Think these things can trap me? I think you underestimate me." Before she finished her words, Yin Hong had already flashed before Guan Wei. The tall man, just like before, used his supernatural power again, creating a barrier that protected Guan Wei and the tall man inside. Yin Hong flew up again. After trying again, she confirmed that this barrier not only resisted attacks, but could even absorb and deflect them. Damn it! This is completely restraining her. What a dirty trick. Suddenly, she heard the sound of something moving rapidly. She felt something was wrong. Looking behind her, she saw a thick tree root approaching where she was about to fall. She was still falling in midair, unable to dodge. Yin Hong was about to jump farther by stepping on the tree roots, but just when her feet touched the roots, which had been moving clumsily and slowly, suddenly became as flexible as tentacles. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around Yin Hong's ankles and hung her up. Chapter 70. A thick tree root held Yin Hong suspended in the air, causing her to feel dizzy and completely overturned. Just as Yin Hong was about to swing her sword to sever the tree trunk wrapped around her, she felt the sword being pulled away by a powerful force. Turning, she saw several vines emerging from the treetops, sweeping away her sword. Yin Hong looked down in disbelief. Guan Wei was watching the scene below with a predictable expression. Guan Wei's ability clearly allowed him to manipulate plants, from underground roots to vines growing on trees. As long as his power was sufficient, this entire forest would be his home turf. The thought nearly took Yin Hong's breath away. What the hell? Just when Yin Hong felt resistance was hopeless, the tree root holding her, and the vine that had swept away her sword were simultaneously severed by two flashes of cold light. Yin Hong grabbed a tree root, gained some strength, and finally landed smoothly. She raised her hand, and the long sword returned to her hand. "I didn't expect I arrived just in time." Xiao Xingyang flaunted his long sword twice. "Just in time, what the hell? They've been surrounding me and beating me for ages." "What?" Xiao Xingyang glanced at the group standing on the other side with a sly look. Who's so shameless as to bully the weak with their numbers? Xiao Xingyang's eyes swept through the crowd, instantly locating the guard standing at the front, whose uniform was different from the others. Without further words, Xiao Xingyang kicked hard, using the force of a nearby tree root to launch himself forward like an arrow. His two long swords traced treacherous arcs in the air, the blades cleaving through the oncoming obstacles and reaching the guard. A moment later he, too, was flung away. Ah! Yin Hong, unable to bear watching, leaped up to catch Xiao Xingyang, who nearly fell flat on his face. Idiot! I haven't even finished my sentence yet. Yin Hong pointed angrily at Guan Wei and the tall man behind him. The one in front is one of the base's lackeys. His ability is to control plants. The one behind is his security guard. His ability is to form a protective shield that absorbs and deflects damage. Guan Wei raised an eyebrow, non-committal about the lackey's address. The tall man was stunned. He's a security guard? Why are you so troublesome? Xiao Xingyang stood up straight and beckoned Guan Wei. Hey, you lackey over there. Stop hiding behind someone else's ability. Do you dare to come out and fight me? Yin Hong clicked her tongue and nudged Xiao Xingyang's arm with her elbow. What are you talking about? How could they possibly come out? They're terrified of being beaten, okay? Otherwise, why would they bring so many people out, including a personal bodyguard? It's because they're afraid we kill them. Can you please be understanding? They really value their lives. Oh right, Xiao Xingyang slapped his head. I wasn't thoughtful enough. I didn't realize the guy on the other side was a coward, and I actually wanted him to come out and fight one-on-one. I was so disrespectful to his wishes. Guan Wei sighed. There's no need for you to act in unison. Even if you join forces, you can't beat me. Shoo, little mouth. Yin Hong made a pinching motion. You don't need to explain. We all understand, Xiao Xingyang said considerately, beginning to defend Guan Wei. We understand that as a leader, you definitely want to act like a leader. While it's hard to say how capable you are, you definitely want to save face. If you lose to us, with so many people watching, you'd be embarrassed. Who knows what people will say about you when you get back? It's normal that you're afraid to come out. Everyone understands. If you don't believe me, ask the guy next to you. He's sure he understands too. The tall man hadn't figured out how the conversation had steered him when he looked down and saw his leader staring at him. Tall man, shock. The tall man wasn't good with words to begin with, and now, faced with a question that could easily ruin his career, he stuttered to the point of being speechless. Well, I just... Alright, that's enough. Guan Wei raised his hand to halt the tall man's explanation and looked back. The people from the various exploration teams all had strange expressions on their faces, but when Guan Wei looked over, they all tacitly avoided eye contact. Although Guan Wei was their superior and indeed in charge of the exploration team, having already confirmed his identity at the base before departure, as Yin Hong had expected, this was their first time meeting Guan Wei. They had no idea who he was, and had only followed him because of the base's mission. When facing someone they didn't know at all, or even a complete stranger, rumors often gain the most traction. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang's words had been thoroughly heard by the others. Coupled with the widespread knowledge that many high-ranking officials were idlers or second-generation officials who relied on family connections to gain access, this had led to a subtle shift in everyone's attitude towards Guan Wei. After all, those who risked their lives daily on the front lines hated those who hid behind the scenes. Even though they would still obey Guan Wei's orders due to their positions, the resentment they had bred was difficult to erase. Guan Wei felt troubled. Not to mention the rumors these somewhat dishonest individuals would spread about him after he returned, which would negatively impact his future career. The fact that he, as a member of management, was displeased by those below him was a source of uncertainty. But solving this problem is simple. Simply eliminate the suspicion before it takes root. You want to fight me? Fine, Guan Wei said, stepping out of the tall man's protective zone. You can come together, too. We just need to take out these two men with real weapons, and the rumors will naturally dispel themselves. But the most important thing is to increase our deterrent power with the exploration team, lest they rebel mid-flight. Xiao Xingyang gave Yin Hong a smug look. See? I've been tricked. But if you lose, you must return with me honestly and reveal the location of the others. Okay, Yin Hong looked Guan Wei straight in the eye without fear. But what if you lose? If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. Anything? Even your life? Okay. Even if I have you stripped naked and run around? Guan Wei took a deep breath. Okay. Hearing the restrained tone in Guan Wei's voice, Yin Hong forced a slightly malicious smile. It was time to show the pampered middle-aged master a scoundrel's methods. Xiao Xingyang raised his hand and conjured a jet of water. Like a dragon, it hurtled towards Guan Wei, but Guan Wei ignored the blow. Vines on the surrounding trees began to grow rapidly, blocking Guan Wei's path, weaving an impenetrable net to block the incoming water jet. Is that all you can do? It only looked impressive. Guan Wei felt the water's impact cease, and he immediately untied the vine wall, preparing to end the battle quickly. When he took in the scene before him, A moment of surprise crossed his face. The water column Xiao Xingyang had conjured didn't vanish, but instead solidified into an icy path. Yin Hong had already stepped onto it and reached Guan Wei, the tip of her sword poised between his brows. A drop of blood appeared on his forehead. I see. Guan Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. Knowing he couldn't approach without Guan Wei's line of sight, he had chosen this method to temporarily blind him. The fact that he had managed to get so close in such a short time was indeed somewhat unexpected. But unfortunately, given the disparity in strength between the two, this method wasn't enough. Just as Yin Hong was about to plunge her long sword into Guan Wei's head, something unexpected happened. A new sprout suddenly began to grow beneath her, rising from the ground like a beanstalk from a magic bean plant in a fairy tale, dragging Yin Hong up with it, just missing the perfect opportunity to kill Guan Wei. Yin Hong leaped down before the plant could send her too high, fortunately with Xiao Xingyang's water ball as a buffer. Yin Hong climbed out of the water ball and rubbed her face in frustration. Come again! The two took turns attacking, but neither could truly injure Guan Wei. They repeatedly tried different directions and methods, but Guan Wei didn't even budge. To the outsiders, it looked like he was completely overpowered, and both were being toyed with by Guan Wei. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang knew that while they couldn't hit Guan Wei, he couldn't do anything to them either. If only one of them were there, it would be fine, but with both of them present, and with years of tacit coordination, capturing them would be no easy task. That's why Guan Wei hadn't taken the initiative. He wanted to deplete their abilities and stamina before catching them all in one fell swoop, giving the impression that he could toy with them at will and capture them at any moment. To put it bluntly, he wanted to use them as stepping stones to his own reputation. His abilities would rise in the eyes of others, but Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang would lose all their face. The thought of losing a fight with his superior while his colleagues watched was humiliating. As time went on, the roots sprouted from the ground, giving rise to more and more vines, restricting their movements. Xiao Xingyang was the most affected by the tug-of-war. His energy consumption was much greater than Yin Hong's, and the water he summoned was noticeably less powerful than at the beginning, with a subtle sign of weakening. Guan Wei naturally noticed this, sensing the opportunity was ripe. Since he didn't have much energy left, he decided to start harvesting now. Guan Wei concentrated his firepower, focusing the vines and roots around Xiao Xingyang. Xiao Xingyang held his knife in one hand, the other supporting the long blade stuck in the soil, breathing heavily. Yin Hong was able to act that way because her special ability was in that area. Xiao Xingyang's running around relied solely on physical strength, and he wasn't as resilient as Yin Hong. Now, facing a siege from all sides, Xiao Xingyang probably didn't even have the strength to swing his sword. Guan Wei's eyes were cold as he manipulated tree roots and vines to wrap around Xiao Xingyang, immobilizing him. More and more roots and vines began to climb, gradually forming a tightly enveloping sphere. The plants would continuously shrink until they crushed the person inside. Controlling Xiao Xingyang went so smoothly that Guan Wei even felt a sense of relief. But just as he was about to finish off Yin Hong, he suddenly felt a sinking sensation under his feet. Guan Wei looked down and saw that the soil beneath his feet had transformed into a swampy texture, swallowing his feet. Suddenly, Guan Wei realized something was wrong and looked in the direction he was going. He saw a subtle trace of water on the ground. At some point, Xiao Xingyang had been quietly channeling water underground. Like a mole, the water burrowed its way to his feet, eventually setting a trap right under his nose. It was precisely because of this extensive use of his supernatural powers that Xiao Xingyang appeared so exhausted. But it was too late. Guan Wei's feet were trapped, the trap complete. As the water on the ground quickly solidified into ice crystals, the water-soaked soil beneath Guan Wei's feet also formed a thick layer of ice, as hard as cement, completely preventing him from moving. At that moment, Yin Hong, in the moment he was distracted, had already arrived behind him. Chapter 71. Surprise! Yin Hong stabbed Guan Wei through the heart. Blood soaked Guan Wei's collar, darkening his uniform even further. Guan Wei stared in astonishment at the cold, gleaming blade on his chest, blood still dripping from the tip. Then, helplessly, he watched as the blade was withdrawn again. Yin Hong tried to finish her off, but was forced away by plants controlled by Guan Wei's supernatural powers. Several members of the exploration team behind him reacted quickly, rushing forward to protect Guan Wei from all sides, preventing Yin Hong from returning for a finishing blow. The tall man anxiously called out to the crowd, "Does anyone have healing powers?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Healing powers are among the rarest, yet only one person raised their hand out of the crowd. I'm... Come here right away. No one can be held responsible if something happens while you're dithering. Okay. The man was startled by the tall man's gruff voice, and hurried through the crowd to Guan Wei's side. Guan Wei was bleeding profusely. In just a few moments, his lower body was soaked, a deep crimson of his blood. The man briefly examined him, and was immediately shocked by the extent of his injuries. Good grief. A direct puncture through the heart. The man instinctively glanced in Yin Hong's direction, his heart sinking. While marveling at Yin Hong's exquisite and ruthless swordsmanship, he also began to worry about his ability to heal Guan Wei. What if Guan Wei died from excessive blood loss before he could finish treating him? He would likely be held accountable. Whatever, let's try our best. The man calmed himself and began repairing Guan Wei's heart. Regardless of the bones or blood vessels, forget about that for now. The wound on the heart must be healed first, or everything will be for naught. Forced away, Yin Hong stepped on the immobile tree roots and leaped back to Xiao Xingyang. She found the gathering crowd, their swords drawn, wary of them, amusing. TSK, in the end, we still have to rely on those people. Boring. Yin Hong spoke for a long time without receiving a response. Turning around, she remembered. Oh yes, you're still in there, Yin Hong shouted, clinging to the sphere. Wait a minute. I get you out. Guan Wei, stabbed by her, was temporarily unable to use his supernatural powers. Even if he could, they wouldn't pose much of a threat, at least not to the degree of control he had just shown. After losing control, the plants calmed down. The vines retreated back to the treetops, vanishing without a trace. The roots remained in the state they were in just a second before their control was severed, still looking horrific. Yin Hong hacked and ripped away, finally severing a third of the roots, allowing Xiao Xingyang's head to breathe freely. Most of his limbs were still entangled. Ugh, it's suffocating in here. I can barely breathe. Xiao Xingyang gritted his teeth and struggled, breaking the roots that trapped him one by one, finally freeing himself. What's going on? Is it resolved? Yin Hong shook her head, and casually pointed in the direction of the guards. Xiao Xingyang looked in that direction, but didn't find any, only a large group gathered together. It worked, but there's a healer among them. I don't know their level, but it shouldn't have killed that old man. Oh, what a pity. Under the healer's full strength, Guan Wei's sluggish pupils finally focused. Seeing that it was finally working, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He nearly fainted from overusing his supernatural powers. Fortunately, someone was nearby to support him, otherwise Guan Wei would have fainted as soon as he woke up. Guan Wei, helped to sit up by the tall man, felt the spot in his chest where the long knife had pierced him. The pain of the stab hadn't completely subsided, and it was already wrapped in a thick bandage. The healer's abilities weren't enough to heal all the injuries, so they could only focus on the most vulnerable areas. So, aside from the intact heart, everything else was as good as if it had been stabbed. But the healer's abilities were only average. Being able to repair the heart was good enough. He couldn't expect too much. Since it wasn't life-threatening, Guan Wei simply ignored it, and stood up with the tall man's help. The others also tactfully moved away, leaving space for Guan Wei to avoid crowding him. As he stood up, his coat, undone for bandages, blew slightly open in the wind, revealing his muscular physique. For the first time, Guan Wei was thankful that despite his clerical duties, he maintained a fitness routine. If he were weaker, he probably wouldn't have survived until the healer arrived. Guan Wei stood high above them, but he no longer had the condescending demeanor he had when they first met. I acknowledge your abilities, so I won't intervene in the ensuing battle. Just when Yin Hong and the others thought Guan Wei was leaving, he spoke again. However, this time, I'm not the only one assigned to this mission. There are also members of the other exploration teams. Therefore, I won't interfere with your subsequent battles with them. Wait, what do you mean? Yin Hong instantly realized what he meant. Didn't you say we can do whatever we want now that we've won? Yes, so what do you want? Guan Wei bluntly displayed the blood-stained bandage on his chest and said, I'm a seriously injured soldier right now. What do you want me to do? Yin Hong gritted her teeth and said, send your men back with you. Guan Wei raised an eyebrow and said, I can say that, but I don't have the authority, so they won't leave. What do you mean? Don't you understand? The order to arrest you didn't come from me. It came from the actual administrators of the base, who are much higher up than any of us. I'm merely in charge of the operation. I can choose who does what, but I don't have the power to cancel it. All I can do is refrain from interfering. Yin Hong looked at the other members of the exploration team in disbelief. Many of them knew her team and interacted with each other regularly, but now they were all hushed, afraid to say a word. No one challenged Guan Wei's words. Yin Hong's heart sank instantly. She suddenly realized that the situation seemed far more serious than she had imagined. She had assumed the so-called arrest was merely a frame-up, that upon their return to base, Tang Ziyu would be able to use his connections to smooth things over, and that the entire incident was simply a decision made by a high-ranking official. But if, as Guan Wei had said, the order to arrest them came from the very top of Dawn Base, the actual administrators, then they were in serious trouble. Yin Hong gasped, her mind, not particularly sharp to begin with, faltering as if it had frozen. She pondered for a long time, unable to figure out how the Eagle Squad had offended the base. While they committed numerous violations, their crimes weren't serious enough, were they? Furthermore, they were still on a mission. Even if they were to be charged, they could wait until they returned to base. Why would they be sent to arrest them? Were those charges so serious? Yin Hong turned and exchanged glances with Xiao Xingyang. She took a deep breath and drew her sword once more. Without a moment to breathe, she had just finished one battle, and was now preparing to face a past acquaintance, now a foe. Tang Ziyu and the captain were fighting above. Tang Ziyu, of course, noticed the commotion below. Seeing his team members being surrounded, he immediately wanted to go down to support them. But how could the captain let him go? Tang Ziyu was about to go down when the captain blocked his way. Hey, you're not planning on running away without even deciding the outcome with me, are you? Tang Ziyu was unconcerned. I have absolutely no interest in a duel with you. It's impossible to tell who's the winner anytime soon. Why do you keep pestering me? The captain gnashed his teeth in anger. Tang Ziyu had acted nonchalant from the start. He hadn't wanted to fight him from the start, but he had to follow suit just because I started it. Even after fighting for so long, he still didn't take me seriously. Why, when I always aimed to defeat him, could he be so indifferent to me? Why, the thorns of jealousy can turn a person into a beast. If the other mercenaries were present, they wouldn't have believed this man was their usually calm and composed captain. Even he himself probably couldn't imagine what he looked like now. Tang Ziyu ducked to avoid a shard of metal caught in the swirling air currents. Watching his increasingly irritable captain, he pondered how to quickly end the battle. On the battlefield below, Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang frantically dealt with enemies attacking from all sides. While not all of them possessed superpowers, those who did were exceptionally formidable, and injuries were inevitable. Both of them simultaneously recalled Tang Ziyu's earlier suggestion. What if Qin Yunyang were gone? At the time, it seemed unlikely, but now it had actually happened. It truly was what one feared. The two dodged the attacks while defending themselves, their hearts aching. Qin Yunyang, your teammate is about to be killed. Huh? Qin Yunyang wiped his nose and said, who's been saying bad things about me behind my back? Lina muttered, TSK, he must have offended a lot. Lu Shi was packing up the remaining braised pork rice. They had waited for so long without seeing a single person, and out of concern, Lu Shi suggested going out to investigate. Qin Yunyang had no objections, and since Lina, as a captive, had no choice, Lu Shi's proposal passed without a hitch. However, before leaving, Lu Shi worried that the fire might cause trouble, so he placed the braised pork rice in a thermos, put away the pot, and extinguished the fire. Qin Yunyang was worried about Lina staying alone in the cave. He knew without a doubt that she would flee, so he simply took her along. Anything else, like the backpack, that would hinder her mobility, was left behind. Lu Shi walked ahead, returning the crossbow to Qin Yunyang. She now held Yin Hong's shortest dagger, which Yin Hong had said she'd given her for self-defense and had never returned. Now it was finally ready for use. Qin Yunyang held the crossbow in one hand, and the leash that bound Lina in the other, giving Lina the impression that he was treating her like a dog. From an angle Qin Yunyang couldn't see, Lina glared at him fiercely. Once she reunites with the others, she killed this bastard herself. Lina paused as her gaze shifted to Lu Shiyu. It would be a shame to kill such a good cook. She should keep him to cook for her. Lina assumed the two people ahead of her didn't notice her expression, let alone what she was thinking. As they walked, Qin Yunyang suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to Lina with a smile, if you do anything that interferes with our operations, I break every finger off. Do you understand? Lina, shock. This guy must have figured something out. Chapter 72. The three of them circled the area, but saw no one. Lu Shiyu and Qin Yunyang were unsure of the situation, but Lina began to wonder. Strange, where are the people? She clearly remembered several people chasing her. While the main force was with the others, there couldn't be a single person here. The surroundings were unusually quiet. After searching fruitlessly, Lu Shiyu and Qin Yunyang began to debate whether to seek out Tang Ziyu and the others for rendezvous or return to the cave to wait. Suddenly, a figure darted out from behind the nearby bushes. Ah! Lu Xiyu and Lena were startled by the sudden appearance. The man's head, face, and body were covered in mud and leaves, resembling a wild man. As he was about to run past, Lu Xiyu stretched out his foot, tripping the wild man and causing him to fall face first to the ground, his screams fading. For some reason, Lena felt the scene before her was familiar. Lu Xiyu retracted his foot and scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Haha, I saw him running over and couldn't help but. After the savage rushed out, another noise came from the bushes. The three of them turned and saw a neatly dressed man emerge from behind, holding a long sword, similar in style to the swords carried by the exploration team. Although the man wasn't wearing a uniform, the long sword in his hand seemed to identify him. He's from the exploration team sent by the base. Chen Yunliang couldn't help but frown. He had heard the noise in the distance before. If those people were sent by the base to help them, they would have subdued the mercenary team long ago. Tang Ziyu and the others wouldn't have come looking for them yet. The mercenary team, while powerful, couldn't possibly withstand the siege of so many people and their own team. Therefore, the only possibility was that the exploration team sent by the base was an enemy, not a friend. Chen Yunliang pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the arrow soared through the air towards the approaching man, successfully hitting him before he could even see them. The arrow pierced the man's right shoulder, preventing him from attacking normally without causing serious damage. If it was a mistake, he could still heal him. But what happened next was beyond the three's expectations. The man was stunned for a moment, then he actually pulled out the arrow. Chen Yuliang's arrow was barbed, and anyone attempting to pull it out would pay a heavy price. But the man, as if insensitive to pain, pulled it out without hesitation, leaving a bloody mess without a pause. Only his frown confirmed that he could still feel the pain. Though surprised by the man's behavior, Chen Yunliang remained calm. Since the man had done this, his right hand was gone. Whether he could lift it or not was a matter of time. Until the next moment, he was stunned by the man's next move. The man used his free hand to hold onto a nearby tree. The next second, the bloody wound on his right shoulder vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by a black hole. At the same moment, a crack appeared out of nowhere in the tree he had touched. The hole was as if pierced by a long, sharp object. The force was so strong that the wood around it cracked, sending countless splinters flying. Chen Yuliang's eyes widened. Damage transfer. Run! Realizing the situation, Chen Yuliang gave way to Shi Yupao, while he immediately loaded his next arrow, even though he knew it was futile. As expected, his next arrow didn't even hit the target. The man's swift, ghostly form dodged the incoming arrows with incredible ease, reaching Chen Yunliang before he could reload the next one. Just as Chen Yunliang felt his death approach, the man didn't kill him. Instead, he struck Chen Yuliang's arm and abdomen with the hilt of his knife. Chen Yuliang's stomach instantly churned, and he felt like vomiting the braised pork rice he'd just eaten. The crossbow in his hand reflexively released, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Yuliang. Lu Xiyu, running, turned back to see Chen Yunliang slumped to the ground in pain. Then, the man walked back toward them. Anger surged within her. There's no escape anyway, so I fight him. Lena, who had been dragging him along, was thrown aside. Lu Xiyu drew the dagger Yin Hong had given her, and unabashedly stabbed the man in the neck. A life or death situation was better than waiting to be killed. Unfortunately, while the wish was beautiful, the reality was bleak. Lu Xiyu was no match for a professionally trained fighter. He wasn't even worthy of a complete destruction. Before the blade even reached the man's neck, Lu Xiyu's hand was grabbed, the grip so strong it felt like the bones in his arm were breaking. Just as the man was about to strike, he suddenly paused at the sight of Lu Xiyu. You're not from the exploration team. The man lifted Lu Xiyu up by the arm, examining her carefully before coming to his conclusion. The exploration team isn't that weak. Lu Xiyu, Haha, thank you for telling me. I wouldn't have known otherwise. Lu Xiyu glared at the man with hostility, and the man continued to sizing him up. Neither of them spoke, a silent standoff. Hiss. It hurts. Lena struggled to get up from the ground, her arms bound, making it particularly difficult. After finally sitting up, she was about to accuse Lu Xiyu of his brutality when she saw both men staring at her. Look! What are you looking at? The man's eyes seemed filled with confusion. You are mercenaries. Lu Xiyu was startled, realizing the man seemed to have instantly recognized the identities of the three of them, and he couldn't help but become suspicious. Who are you? How did you figure out who we are? Lu Xiyu looked at the man warily. The man's gaze returned to Lu Xiyu, and without further pause, he placed her back on the ground. Go ahead. With that, he picked up Lena from the ground and turned toward Chen Yunliang. Although she didn't know why the man suddenly chose to let her go, this wasn't what she wanted. Seeing the man gradually approaching Chen Yunliang, who couldn't even stand, Lu Shiyu gritted her teeth and rushed forward to grab the man. Wait! What the hell do you want? Lu Shiyu tried desperately to hold the man back, but ended up being dragged away. You're not even part of the exploration team, are you? Who are you? The man sighed and forcefully pulled his arm back, causing Lu Shiyu to lose his balance and fall backwards. I never said I was part of the exploration team. If you get in the way again... The man looked back. His gaze suddenly stopped as he caught sight of something. Lu Shiyu fell hard, his butt hurting like a bone was breaking. Ha! It hurts. The man dropped Lena, who he was holding, and she fell to the ground again, mentally cursing the bastard. The man walked up to Lu Shiyu and reached out to pick up something. A small, colorful stone with someone's fingerprint on it. The man's voice was low. Where did you get this? When Lu Shiyu saw the stone in the man's hand, he suddenly realized that the remaining half bag of colored stones he was carrying had accidentally fallen out in the collision, and the colored stones were scattered all over the floor. Lu Shiyu's heart instantly went on fire. He wondered if he was planning to deal with Professor Chen. Absolutely not. They were unlucky to have run into him this time, but he was a complete jerk to have led them to Professor Chen. I won't tell you even if you ask. Don't even think about getting anything out of me. The man tried to threaten or bribe him further, but Lu Shiyu put his hands over his head, his eyes tightly closed, as if he had given up. Even if you kill me, I won't betray my friend. The man's words choked in his throat, remembering that Lu Shiyu was just an ordinary person. He was afraid of getting killed by any means he might use. After a moment's hesitation, the man slowly spoke. I'm definitely not from the exploration team. I'm Yan Ning, a student of Professor Chen's abnormal biology research project. Yan Ning? Chen Yunliang clutched his stomach and stood up. So you're Yan Ning. It would be better if I were eaten alive by the abnormal creatures out there. Yan Ning hadn't expected anyone here to recognize him. He was quite surprised, but quickly thought of a possibility. Have you met Professor Chen? Yes, he even asked us to help find you. Lu Shiyu slowly opened his eyes after hearing Yan Ning's introduction. He said you hadn't returned in so long because you were abducted by the abnormal creatures, and he asked us to see if you were still alive. Yan Ning paused for 2 seconds. Did he really say that? Absolutely. It was just a bit of an artistic twist. A frown crossed Yan Ning's face. It's over. I think the teacher's angry. Although the situation wasn't quite right, Lu Shiyu couldn't help but ask, then why didn't you go back? Because I got lost? Lu Shiyu, Chen Yunliang, It really was because I was lost. And how could I get lost so far that I ended up on the other side of the mountain? Chen Yunliang expertly healed his wound, unceremoniously pushing Yan Ning aside and checking Lu Shiyu's hand. Only then was he relieved to confirm it was unharmed. What? Is your relationship with the teacher? Yan Ning asked nervously. Chen Yunliang said without blinking, Professor Chen and I are from the same family. She's a fan and reader of his books. Yan Ning gasped, a reader and fan of the professor. His books actually sold? Chen Yunliang nodded. Lena, lying on the ground, looked a little dejected. Why are you focusing on that? And why are you suddenly talking about this? Is anyone trying to figure out her fate? She's still on the ground. Anyway, that's basically what happened. Chen Yunliang picked out the important details of their trip and shared them with Yan Ning, giving him a general idea of the situation. Yan Ning paused, lost in thought. No wonder we ran into so many exploration teams today. Lu Shiyu asked, puzzled, you ran into so many today? Where are they? Yan Ning pointed in a direction and said, I knocked them all out, tied them up, and piled them all in one place. The description was like a hunt. Lu Shiyu suddenly remembered the slovenly-looking savage they encountered earlier. Lu Shiyu glanced around and found the man still lying motionless on the ground. Could he be dead? Lu Shiyu cautiously moved over to the man's side. He wasn't wearing the exploration team uniform, nor was he carrying any weapons. He was dressed in the usual, everyday attire of the base. Who was this man? He wasn't from the exploration team, nor from the mercenaries, so why was he here? Lu Shiyu turned him over, facing upward. Chen Yunliang walked over to Lu Shiyu and observed him with her. But when he took in the man's features, his expression suddenly darkened, even darker than when Yan Ning had hit him. Chen Yunliang closed his eyes and turned the man back over. Chapter 73. Chen Yunliang desperately hoped what he saw was an illusion, not reality. Alas, this self-consolation was shattered when Lu Shiyu turned the man over again. Do you know this man? Lu Shiyu studied the man's face and, as if realizing something, said half-jokingly, he looks just like you. He could be like a brother, ha ha ha. But seeing Chen Yuliang's still solemn expression, Lu Shiyu's laughter gradually faded. He couldn't be. Yes, he's my brother. Chen Yuliang took off his glasses and pinched his brows wearily. My brother, from the same father and mother, a real brother. Chen Yuliang dragged Lena over to his brother's side, grabbing her upper body, so she could see the man's face clearly. You know this guy, right? Lena, lying on the ground, tried to feign death but failed. She turned her head away and said stubbornly, I will never reveal my employer's information. Lu Shiyu, Chen Yuliang, Yan Ning, she seems to be copying you. Chen Yuliang tossed Lena aside. Never mind. I've got a rough idea anyway. Lu Shiyu, squatting nearby, looked up and asked, What do you know? The Chen family helicopter was flown by that little bastard and those mercenaries, Chen Yuliang said, kicking the man on the ground. Although I guessed it before, after all, there's no one else in the family as stupid as him. Guessing it long ago is one thing, but seeing it with your own eyes is still infuriating. Chen Yuliang checked and found that he had simply hit his head on the stone and fainted. Nothing serious. Lu Shi was startled. Did your family send him? Does his presence mean your family is plotting something? Chen Yuliang calmly pulled a tissue from his pocket and wiped his foolish brother's face. You're overthinking it. He probably ran away on his own. I don't know how he did it, but his family wouldn't let such an idiot out to work unless they were crazy. Besides, they're more afraid of something happening to this precious child than anyone else. They rather keep him in a sterile room 24/7. How could they possibly let him leave the base? The dirt-stained face was wiped clean, revealing the delicate, pale skin beneath. Lu Shiyu and Lena, who had come closer, both wondered inwardly how pampered this guy must have been to have skin like that. Before they even exchanged glances, Chen Yuliang's action was unexpected. After wiping his brother's face, Chen Yuliang adjusted his angle, grasping his collar with one hand and slapping him in the face with the other. Snap! Lu Shiyu and Lena were startled by this sudden action. Even Yan Ning, who was watching from the side, was surprised. The slap landed, and the tender skin instantly became red and swollen, but he still didn't wake up. Chen Yuliang slapped him several more times, his expression darkening. Lu Shiyu and Yan Ning also noticed something was wrong and hurried over to break up the fight. Lu Shiyu tried to separate the two, still trying to persuade them. Calm down, Chen Yuliang. He's your brother. Yan Ning, that's right. Lu Shiyu, even if he made a mistake, we should wait until he wakes up before we talk. If you have anything to say, just talk it out nicely, don't hit him. Yan Ning, that's right. Lu Shiyu, domestic violence is unacceptable. Yan Ning, right. After being slapped several times, Chen Yuliang's brother slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? Huh? Brother? Seeing he was awake, Chen Yuliang immediately dropped his hand, loosened his grip on his collar, and stood up, responding indifferently, yeah. Brother. Chen Yuliang's brother lunged forward, but Chen Yuliang blocked him and shoved him away with a ruthless, disgusted look. Get away from me. You're so dirty. Chen Yuliang's brother looked down and realized, belatedly, that his clothes were filthy beyond recognition. Ah! My clothes? Why does my face hurt? Brother, can you help me see if I got hit by something? Why does it hurt so much? Chen Yuliang's brother leaned forward, and everyone except him could clearly see that both of his cheeks were red and swollen from the beating. Chen Yuliang glanced at him casually, then said, nothing. Maybe I'm allergic to something. Chen Yuliang's brother was skeptical. Really? But this doesn't feel like my usual allergies. Chen Yuliang interrupted him. Come on, you have a lot of allergies. Who knows what you've come into contact with? It might just be a new allergy you haven't encountered before. What's the point of making such a fuss? Chen Yuliang's brother lowered his head and sighed in grievance. The scene stunned the three witnesses. Yan Ning asked Lu Shiyu, is everyone in your team like this? Lena looked at Lu Shiyu, your teammates just assaulted my employer. Lu Shiyu, Don't ask me, I know nothing. In a corner where Chen Yuliang couldn't see, Chen Yuliang's brother's eyes turned red with resentment, but as soon as Chen Yuliang turned around, his innocent expression returned. Chen Yuliang put his hands in his pockets and glanced at him disdainfully. You're such an adult, and you still need me to introduce myself? Chen Yuliang's younger brother looked at the three people watching the fun, cleared his throat, and said, Hello, I'm Chen Yuliang's younger brother, Chen Yunyu. Lu Shi pointed at Lena on the ground and asked, Did you hire them? Chen Yunyu turned to look at Lena's face, and after a long moment, he remembered, I think there are people like that in the team. Lena was annoyed. Can't you even remember what the people you went out with look like? Qin Yunyu, as if frightened by her, quickly hid behind Qin Yunliang, pointing at her and accusing her. Brother, she's so mean to me. I gave them so much money, and they're still so rude. Lena gritted her teeth in anger, but when she remembered the captain's words about not being rude to the employer and meeting the requirements of the mission, she suppressed her anger. Forget it, I won't bother with rich fools. Qin Yunliang mercilessly pulled Chen Yunyu out from behind. That's enough. Let me ask you, what exactly are you trying to do out here? What's outside the base worth going to all that trouble to sneak out? Qin Yunyu fell silent, pretending not to hear Qin Yuliang's question. He lowered his head and picked at the dirt between his fingernails. You won't tell me? Qin Yunliang sneered. If you don't, I hand you over to the leader of the exploration team and have him take you back to the base to see Grandpa. Oh, stop it! I'm just kidding. Qin Yunyu, upon hearing this, immediately became anxious. He grabbed Qin Yuliang's sleeve and unleashed the entire story. According to him, he overheard a conversation among his elders at home. Although he didn't catch the details, the general idea was that they were organizing a group to go outside the base, not just to bring them back, but to be more precise, to capture them. The entire Flying Eagle squad was now wanted criminals, and even their father didn't dare to ask for the specifics. The man who spoke to his father was an uncle from the family, working within the base administration. His purpose in speaking to his father was to urge the Chen family to stay out of this matter, to prevent them from trying to protect Qin Yunliang after he was arrested. According to that man, if the Chen family wanted to maintain their current position in the base, they had to stay out of everything. After a long period of thinking, Chen Yunyu came to a conclusion. Someone was trying to frame Qin Yunliang. And this time, the Chen family couldn't protect him. It was likely that he was in grave danger. In a fit of madness, Qin Yunyu secretly went to the black market and spent a year's worth of pocket money to hire a top-notch team. Somehow, he managed to deceive the helicopter operator into thinking he was coming on behalf of the Chen family's patriarch, leading to his chaotic departure. Even as he set out, the base was still organizing other exploration teams, which is why Qin Yunyu arrived before the base's personnel. The process was outrageous and illogical, but Qin Yunyu pulled it off, making the whole thing even more incredible. After recounting his actions, Qin Yunyu said smugly, "But we're brothers after all. If you beg me, I can still help you. If you're polite, I can even plead with your family on your behalf." Chen Yunyu said expressionlessly, "Oh, so how are you going to help me?" "That's easy. I take you back to the base secretly. I find you a vacant room under my name, and you can hide there for a while. If that doesn't work, I just change my identity. Once the storm has blown over, everything will be fine. So how are you going to get me back to the base?" "Of course, by..." At this point, Qin Yunyu paused. He suddenly remembered that the Qin family helicopter had been torn to pieces by vines when they landed. Forget about taking Chen Yunyang back secretly. Even he need to figure out how to get back himself. Seeing Chen Yunyu frozen in place, Chen Yunyang sighed. He should have known this would happen. After all, he tailored the helicopter crash plan for Qin Yunyu. However, while Qin Yunyu himself was useless, the information he brought was crucial. The Eagle squad was wanted. Even though he suspected the exploration team's ill intentions, Qin Yunyang hadn't expected them to be there to capture them. While it wasn't clear who was harming them, it was clear they had no intention of letting them return alive. The mission was nominally to arrest them, but in reality, once they boarded the helicopter, they would likely die on the way back due to resistance, other reasons, or accidents. That's why someone had gone ahead to warn the Qin family members. He wouldn't have waited for them to come to his rescue, and he would have died on the way. He only accepted a simple mission, so how could it have escalated into so much trouble? Qin Yuliang's head was spinning. The three people beside him were a little confused, but they got the general idea. The base wants to arrest them. What did they do? Yin Ning asked Lu Shiyu. Did your team get into trouble? I don't know, Lu Shiyu shook his head. But I feel something's wrong. Tang Ziyu and the others aren't the type to do that. There must be something fishy going on. Yin Ning simply glanced at her without commenting, then turned to ask about Lena. I heard from your teammate's brother that this person is also a mercenary, right? Yes, there are 3 others with her. Yin Ning looked at Lena, who was trying to roll away from the ground, and asked Lu Shiyu what he planned to do with her. Deal with her? I haven't decided yet. Lu Shiyu pulled Lena back and said, I plan to hand her over to Tang Ziyu and let him make the decision. Yin Ning looked at Lu Shiyu meaningfully and said, if you don't want her to die, I don't recommend handing her over to anyone in the exploration team. Chapter 74. Lu Shiyu glanced at Lena in confusion. Lena was very self-aware of her situation, and looked away guiltily. Is it that serious? Don't you know? Yan Ning raised an eyebrow and asked, what do these mercenaries usually do? Lu Shiyu thought carefully. She usually worked diligently in her small restaurant. She knew little about the black market, and had never been involved in the black industry. This was her first encounter with mercenaries. As for their daily work, she really had no idea. Seeing her bewildered expression, Yan Ning explained, there are shady dealings going on within the base, including mercenaries. Some high-ranking officials need items from outside the base, such as rare animal bones or precious furs. These items can't be brought into the base through legitimate channels. The base has a policy of releasing a small number of positions. These positions were originally reserved for field research by experimental personnel, but through behind-the-scenes manipulation, they were secretly transferred to the hands of powerful individuals. Those individuals hire individuals with powerful superpowers, granting them positions so they can legally enter and exit the base, bringing back what they desire and paying them hefty rewards. Despite the immense risks, some fearless individuals will accept the missions, driven by the high commissions and the benefits. Thus, mercenaries, once a profession primarily active in the dark world, have been revived in this disaster-ridden world. Lu Shi was stunned. He asked, and what then? How does this relate to the exploration team? These crimes shouldn't warrant immediate death, right? Of course not. At most, they'd be imprisoned until they die of old age, Yan Ning said, glancing at Lena, who dared not look up. Because this is just the mercenary business on the surface. The real secret of making huge profits lies deeper. Yan Ning took a deep breath and began to describe the darker side of mercenaries. Sometimes, exploration teams would go to some dangerous places to bring back precious research materials, whether plants, animals, or minerals. Often, by the time they finished collecting, they were covered in wounds. Healing abilities have always been a scarce commodity. Most exploration teams don't have healers, so they're at their weakest when they return. Hearing this, Lu Shiyu suddenly had a sinister thought and turned to look at Lena, who remained silent and with her head bowed. Sometimes they're commissioned by their employers, and sometimes they're simply driven by greed. They rob and kill exploration teams carrying precious materials, then take those materials back to their base and sell them on the black market. They might earn more from a single operation than they would from a year's worth of missions. Furthermore, since exploration teams have a low mortality rate, and the area outside their base is deserted, killing and disposing of bodies goes largely undetected. The risk is low, the reward is high, and the profits are immeasurable. Thus, some powerful mercenary teams will ambush returning exploration teams. They're driven by money, and birds die for food. While not every exploration team carries precious materials, locating one can be a windfall, which directly increases the exploration team's mortality rate by several points. Lu Shiyu was a little incredulous. Perhaps it was because Lena looked too ordinary, and it was hard for her to equate her with some vicious desperado. But judging by Lena's reaction, her mercenary team had definitely done this kind of thing quite often. The sudden rise in the death rate caught the base's attention. After investigation, they discovered that such a group of people dared to engage in such activities. Although the base sent personnel to eliminate the mercenaries lurking outside the base, for some unknown reason, they did not also eradicate the mercenaries inside. The matter was left absurdly unresolved. However, the other exploration teams did not intend to let the mercenaries go. From then on, the exploration teams tacitly adhered to an unwritten rule. If you encounter a mercenary, kill them immediately. Lu Shiyu swallowed. Then, if it was an accidental killing of a mercenary who hadn't committed those acts, what will the mercenaries do? Nothing, Yan Ning replied calmly. Didn't the mercenaries show no mercy when they killed the exploration team? Besides, they were exploiting loopholes in the first place, so even if they were killed, no one would dare report them to the police. After that, the relationship between the mercenaries and the exploration team deteriorated, and the exploration team decided to rather kill the wrong ones than let them go. Yan Ning glanced at Lena. If your family and friends were killed by them, you would also give up worrying about whether they actually did those things. Yan Ning had just finished speaking, and before Lu Shiyu could say anything, Lena suddenly got up and ran away, trying to escape while the two were off guard. The next second, an arrow pierced Lena's calf. Ah! Lena fell to the ground, clutching her leg and wailing in pain. Qin Yunliang calmly lowered his crossbow and glared at Lena coldly. Who told you to leave? Lu Shiyu glanced at the sullen Qin Yunliang with a complicated expression, then at Lena, who lay wailing in agony on the ground. With a helpless sigh, he walked over and squatted beside her. Are your powers still usable? Lena's face was brimming with tears, and she shook her head vigorously. Her powers had been forcibly drained multiple times, and recovery would take longer than usual. Then bear with it. I don't have any anesthetic. Lena was about to say something when Lu Shiyu deftly broke the arrow and pulled it out of her calf. Lena, unable to stop herself from the pain, collapsed to the ground. Before she could move, Lu Shiyu expertly staunched the bleeding and bandaged the wound. All right, heal yourself once your powers have recovered. Qin Yunliang probably won't treat you, Lu Shiyu couldn't help but advise. While I can't guarantee our captain won't do anything to you, you better not keep thinking about escaping, or you suffer. Lu Shiyu faintly heard Lena's lips tremble as she whispered something. Lu Shiyu leaned in closer and asked what she wanted to say. I have anesthetic in my suitcase. Oh, it hurts. Lu Shiyu looked at the medical kit beside him. He opened it, took in the tightly packed array of medicines, including the prominently listed anesthetic, and was silent for 2 seconds. Speak earlier next time. Did you even give me a chance? Lena, in her excitement, pulled at her wound, crying out in pain again. Lu Shiyu found a sturdy wooden stick for her to use as a crutch. Yan Ning asked Qin Yunliang, "What are you going to do next?" Qin Yunliang paused for a moment, then said, "I want to go check on the captain and the others first. After all, so many people have arrived, and I'm worried." Before Qin Yunliang could finish his words, a loud bang echoed from afar, shaking the surrounding trees and sending leaves rustling down. Lu Shiyu plucked the fallen leaves from his head and asked nervously, "Did something happen to Tang Ziyu and the others?" Qin Yunliang's face also wore a serious expression. They couldn't see the extent of the distant fighting from here, but judging by the noises just now, the situation was beginning to escalate beyond normal. "I've decided we should go over and take a look," Lu Shiyu said. "Okay, then let's go now." Qin Yunliang nodded. "Okay, you guys get busy. I need to get back to see how the teacher is doing." Yan Ning waved his hand and prepared to leave when Lu Shiyu patted his shoulder from behind. "Wait a moment." Yan Ning turned around, puzzled, and asked, "Anything else? You don't want your teacher to know you beat us up, do you?" Yan Ning's forehead was covered in sweat. "What do you mean?" Lu Shiyu knew he was right when he saw his reaction. When they had been together before, Professor Chen had often called Tang Ziyu and his group rude barbarians, all about fighting and killing. He seemed to have a strong aversion to warmongers and a strong dislike for fighting. Such a conservative man would surely discipline his students against fighting. Judging from Yan Ning's reaction when he learned they knew Professor Chen, he must be in awe of him. Students fear most when someone complains to their teacher or parents. Professor Chen is both their teacher and a parental figure, so that makes things much easier. Lu Shiyu's eyes curved. "Nothing, I just want to ask a favor." Yan Ning became wary. "What favor?" "There are too many people sent from the base, and we're short-handed. Come and help handle this." Yan Ning struggled to leave. "No. The teacher would be furious if he found out." Lu Shiyu clung to Yan Ning tightly, refusing to let go. "If we tell your teacher you hit someone, he'd be mad too." "You? How old are you? And you're still telling tales. So boring. Anyway, I won't let go until you agree." Yan Ning lost control of her strength and yanked Lu Shiyu off. Lu Shiyu probably didn't expect him to pull her off so easily, falling defenselessly to the ground. Yan Ning suddenly felt a little panicked when she saw her fall, but Lu Shiyu remained motionless after the fall. "Hey you." "Ah." Lu Shiyu rolled over, clutching her arm. "It hurts." "My hand." "Ah." Yan Ning was startled by Lu Shiyu's sudden cry and immediately tried to step forward to check, but Lu Shiyu dodged her. Tears welled in Lu Shiyu's eyes, and he choked with accusations. "I'm going to tell your teacher." Yan Ning choked, but after all, he had been the one to hit her, and he scratched his head, admitting defeat. "Woo-woo. Okay, I help you, won't I?" Lu Shiyu looked up and sniffed. "Really?" "Really," Yan Ning said, his heart choking from the sobbing. "Stop crying. Let's go find your teammates and get you treated." Lu Shiyu stumbled to his feet and limped over to Qin Yunliang's side, looking genuinely injured. Qin Yunliang glanced behind Lu Shiyu, and Yan Ning wisely turned his back. "Is it necessary to fight so hard?" Qin Yunliang said indifferently. "Well, isn't it just to trick him into helping you?" Lu Shiyu rolled up his sleeves and said, "He looks like a good fighter, and he has such powerful abilities. He's a significant help." Qin Yunliang lowered his head, holding Lu Shiyu's arm and looking at the bruises above it. "Did you pinch yourself?" Qin Yunliang pinched Lu Shiyu's arm and said, "You're not hurt at all." Lu Shiyu glanced back guiltily, only to be reassured when Yan Ning wasn't looking. "Keep your voice down. It took me ages to pinch you. Chen Yunliang gave Lu Shiyu a quick inspection, and confirmed that the only injury on her body was the bruise she inflicted herself. The tears she shed were also caused by the pain, intended to deceive Yan Ning. Because Lu Shiyu usually had such an honest image, even Chen Yunliang hadn't suspected she was faking it. Chen Yunliang was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you become so bad. That's called outsmarting. Chapter 75. Tang Ziyu panted heavily, the flaming wings behind him blazing even more fiercely. His flaming spears seemed to be still embroiled in the battle, clamoring to consume everything. Gazing at the direction the captain was falling, Tang Ziyu was filled with confusion. He had intended to quickly resolve the battle with the captain and reinforce the two men below, but the captain proved too formidable, and Tang Ziyu had no way of withdrawing. So, he planned to use the flames to temporarily force the enemy back, allowing him to descend. By then, with three opposing factions on the ground fighting each other, the pressure on them would be reduced, and he might even be able to watch the two groups engage in a fight. Tang Ziyu then concentrated his supernatural powers, and summoned several fire dragons composed of blazing flames. The dragons roared to the sky, demonstrating their might, and charged towards the captain. Although the captain was protected by the golden wind, he was thrown dozens of meters away, so far that by the time the fire dragons dissipated, the two men would be nothing more than a black dot. Just as Tang Ziyu was about to descend, he saw the captain plummet from the sky and disappear into the woods. Tang Ziyu paused, waiting in midair for a moment, but the captain still couldn't take flight. He vanished as if he had fallen into another dimension. What was going on? Tang Ziyu didn't think the fire dragons he just summoned had the power to defeat the captain, but why had the captain suddenly given up on him? Tang Ziyu looked in the direction the captain had disappeared, remembering that it seemed to be the location of the meteorite crater. Could it be that the meteorite crater had revealed something more important? Before he could think about it, Tang Ziyu's attention was drawn back by the sounds of fighting below. More pressing now was ending the battle, so he spread his flaming wings and let himself fall freely, plummeting towards the ground at a rapid speed. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Tang Ziyu adjusted his body. The flames beneath his feet dragged him to the ground smoothly, and he appeared in the center of the battlefield with a swagger. Captain! Xiao Xingyang, in his excitement, nearly hit Yan Hong with his knife. The enraged Yan Hong kicked him from behind, and he stumbled and slid to his knees in front of Tang Ziyu. Captain! Someone here is bullying the weak. Other members of the exploration team. ? You mean you two killed so many of us and seriously injured the commander, and now you're saying we're bullying you? Tang Ziyu pulled Xiao Xingyang off his lap with disgust. Alright, I get it. Don't wipe the blood on my pants. Tang Ziyu raised his hand and summoned his flame spear. A wave of heat instantly swept across the battlefield, causing even the surrounding leaves and vines to wilt. The rest of the exploration team immediately sensed something was amiss. The person before them had such powerful abilities that they could detect their fluctuations without even needing any sense of perception. The heat, like magma, felt once and for all, a feeling that would never be forgotten. Some in the crowd had already recognized Tang Ziyu. Others had only heard of him, but were seeing him in person for the first time. After witnessing such a stark disparity, some began to retreat, thinking of slipping away unnoticed. He had taken a few steps, feeling relieved, when a hand reached out to block his path. Don't be a deserter. The man, smiling broadly, stepped in front of him. He looked up, only to see the guard perched high up give him a cold glance. At that moment, several men had suddenly formed around the guard, protecting him. One of them was the one who came to stop him. The man opened his mouth to argue, but was ruthlessly cut off. Well, you don't want to be punished according to the rules for disobeying orders, do you? Hearing the punishment, the man finally shut up. The man smiled and pushed him back into the crowd, returning to the guards. How many are left? Not many. Those connected to those people, those planted there, are almost all dead. There are only a few left, and the rest are basically ours. Stop after you've dealt with that kid Tang Ziyu, the guard said, idly twisting the vines into the shape of a chair. Don't kill innocent people. Yes. The man standing next to the guards maintained a smile throughout, but his eyes were devoid of a smile. He watched the one-sided slaughter below with emotionless eyes. Tang Ziyu swung his gun, a flame blazing, instantly igniting several unfortunate individuals standing near the front. The flame spread with incredible speed after landing on the people, engulfing them whole in the blink of an eye. Those caught in the flames immediately fell to the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames by rolling around. Strangely, the flames seemed to cling to their bodies with a sense of consciousness, not spreading even a fraction onto the grass, and the flames themselves remained unchanged. After a series of painful howls, The men were finally reduced to charcoal. Those with water powers didn't even have time to save them before everything was over. The terrifying flame successfully intimidated everyone, preventing them from approaching. Tang Ziyu raised his hand again, only to hear a familiar voice call out to him. That's enough. Do you really want to kill everyone I brought with you? Blades stabbed from all sides, but Yan Ning dodged sideways, avoiding any damage as the blades pierced his body. Just as the besiegers thought they had succeeded, they pulled out the knives stabbed into Yan Ning's body, preparing to watch him die, when the next moment, Yan Ning raised his hand and touched the two of them. As they stared in bewilderment, he activated his supernatural power, transferring the damage. The two men, who had been perfectly fine just a moment before, were nearly dead in the blink of an eye. Blood spurted from every part of their bodies, and most importantly, their internal organs were damaged, the damage far more severe than what was apparent on the outside. Yan Ning dusted off his knees and stood up unharmed. He had already transferred several of his own stab wounds to the two men through contact, leaving himself unharmed, save for the slight bleeding from the injuries. The others saw the stab wounds appearing out of nowhere on their companions' bodies, and noticed Yan Ning standing there as if nothing had happened. Although they didn't understand the cause, they could see the problem. Everyone, step back. Don't let this guy get to you. Several men instantly distanced themselves from Yan Ning, but Yan Ning retreated instead, pressing forward. One of them, seeing there was still some distance between them, swung his knife at Yan Ning's arm just out of reach. Without your hand, I see how you use your powers. Yan Ning remained composed. The moment the long knife struck his shoulder, his hand also touched the ground, leaving a deep, long gash in the dirt. If this had struck an ordinary person, an arm would have been severed instantly. Taking advantage of the other party's surprise, Yan Ning had already moved closer, now close enough. Yan Ning drew out his short knife, and quickly and decisively slashed the other man's neck. Yan Ning then used the same technique to dispatch several others in quick succession. In a situation like Yan Ning's, where a hit from him truly hurts, while a hit from you leaves him unharmed, the chances of him losing are slim unless he's absolutely dominated. After Yan Ning finished, the four people hiding in the back applauded in unison. Awesome. I didn't expect you to be so clean. One man takes on a whole group, taking no damage at all. If you'd known you were so skilled, we would have let you fight them one-on-one. Yan Ning wiped the blood from his face, looked at the others happily watching the spectacle, and sighed helplessly. Didn't you say you were just here to help? Why am I the only one fighting? Lu Shi poked his finger guiltily. Well, look, there are three of us, two healers, a cook, and a young master who knows nothing. It's a bit awkward for us to fight, isn't it? Cook? Yan Ning asked, puzzled. Who's the cook? Lu Shi raised his hand weakly. I'm. Who brings a cook with them when they go out? Yan Ning glanced at Chen Yunliang. While I know you second generations from wealthy families have been spoiled since childhood, you don't have to be so spoiled that you bring a cook with you, right? Chen Yunliang made the sign of an X, rejecting the accusation. Let me clarify, I wasn't the one who hired her as a cook. Not you? Yan Ning was puzzled. Is there anyone on your team with more to do than you? How would I know why the captain suddenly hired someone to cook? You have to ask him. Lina tugged at Lu Shiyu's sleeve and whispered, Aren't you part of the exploration team? Lu Shiyu scratched his head and said, When did I ever say I was? You? Chen Yunyu on the other side also tugged at Lu Shiyu's sleeve. Didn't my brother hire you? No. Chen Yunyu let go of his hand in disappointment. I thought he was living a decent life, but he's just like those people. Chen Yunliang tugged at Chen Yunyu's ear. I heard everything. It hurts, it hurts. Yan Ning looked around, making sure no one was around, and then asked which way to go next. It should be that way. Chen Yunliang pointed in a direction. I remember we separated from each other. The group walked in that direction. After walking a distance, they actually saw a large area of fallen trees. Confirming they were their destination, they quickened their pace. Tang Ziyu. We're bringing you reinforcements. Lu Shiyu had just started to shout, but stopped short when he saw the scene before him. Tang Ziyu, Yin Hong, Xiao Xingyang, and a middle-aged man she didn't recognize were sitting on chairs fashioned from twisted tree roots, sheltered by a vine awning. There was even a small table in the middle, upon which sat a tea set. The most outrageous thing was that there was actual tea in the set, steaming. After hearing Lu Shiyu's voice, they all looked over, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What are you doing? The others who arrived shortly afterward were also struck by the scene. Did we just find the poisonous mushrooms when we came here? Did we? I didn't feel any. Guanwei looked at Tang Ziyu and asked they are. Tang Ziyu introduced the group, They're also members of the Flying Eagle squad, But it seems there are a few more of them. Hearing they were acquaintances, Guan Wei finally released the vines he had secretly hidden in the treetops and said casually, "Since we know them, let them come over." Tang Ziyu pretended not to notice Guan Wei's subtle movements, stood up, walked over to Lu Xiu and Qin Yunliang, and briefly explained the current situation. The two men were stunned by what they heard, their faces filled with shock, occasionally glancing at Guan Wei, who was sipping tea nearby. "Are you saying the person leading this team is also related to your family?" "I guess so. My family is quite large, but we don't get together much except during Chinese New Year." Qin Yunliang regained his composure, pushed his glasses, and said, "Captain, now it's our turn to suspect you got in through the back door." Tang Ziyu, If I had gotten in through the back door, I wouldn't be here risking my life with you all, but sitting in a high-level office drinking tea." The guard next to him sneezed suddenly. Chapter 76. The teacups on the table were steaming, but no one reached for them. Lu Xiu glanced at the people sitting to his left and right, feeling the absurdity of the situation. The Eagle Squad, the former exploration team, now wanted criminals, the mercenaries with a grudge against the exploration team, the commander who was apprehending the wanted criminals, and an ordinary cook. The average person probably couldn't imagine how these people could sit together and drink tea without getting into a fight. Guan Wei brought the teacup to his lips, blew gently to remove the steam, and glanced up at the absent-minded people. "If you don't drink it now, it get cold." Lu Xiu saw Tang Ziyu pick up a cup and followed suit. Just holding it in his hand, he could smell the faint fragrance of tea. Lu Xiu didn't need to look at Yin Hong to guess what she was thinking. She was probably calculating the manpower and material resources required to make such high-quality tea, and then she started to complain in her mind about the rich pretending to be so naive. As expected, Yin Hong picked up the cup and downed it in one gulp, like a cow chewing a peony. Then, she put the cup back down and sat back down, continuing to stare at Guan Wei. Guan Wei wasn't annoyed by the stare, but simply asked Tang Ziyu, "What are your plans next?" "I haven't decided yet." "What's the situation at the base?" "It's not optimistic." "I suggest you don't go back yet. With so many charges combined, you'd probably be sentenced to life in prison." Tang Ziyu frowned slightly. "While those fabricated charges can be cleared up, I'd like to know why. Who is planning to attack the Flying Eagle squad?" "I don't know who it is, but I've discussed it with the tribe members, and you're not their real target. Since we're not the real target and haven't committed any actual crime, why can't we just go back to base?" Guan Wei, in turn, looked puzzled. "Who said you're gone?" Guan Wei pointed to the battlefield still being mopped up in the back and said, "You killed all those people." "Wait, what do you mean?" Guan Wei spread his hands. "You disobeyed orders and killed so many people trying to capture us. You're in big trouble." Tang Ziyu was speechless. Guan Wei shook his head and said, "I'm not trying to cover up for you. With so many people, I have to be incredibly skilled to handle it. So, I can only report the truth when I get back. I report you for disobeying orders and killing people trying to capture us." Xiao Xingyang leaned over to Yin Hong and muttered, "You really got in through the back door. You're completely incompetent." Tang Ziyu lowered his head and sipped his tea, not complaining at all about Guan Wei's actions. Even if Guan Wei didn't say it, he knew he had done everything he could to help him. Guan Wei's position at the base was practically a retirement benefit, his daily duties confined to his office, reviewing documents and feeling bored. It wasn't that Guan Wei was incompetent, but rather that he was too lazy to risk his life. Yet, he was in command of this capture operation, demonstrating his considerable effort and connections. Otherwise, this mission would have never fallen to him. Guan Wei, through the Flying Eagle squad, eliminated numerous individuals, countless of whom were tainted by other factions. If they had been brought back, those forces might have resorted to some means to kill them en route. While Guan Wei's actions might have been seen as an attempt to eliminate dissidents, the outcome was ultimately beneficial to them. The remaining individuals were either Guan Wei's men or unsuspecting members, and the two groups simply put on a show to deceive them. Tang Ziyu noticed that Guan Wei's clothes weren't neatly dressed, but rather baggy. He remembered Guan Wei as a meticulous man, never taking such an important matter as attire lightly. "What happened today?" "You're talking about that?" Guan Wei lifted his shirt, revealing the tightly wrapped bandages underneath. "That was done by your good teammate. Very capable. Although they couldn't defeat me head-on, they still found other ways to deal with me. Especially that little girl, she nearly split my heart in two." After that, Guan Wei calmly sipped his tea. Tang Ziyu turned to look at Yin Hong. The two people who had been chattering and complaining about Guan Wei suddenly became silent, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. How could they have known this person was related to their captain? They should have told them they were acquaintances. Yin Hong covered her face to avoid Tang Ziyu's expression. She was even prepared to forfeit her salary for this mission to pay for medical expenses. Tang Ziyu said nothing more. After glancing at the two of them, he turned back. If you don't mind, I happen to have healing abilities and can help heal your wound. Qin Yunliang volunteered, intending to help his teammates clean up the mess, but Guan Wei waved him off without a second thought. No, I still have a use for this wound, Guan Wei said, straightening his collar. If the operation fails, that's fine, but if I return unscathed, that's a real dilemma. What if the people at base think I'm in cahoots with you? I need this wound to prove my innocence, so let it be. Lena, sitting in the corner, couldn't understand why she was even here. And was she really allowed to hear any of this? Oh, no one would believe her anyway. Lena took a sip of tea when she heard the conversation turn to her. What are you going to do with this mercenary? Guan Wei said pointedly, after all, I'm on the same ship with the exploration team. Due to my position, I can't take her back to base. You just be a burden if you keep her. Or how about finding a way to get rid of her? So many people have died here, one more or one less won't make a difference. Guan Wei's nonchalant words frightened Lena so much that her hair stood on end. It had finally come to this. She knew they wouldn't let her go. Tang Ziyu looked down at her teacup, as if considering. Guan Wei's proposal was feasible. Lu Shiyu glanced at the anxious Lena and spoke weakly. Well, she has healing powers, and quite impressive ones. Lu Shiyu said nervously, why don't you see if she's willing to undergo forced labor or something? Guan Wei couldn't help but pique his interest at Lu Shiyu's words. Healing powers? A healer? A healer actually becoming a mercenary. Guan Wei looked at Lena and asked with a smile, are you short of money? Lena wasn't sure what Guan Wei was thinking, but she really wanted to live, so she nodded casually. If you're short of money, you do that kind of thing. At such a young age, lacking ability is one thing, but a lack of character is a bigger problem. Lena immediately realized she answered incorrectly, and hurriedly shook her head to explain. No. That's not what I meant. Lu Shiyu held her hand, asking her to speak slowly. Lena swallowed and finally spoke slowly. Actually, I wasn't a mercenary originally. I wanted to sign up for the exploration team. Oh. Then why did you choose to become a mercenary instead of following your own ideas and joining the exploration team? Guan Wei said, pouring himself another cup of tea. Because I was scammed. Lena's voice choked with sobs. That bastard on the black market said he had a way to get me in. He promised to guarantee me a spot on the exploration team, or return all my money if I didn't. Xiao Xingyang also became curious. So what happened next? He sold me out. Lena finally couldn't hold back her tears. He knew I had healing abilities, so he sold me to a mercenary. Those mercenaries said they paid the full amount to the intermediary, and would kill me if I tried to escape. Later, those mercenaries were ripped off by other, more powerful mercenaries. I was sold several times before I ended up on this team. I really don't want to do this anymore. Lena sobbed uncontrollably, looking so miserable that she silenced the others. There's no need for someone with healing powers to join the exploration team. Just relying on her healing powers alone would have allowed her to bypass most of her other limitations and join the team directly. But the assessment has led to so much trouble. It's truly heartbreaking. Yin Hong couldn't help but mutter, that sounds terrible. Qin Yunliang pushed his glasses and said, don't be too quick to believe it. It might be fake. Tang Ziyu pondered for a moment, before deciding to ask Guan Wei for his opinion. Guan Wei, his ears aching from the noise, simply gagged Lena with vines. That sounds quite complicated, Guan Wei said, shaking his teacup slightly. From a legal perspective, she still bears some responsibility in this case. But since she's not primarily responsible, it's much easier to handle. Guan Wei released the vines covering Lena and asked, can you still find the black agent who sold you? Lena nodded vigorously. I never forget that bastard's face. Okay, you can identify him when we get back. Once you find him, you won't have to worry about your life. Lena's expression instantly brightened. Guan Wei added, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. You have to serve a long prison sentence. That's fine, I can accept it. What about her accomplices? I mean the remaining 3 mercenaries, Xiao Xingyang asked. They should still be hiding in the woods. We need to find them. Are you going to arrest them? Guan Wei, that's too much trouble. Don't worry about it. Let them fend for themselves. There's no one else around here anyway. Guan Wei stretched and asked lazily, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'm going back. The wound will scab over if I'm late. Well, since there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Guanwei pretended not to hear, and stood up to leave without looking back. Before leaving, he only said, "You can figure out how to proceed. I have other things to attend to. I'm very busy." The helicopter that was supposed to pick up Guanwei and the others had returned to the clearing, waiting for the people below to climb up the rope ladder. As a criminal suspect, Lena was naturally taken away as well. Before leaving, Lena quietly took something out of her first aid kit and handed it to Lu Xiu. Her eyes were still red from crying, and tears were in the corners of her eyes. She glanced at Lu Xiu deeply and followed Guanwei into the helicopter. Before leaving, Guanwei dragged Chen Yunyu, who had been silent and trying to remain invisible, away with him. Chen Yunyu cried bitterly, saying he didn't want to leave, but no one cared what he thought and dragged him onto the helicopter despite his tears. After everyone had left, Lu Xiu opened her palm and looked at the thing Lena had slipped her. A potion that looked like a ballpoint pen. Lu Xiu searched it over and over, but couldn't find the instructions. Lena hadn't explained how to use it either. With everyone else on the ground, she couldn't put it into her space, so she just stuffed it into her pocket and waited to study it later. Seeing the others withdraw, the rest of the Flying Eagle squad gathered to discuss their next plan. "Captain, it seems we can't go back. What should we do?" Yin Hong asked worriedly. Tang Ziyu shook his head, indicating he didn't know. "We don't even know what those who plotted against us are planning, let alone how to counterattack." Hearing that Tang Ziyu had no solution, the others' morale plummeted further. "So what should we do next? We can't just sit here and wait it out." Tang Ziyu looked toward a distant spot and said, "I do have a plan." During the battle with the mercenary captain, he suddenly landed in the direction of the meteorite crater and hasn't emerged since. "Just in case, I want to go check out what's going on over there." Yan Ning's expression suddenly grew a little strange after hearing Tang Ziyu's words, but since it was just his suspicion, he didn't say anything. After a whole day of thrilling adventures, everyone was exhausted and their stomachs were growling with hunger. At this moment, Lu Xiu pulled a lunch box filled with braised pork and rice from his bag. To the others, it was like a savior for their stomachs. They didn't even wait for Lu Xiu to ask Tang Ziyu to heat it up before they began to devour it. Chapter 77. "It's right here. Why can't we find it?" As the group pushed through the brush, Lu Xiu glimpsed something ahead. They approached and found the meteorite crater they were looking for. Tang Ziyu walked in front. The trees surrounding the crater had been burned to black ash by the intense heat of the meteorite's impact, leaving a bare patch of ground that stood out prominently. As soon as he entered, Tang Ziyu spotted a particularly conspicuous small pit in the ground. It didn't seem very large near the crater, but as he got closer, he realized it could easily fit an adult. Yin Hong walked around the area and returned to the group, shrugging and saying, "Didn't they say the mercenary captain fell nearby? How come there's no one there?" Qin Yunliang, "That happened yesterday. They must have left long ago." Yin Hong scratched her hair and suddenly spotted a set of footprints heading towards the woods on the other side. Yin Hong took a quick look and quickly dismissed her suspicions. These footprints definitely didn't belong to the mercenary captain. They were clearly the hooves of some animal. Yin Hong yawned in disappointment. She slept too late the previous night, so sleep-deprived she wanted to find a place to hide and catch up on some sleep. Just as Yin Hong was trying to think of an excuse to slack off, she suddenly heard a rustling noise coming from behind the bushes nearby. Yin Hong instantly became alert. She looked back and saw that everyone else was quite far away, so she decided to go see what was behind the bushes herself. Parting the brush, Yin Hong saw not some grotesquely deformed creature, nor a human, but a deer. It seemed to be a juvenile deer, not aggressive or afraid of people. It was so bold it dared to approach Yin Hong, only to force her, still in a daze, to fall. "What the hell? A deer? Hey! Get away from me." Everyone was still discussing where the mercenary captain might have gone when they heard Yin Hong's cries. They rushed over, only to see Yin Hong being chased and licked by a fawn. Ordinarily, Yin Hong should have cut the fawn's neck immediately to prevent it from being some deformed creature with malicious intent. However, as the blade touched the fawn's neck, the sight of its clear, lively black eyes and fluttering eyelashes made Yin Hong hesitate, especially since it was acting extremely friendly, its furry head nodding against her, searching for food. The few who had originally planned to rescue her, watching Yin Hong, who appeared to be trying to push him away but never actually lowered her lips, chose to stand and watch. "I didn't expect Yin Hong to actually like this type of animal." Xiao Xinyang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No wonder she insisted on riding that horse-like deformed creature she saw earlier. "Lu Xiu, Is that even possible? And what happened? Did she get to ride it? She did, but the deformed creature crashed into a tree and died. Yanhong couldn't ride it for more than a few seconds. Lu Shiyu, The fawn, perhaps noticing Yanhong had no food, licked its nose with its pink tongue, sniffing the air before quickly locating the people standing nearby. The reddish-brown fawn glided lightly around the group before quickly finding Yanning. Its head, still antlerless, rubbed against Yanning's body until it nudged against his pocket. Yanning hadn't expected the deer's nose to be so sharp. He pulled a half-eaten biscuit from his pocket. This was his emergency rations, long-lasting as long as the packaging wasn't opened. Last time, he was interrupted by a few members of the exploration team halfway through eating them. He casually shoved the unfinished biscuits into his pocket and forgot about them. Unexpectedly, a deer found them. Yanning passed the biscuits to the deer. Its nose twitched, its eyes sparkling like stars. It took an unceremonious bite and began to eat under everyone's gaze. Qin Yunliang adjusted his glasses, a little puzzled. Is this a deer? Xiao Xingyang asked in surprise. Isn't that obvious enough? Qin Yunliang ignored him, rolled his eyes, and walked over to examine the deer. In every way, it looked normal. Too normal, like an ordinary deer on display in a zoo. I don't see any signs of deformity on this deer, Qin Yunliang said, stroking the head of the happily feeding fawn. I can't be sure if there's anything wrong with its internal organs, but at least from the outside, it doesn't look like an animal that's been deformed. The others immediately sensed something was wrong. Lu Shiyu instinctively said, Is this another normal animal? Again? After a moment of surprise, Yanning asked Lu Shiyu, Have you seen any other normal animals without signs of deformity? Where? What do they look like? Have you confirmed their organs are normal? How long ago did you encounter them? Yanhong had risen from the ground at some point, placing herself between the approaching Yanning and Lu Shiyu. Hey, talk nicely. Stop getting so close, okay? It's better to maintain some distance. Yanning realized he had gotten a little too emotional. After calming down, he apologized to Lu Shiyu and asked about the normal animals. It's nothing really. We just came across a rabbit on the way here. Not far from here, Lu Shiyu gestured with his hands. It was about this big, and in every way, it looked just like a normal rabbit. Qin Yunliang even dissected it, and it was a normal rabbit, just like the ones at the base. But we don't know why a normal rabbit appeared there. Yanning listened thoughtfully, then felt something wet on his hand. He looked down, and saw that the deer had finished the biscuits, and was still licking the crumbs from his hand. Yanning dug into his small bag, and pulled out another biscuit. The deer's eyes lit up at the sight of the biscuit, and he eagerly took a bite, but nothing came of it. Yanhong patted the deer's head soothingly. Yanning unwrapped the biscuit, and poured the remaining crumbs into his hand, feeding it to the deer. My teacher and I have been conducting biological research, including the causes of abnormalities in deformed organisms. Yanning said slowly, the Bays discovered early on that the core of biological abnormalities is that genes are irreversibly altered by some external factor, but the specific cause of these changes remains undetermined. Lu Shiyu glanced at the deer and asked, Is it really possible that no normal animals can survive outside the base? I'm not sure, but this is the first time I've encountered a normal animal since I started following my teacher outside the base. Yanning stroked the deer's cheek with his other hand and said, However, based on appearance alone, we can't be sure if it's truly normal. We need further research to confirm the result. Yanhong sensed something was amiss, and immediately pulled the deer toward her. Are you planning to dissect it? The deer, having been enjoying its meal, but suddenly dragged away, reluctantly tried to return to Yanning's biscuit, but Yanhong pinned it down. Seeing the other party had misunderstood, Yanning explained, No, it's too one time. Yanhong had just breathed a sigh of relief when he continued, I plan to take it back to the lab and draw its blood and measure its physical parameters daily. It be kept in a cage in the lab. To ensure the data isn't distorted by food, I only provide it with a scientifically formulated diet. Yanhong, Lu Shiyu held his forehead in his hand. It sounded a bit tragic, and Yanhong's face grew even uglier. Qin Yunliang intervened to smooth things over, saying, Whatever you plan to do, we have to get back to base first. Tang Ziyu asked Yanning when he and Professor Chen planned to return. Yanning calculated the time, and said it was still early. They needed to stay for at least a while longer to complete the documentation of the nearby flora and fauna. Then, I leave this deer to you until you return, Tang Ziyu said, ignoring Yanhong's disapproval. This will be a good time for you to observe its habits. As expected, Yanning accepted the offer and, unknowingly, found a rope and attached it to the deer, making it easier to guide and prevent it from escaping. Yin Hong muttered, who knows what those superstitious researchers will do with it? Tang Ziyu glanced at her. Are you planning to take the deer with you? Yin Hong fell silent. I remember seeing some wolf-like deformed creatures not too far from here, Lu Shiyu said. There were quite a few of them in packs, and they were incredibly ferocious. If you don't believe me, ask Chen Yunliang. Yes, I testify. Chen Yunliang nodded. If we leave it here, there's no telling what might happen to it. So letting Yan Ning take it away might not be a bad idea. Okay then. Yin Hong's resentment finally dissipated a little. After securing the rope, Yan Ning patted the deer and said, actually, you can come to the Research Institute to see it when you have time. The professor has a separate mimicry area that simulates the environment outside the base. It's quite large, and the deformed creatures they occasionally bring back are kept there for observation. Qin Yunliang asked, by the way, why did two normal animals appear so quickly in this area? Lu Shiyu said uncertainly, perhaps there's something unusual around here that's affecting the surrounding animals, causing them to become normal. Well, I'm just guessing. Speaking of unusual things, everyone thought of the meteorite that had been neglected for a while. Perhaps nothing is more unusual than a meteorite. If something nearby truly caused the appearance of normal animals, the meteorite is undoubtedly the most likely suspect. Everyone gathered around the edge of the crater, looking at the large rock lying motionless in the pit. Several people were unsure whether it was the cause. How about we knock off a piece of it and take it as a sample? Xiao Xingyang suggested, it's so big anyway, we can steal a little, and it won't be a problem. With no one objecting, Yin Hong volunteered to be the one to go down into the pit to quarry the stone. Dagger in hand, Yin Hong stood at the edge of the pit, preparing to slide down. But she hadn't slid down far when she suddenly jumped out, or more accurately, escaped. Although she emerged, her movements were clearly less light and graceful than usual, and instead seemed frantic. Yin Hong said nothing after emerging, but her expression was utterly terrified, and she gasped for breath, as if she had just experienced a near-death experience. Even during her battle with the guards, her reaction wasn't this dramatic. Don't go down, absolutely don't go down. Chapter 78. Tang Ziyu frowned and peered into the pit, but saw nothing that could possibly frighten Yin Hong. What's wrong? Such a strong reaction. Xiao Xingyang asked, what did you see? No, not see, I felt, Yin Hong swallowed, pausing for a moment before continuing. There's something wrong with that meteorite. You absolutely mustn't touch it, not even get too close. Just now, I just leaned in closer, and I felt something disappear inside me. It felt like the blood in my body had turned into a dense mass of ants, constantly moving. My joints felt like rusted mechanisms, and the slightest movement was excruciatingly painful. Even my muscles were aching, and I couldn't use any strength. Recalling the feeling just now, Yin Hong still felt a lingering fear. Not only was it physically uncomfortable, but when I tried to use my supernatural powers to quickly get away from it, I felt something disappearing inside me. When I saw the meteorite, I noticed my supernatural powers were draining at an extremely rapid rate. It felt like all the blood in my body was being pumped out by a pump. Hearing Yin Hong's outrageous description, the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Yin Hong, worried they might think her words were too exaggerated, hurriedly said, anyway, stay away from that meteorite. Don't go down the pit. Okay, I'm not disbelieving you. Xiao Xingyang patted the restless Yin Hong on the back and said, it's just that what you said was a bit too scary. That meteorite looked like an ordinary rock. Who could have imagined it was so terrifying? Qin Yunliang and Yan Ning stood at the edge of the crater. The impact of the meteorite had probably dissipated only at the edge of the crater, so they didn't notice it while standing at the edge. But they would feel it once they stepped inside. Qin Yunliang looked at the meteorite, lying quietly in the pit, and asked Yan Ning, who was standing beside him, do you think there's anything wrong with this meteorite? Yan Ning simply replied coldly, that's not part of my major, so I don't know. Really? Qin Yunliang stared at Yan Ning intently. I've spoken with Professor Chen. He said that although you're primarily studying with him now, you tend to read miscellaneous books rather than books on your major. It's not so much that you enjoy studying deformed organisms, as that you're more interested in the causes of these deformities. Qin Yunliang scoffed. You're telling me you don't know? You're kidding. Yan Ning stared at the meteorite in the pit, silent. If you don't tell me, I kick you down from here and see what happens if you touch the meteorite. Yan Ning sighed. Are all the people in your exploration team so rude? I just have a guess, but I don't have any theoretical basis. If I mislead others by sharing it, I might be held responsible. Qin Yunliang put on a gentle smile and said, stop talking nonsense. If you keep playing tricks on me, someone will come after you. Qin Yunyang still hadn't forgotten how he nearly beat him to the point of vomiting yesterday. I suspect the effect of this meteorite is related to biological distortion. It could be that the radiation from this meteorite is causing a high degree of mutation in organisms, affecting and altering their genes, ultimately leading to the so-called distortion. Yin Ning turned to look at Yin Hong, who was still chatting with Xiao Xingyang, Tang Ziyu, Lu Shiyu and others, and said, the reason she felt uncomfortable just now might be because she was affected by the meteorite and almost became distorted. However, because it was brief and there was no direct contact, the situation wasn't particularly serious. Qin Yunyang pushed his glasses and asked, what would happen if a deformed creature were exposed to a meteorite? Would it become deformed again? It's hard to say. Even the idea that the deformation was caused by meteorite radiation is just my personal speculation. Don't bother me with something like this that requires experimental conclusions. Yin Ning stroked the deer's head and said, I do have an irresponsible guess. It's not rigorous or scientific, but guesses are all about wild imagination and boldness. I suspect that if a deformed creature were exposed to a meteorite again, its genes might change again, potentially returning the animal to normal. Qin Yunyang rubbed the deer and said, so you think this deer and the rabbits the team encountered earlier were both transformed by the meteorite and returned to normal? Yin Ning sighed, I've already said it's just an amateur guess. Don't ask me to say it's the final conclusion. The teacher will probably accuse me of being unreliable. Qin Yunyang dropped the subject and moved on to another matter. If Yin Hong's discomfort just now stemmed from the distortion, then humans are also affected by radiation, Qin Yunyang asked, spreading his palms. But why haven't we heard of any human distortion since the distortion disaster began? I don't know. I hate chatting with people who lack a spirit for inquiry. Qin Yunyang's mood was dampened, and he felt more comfortable talking to Lu Shiyu. He turned and returned to the others. That was really scary just now. Give me a rub. As soon as Yin Hong saw the deer, she put her worries aside and happily petted the deer's head. The deer also cooperated by putting its head into Yin Hong's hand. Tang Ziyu asked Qin Yunyang, did you find out anything? Nothing, but what's certain is that although he arrived here before us, he didn't discover the meteorite before us, Qin Yunyang said after a moment's thought. But I'm curious why the base wanted us to search for this meteorite. And why did they suddenly turn against us after completing the mission? Tang Ziyu glanced behind him, making sure Yin Ning wasn't approaching before answering Qin Yunyang's question. Actually, the mission to find the meteorite wasn't assigned by the base. The base laboratory submitted the mission request to the base, and then the base assigned it to us. The base merely acted as an intermediary. The one truly seeking this meteorite was the base laboratory. Laboratory? Qin Yunyang turned his head to look at the pit. Could this rock really be related to the aberration disaster? But that doesn't make sense, Qin Yunyang said, his hand resting on his chin in frustration. If the laboratory could find clues about the aberration disaster from the meteorite, perhaps they could find a way to end the apocalypse. Why would they suddenly change their mind and harm us? Could it be? A bold hypothesis flashed through Qin Yunyang's mind. With an expression of disbelief, he turned to Tang Ziyu and asked, Captain, could it be? Tang Ziyu hummed softly. Someone doesn't want the meteorite to be brought back to the base. At these words, Qin Yunyang's breath hitched for a few seconds, and a terrifying hypothesis formed in his mind. You mean, there are people in the base who don't want the apocalypse to end? That's understandable, Tang Ziyu said, stroking the sword at his side. The situation at the base is very stable now. There are hereditary families, businessmen, and the working class. There are sophisticated planting and breeding techniques, and the city is gradually recovering. Social order has returned to normal. The base is different now than it was in the first few years. When life enters a relatively comfortable environment, some people don't want to disrupt the current situation. Qin Yunyang fell silent. He understood this better than anyone. The Qin family initially secured their foothold in the base by seizing opportunities and capitalizing on disasters. Their subsequent development, a bloody and brutal process, culminated in their monopoly. Anyone attempting to challenge the Qin family's position within the base would be dealt with swift and ruthless force, perhaps even eradicated. If the Qin family at the top were acting this way, let alone the others below them, who might be even more ruthless. After all, those who maintain a firm foothold in the market can't be good people, and those with a conscience can't be profiteers. Imagine, if a solution to the apocalypse distortion could truly be found within the meteorite, and once the world returned to its normal state, the base would naturally have no purpose in existing. Human society would then be reshuffled once again. It's unclear whether the Qin family could still find a foothold in this new world. Even if they survived thanks to years of steady progress, there was no guarantee they would still be as powerful as they were in the base. Qin Yunliang sighed. When it comes to profit, it always becomes a headache. True. Those people will never allow their years of hard work to go to waste, Qin Yunliang said, removing his glasses and pressing his brow. But compared to those wealthy businessmen, the real problem lies with the higher-ups. Now it was Tang Ziyu's turn to worry. Not to mention that after the base disappears, many of the original positions will undoubtedly be eliminated. The sheer number of people who will leave, and the resulting social unrest after the apocalypse is enough to put the base's management in a difficult position. Under such circumstances, the stubborn old guard in the base management will absolutely suppress the news at all costs. No wonder they suddenly launched an uprising. What's the trouble? Lu Shiyu poked his head out from between the two men. What are you talking about? You look so gloomy. Nothing. Seeing their gloomy expressions, Lu Shiyu knew something was amiss. Okay, don't worry. We can't get back to the base anyway, so let's put it aside for now, Lu Shiyu joked. Even if things are resolved, the distortion disaster won't end there, right? So don't think it's over. Tang Ziyu, Qin Yunliang, Seeing the two men hesitate to speak, Lu Shiyu wondered uncertainly if he had said something wrong. Sometimes I really think your intuition is a little scary. Qin Yunliang put his glasses back on and said, don't you think being a chef is a bit of a waste of your talent? If you were like Yin Ning, and found someone with connections to be your teacher, doing the same job, not only would the work be easy and the salary high, but most importantly, you have all sorts of privileges. Even if it wasn't scientific research, wouldn't doing something else be better than running a restaurant? Lu Shiyu scratched his head. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I'm just curious. If you weren't a chef, what would you want to do? Qin Yunliang asked, if there had been no aberration disaster, no apocalypse, and the world was still the same as it was 10 years ago. What kind of job do you want to do? What a complicated question. Lu Shiyu had never heard someone ask that question before. After a long moment of serious thought, he said, actually, I still want to be a chef. Tang Ziyu asked curiously, why? Do you like cooking? Lu Shiyu smiled and said, about the same. I've been interested in food since I was a child, and I wanted to be a chef even before the aberration disaster. Although I ended up doing it out of necessity, I think if there hadn't been an apocalypse, I would still have chosen to be a chef. I like to make delicious dishes that make others happy after eating them. I enjoy making them, and you enjoy eating them too. Isn't that wonderful? Chapter 79. Tang Ziyu chuckled. That's great. Being able to pursue a career you're passionate about is something many people can't hope for. Right. Tang Ziyu gathered the team members and briefly shared his speculation with the others, urging them to prepare themselves mentally. What? Yin Hong's eyes widened in shock. Those bastards at the base, damn. Tang Ziyu covered Lu Shiyu's ears, Yin Ning covered hers. Qin Yunliang and Xiao Xingyang turned their heads away, as if accustomed to this. Seeing Lu Shiyu's slightly stiff expression, Xiao Xingyang explained, you get used to it. Yin Hong scolds you when she's particularly upset. You be fine once she's done. Lu Shiyu nodded stiffly, not sure if he heard her. After Yin Hong finished scolding, the discussion officially began. Although we are not yet certain whether the meteorite can truly restore the deformed creatures to normal, judging by the base's reaction, it's pretty close. Even if not, there's some connection, Qin Yunliang said, pushing his glasses. The base didn't kill us outright, but instead chose to take us back under the guise of arrest. They're probably worried we spread the news of the meteorite too early and cause unrest. So they're trying to find a reason to lock us up and discredit our words. I suspect it won't be long before we're accused of being spies or something like that, and by then, our words won't hold much weight. Yin Hong crossed her arms, her brow furrowed slightly, as if she were pondering something. That doesn't make sense. The deformation disaster has been going on for so long, and I've never seen anyone deformed. Logically, humans shouldn't be deformed, so why was I affected after I went down there just now? Could it be that humans need close contact to be affected? Xiao Xingyang, we can't just let people touch the meteorite and see what happens, right? Who knows if it only affects humans and not animals? That's easy, Lu Shiyu said. Just find a deformed creature and throw it into the pit. Observe any changes. That tell us if the meteorite affects deformed creatures. Deformed creatures? That's easy to find. Wait a minute, I'll be back. Yin Hong said, and she ran straight into the woods, not even hearing Qin Yunliang calling her. Qin Yunliang sighed. Really? There was a battle nearby yesterday. Even if there were any mutants here, they have already fled. Let her go and look for it. She'd be back soon, Tang Ziyu continued. If the meteorite is truly that important, we can't just leave it here. It'd be targeted sooner or later. This place is already being targeted, and we can't be sure when the next hunt will come. Just waiting isn't an option. Perhaps you could ask my teacher, Yanning offered. He might have some useful suggestions. Tang Ziyu nodded. After all, they really didn't have many options left. Just as their conversation concluded, Yin Hong returned with a mutant that looked like a hairy pig. If you peel back its wiry, matted hair, you discover this deformed creature's mouth is terrifyingly large. It could literally swallow its own head in one bite. Its tongue isn't as wide as a normal pig's, but rather long and thin. Its tail is as slender as a mouse's, and isn't covered in hair, just a wrinkled layer of skin. Lu Shiyu asked in surprise, "Why are you back so soon?" Yin Hong chuckled and handed the whimpering aberration to Lu Shiyu. "I had just walked out when I encountered a group of aberrations that looked like wolves and dogs trying to catch this little piglet. I picked it up," Yin Hong said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Don't be fooled by its small size. It's incredibly heavy. I don't know if I used my powers too much yesterday, but I'm already feeling tired after just a short distance today." Xiao Xingyan leaned over and said sarcastically, "You must have eaten too much lately and gained weight. You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Lu Shiyu struggled to hold the aberration, mainly because it kept moving around, making it difficult to hold. "It's so heavy. Why did Yin Hong choose to catch it instead of another aberration?" Qin Yunliang understood at a glance. "I guess it's craving roast suckling pig. We can eat it after the testing is over." Lu Shiyu, Tang Ziyu took the deformed piglet, walked to the edge of the pit, and mercilessly tossed it in. The deformed piglet rolled down the slope of the pit until it hit the meteorite at the bottom, whimpering incessantly, only stopping briefly when its body hit the meteorite. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the deformed piglet stubbornly stood up. Fortunately, it survived Tang Ziyu's throw. After standing up, it seemed to recover for a moment before starting to whimper again, even louder than before. "It's so noisy." Xiao Xingyan covered his ears with his hands. "How can a pig squeal so unpleasantly?" Qin Yunliang, his face gloomy, also tried to block out the noise by covering his ears. He said, "Of course a pig's squeal is unpleasant. Otherwise, why would they call it a pig-killing squeal?" Just as everyone retreated from the screams suddenly stopped. Yin Ning was the first to move closer to investigate. He saw that the deformed piglet's long fur had begun to fall off, scattering sparsely to the ground, leaving only a few hairs of moderate length. Its appearance seemed to have changed slightly. While it still didn't look completely normal, it was already similar to an ordinary wild boar. The others also gathered around, each surprised to see the deformed piglet's transformation in such a short time. Yin Hong rubbed her eyes. It actually worked. Qin Yunliang stared at the deformed piglet in the pit, as if afraid to miss any detail. He said, "It seems the meteorite's impact was much stronger than we imagined." Lu Shiyu turned to look at Tang Ziyu. "Since the meteorite's force is so strong, then we won't be able to take it away. Even the slightest impact would be enough to affect it." Tang Ziyu thought for a moment, and felt that made sense. "Although we can't take it with us, the good news is that no one else dares touch it," Tang Ziyu said, watching the piglet struggling to climb out. "Once the base realizes something's wrong with this meteorite, they'd probably give up on taking it back. After all, the risk is too high and not worth it." "Well, the situation isn't too bad." Lu Shiyu stood up and asked Yin Ning beside him, "You said you'd take us back to Professor Chen, right?" Yin Ning nodded, and Lu Shiyu finally asked the question that had puzzled her since they met. "How did you get lost here? There's a mountain between here and Professor Chen's forest. Even if you got lost, it wouldn't be that outrageous. This isn't easy to explain." Yin Ning glanced up at the sun's position, pointed in a direction, and said, "Come with me. We see when we get there." The few of them exchanged glances, unsure of what Yin Ning meant, but nonetheless, they shouldered their backpacks and followed him. On the way, Yin Hong pouted and sidled up to Lu Shiyu. Looking at Yin Ning, who was leading a pig and a fawn, she whispered, "Why let him lead the way? Didn't he get lost and end up here? Wouldn't letting a lost person lead the way really just make us get further off track?" Lu Shiyu felt unreliable, but Yin Ning had offered to lead the way. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he refused outright? "Hey! Do you know the way?" While Lu Shiyu was still mumbling to himself, Yin Hong approached him and asked, her bluntness startling Lu Shiyu into a cold sweat. "These two have bad tempers. Let's not get into a fight later." "Huh?" Yin Ning turned and saw Yin Hong coming to question him. "You think I don't know the way? What else?" Yin Hong said, "If you knew the way, you wouldn't have come this way." Lu Shiyu quietly approached, trying to pull Yin Hong back, when he heard Yan Ning say, "Well, actually, I don't know the way." "Huh?" Lu Shiyu looked up. "If you don't know the way, what are you leading?" After saying that, Lu Shiyu realized he had blurted out what he was thinking. "I just relied on my memory, and walked back the way I came." Yan Ning looked up, and saw that the sun was gone. Aside from the patch of cleared land that Tang Ziyu and the others had created, the sun was blocked by leaves everywhere else. It was impossible to see where the sun was, making it difficult to determine the direction. Therefore, when Yan Ning came here, the only time he could determine the direction was during sunrise and sunset. He could tell which direction the light was coming from, but most of the time, he was still groping in the dark. Luckily, he had already determined the direction in an open space before setting out, so he could find it by simply walking straight ahead. Yan Ning led the skeptical group all the way down the mountain. Before them stood towering rocks, and there was no way to go. At this point, they finally believed that Yan Ning truly didn't know the way. "Damn! Why are you pretending you don't know the way?" Xiao Xingyang couldn't help but cover his face and complain, "Now we don't even know where we are." Yin Hong said calmly, as if she had expected it. "I knew it." Qin Yunliang and Tang Ziyu remained silent, observing the surrounding trees, considering the feasibility of felling a few to clear a patch of sky for observing the direction of the sun. Lu Shi walked over and gently poked Yan Ning on the back. Yan Ning, did you take the wrong path?" Lu Shi paused slightly. "There's no path around here." Yan Ning rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. "No, it's right around here." Lu Shiyu, just be happy. Lu Shiyu thought Yan Ning was just being stubborn and turned to discuss the next step with the others when he heard a loud rumbling noise. The Eagle Squad members all looked over and saw Yan Ning pressing a hand on a stone brick. The brick stood out among the rocks, yet not inconspicuous. With the moss and weeds covering it, it was hard to tell at first glance. The brick sank deeply, and the rock next to it suddenly began to shake. The stone, which had been perfectly sealed, suddenly split cleanly in the middle, forming a stone door. Behind the stone doorway lay a deep, dark passage, endlessly pitch black, reminiscent of a terrifying tunnel from a horror short story, as if something unseen lay hidden within the unseen darkness. A stale smell filled the air, and the lack of air made it hard to breathe, a suffocating feeling that only heightened the fear of the unknown. Yan Ning, seeing the stone door open, released his grip on the stone bricks, and said to the people behind him, "This is it. Come in." Chapter 80. Just standing in front of the stone gate, one could feel the oppressive heat, mingled with the smell of long-buried dust, making one feel completely repulsive and unwilling to enter. "Seriously?" Yin Hong's expression twisted for a moment. "This looks like a dangerous place. If we just go in, no one will know who dies inside." Yan Ning stared into the pitch-black doorway, asked a few people to wait, and then walked in, feeling his way along the wall. Gradually, he disappeared into the darkness. Xiao Xingyang asked anxiously, "Is this reliable?" With a click, the once dark tunnel suddenly lit up. Yan Ning, standing not far from the door, still had his hand on the power lever. "Sorry, I forgot to turn on the light." Everyone, Why didn't you tell me you had a light earlier? With the light, everyone could clearly see what was behind the stone gate. The interior was a tunnel constructed of neatly cut stone bricks. 2 rows of recessed ceiling lights were installed, extending along the tunnel into the distance. After the lights illuminated the tunnel interior, everyone dared to enter. Once everyone was inside, Yan Ning pressed a switch on the wall, and the stone door automatically closed, sending down a small amount of dust. From the outside, the place had returned to its original state. Yan Ning continued to lead the way. Although there were no other traps or branching paths along the way, the tunnel was surprisingly long. Such a long and elaborate tunnel must have required considerable manpower and resources. As he walked, he ran his hand over the stone bricks. Besides a thin layer of dust, the most obvious thing he could feel was a sense of artificiality. This tunnel was definitely built using modern technology, which naturally ruled out the possibility that it was dug by the indigenous people who once lived here. Lu Shi was puzzled. Why would someone spend so much money to build such a hidden tunnel in such a place? To say there was no purpose was impossible. This tunnel must have a special meaning, but she just didn't have a clue yet. The tunnel seemed to stretch forever. Lu Shi quickly stepped forward and asked Yan Ning, "Do you know what this tunnel was originally used for?" Yan Ning shook her head. "I don't know. I just stumbled upon it. After getting separated from the teacher, I was chased by the swarm of aberrant creatures while looking for opportunities to fight back. By the time I managed to escape, I was already lost," Yan Ning recalled. "I don't know how I got there. I reached the foot of the mountain, and tried to climb up to get a better view of the camp from a higher vantage point. But it was already dark, making it too late to move. I just found a random place to take cover and wait out the night before continuing. Let's go! Just as I was about to lie down, I accidentally hit a trap, and then this tunnel appeared. Lu Shi was stunned. And then you went in? Yes, Yan Ning said naturally. After that, I went over there. I was planning to make a quick note before returning to the teacher, but I ran into you guys not long after. Yan Ning made it sound as if he discovered an unknown tunnel in the middle of the night, and then dived right in as if it were water. The tunnel was terrifying even in broad daylight without lights on, let alone when Yan Ning entered at night. Lu Shi wondered inwardly how anyone could be so audacious. Such a sophisticated stone gate mechanism would take a long time to build, Chen Yunliang asked, stepping forward. Who would build a tunnel like this, and keep it secret? Yan Ning's tone returned to a cold, I don't know. Chen Yunliang, Lu Shiyu dragged Chen Yunliang back to the rear of the group before he could lose his temper. Lu Shiyu smiled and soothed, don't be angry. He might just have some academic quirks. Aren't they said that researchers are unsympathetic? Maybe he's just socially distant. Chen Yunliang's face darkened, and with a forced smile he said, but I feel like this guy's been targeting me. Illusion. Absolutely an illusion. Yin Hong scoffed, mercilessly mocking her teammates. You come from a wealthy family, and you can't even figure this out. Chen Yunliang's mouth twitched, and he asked Yin Hong for her opinion. Did he know you and Professor Chen are from the same family? So what? Yin Hong chuckled gleefully, ha ha ha. You've forgotten that Professor Chen and the Chen family have a terrible relationship. They even broke up long before you did. As Professor Chen's most admired student, how could Yan Ning even give you a friendly reception? Chen Yunliang's face instantly fell. How could he have forgotten this? Ha ha ha. You've been taking advantage of the Chen family's reputation so often. Finally, it's your turn to suffer. Chen Yunliang rubbed his face in frustration, resigned to his fate. If he had known, he wouldn't have claimed to be from the Chen family, even if he'd been a junior from the same school. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a distinct light finally appeared in the distance. The exit is just ahead, Yan Ning said, turning to the others. Once you're out, keep going straight, and you reach the teacher's camp. After exiting the tunnel, Yan Ning pushed the stone door back, ensuring it was completely closed before he felt relieved. Entering the woods that had secretly moved on their own, the group had grown accustomed to these disruptive trees, and no longer hindered by them, they quickly found Professor Chen's cave camp. The main reason for their quick discovery was that smoke was emanating from Professor Chen's cave, making it incredibly conspicuous. At the sight of the billowing black smoke, Yan Ning's composure immediately lost its composure. He abandoned the two animals he was holding and rushed into the cave. Teacher. As Yan Ning rushed into the cave, the billowing black smoke choked him, blinding him. But the thought of Professor Chen still inside robbed him of all else, and he bravely plunged deeper into the search for him. The people outside the cave, watching Yan Ning risk his own life to rescue Professor Chen, were filled with admiration. I didn't expect them to be so close. Yeah, I didn't expect Yan Ning to be so nervous about Professor Chen. A few people were looking at the cave entrance, when they suddenly heard a familiar voice. You're back so soon? At the sound, everyone looked over in surprise. Professor Chen was carrying a bucket of water and slowly approaching. Tang Ziyu stepped forward, took the bucket from Professor Chen's hand, and asked what happened. What's wrong? I just burned some food while cooking. What's the big deal? Burnt food? What kind of burnt food could cause such a fuss? The others looked at each other, unsure what to say. Professor Chen glanced at them and asked, didn't you run into Yan Ning along the way? Lu Shiyu answered hesitantly, yes, he did. He did? Then why didn't he come back? Where is he now? Is anything wrong? Wait. Tell me one by one. Lu Shiyu restrained the agitated Professor Chen and pointed to the still smoking cave entrance. Yan Ning, he's in there right now. What? Seeing Professor Chen also trying to go in, the others frantically tried to stop him. The cave was still filled with black smoke, and while it wasn't certain what would happen to Yan Ning if he went in, Professor Chen couldn't be sure. To appease Professor Chen, the others had no choice but to go in and drag Yan Ning out. The good news was that Yan Ning was fine. The bad news was that he inhaled too much smoke and was now somewhat disoriented. Professor Chen sighed as he looked at the unconscious Yan Ning lying on the ground. Teacher. Forget it, I'm glad you're back. Professor Chen turned to thank them. Thanks to you, Yan Ning, that silly boy, made it back safely. Lu Shiyu scratched his cheek sheepishly. Even without them, Yan Ning could have made it back on his own, and even getting involved in their affairs delayed him. But the others were far too cavalier, even exaggerating and describing Yan Ning's misery after getting lost. Lu Shiyu looked at Yan Ning, whose face seemed to have grown even uglier, lying on the ground. He felt that if he hadn't been so weak and unable to get up, he would probably have started a fight with these boasters. After the others had finished their boasting, leaving Professor Chen stunned, Tang Ziyu finally appeared and gave Professor Chen a brief summary of the meteorite incident. Perhaps Tang Ziyu's storytelling skills were excellent. Professor Chen was completely captivated, and he slapped his thigh as he heard the last part. Those shameless people at the base. They've gone too far. Professor Chen's face flushed with rage, his expression a ferocious one as if he wanted to tear the flesh off the base's top brass. It's fine if they don't do anything normally, but even at this point, they're still thinking about personal gain. I think they've had it easy. They've forgotten what their job is as officials. Professor Chen muttered, his anger growing even worse when he glanced at Yan Ning lying on the ground. They attack you without even knowing the truth. They're completely devoid of conscience, no different from animals. Yan Ning, who had single-handedly challenged and defeated a group of exploration team members, heard this nonsense. He couldn't quite explain the truth, and a breath caught in his throat, nearly causing him to faint. Perhaps seeing his students being treated so unfairly, his eyes brimmed with pity as he looked at the members of the Flying Eagle squad. You've worked so hard. Not only are you helping the base expand its external living space, but you've also been stabilizing it internally. And yet, you've been tormented by the base's people. Oh, how could that be possible? This flattery made even Xiao Xingyang feel a little embarrassed. Professor Chen, we actually have something we'd like to ask for your advice on. Seeing the time was right, Tang Ziyu finally spoke out what she really wanted to say. We can't return to the base, but the meteorite's presence is crucial. We have no idea what to do next, so I'd like to ask for your experience. As a veteran of the base, I think you might have a solution that suits us. Professor Chen bowed his head in thought for a moment, smacked his lips, and said, yes, but the risks are not low. The base's decision-making body isn't monolithic. It's composed of people from different parties and positions. There are mutual interests and constraints. Some want to kill you, and naturally others want to save you. Some don't want the apocalypse to end, and naturally others do. Of course, while it sounds like the base isn't that dangerous, returning is still a trap, so I still don't recommend you go back. Professor Chen smiled mysteriously and said, however, just because you can't return to Dawn Base doesn't mean you can't go to another base. This place isn't far from Dawn Base. Choose your route, and set off for Dawn Base on a chosen day. Chapter 81. Dawn Base? Everyone felt a little surprised. They hadn't expected Professor Chen's advice to be to find another base. Professor Chen, what can we do at Dawn Base? Yin Hong asked doubtfully. We don't know anyone at Dawn Base. Even if we went there, they might not accept us. Professor Chen glanced at her. Who said I told you to go there? Tang Ziyu stepped forward. Professor Chen, time is running out. Please speak directly. Beating around the bush will only make things worse. Professor Chen snorted and began to analyze the situation for the group. The Dawn Base probably considers you traitors now. Even if you go back, it won't help. But you can try to find the Dawn Base administrator and trade the secret of the meteorite for Dawn Base's support. The Dawn Base's arrests mean that the majority of people refuse to reveal the truth. But if, with the support of Dawn Base, even if we can't directly determine the outcome, we can at least give things some wiggle room. Dawn Base isn't much bigger than Dawn Base. Dawn Base was built around an entire city, so its scale is self-evident. From the outset, Dawn Base had significantly fewer resources than Dawn Base. The other bases that have survived the aberration apocalypse have proven their capabilities. Even if Dawn Base can't directly confront Dawn Base, the support of the others should be enough. Lu Shiyu asked with some concern, but who can guarantee that Dawn Base and the other bases will be willing to stand with us? What if Dawn Base doesn't want to cooperate with us, but instead chooses to capture us and trade us for resources with Dawn Base? Professor Chen gave a kind, elder-like smile and soothed, don't worry, because they're not fighting on our side, but on the side of the ordinary people struggling in the apocalypse. The commander of Dawn Base, and I know her well. If she were presented with a solution to end the apocalypse, she would absolutely pursue it, no matter the cost. So don't worry. I back her up, so go ahead. Even with Professor Chen's personal guarantee, Lu Shiyu still felt a bit apprehensive. After all, she didn't even know what the commander of Dawn Base looked like, or whether he was a man or a woman. Now, she was putting her life on the shoulders of someone she never met. How could she not be worried? Professor Chen saw her concern and pointed at Yan Ning lying on the ground. If you're worried, I can lend you my student. He's very useful, and can be used like a donkey. Lu Shiyu smiled awkwardly, wondering if it was really okay to say that to the other person. Yin Ning had recovered somewhat by then. He sat up and said coldly, I'm not going. Who asked for your opinion? Professor Chen said, you have to find a reason not to go. Why don't you want to go? Yin Ning pointed at the two animals sniffing around nearby and said, if I leave, will you take care of them alone? Professor Chen then turned his attention to the fawn and the deformed piglet. Looking at the perfectly normal fawn, even Professor Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this what you call a normal animal? It certainly looks fine, but I don't know what its internal structure and genetics are like, Professor Chen said, stroking the fawn's back. It would be great if it were at the base. There would be equipment available. There's nothing here. Well, never mind. It won't be too late to take it back for research after this is over. Professor Chen then turned his gaze to the whimpering deformed piglet. He tugged at it with his hands, examining its mouth and ears. His expression was clearly less excited than when he saw the deer. This one has obvious signs of deformation, making it a clearly deformed creature, though the degree doesn't seem particularly severe. Tang Ziyu explained, this is the deformed creature we dropped into the meteorite crater for experiments. It's already undergone positive changes compared to its original appearance, but we left in a hurry, and we're not sure if keeping it with the meteorite will transform it into a normal animal. After his examination, Professor Chen clapped his hands and said, I don't think so. This isn't a transformation cartoon. Genetics aren't that simple. Even if the meteorite could transform a deformed creature back into a normal animal, it would have to be its offspring. Okay, I've said it, you guys. If you don't understand, you'll be annoying me later. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang paused, yawning, and laughed. Ha 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 ha. How could that be? Professor Chen, you're so interesting. Yes, yes. It makes me want to go and sign up for tutoring. Professor Chen glanced at Yin Hong. If you want to learn, I can let you go directly to school. Oh, what a coincidence. Yin Hong clapped her hands, looking distressed. My salary has been almost completely deducted, and I don't have the money to support my own education. Professor Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but let's leave the opportunity for someone more in need. Professor Chen snorted, no longer bothering to talk to her. Professor Chen turned to Yin Ning and said, don't worry about it. These two little creatures are very friendly. Besides, I even took classes in animal husbandry when I was in school. It's just a matter of raising these two little animals and bringing them back to the base. It's no big deal. Yin Ning still shook his head, once again indicating he wouldn't go. Professor Chen, now annoyed, demanded to know what was going on. Are you kidding your teacher? What's going on? Tell me. Even though he knew Professor Chen's fierceness was feigned, Yin Ning still lowered his head guiltily and said in a whisper, I'm worried that if I'm alone, I won't be able to live a normal life. Nonsense. I'm almost old enough to be your father. And you still think I can't take care of myself? Professor Chen was furious. But, Yin Ning's voice trailed off. But you, teacher, are the one who blew up the kitchen. Although Yin Ning's voice was low, the others around him were silent, so even the faintest whisper of Yin Ning's words was clearly heard. The whole place was silent. They all thought back to the pot of indescribable food they had seen in the kitchen when they arrived, and the black smoke they had seen when they returned. Suddenly, Yin Ning's concern seemed quite justified. Professor Chen's face was etched with shame, and he slapped Yin Ning's head in anger, sending it tumbling sideways. Traitor! How dare you speak ill of a teacher in public? Seeing this, several others, knowing the world, stepped forward to break up the fight, offering soothing words. Yin Ning sat motionless on the ground, his eyes fixed on the ground, sulking. Amid the tug-of-war, someone's stomach growled, and the scene fell silent. Yin Hong and Qin Yunliang exchanged glances, confirming it wasn't their own stomach rumbling. It could only be Professor Chen, who hadn't eaten yet because he burned the food. However, they couldn't tell anyone about this, or else Professor Chen would lose face again. Lu Shiyu felt it was his turn, so he immediately stepped forward and said, It's getting late, let's all have dinner together. Inside the base, a considerable number of people had gathered in the Chen family's residence. Several members of the Chen family, rarely seen year-round, were now gathered in the luxuriously decorated living room. Qin Yunyu, who had been raised in pampered conditions, was now kneeling in the center. Qin Yunshang checked her watch. Qin Yunyu had already been kneeling there for an hour, and they had all been standing there watching for an hour, all because the old man sitting on the sofa hadn't spoken. Without his signal, no one dared to move, not even to complain. Qin Yunshang felt annoyed. She had planned to go shopping with her sisters today, but just as she was about to leave, Her parents had dragged her back, only to watch her good-for-nothing cousin kneel for an hour. Even though her phone was on silent, Qin Yunxiang could already tell she was being bombarded with messages in their group chat. Thinking of this, Qin Yunxiang's irritability intensified. Everyone present held important positions. Standing there for an hour would undoubtedly delay countless tasks. Only the Qin family master could keep them in check, but private discontent was simmering. Finally, the Qin family master, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his cloudy eyes and looked at Qin Yunyu, who was kneeling upright on the ground. "Do you know what you did?" As soon as the Qin family master spoke, the previously drowsy crowd perked up, fearing they had missed a single word. "I know," Qin Yunyu said calmly. "I flew our helicopter out and broke it." Hearing such an outrageous story, Qin Yunxiang gasped silently. Her cousin's ability to cause trouble is truly increasing day by day. He even dared to fly a helicopter. Old man Qin slammed his cane against the ground. "Do you think I called all these people here today just because you broke a toy?" Yes, even though a helicopter was expensive and its daily oil consumption was exorbitant, to Old Man Qin, it was just a toy a kid loved. If it broke, it broke. At worst, he could just buy another one. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. A mere helicopter wasn't enough to alarm Old Man Qin, let alone cause such a commotion. Qin Yunyu swallowed and stammered, "Grandpa, I don't know." Such foolish remarks were commonplace to the rest of the Qin family. After all, if Qin Yunyu were intelligent, they wouldn't have any business in the Qin family. The old man of the Qin family looked at his useless grandson, closed his eyes, and spoke with a commanding tone. "You left the house without permission, contacted your incompetent brother without authorization, and even spread top-secret information from the base's top brass, only to be brought back by Guan Wei. Do you realize how much trouble you've caused? Do you think the Qin family will protect you forever?" Qin Yunxiang's breath hitched. Okay, she underestimated her cousin. This wasn't just a case of him growing in power. This was a shattering event for the Qin family. Leaving the house without permission was only the least of these incidents. The worst consequence was Qin Yunyu's own death. Contacting his brother was a complete irritation to old Master Qin. As for this top-secret secret, Qin Yunxiang naturally didn't know about it, believing it was just a hasty revelation from Qin Yunyu. As for Guan Wei, that was a more interesting matter. Guan Wei was responsible for secretly managing the deployment of the exploration team's personnel. He usually stayed out of the public eye, and although not many knew him, those who did knew of his importance. To put it bluntly, if Guan Wei wanted to, he could command the army with a tiger symbol, just like ancient generals. The Qin family needed an exploration team for some shady business ventures, and had once sought cooperation from Guan Wei, but was ruthlessly rejected. Not only was he rejected, but he also treated the Qin family with a bit of sarcasm. But the Qin family still needed him to turn a blind eye, and even if they were angry, they had to suppress it. Thus, a feud was formed in the dark. Who could have imagined that Qin Yunyu would sneak out once, only to be brought back by Guan Wei in such a brazen manner, and before leaving, he even asked the Qin family's old man to keep the children under control, and not let them run around again. How different was this from slapping the Qin family in the face? Qin Yunxiang silently mourned for Qin Yunyu for 3 seconds. Chapter 82. Lu Shiyu placed a large piece of pork belly, with alternating fat and lean parts, on an iron pan and scalded the skin in a dry pan to remove any fishy smell. Soak the pork belly in warm water for a few minutes, then scrape the charred skin and hair off with a kitchen knife. Place the whole piece of pork belly in a pan with cold water, add scallions, ginger, cooking wine, and other ingredients, bring to a boil over high heat, and continue cooking for 5 minutes before removing the pork belly. Rinse thoroughly with clean water, and cut into evenly sized squares. Lightly oil the inside of the iron pan and add the sliced pork belly, frying it for a while, ensuring all 4 sides are flat against the pan. Slowly fry until the pork belly turns slightly golden brown. Then, use chopsticks to remove the pork belly. Pour out the excess oil from the pot, leaving only a small amount. Add a little rock sugar, and stir fry over low heat until it melts into a bright reddish-brown color and bubbles form. Then, add the pork belly and stir fry until it's browned. Add half a bowl of cooking wine to remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. Then, add light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and vinegar. Continue stir-frying for 2 minutes. Add scallions, ginger slices, cinnamon, star anise, and other spices. Add boiling water to cover the meat. After the water in the pot boils, cover and simmer for an hour. Finally, add a little salt to taste. Once the broth thickens over high heat, transfer it to a bowl and sprinkle with a handful of white sesame seeds to enhance the meat's flavor and allure. The iron bowl containing the steaming hot braised pork was brought to the table. Lu Shiyu wiped his hands, signaling that it was time to eat. The table, which usually only seated 2 people, was now filled with people, each holding a bowl full of rice, salivating over the fragrant braised pork. What a nice smell. Yin Hong swallowed, and several members of the Flying Eagle squad reached out their chopsticks, picking up a large piece of meat and placing it on the crystal-clear rice. The sauce from the braised pork seeped into the rice, staining the top with a layer of brown sauce. Tang Ziyu and Yan Ning waited for Professor Chen to finish before reaching out with their chopsticks. The square, glossy piece of meat was lifted, the top layer of fat jiggling slightly like jelly. With a gentle bite, the meat disintegrates like butter. The first thing you notice is the bright red skin. After being boiled, pan-fried, stir-fried, and finally simmered in broth, this skin becomes soft, sticky, elastic, and slightly tough, tightly connected to the fat. The trembling fat is a translucent amber color. After going through so many processes, the excess fat inside has long been squeezed out, leaving the fat structure incredibly tender. It melts gently like warm butter, even without chewing, and the smooth aroma of fat fills your mouth. The lean meat is saturated with the rich broth. The long, slow simmering process breaks down and softens the lean meat's fibers, which might otherwise be tough, leaving it tender yet tender. Each fiber is imbued with the broth's salty, sweet flavor, creating a deliciously tender and savory texture. The soft, glutinous texture offers a subtle chewiness, creating a beautiful contrast to the melt-in-your-mouth fatty meat. The rich broth envelopes the meat, its thick texture perfectly clinging to it. Even after the meat is chewed and swallowed, the aftertaste of the broth lingers, lingering between the lips and teeth. Its richness seems to have concentrated the essence of meat, the caramelized aroma of sugar, and the complex aroma of multiple seasonings, forming a deep and complex, lingering wonderful taste. The complex deliciousness of the fresh and refreshing flavors repairs the tired body. After eating a few pieces of braised pork, pick up a piece of stir-fried vegetables. The salty taste accumulated in the mouth is swept away by the fresh and sweet vegetables, freeing the tongue that was weighed down by the heavy sauce. After the vegetables complete the task of cleaning the taste, you can eat big pieces of braised pork again. The combination of braised pork and vegetables was like a perpetual motion machine, seemingly incapable of fatigue or boredom. Bite after bite, they devoured the food until their stomachs were filled with warm food and their appetites were completely satisfied. The braised pork was quickly devoured. Even the broth was scooped up by someone and mixed with rice. Everyone's bellies were full. Professor Chen exhaled, seemingly relieved. Ever since Lu Shiyu and the others left, he had returned to cooking on his own. The difference was that before, even without Yan Ning, he wouldn't starve to death, he could just eat anything. But ever since eating Lu Shiyu's cooking, Professor Chen had been craving a hot meal every time it came time. He craved something hot, anything, better than compressed biscuits and boiled mutants. Professor Chen, however, had never truly cooked in his life. Needless to say, at the base, he had plenty of ways to eat normal food. Even outside the base, Yan Ning took care of him. To ensure he ate regularly, Yan Ning even took a cooking class. While he didn't master any serious dishes, he was at least able to make some basics. In the past, Yan Ning would always hound Professor Chen to get him to eat. Now that Yan Ning was gone, Professor Chen actually started craving food. After a long, hard struggle, Professor Chen found a suitable excuse. When hungry, one's energy is easily distracted, so eating on time is essential. So, Professor Chen, who had barely set foot in the kitchen for half his life, finally decided to try cooking a proper meal. Professor Chen followed the cooking instructions Yan Ning and Lu Shiyu had recalled, heating oil in a wok and adding the ingredients. Suddenly, he remembered he added the ingredients without cutting them. He hurriedly tried to remove them, but instead burned his hand and had the oil splash onto his arm. Furious, Professor Chen simply gave up, figuring that as long as it was cooked, it was all good enough. There was no time to dwell on the consequences. Professor Chen closed his eyes, ready to let the matter rest. Yan Ning, you better not leave, Lu Shiyu said to Yan Ning, standing by. If Professor Chen blows up the camp again, it'd be really troublesome. Professor Chen, Professor Chen, disgruntled, dug something out of the clutter and handed it to Tang Ziyu. Take this. The people at Dawn Base will let you in. This is. Tang Ziyu took it and realized it was a letter, sealed with wax to prevent anyone from opening it during transit. Don't worry about it for now. Anyway, have the people at base give the stuff to the base commander, and she let you in. I can only help you this far. As for what happens next, you're on your own. Tang Ziyu glanced at the envelope and thanked Professor Chen. The Flying Eagles spent the rest of the afternoon resting, getting a little organized, and then setting off the next morning. Yi Donglin spun his office chair impatiently, the sleek mechanism threatening to fling him off. However, he wasn't worried. He had something more pressing to worry about right now, and everything else had to take a back seat. The team members were disoriented by his endless twirling. Team leader, stop turning around. I'm so annoyed. Yi Donglin suddenly stopped and slammed his hands on the desk. They're so shameless. Assholes. Don't give me a chance or I. The team members sat as small as possible in their chairs, trembling with fear at Yi Donglin's outburst, afraid to utter a word. Even after all the time they'd been with Yi Donglin, they'd never seen her lose her composure like this. She'd completely thrown her usual manners to the wind, venting her anger by verbally abusing the base's higher-ups, completely unconcerned about whether anyone might hear. The team members wiped their sweat, figuring that Yi Donglin probably wasn't afraid of being overheard. After all, he just cursed her in front of the administration building not long ago, so those few private words wouldn't be worth mentioning. Bitch. A bunch of bitches. Yi Donglin pushed the documents off the desk, scattering them to the floor. I hang them from the base gate sooner or later. A team member glanced at the closed door with a puzzled expression and said to Yi Donglin, Team Leader Yi, don't get angry yet. That exploration team hasn't been captured yet, and they have a highly skilled healer on board. They be fine. Yi Donglin glared fiercely at the team member. Who said I care about them? Team member, Okay, flattery. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. As if pardoned, the team member rushed to open it. Upon opening, they saw several uniformed Overwatch Council staff standing outside. The team member silently closed the door. Unfortunately, they were too slow to close it, and an inspector blocked their way, forcing the door open again. 3 inspectors entered the office one after another. The lead inspector produced his credentials, forcing the other team members to step aside. Yi Donglin, we suspect you of colluding with a fugitive, selling confidential base documents, embezzling public funds, and misusing public power for personal gain. Please come with us. Yi Donglin raised an eyebrow and fell back into his office chair. The high-end chair bounced only twice before catching him securely. Had the base's higher-ups finally taken offense? The inspector sternly corrected him. It was the inspector who determined you were a criminal suspect. You have an obligation to cooperate with our investigation. Yi Donglin half reclined in her office chair, spinning around. So many charges. In your eyes, I spend all day doing nothing but worthless work. The inspector's expression remained stern, his tone devoid of emotion. Please come with us. If you don't cooperate, we have no choice but to take strong measures. Strong measures? How strong? Yi Donglin continued provocatively. If I'm not mistaken, they only let you take me away, but they didn't dare let you hurt me. If anything were to happen to me, who would be the first to panic? Wanna guess? Having seen a lot, the inspector was like a pre-programmed intelligent robot, his words and actions precise and methodical. Since Team Leader Yi won't cooperate, we've got no other choice but to resort to this. The leading inspector raised his hand. Get started. The 2 inspectors at the back immediately sprang into action, one on each side, approaching behind Yi Donglin's chair. What do you want? Hey! What are you doing with the ropes? Don't touch me. Let go. Get away from me. Woo-woo. With deft movements, the 2 men quickly tied up Yi Donglin, not forgetting to silence her chattering mouth. Yi Donglin strongly suspected this was a personal vendetta, and then, before the shocked gazes of the team members, they carried her away. They even closed the open door before leaving. Chapter 83. Tang Ziyu unfolded the map and chose a direction based on the rough outline. At this point, continuing on would be a matter of luck. After all, the 2 bases communicated only through electronic messages, not wasting money or resources on offline meetings. Since there was no trade between the bases, even if there was no communication, it wouldn't have mattered much. Consequently, communication between the bases had been rare for years. Under these circumstances, no one would have the time to research routes to other bases. Doing so could easily lead to being accused of espionage, a loss that would be worth the effort. Professor Chen, who somehow knew the base commander, had marked the location on the map for Tang Ziyu before the Eagle team departed. The marked location was the address of Dawn Base. The Eagle team packed up and set off as early as the first light of day, and by noon, they had already covered a considerable distance. Lu Shiyu's backpack was even heavier than when he left the base. Professor Chen had stuffed them with plenty of food, but it didn't feel heavy at all. Over the past 2 months of trekking, Lu Shiyu had become thoroughly accustomed to this level of weight, a stark contrast to the exhaustion he felt after just leaving the base. Thinking of this, Lu Xiyu couldn't help but feel a small surge of joy, like someone who, after a long struggle, had finally caught up with others. Even his steps felt a little lighter. Sadly, this joy didn't last long. Lu Xiyu, not looking as he walked, tripped over something he didn't know. He stumbled forward a few steps, his balance unsteady. The backpack was too heavy, and he couldn't adjust in time. He was about to fall, but fortunately, Tang Ziyu turned and caught Lu Xiyu in time, preventing an accident. "Ah, thank you." Lu Xiyu, helped to her feet by Tang Ziyu, thought she simply tripped over an exposed tree root or something. But when she looked back and saw what was on the ground, she was terrified. "Ah!" Lu Xiyu instinctively grabbed Tang Ziyu's arm. Although Tang Ziyu didn't know what was going on, she still protected Lu Xiyu behind her. The others heard the commotion and rushed over to see what was going on. What they saw surprised them all. "Wow, whose head is left here?" Yin Hong rested her hand on Xiao Xingyang's shoulder, enjoying the excitement. Lu Xiyu's fear faded slightly after hearing this, and she felt a mixture of amusement and laughter. Qin Yunliang rubbed his eyes and looked down. In the wheat-strewn ground, there was a sudden dent in the grass. A closer look revealed a complete skull nestled in the dent. The skull had been there for who knows how long. The hair and organs had long since disintegrated, leaving only a completely skeletal head lying silently in the haystack. "Is that a skull?" Lu Xiyu asked uncertainly, leaning forward. "If there aren't any humanoid aberrations or primates nearby, then it's a skull." Lu Xiyu frowned slightly. But how could there be a human skull here? Their current location wasn't close to either Dawn Base or Dawn Base, and under normal circumstances, the exploration team wouldn't have been able to reach this place. From a corpse to skeleton, even in summer, it would take at least 2 weeks. This skull definitely hadn't been here recently, and there were no signs of human life nearby. So whose skull could it be? That's not right. Yin Hong looked up and around. Why is there only a head? Where are the other bones? The group then realized that, rather than the sudden appearance of the skull, the truly remarkable thing was why there was only one skull. No matter the cause of death, it wouldn't be possible to have only a head and all the other bones missing. It was too unusual. Search nearby. Remember not to stray too far. If you can't find it, return immediately. Yes. The sudden appearance of an ominous skull seemed to foreshadow some unseen danger. While this skull could be the remains of someone who died unexpectedly during the aberration disaster, if no other bones were found nearby, leaving only a single skull, the situation would become more complicated. To be on the safe side, Tang Ziyu decided to have a few people explore the area. Firstly, to eliminate potential dangers and prevent a surprise attack while they were unaware. Secondly, this area was not too far from Professor Chun and Yen Ning's camp. Since they were still friendly allies, they needed their help in checking for any unusual activity that could threaten their allies' lives. The others began searching for other bones in several directions. Lu Xiyu, due to his low combat power, stayed behind with Tang Ziyu, ready to provide immediate support in case of danger. Lu Xiyu rested his hands on his knees, leaned forward slightly, and bravely looked at the bare skull. The skull was the same grayish-white color as the wall plaster, with a hint of dirt on the sides. The empty eye sockets seemed to be filled with the lamentations of a deceased soul. Lu Xiyu tried hard to shift his attention from his wandering thoughts to the skull, but suddenly he realized something was wrong. This skull couldn't have been here long, at least not as long as they initially estimated. This wasn't hard to guess, because while the skull was devoid of any flesh, it also bore no vegetation, not even moss. Corpses are excellent natural nutrients for plants, but Lu Xiyu didn't see any dense vegetation growing near the skull. Furthermore, the skull was incredibly clean, not like it had been exposed to the elements. This seemingly ordinary skull contained numerous inconsistencies, but Lu Xiyu hesitated to draw conclusions. After all, she was only an outsider, and any speculation she made was based solely on her limited knowledge. If there was anything she didn't understand, she would be groping in the dark. Therefore, Lu Xiyu decided it would be best to have Qin Yunliang come back and take a look. Lu Xiyu picked up a stick and planned to carry the skull back to Qin Yunliang to see if there were any issues. But just as Lu Xiyu's stick touched the skull, it shifted without warning. Huh? Lu Xiyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he had seen it wrong. How could the skull move on its own? So Lu Xiyu tried to lift the skull with the stick again, and this time, it shifted again. Not only did it shift, but it was moving towards Lu Xiyu at an extremely fast speed. Lu Xiyu had never seen such a scene before, and he was instantly terrified. Fighting back was completely forgotten. His first instinct was to find a way to throw the thing off, to prevent it from reaching him. Lu Shiyu hurriedly moved a few steps to the side, but the skull also turned, as if it had found Lu Shiyu. Tang Ziyu. Frantically, Lu Shiyu called out Tang Ziyu's name. Tang Ziyu, who had been searching in the nearby bushes, turned and immediately locked onto the rapidly moving skull. A stone flew, hitting the skull and causing it to roll twice before coming to rest. Just as it was about to attack Lu Shiyu, Tang Ziyu had already returned to his side and launched a powerful kick at the ill-intentioned skull, sending it flying like a football. Are you okay? Nothing. Lu Shiyu's hand touched his chest, calming his heartbeat, which had suddenly accelerated with fear. What is that? The skull fell from midair and rolled a short distance on the ground. As luck would have it, it landed in a shallow pit, where it was stuck, flipping the skull upside down. Lu Shiyu immediately noticed the several flailing legs poking out of the skull. For some reason, he thought of the spider-like deformed creature they encountered just after leaving the base. Could there be a spider hiding inside the skull? Thinking of this, Lu Shiyu's fear of the unknown eased a little, and curiosity also emerged. Having been frightened just moments ago, he was now curious again about what lay within the skull. Captain, we've looked, but we haven't seen anything. Nearby, Xiao Xingyang, having just returned, was startled by the skull beneath his feet. Seeing the unidentified creature retracting into the skull, he quickly hid behind Yin Hong. Disgusting. Could it be some kind of insect? Yin Hong raised an eyebrow and thrust the tip of her long knife into the pitch-black skull, trying to force the contents out. Just as the tip of the knife was about to penetrate the skull, several tiny legs covered in a hard shell stretched out, blocking the incoming blade. The creature then found a foothold and flipped over. After emerging from the pit, its first action was to run as far away from the group as possible. Yin Hong hadn't anticipated this creature's intelligence. Fortunately, Chen Yunliang appeared in time to stop the skull from escaping. What happened? Confused, Chen Yunliang looked down at the skull beneath his feet. Why did this thing suddenly move? I don't know, but there seems to be something inside. Something? Several people gathered together, watching as Chen Yunliang carefully lifted the skull from beneath his feet and turned it over for everyone to see. As if sensing the sudden turn of events, the creature inside frantically extended several legs, struggling to turn over. From this angle, everyone could clearly see its legs. Each leg has 4 segments, one of which accounts for half of the total length, with the remaining half divided evenly between the other 3 segments. Joints connect the segments, providing pivotal points for movement. The tips of the legs are sharp like hyena fangs, and numerous tiny bone spurs grow on the hard shell. If you reach out to these legs, you'll likely be pierced like a sieve. Chen Yunliang asked Yin Hong to help hold it while he took out his own tools. He used tweezers to reach into the skull, grasped the body hidden within, and attempted to yank it free. Perhaps because the tweezers weren't strong enough, coupled with the creature's violent struggles, the skull was finally grasped and yanked, sending it flying into the air. The tweezers, due to the limited contact area, also separated from the skull, sending it careening through the air once more, landing in a pile of weeds. After a brief moment of confusion, it quickly reacted, using all its legs to sprint. The skull rushed around in panic, and was about to run away. The crowd caught up with it, and followed it into the bushes. Chapter 84. Several people followed the rapidly moving skull, running into the bushes and chasing it. Tang Zi noticed that the skull seemed to be moving in a certain direction with a purpose, so he told Yin Hong not to stop it directly, but to wait and see where it was going. The group followed the skull along a winding path, eventually discovering a pile of debris beneath a tree. Just as the skull was about to run into a pit to hide, Yin Hong intercepted it and stepped on it, immobilizing it. The others arrived a little later, and were also shocked to see the scattered bones on the ground. Because the bones were scattered on the ground like jigsaw puzzle pieces, the only way to determine the number of victims was by the number of skulls. Including the one under Yin Hong's feet, a rough estimate was 3. Like the skull, these bones had completely turned to white. Walking ahead, Tang Ziyu immediately recognized the scattered clothing as the exploration team's uniforms. Combined with the equipment carelessly discarded nearby, it was almost certain that these corpses had once been members of the exploration team. But Chen Yunliang quickly noticed something was wrong. The clothes lying next to the corpses were incredibly new and clean, not at all the way out in the open, exposed to the elements. They weren't even as dirty as his clothes, which had been worn for 2 or 3 days. It looked as if they had only been there for 2 days. But that didn't make sense. If these clothes really belonged to these corpses, then it wouldn't make sense that the corpses had been reduced to bones, yet the clothes were still intact. It was illogical. Could it be that these clothes didn't belong to these corpses? Then how did they end up here? Xiao Xingyang searched the area for something, but found nothing. Strange, why aren't there any? Lu Xiyu asked curiously. What are you looking for? A knife, Xiao Xingyang said, pointing to the long sword hanging from his waist. The exploration team is equipped with knives. Because using firearms outside the base, especially in unexplored areas, is extremely dangerous, everyone carries a sword. But I've been searching for these three people's swords for ages, and can't find them. Lu Xiyu's gaze swept over the group. Indeed, with the exception of herself, a non-exploration member, everyone in the Flying Eagle team carried swords. Even Qin Yunliang, who usually fought with a bow and crossbow, was no exception. While the number and appearance of the swords varied slightly, they all had them. Xiao Xingyang briefly introduced Lu Xiyu to the exploration team's swords. The handles, blades, and scabbards were all crafted from the finest materials. Both the quality and the feel were unmatched by ordinary knives. Furthermore, due to the high cost, applications for sword manufacturing were extremely difficult to obtain. Yin Hong spent a long time polishing her swords before she even had 3. Each sword was secretly engraved with a serial number, allowing the owner to be traced. This also meant that these special issue knives were extremely difficult to circulate even on the black market. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to trade something that would surely be investigated. But the problem now was that the swords of these 3 men were missing. Clearly, all their necessary belongings were here, except for their most important swords. Qin Yunliang frowned slightly. The swords are missing? That's a problem. If everything were here, it would mean these 3 men died in an accident. But if the swords were missing, it could only mean it was intentional. Someone secretly ambushed the exploration team and took their weapons. Fuck. Who's so bold? Qin Yunliang shook his head. I don't know. We can't even confirm if these 3 people are truly part of the exploration team, let alone when they died. The time of death indicated by the bones and clothing was vastly different. Something must be interfering with their judgment. Unlike Lu Xiyu's timidity, Yin Hong was accustomed to the edge of a knife. A mere human bone didn't stir any significant emotion in her. Yin Hong grabbed the skull at her feet and tossed it around like a ball. The contents, instinctively frightened, retreated completely into the skull. As Yin Hong walked toward Xiao Xingyang, she accidentally stepped on a long bone. She moved her foot away and discovered it was broken. Yin Hong bent down to pick up the half bone and searched for it for a moment. Soon, she found the other half, the 2 broken bones fitting perfectly together. Qin Yunliang, take a look at this. Yin Hong handed 2 pieces of bone to Qin Yunliang and said, there seems to be something wrong with these bones. Qin Yunliang took the bones and immediately noticed something. This is an ulna, the bone in the human arm. The more Qin Yunliang examined them, the deeper his frown deepened. The cross-section of the bone was remarkably smooth as tofu cut by a sharp blade. This was the most obvious abnormality. The second most obvious abnormality was the fresh marrow within the bone, which was completely different from what would be found in natural bone formation. Qin Yunliang pushed his glasses up and calmly explained his findings. These 3 people were murdered, and they haven't been dead for long. I suspect they were members of the explorers, who came to capture us a few days ago. Finally, and most importantly, I can probably guess who the murderer is. What? Xiao Xingyang was confused. How do you know who the murderer is? There's not even a hair of the murderer left here, is there? And how can you be so sure they weren't killed by some mutated creature? Qin Yunliang glared at Xiao Xingyang unceremoniously. I told you to study, but you raised pigs instead, and you've grown up to be a fool. Ignoring Xiao Xingyang's silly question, Qin Yunliang began to explain. First, the cross-section of this bone is very smooth, which rules out the possibility of a mutated creature. The perpetrator not only had a knife, but it was also sharp and swift. Someone without professional training like Yan Ning would never have been able to cut it. Xiao Xingyang displayed the cross-section of the bone for everyone to see. Second, there's something in the broken bone, he continued. The bone marrow should be exposed, drying out and forming hollows soon. However, the marrow inside is still moist, its moisture not completely depleted. This indicates that the body has definitely been dead for no more than a week. Yin Hong was puzzled. If the body has been dead for no more than a week, then why has it completely turned to bones? Actually, a week is considered rigorous. I estimate no more than 3 days. Qin Yunliang collected the broken bones and looked at the scattered bones behind him. These bones didn't decompose naturally, but were transformed into this state through some special method. Special method? Xiao Xingyang pondered for a long time, but could not come up with any method that could transform a corpse into bones in such a short time, and such clean bones at that. Do you still remember the man with the scimitar from the mercenary team? Lu Shiyu's face was filled with confusion. She only knew those individuals from a few people's accounts, but she had never seen the other three in person, so she didn't quite understand what Qin Yunliang was saying. But Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang, who had fought Bayard, were deeply impressed and could never forget them. Putting the two things together, Yin Hong instantly thought of a possibility. You're saying? Yes. Qin Yunliang pointed to the skull in Yin Hong's hand and said, the murderer of these three members of the exploration team was a mercenary. While it wasn't clear if his supernatural powers could accomplish this, they speculated based on the clues that Bayard had likely used his powers, and the strange scimitar to completely drain the flesh and blood of these three, leaving only unabsorbed bones. This was the cause of their skeletonization despite their recent death. Bayard himself might have recovered from absorbing the flesh and blood of these three men, and was hiding somewhere, perhaps secretly watching them from a corner right now. At the thought, a chill ran from his tailbone up his spine to his brain. No way, that's scary, Lu Shiyu said, rubbing his arms, which were covered in goosebumps. It sounds just like the legendary vampires of the Western Middle Ages. And if he really recovered through this, wouldn't it be very troublesome to encounter him again? Tang Ziyu patted Lu Shiyu's shoulder, his broad palm seeming to soothe the fear caused by uncertainty. Don't worry. His superpowers are advantageous in single combat, but as long as we're not alone, he can't do anything to us. However, what Tang Ziyu didn't mention was that while Bayard had no advantage against a group of them, if he had already met up with the other two mercenaries and traveled together, that would be a real problem. Seeing Lu Shiyu's worried look, Tang Ziyu swallowed his words. Worrying was pointless anyway. If they met, they would just have to fight. Speaking up now would only add to his worries. Perhaps because no one had paid attention to it for a while, the unknown thing hidden in the skull actually tried to sneak away, only to be caught red-handed by Lu Shiyu. A pair of eyes, like snail tentacles, peeked out from the skull and met Lu Shiyu's gaze. Their long eyes swayed slightly, and Lu Shiyu's expression was filled with fear and terror, as if he had seen the Guangdong specialty of twin ponytails. The words were stuck in his throat like a stone. Lu Shiyu pointed at the creepy eyes, his throat so constricted that he couldn't make a sound. Yin Hong turned her head to see the scene, and with malicious intent, she tried to thrust the skull directly in front of Lu Shiyu's eyes, but Tang Ziyu grabbed her wrist just in time to stop her. Let's see what's inside first. For some reason, Yin Hong felt that Tang Ziyu seemed a little angry. Oh! The conversation returned to the throbbing skull. Several people gathered around the motionless, fading death skull in the center. It won't come out no matter what, Xiao Xingyang suggested. Why don't we try drowning it in water, or roasting it in fire? We happen to have the resources. Roast it in fire? Do you want to cremate them? Yin Hong asked. Qin Yunliang said calmly, I still hope to preserve the contents intact. What if, like shrimp, it changes color when cooked? How can I observe it then? Then what should we do? How about splitting the skull open? The skull is one of the hardest bones in the human body. Splitting it without damaging the contents is a bit challenging, but we can try. The three of them enthusiastically discussed how to extract the contents. The creature inside, unable to understand human language, had no idea how dangerous its current situation was. Lu Shiyu listened to the discussion, his thoughts seemingly frozen. After a long pause, he hesitantly said, well, why don't you all respect the deceased and leave his head alone? Or at least not split it in half? Chapter 85. After some discussion, the group finally compromised, choosing a method that would not damage the skull, leave the deceased intact, and force out whatever was hiding inside. Smoke. Xiao Xingyang skillfully cleared a patch of ground and pulled away the weeds to prevent the flames from spreading uncontrollably. Then, he had Yin Hong place the dried branches she had gathered in the center of the clearing, and had Tang Ziyu light the fuel to generate smoke. All they had to do was place the skull over the fire, and wait for the contents to crawl out. While they weren't sure if this would blacken the skull, it was the most suitable method Lu Shiyu could secure. According to the other three, they didn't care what would happen to a stranger's bones, and were willing to agree purely out of respect for Lu Shiyu. The smoke produced by the burning was primarily due to the incomplete combustion of the incinerator. To this end, the group gathered some scattered dead leaves and piled them on top of the dry wood to block air circulation. They then added some partially dried fuel and placed the skull on top of the pile, completing their simple smoker. Tang Ziyu picked up a handful of hay and summoned his supernatural flame to ignite it. But 2 seconds after the flame appeared, it suddenly jumped twice, then, as if out of control, soared to 3 meters, nearly igniting the leaves overhead. Tang Ziyu hurriedly retracted his supernatural power, and the uncontrolled flame finally vanished. Lu Shiyu felt the heat from the flame still lingering on his face. He touched his cheek in surprise, almost thinking even the hairs on his face had been singed. What just happened? Faced with Lu Shiyu's question, the other members of the Flying Eagle squad, though they knew what was going on, were secretly observing Tang Ziyu's expression, unsure whether to tell Lu Shiyu directly. Tang Ziyu clutched her wrist, her expression slightly grim, but she quickly recovered. Nothing. Lu Shiyu's brow furrowed, her gaze quickly glancing at the others whose eyes wandered, deeply annoyed at the fact that they had chosen to conceal something from her. Although she wasn't fundamentally a member of the Flying Eagle squad, they had come this far together, and while their bond wasn't particularly deep, she assumed they were at least friends. But they refused to share any issues, leaving her in the dark. But then she realized this might be Tang Ziyu's personal matter, and it wasn't convenient to discuss it. Lu Shiyu's rational understanding and emotional dissatisfaction battled endlessly in her mind, unable to decide which was which. Lu Shiyu simply stared at Tang Ziyu with a look of displeasure. Though he remained silent, the already guilty Tang Ziyu felt uneasy. It's a bit complicated. Tang Ziyu finally relented and decided to confess his superpower to Lu Shiyu. While my superpower is quite powerful, it's also difficult to control. Sometimes it doesn't act entirely according to my will. It might change its trajectory mid-flight, or suddenly grow in size. If for some reason I become mentally weakened and lose constant awareness of my superpower status, it might even slip away unnoticed. Sneak out? Lu Shiyu was skeptical. Can superpowers have self-awareness? I'm not sure. Ultimately, it's just my ability, not a living being. The possibility of it possessing self-awareness is low. Tang Ziyu continued, so I usually suppress my ability, just like a gas valve. I use it in a controlled manner. If the valve is loose, the gas will leak out uncontrollably. I think I understand. Lu Shiyu nodded, half understanding. I see. But I noticed your ability was very stable before. Why is it suddenly out of control now? Tang Ziyu held out a fist, palm facing up. A small flame sat quietly in his palm, neither swaying nor jumping up and down. It was completely different from the out-of-control state it had just been in. Everyone's willpower can sometimes sag, so besides my own usual vigilance, I also have the professionals at base place certain restrictions on my powers. Think of it as a lock, ensuring that even if my powers get out of control, they won't cause irreparable trouble. It also makes it easier for me to suppress them. However, just the day before yesterday, I undid that lock during a battle with the mercenary captain. I can't relock it until I return to base and discuss it. Without that lock, I need to focus more on controlling my powers. If I continue to use them carelessly as usual, I'd be more likely to end up like I did just now. Tang Ziyu used it again, regaining the feel for using his powers, and the flames finally settled. But I'd be fine after getting used to it, don't worry. The fuel pile ignited successfully. Tang Ziyu inserted the flaming stick into the pile, and soon, billowing black smoke billowed from it, slowly rising into the sky and driving away the surrounding mosquitoes. In the smoky, blazing environment, the creature clinging to the skull soon gave way and began struggling to escape. Yin Hong quickly grabbed it with 2 wooden sticks and pulled it out. After escaping the obstructing black smoke, everyone finally saw the creature's true form. It was a strangely deformed creature. Each of its 8 legs had a hard shell and 2 claws, but its body was like a peeled shrimp or the curled tentacles of an octopus, limp and curled together. Without any protective shell, not even a solid outer skin, the tiny blood vessels and veins could be seen. Apart from its 8 legs and 2 claws, the rest of the creature was as fragile as a piece of soft tofu. Its 2 slender, tentacle-like eyes moved constantly, as if searching for the reason for its dangling. The deformed creature was the size of 2 or 3 fists, stuffing itself completely within the skull. To move, it only needed to extend its 8 legs. With such a fragile body, it's no wonder it's cocooned in its hard skull. After forcing the creature out, the men hurriedly extinguished the fire before beginning to observe the deformed creature. Why does it look like both a shrimp and a crab? Xiao Xingyang scratched his head. Is this considered aquatic? Xiao Xingyang reached out to poke the deformed creature, but the creature, initially slow in its movements, suddenly attacked with swift speed as Xiao Xingyang's finger approached, barely managing to clamp it. Wow, they're playing dirty tricks. Chen Yunyang pulled a transparent bottle from his bag and managed to fit the deformed creature inside. This seemed more convenient than using a stick to hold it. The deformed creature placed in the bottle suddenly quieted down. After a brief period of adjustment, it turned its body, its 8 legs facing the bottle's opening. its limp torso pressed against the bottle's wall, as if it simply felt like it was in another skull. Although this skull was transparent, it didn't stop it from treating it as its territory. Lu Shiyu searched the book and found another deformed creature that hadn't been recorded. It looks like two different animals put together, Lu Shiyu said, tilting his head and looking at the deformed creature in the bottle from different angles. Doesn't it resemble a hermit crab? Oh yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Xiao Xingyang clapped his hands and said, no wonder it looks familiar. After all, it's just a similarity to a hermit crab. Well, it's a deformed creature after all. Yin Hong didn't care. She shook the bottle and asked, is it edible? Qin Yunliang thought for a second and said, if it's not poisonous, it should be. It looks quite tender. Lu Shiyu was speechless. You guys who've been in a skull want to eat it? Why did she just realize these people were so delicious? Yin Hong looked at the deformed creature in the glass bottle, then at the skull. She seemed to realize something was wrong, but ultimately morality overcame her appetite. Forget it then. If you don't want to eat it, then don't. For some reason, Lu Shiyu felt Yin Hong's tone was filled with regret. But regret was pointless. She wouldn't use something like that to cook. While the others were still fiddling with the deformed creatures, Tang Ziyu gathered the scattered bones from the ground and piled them together. However, they all looked identical, making it impossible to tell which one belonged to which person. Why not just dig a grave and bury them all together? It's become so bad it's hard to tell who's who, Qin Yunliang suggested. Although burying 3 people's bones together sounded a bit unacceptable, the 3 of them didn't have the chance to complain now. Even if they were dissatisfied, they wouldn't come to them in the middle of the night. The men dug a simple grave, and after Qin Yunliang counted and confirmed the correct number of bones, he tossed the scattered bones in. Xiao Xingyang scooped up a shovel of dirt and made to bury them when Lu Shiyu stopped him. Are they burying all their belongings together? Lu Shiyu was referring, of course, to the clothes and equipment. According to the custom in her hometown, before the deceased's burial, the family would select some of the deceased's most treasured belongings and place them in the coffin with the burial. The general meaning of this custom was to allow the deceased to rest in peace. However, this custom was abandoned after cremation became the norm and burial was no longer permitted. Let's bury them together. No one can find us here anyway. Yin Hong squatted down and tapped the skull with her knuckles, making a thumping sound. We're really kind. Even in such a tight timeline, we're willing to take the time to dig their graves and bury them so they can rest in peace. Well, we're just too kind, but there's nothing we can do about it. Lu Shiyu recalled Yin Hong's words about splitting the skull open not long ago and smiled awkwardly. As he collected the 3 people's belongings from under the tree, Lu Shiyu noticed a small backpack behind it. Because it was so hidden, the others hadn't noticed it before. What's in it? It's so heavy. Lu Shiyu carried the backpack out and placed it on the ground, ready to open it to see what was inside, and to look for any identification, like ID cards. The zipper on the backpack slid open smoothly. Lu Shiyu was about to rip it open to see what was inside, when a massive pair of pincers, larger than her own hand, suddenly emerged from the darkened space. Luckily, after all her experiences, Lu Shiyu's reaction speed had improved significantly. Just as the giant pincers were about to touch her face, she instinctively threw the backpack away. The backpack hit the ground with a short puff, kicking up a cloud of dust and rolling twice before coming to rest. Several people who noticed the movement stopped what they were doing and watched as Lu Shiyu stared at the black backpack, as if facing a formidable enemy. Under his gaze, something began to wriggle within the backpack. Chapter 86. The black waterproof backpack was open, but the thing inside seemed unable to find an exit and simply struggled inside. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the backpack, practically staring holes through it. Finally, the thing hiding inside seemed to notice the light, and several sharp, slender legs emerged from it. A gigantic version of the aberrant creature. It looked exactly like the one they found in the skull. Yin Hong glanced at the glass bottle in her hand, then at the strange object emerging from the backpack, and instantly understood what it was. This is the old one that's been slain by the young one, Xiao Xingyang grumbled. Could we be capturing its cubs? Several of the aberrant creature's legs extended from the backpack like a sea anemone, its 2 enormous pincers snapping in midair, as if displaying their powerful weapons. The shells of the legs were hard and sharp, and whether they were pinched by the pincers or pierced by the legs, they would likely suffer no harm. As the group continued to engage in a stare-down confrontation, Lu Shiyu suddenly noticed its mouth moving for some unknown reason, as if it were chewing something. But in this situation, was it truly eating? The mouth, hidden beneath its whiskers, suddenly stopped, And then, as if sensing something in the air, the deformed creature's eyes finally settled in Yin Hong's direction. The next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Without warning, the deformed creature suddenly spat out a mouthful of an unknown liquid, a murky mucus that flew straight in Yin Hong's direction. Fortunately, Yin Hong's special ability allowed her to avoid danger in the 2 seconds it took. The unidentified slime eventually landed on the tree trunk behind Yin Hong. The moment it made contact with the trunk, it suddenly began to bubble and emit an indescribable, strange smell, like something rotting, a chemical liquid, and even a burnt scent if you sniff closely. As the slime gradually descended due to gravity, the group could clearly see that the bark where the slime had first made contact with the trunk had corroded, revealing the whitish core beneath. Yin Hong gazed at the corroded trunk with lingering fear. Suddenly, she felt something weighted wrong in her hand. Looking down, she discovered that the small aberration that had been in the bottle was gone. Thankfully, after searching around, Yin Hong found the small aberration. Perhaps because of the jolt from being thrown out, the small aberration was sprawled on the green grass, spewing white foam from its mouth. Yin Hong was about to immediately retrieve the creature that had nearly escaped, but Qin Yunliang said nonchalantly, "Go ahead." The captain said, "I won't be treating any minor injuries you inflict. Just consider it a lesson." Yin Hong paused, staring at the half-dead small aberration. She casually picked up a branch, placed the bottle horizontally to the side, and slowly eased the creature into the bottle. As she did so, the foam from the aberration's mouth touched the leaf, instantly burning a hole in it. If this foam had touched human skin, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even on the other side, having witnessed the aggressiveness and destructive power of the larger aberration, Xiao Xingyang attacked directly, his long sword piercing the air and slashing at the aberration, as if to cut it in two. Xiao Xingyang's long sword was then clamped by a large pincer, stuck in midair, unable to move any further. Seeing his long sword unable to cut through the creature's armor, Xiao Xingyang prepared to withdraw his sword, but then realized he couldn't even pull it back. The deformed creature's pincers held Xiao Xingyang's long sword tightly, and several of its legs dug into the ground, preventing Xiao Xingyang from retracting the sword. A wrestling match ensued between Xiao Xingyang and the deformed creature. The harder Xiao Xingyang struggled to retract his sword, the more the deformed creature refused to let go. This silent contest ultimately ended in Xiao Xingyang's crushing defeat. Furious, Xiao Xingyang swung his other long sword and slashed at the deformed creature's side, only to have his other sword also clamped, rendering both blades unretractable. Lu Xiyu looked at the furious Xiao Xingyang, unable to think of any words to comfort him. He turned to look at Tang Ziyu beside him. "Can you take care of that aberration?" A subtle glint flashed in Tang Ziyu's eyes. "Yes." As Tang Ziyu drew the blade from its sheath, flames erupted from the blade, spreading across the entire blade. As the flaming blade drew closer, the aberration, feeling the sudden rise in temperature, began to feel uncomfortable and attempted to retreat back into its bag. But how could Tang Ziyu allow it to do so? In a flash, the flame spread to the backpack, instantly igniting the dry fabric. The aberration, half hidden inside, quickly realized something was amiss. By the time it discovered the source of the problem, the backpack was already irreparably burned. The aberration had no choice but to abandon the backpack and flee, or it would be incinerated along with it. It darted wildly on its 8 legs, but before it could get far, a long knife pierced its body, pinning it to the ground, unable to move forward. Xiao Xingyang, holding another knife, whistled happily when he saw the long blade successfully hit its target. A perfect hit! Qin Yunliang walked over and squatted beside the deformed creature. After a closer look, he found that the two creatures were identical except for their size, confirming they were the same species. The deformed creature tried to struggle, but the long blade had completely pierced its soft torso. If it had moved any further, it would have probably been cut in half. "Hey, Lu Xiyu," Yin Hong seemed to have a thought and shook Lu Xiyu's arm, saying, "We can eat this big one, right?" Lu Xiyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, unable to withstand Yin Hong's constant shaking, he relented. "Of course I can, but I need to first figure out what's edible and what's not. It would be terrible if we all got food poisoning after eating." Lu Xiyu, feeling dizzy from the shaking, said, "Stop shaking. I'm seeing double." Yin Hong then stopped. "Leave it to me then," Qin Yunliang said, shaking the bottle in his hand. "I'm also planning to dissect it to see its internal structure. How does it produce a liquid as corrosive as strong acid? Alright then, once Qin Yunliang's done, I take care of the larger one." Yin Hong cheered, raising her hand. "Great." Qin Yunliang was pushed aside by Yin Hong to tinker with the smaller, deformed creature. Lu Xiyu tied the larger one up with a rope, and hung it up to prevent it from escaping. To prevent it from spitting out the liquid again, Lu Shiyu also tied its mouth shut, so that any regurgitation would remain in its own mouth. The men returned to their work of burying the grave, placing their clothing and remains in the pit. They then filled in the dirt and compacted it. Compared to the original, a small arch had formed. However, it didn't look like a grave at all. Instead, it looked like someone was trying to evade justice by hiding the evidence after committing murder. It seems like something's missing. Lu Shiyu rubbed his chin, examining the mound. It doesn't look like a grave. Tang Ziyu understood and chose a nearby tree. He cut down a section, then slightly modified it, finally making a wooden sign. Oh, how could we forget about the tombstone? Yin Hong clapped her hands. Can we just stick it in? Do we need to write something? Like Tomb of So-and-so or something like that? Lu Shiyu said helplessly, but we don't know the names of these 3 people. Even if we had an idea, we couldn't write it. No problem, I do it. Tang Ziyu pulled a black oil-based marker from his bag and traced the template. Once he had determined the approximate placement, he held the board with one hand and began writing without a draft. Yin Hong, Lu Shiyu, and Xiao Xingyang watched Tang Ziyu from either side as he began writing. Because a stroke drawn with a ballpoint pen was ultimately too fine for the wood, Tang Ziyu chose to draw the strokes first and then fill in the color. The final result was almost identical to that of a brush dipped in thick ink. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so good at calligraphy, Captain. Xiao Xingyang examined the finished wooden tombstone, toothed twice, and placed it in the center of the mound, sinking it into the ground to ensure it wouldn't fall easily. He then reinforced it with a layer of soil. The simple grave had just been completed, and Qin Yunliang had finished studying the deformed creature elsewhere. It's not a big deal. It's non-toxic, but we need to remove and clean all the internal organs. It also has. Never mind, you won't understand even if I tell you. Just remove everything except the flesh. Don't burst anything like a balloon. Lu Shiyu noted Qin Yunliang's words, then set the distorted creature aside and went to cook. Lu Shiyu carefully turned the distorted creature's head toward a more obscure direction, to prevent it from suddenly spewing anything else. After sharpening the kitchen knife, Lu Shiyu chopped off the distorted creature's 8 legs and 2 large claws, leaving its trunk bare and resembling shrimp. The tip of the knife made a shallow cut into the distorted creature's trunk, but he didn't cut too deep for fear of cutting something he shouldn't. He could tear the rest of the way open by hand. After tearing open the white and tender trunk, he saw organs connected by a black string, resembling grapes. Lu Shiyu guessed that the black string was something like the digestive tract, but he couldn't say for sure about the rest. After severing the long black string connecting it to the brain, he could then pull out a string of indecipherable organs. After removing the internal organs, only the tender white flesh remained from the body, looking like a large piece of lard. Lu Shiyu wasn't sure how it tasted. Unlike the incredibly soft trunk, the part of the deformed creature covered in its shell was extremely hard. Lu Shiyu tried to chop it with a kitchen knife, but after several attempts, the shell sustained only minor scratches, but his knife was almost useless. Damn it! Is this stone? Lu Shiyu dropped his legs and simply said, just boil it in water. Lu Shiyu decisively gave up struggling and, after processing what he could, began preparing the meal. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Neil struck a match and tossed it into the pile of firewood. Flames instantly spread across the pile, the growing flames illuminating the surroundings and the faces of the 3 men. Chapter 87. After the bitter battle the day before yesterday, all 3 men were seriously injured. Their only healer was still missing, his body missing, leaving them with nothing to do but wait for his wounds to heal. Of the 3, only Bayard had some recovery ability, but his recovery rate was horribly low. Even after draining the blood and flesh of the 3 men, he could only barely recover from serious injuries to a state of minor injury. The 3 sat around the fire. Now that the helicopter had been destroyed, their way back was cut off. Their employer and the team's healer were also missing. It was a double whammy, and for a moment, the 3 were at a loss as to what to do. As he was worrying about what to do next, Neil's stomach growled. Neil clutched his stomach sheepishly. He hadn't eaten for 2 days, and it felt like a burning sensation. But they hadn't brought much food with them, and Neil didn't dare ask the other 2 for food. After all, they had been hungry for a long time, and Neil didn't expect them to share their limited food. The captain silently stirred the firewood, then pulled a package of compressed biscuits from his pocket and tossed it to Neil. In his panic, Neil almost dropped it, nearly dropping it into the flames. Fortunately, he managed to grab the package. Neil held the package in his hands as if it were a treasure, looking at the captain, who had remained silent the entire time, with surprise. However, the captain seemed unconcerned and continued to stir the fire, as if something was preoccupied. Neil gratefully opened the package and took a bite. The dry taste instantly brought Neil back to reality. Not tasty. The first thing he felt was dryness. Not the crisp texture of a typical biscuit, but like a clump of earth mixed with flour. From the moment it entered his mouth, it began to absorb the moisture in his mouth like crazy, coating his mouth and lips with powder. The texture was also powdery and grainy, making it difficult to chew. The taste was both salty and spicy, like eating pepper mixed with salt. Neil coughed from the powder and the strange taste. Bayard, who was wiping his machete nearby, glanced at him and scoffed. "Neil, are you starving? You're just eating something raw that needs to be cooked?" "What?" Neil ripped open the package of compressed biscuits. Next to the large product name, there was a line of small text. Add hot water and soak before serving. So, this is actually a package of instant food. Neil's face changed again and again, while the captain beside him remained silent. His stomach growled again, and for dinner, Neil reluctantly dug into his bag for a tin lunchbox. He tossed the compressed biscuits in, filled it with water, and placed it next to the fire, stirring it occasionally with a spoon to help it spread more quickly. After cooking for about 3 or 4 minutes, the compressed biscuits in the tin had turned into a paste, resembling oatmeal with a little less water. Neil carefully removed the lunch box from the fire, placing a paper towel under it to insulate it before daring to pick it up. Neil stirred the porridge with a spoon. He still looked unappetizing, but his stomach wouldn't tolerate any more fuss. After scooping up a spoonful of porridge and letting it cool, Neil closed his eyes and shoved it into his mouth. He was relieved that the cooked compressed biscuits weren't terrible. The flavor was still acceptable. The ample salt and pepper kept the porridge from being bland, but the taste was too monotonous. After a few bites, his stomach felt a little full, not too queasy, and Neil lost interest in eating. "Captain, when can we go back?" Neil mustered up the courage to ask the captain, who had been silent for a long time. The captain paused while stirring the firewood and turned to look at Neil. "You want to go back?" I don't mean that. I just wanted to ask." Neil's fingers gripped the spoon handle unconsciously, tightening. "And Lena hasn't been found yet." "Lena?" Bayard chuckled. "She'd probably have been killed by the exploration team long ago. Even if she hadn't been caught by the exploration team, she'd have encountered a mutated creature." "Bayard? What's wrong? Am I wrong?" Bayard leaned against the tree trunk behind him, crossing his legs. "Lena's only ability is to command you. If she were to go in, she probably wouldn't even be able to hold a knife steady. Besides her powers, what else is she worth? If it weren't for the high growth rate and rarity of her powers, someone like her who's always crying, making a scene, and threatening to commit suicide would have been eliminated from the mercenary industry long ago." Neil's face flushed with anger, but he didn't dare to speak directly back at Bayard. However, the scornful look from Bayard made him furious. "Okay, now that Lena's gone, is it your turn to bicker?" The argument died down instantly, and both turned their heads away, not wanting to see each other. "We can't go back to the base," the captain said, throwing branches into the fire. "It's too far from the base, and there's no transportation. We have to walk back, but the risk is too high, and it's not worth it. Because the area outside the base has been uninhabited for years, the previously man-made terrain has been affected. Perhaps a mudslide buried the mountain road, or a flood flooded some areas, or an earthquake created steep cliffs. Many areas were once accessible, but after 10 years of neglect, they've reverted to their natural state. Forget four-wheel drive vehicles. Even two-wheeled motorcycles can only operate within the immediate vicinity of the base. Traveling further is difficult. The randomly scattered trees and unpredictable terrain mean that if a vehicle enters uncharted territory without proper prior exploration, the unlucky ones will likely crash and die. But it was pointless to dwell on this. Even if the three of them wanted to find any means of transportation, they couldn't find one. In the wilderness, getting enough to eat was a real struggle. Thinking of the many more hunger pangs to come, Neil devoured the less than palatable porridge. Bayard opened both backpacks and dumped out everything inside. There was quite a bit of stuff inside: a high-intensity flashlight, a Swiss Army knife, a mirror, sterile patches, paper and pen, rope, and various other small items. Everything you could possibly need, except for a sleeping bag. "It's all just junk. I wasted all my time carrying them." Bayard dropped the 2 black backpacks onto the ground and stomped on them. He originally intended to see if there were any sleeping bags or anything like that inside, but it was nothing but small odds and ends. While they might be useful to ordinary people, they were pure junk to them. "Didn't find anything valuable?" "No, Bayard replied to the captain. Those three don't even have special abilities. They're probably just low-level scum, brought in to make up the numbers. There's nothing valuable in their bags. As if a thought had occurred to him, Bayard's frown relaxed, and he lay back down. Those big men in the base are still so pretentious, actually calling in a bunch of noobs to work. I thought they were so powerful. TSK, you're still injured, Neil muttered. What did you say, brat? Bayard glared at him coldly, and Neil immediately shut up, regretting having spoken his mind again. The ones chasing them were far inferior to them in strength, but they were outnumbered. Their human wave tactics alone were enough to make them suffer. Being surrounded and seriously injured by a group of weaker people, Bayard was already feeling frustrated, and now Neil was openly mocking him. Furious, Bayard immediately wanted to drag Neil away for a lecture. Captain! Captain, save me! Neil was terrified, nearly crying. He had no fighting ability left. If he faced Bayard again, he'd only be beaten. When Lena had injected him with the potion, he simply waited until the battle was over for her to heal him. After all, mercenaries had used it plenty. And now Lena was gone. Although the potion had been modified so it wouldn't kill instantly, the side effects were numerous. For example, he was now completely unable to use his powers. If a psychic were compared to an egg, a normal psychic would be a complete, round egg that needed to be struck to crack. He, on the other hand, was a hollowed-out, carved egg, its shell threatening to shatter into pieces at any moment. Using his powers at this point would be tantamount to suicide. Bayard understood this, and his attitude towards Neil was even harsher than before. Thankfully, the captain's timely intervention prevented this devastating incident within the team. The captain held his long sword across Bayard's face, warning him to stop. Bayard's gaze gradually shifted to the captain's face. With a half-smile on his face, he jokingly asked, Captain, you're also seriously injured, aren't you? The captain didn't respond to his provocation, simply looking at him coldly. For a moment, their gazes locked in a silent exchange, like the sharp edges of knives. Suddenly, Bayard placed his arm on the captain's shoulder. Hey, I'm just concerned about you. Why are you being so serious? Ha ha ha. The captain brushed his hand away and sat back down with Neil. Go to bed early. We start our journey tomorrow. Journey? Neil, puzzled, softly asked the captain, where are we going? Isn't it impossible to return to the base? To Dawn Base. The captain looked up at the sky, only a faint glimpse of the stars piercing through the leaves. This place isn't too far from Dawn Base, so walking is more practical. Going to a completely unfamiliar place, the worst that could happen is starting over, and eventually you'll be able to make a comeback. But if you insist on returning to Dawn Base, you might die along the way. If you lose your life, you lose everything. The three of them each found a spot, some distance apart but not too far, and drifted off to sleep, each with their own ulterior motives. Lu Shiyu cut the tender white meat into thin, finger-thick strips, then into sections, making it easier to season. Because the trunk had a lot of meat, Lu Shiyu planned to divide it into two dishes, one for stir-frying and the other for making soup. First, the soup, which takes time. Lu Shiyu heated the wok and cracked 2 eggs into it. Heat the oil, fry the eggs until golden brown, then pour in water. Once the water boiled, add the chopped mushrooms and tofu. The tofu needed to be sliced into thin, evenly chopped slices, while the mushrooms only needed to be cut in half. After simmering the ingredients in the pot with the lid on for a while, add the vegetables and tender meat, mix everything together with a spoon, and season with salt and pepper. Drain the soup from the pot and sprinkle with a little chopped green onions. Your bowl of tofu and mushroom soup is ready. Chapter 88. The soup took much less time than expected. Lu Shiyu wiped his sweat and began cooking. The dried black fungus had been soaked in water beforehand and was now ready to use. Cut the carrots and cucumbers into small strips horizontally, then cut them diagonally into sections to create beautiful prismatic shapes. When the water boils, add the chopped carrots and black fungus. Blanch them for 3 minutes, then add the cucumbers and blanch them for 1 minute. Remove from heat and set aside. Place the tender meat, cooking wine, and light soy sauce in a bowl, mix well, and marinate for 10 minutes. Pour cooking oil into a wok and heat it. Add the beaten egg and stir-fry until set. Remove from heat, and add more oil to the wok. Once the oil is hot, add the minced garlic and sauté until fragrant. The marinated tender meat strips are placed into the wok one by one. As they heat, the meat begins to curl, turning from a single strip into a small circle, and the color becomes more reddish. After the tender meat is pan-fried until golden brown on both sides, add the cucumber, carrot, and wood ear mushrooms and stir-fry. The egg should be added last. Then add appropriate amounts of salt, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, and chicken bouillon. Continue stir-frying to allow the seasonings to dissolve and enhance the flavor. Stir-fry for a while before serving. The tender meat from the trunk was ready, but the remaining legs and claws proved a bit of a headache. Because the shell was so hard, splitting it was impossible. Lu Shiyu had to ask Tang Ziyu to help her with it, breaking it apart at the joints and breaking it into sections to make it easier to put in the pot. Otherwise, it would be too long to even fit under the lid. After Lu Shiyu placed the limbs in the pot one by one, he found that even after breaking them apart, it was difficult for all of them to reach the water. The length of the limbs prevented them from being lowered into the pot, essentially leaving them suspended in the air. But she didn't have a bigger pot. Lu Shiyu glanced back, feeling the food should be enough for them, and simply covered the pot, waiting for it to cook. Taking advantage of his free time, Lu Shiyu prepared a simple dipping sauce. Mince the ginger, add soy sauce, cooking wine, vinegar, and sugar, and mix well. Removing the lid, the water level in the pot dropped considerably. Lu Shiyu poked the meat inside the legs with chopsticks. Seeing it was almost done, he scooped it out and neatly arranged it next to the prepared dipping sauce. Elsewhere, Chen Yunliang took the internal organs that Lu Shiyu had extracted from the large, deformed creature and pulled 2 bottles from his bag, placing them on a flat tree stump. Chen Yunliang picked up a water ball-like organ and held it to the top of one of the bottles. Then, using a knife, he melted it from the bottom. The liquid immediately flowed into the bottle, emitting a fishy smell. Chen Yunliang calmly wiped his liquid-stained notebook with a wet towel, not forgetting to clean up any spills around it. He screwed the cap back on and set it aside. He then picked up another similar-looking organ and repeated the process. After collecting both liquids, Chen Yunliang wrapped the bottle in bubble wrap to prevent any shattering from bumps. What is this? Yin Hong curiously picked up a can and peered at the murky orange-yellow liquid inside, puzzled. This is the secretion of a deformed creature, Chen Yunliang warned. Be careful not to drop it. Yin Hong still had no idea of the potency of the liquid in the can, and after turning it over and over, she couldn't make out anything. Is it that serious? It's not a matter of whether it's serious or not, Chen Yunliang said, pushing his glasses. It's just that this liquid is very dangerous. Is it dangerous? But didn't you just drop it on your hand? Yin Hong looked at Chen Yunliang's hand. There wasn't a single mark on it, so it didn't look like anything was wrong. Besides, if there was any damage, Chen Yunliang would never have come into direct contact with a liquid like that. You remember the mucus that the deformed creature just spewed out, right? Chen Yunliang put the wrapped bottle into his backpack. These 2 liquids are the raw materials that make up that mucus. So dangerous. Yin Hong hurriedly returned the bottle to Chen Yunliang, but then realized something. That's not right. If that were the case, why is your hand still fine? Because the 2 liquids need to be mixed for it to work. Chen Yunliang produced 2 test tubes from somewhere. Each contained the same liquid as the one in the bottle just now. This is what I extracted from that little deformed creature. These 2 liquids are normally stored in different cavities within their bodies. Normally, they coexist peacefully and don't burden the body. However, if faced with danger or a predator, they will extract the 2 liquids from their cavities and reunite in their mouths. After saying this, Chen Yunliang demonstrated the process for Yin Hong. He placed a small piece of meat on a tree stump, donned gloves, and carefully uncorked the test tube. He first dripped a small amount of one liquid onto the meat, which showed no reaction. Then, he added the other liquid. The moment the 2 liquids came into contact, a chemical reaction began, producing a sizzling sound that resembled frying a piece of meat in hot oil. The 2 liquids continued to react. After a while, they were almost completely consumed, and the noise gradually subsided. Only after the reaction completely ceased did Yin Hong dare to move closer to inspect. She saw that the meat, which had once been considered fresh, was now cooked on the side that had come into contact with the liquid. It even looked a little burnt. Furthermore, the center of the meat was noticeably sunken. That's outrageous, Yin Hong exclaimed in disbelief, looking at the raw meat on one side and the burnt meat on the other. It just cooked straight away. That's how powerful the 2 liquids are when they mix. That's why I told you to be careful. I was fine just now, because I wiped my hands clean with a wet towel after filling one liquid. Since there was no mixing with the other liquid, it was safe to fill the other liquid. Chen Yunliang showed Yin Hong a towel with several small holes in it, but the towel isn't very safe. Yin Hong lowered her head, staring at the 2 cans of seemingly innocuous, but actually extremely dangerous, liquids, as if she were contemplating something. After a long pause, Yin Hong calmly asked Chen Yunliang, "Do you think food cooked in this liquid is edible?" Chen Yunliang, Dinner is ready. As Lu Shiyu approached to call the two men to dinner, he spotted them arguing with each other. Are you pigs? All you think about is eating. Can't you be a bit more adventurous? This question is also a question. Stop it. You're just greedy. Lu Shiyu looked at Tang Ziyu, who was watching from the side, and asked, why are they fighting again? Tang Ziyu dismissed the question and shouted, dinner is ready. The two men, who had been struggling, simultaneously stopped their movements, silently released their grips on each other's hair, adjusted their hair and clothes, and quietly went to eat. Ah, you're back. Xiao Xingyang's mouth was bulging with food, and he was still chewing until the others came over, clearly trying to steal some food. Seeing that Xiao Xingyang had already started eating, Yin Hong and Qin Yunliang, regardless of the previous friction, quickly joined in the meal. The fresh, tender meat didn't have much flavor, just a hint of sweetness. The ginger and cooking wine removed the earthy smell, leaving only a natural sweetness. The freshness ensured a full, firm, and springy texture. There was a slight resistance when biting down, followed by a crisp and springy bite. The fresh cucumber was incredibly crisp and refreshing. While light, it had a slightly sweet and juicy flavor that didn't overpower the main flavor. The firm, crunchy carrots had a firmer texture than the cucumbers. The plump wood-ear mushrooms absorbed the seasoning and the unique aromas of the other ingredients, creating a complex, umami-savory flavor. The first bite was a soft, springy texture, followed by a crisp, rich texture. The garnishes greatly enhanced the flavor of the entire dish, delicately balancing the visual and palate. They served not only as embellishments, but also as essential accompaniments. Lu Shiyu helped Tang Ziyu pour a bowl of rich soup, comprising shiitake mushrooms, tofu, eggs, and tender meat. The shiitake mushrooms, with their rich, woody aroma, enriched the broth, while the eggy fragrance blended seamlessly into the broth, adding a rich, umami flavor. The tofu, while light in flavor, had a delicate texture, absorbing the essence of the entire pot like a sponge. The freshness and sweetness of the tender meat, egg, and mushrooms complement each other harmoniously, the broth lightly enveloping the ingredients, making each bite a smooth, moist, and delicious experience. Lastly, Lu Shiyu was unsure about the poached deformed leg, though the result looked almost identical to steaming. Xiao Xingyang bit into the leg and nearly broke his teeth. Hiss! Why is it so hard? Xiao Xingyang, faced with the impenetrable shell, looked left and right like a monkey with an unfamiliar meal, finally realizing he could extract the meat from the cross-section. After poaching, the leg meat became easy to remove. Simply insert a chopstick between the shell and the meat, scrape along the edge, and the meat came out. A piece of white leg meat slid out of the shell. Xiao Xingyang eagerly picked it up, dipped it in the sauce, and took a big bite. The meat was plump and tender, with long, distinct fibers. Once cooked, it could be torn into a single strip with a simple tear, yet it melted easily when chewed. The snow-white meat, dipped in the light brown sauce, instantly took on the same color, carrying bits of ginger with it as it left the sauce. The fermented aroma of vinegar, accompanied by the spicy flavor of ground ginger, instantly struck the nose and taste buds upon taking it in, accompanied by the pungent tang of the ginger flakes. These two pungent aromas blended harmoniously in the same bowl of sauce, yet they didn't overwhelm the sweetness and umami of the leg meat, skillfully balancing the flavors without overwhelming them. The mercenary squad elsewhere had already gone to bed early, forced to sleep to reduce energy consumption due to food shortages. Neil, curled up in bed, felt his stomach. While the compressed biscuits had kept him from starving, he was still far from full. Moreover, it was just a bowl of porridge without even any meat. To Neil, it felt like nothing at all. Half asleep, Neil felt like he was hallucinating from hunger. He seemed to smell a captivating aroma, almost making him believe he was still at home at the base. What Neil wanted most at that moment wasn't the commission or anything else, but a good meal. With the faint aroma wafting through him, Neil fell asleep, dreaming of a sweet dream. Chapter 89. Look, there's a pond up ahead. Yin Hong squeezed past Xiao Xingyang and exclaimed, Wow! What a huge pond! Looks like there are fish in it. Tang Ziyu stepped down the tall plants at the water's edge to make it easier for Lu Shiyu to get over. Lu Shiyu was astonished by the large, clean pond. Not only was the water quality excellent, but there were even small lotus leaves. With a little tidying up, it could be just like a man-made lotus pond. Lu Shiyu, come and see. Yin Hong pulled Lu Shiyu to the water's edge. Look, are there any fish? Lu Shiyu, pulled by Yin Hong, looked down. Something seemed to be moving underwater. As if it sensed they were watching, it flicked its tail and slithered away, disappearing into the depths of the water. It seems to be there, Lu Shiyu asked, squatting down to get a closer look. But could such a large pond be naturally formed? Yin Hong looked up, thinking. She had no idea. I don't know. Maybe someone dug it out in the past, but it's just been abandoned now that no one's around. As the two were chatting, Xiao Xingyang suddenly ran into the tall grass nearby and emerged with a fishing net in his hand. Look what I found. The large, dark green polyester net was tangled with plant roots and dead leaves. It looked like it had been abandoned here for a long time. After all, it had been 10 years since the apocalypse, and no one was outside. The good news was that the net didn't look damaged and seemed to be still functional. Xiaoxing pulled away the plants clinging to the net and said, "This might have been a fishing pond. I wonder what's become of the fish there now." The disaster struck without warning, sweeping across the entire region before anyone even realized it was happening. Even the base was hastily built, and subsequently continuously reinforced. Ordinary people's possessions, which were difficult to remove, naturally had to be abandoned. For example, the owner of the fishing pond had to leave in a hurry, leaving him with no time to sell the fish, and no one would want his fish under such circumstances. So the fish originally in the pond are still there. If they had survived the danger underwater, they might still be thriving. Lu Shiyu and Yin Hong exchanged a glance, each seeing eagerness to try. "Let me see." Yin Hong snatched the fishing net from Xiao Xingyang's hand and took turns inspecting it, making sure it had no holes or anything and was still usable. Qin Yunyan also walked over at this time. Seeing the fishing net in Yin Hong's hand, he asked, "Are you planning to fish?" "Yes." Qin Yunyan pushed his glasses and asked, "Does anyone know how to use a net to catch fish?" "Huh?" Yin Hong blinked and looked at the two people behind her. Lu Shiyu quickly shook his head, indicating that he couldn't do it. Xiao Xingyang scratched his head, and it looked like he didn't know how either. Yin Hong looked at the fishing net in her hand, and suddenly remembered that no one in their team seemed to know how to fish. If they wanted to go directly into the water to catch fish, they could give it a try. This was their first time using a fishing net. Tang Ziyu saw her thoughts and warned, "We don't know what the underwater structure is like here, or if there are any potential hazards. So you are not allowed to go into the water, let alone catch fish." "Got it." Yin Hong curled her lips, clearly not taking his words to heart. "Ah, so annoying." Yin Hong shook the fishing net in her hand and said, "Having tools, but no one knows how to use them is worse than having nothing. It's just depressing." Qin Yunyan touched the net in Yin Hong's hand and, after a brief observation, said, "I have a rough idea of how to use it, but I'm not sure it will work." "Let's try it first," Lu Shiyu said. "Even if we don't catch any fish, we won't lose out." "That's true." Yin Hong rubbed her chin and asked, "How do you do it exactly?" Qin Yunyan held the net in his hand and began to explain its structure. A heavy-weighted sinker circled the bottom of the net, allowing it to sink quickly and retract after casting. A thick rope at the top served as the drawstring, providing leverage for retrieving the net. The sinker was connected to the suspension rope. The principle of fishing with a fishing net is simple. When the net is cast, it expands into a giant circle on the water's surface. Then, under the weight of the weighted weight, it rapidly descends, forming a circular net in the water, resembling a giant jellyfish. If there are fish in this net, they are caught by the net, and the weighted weight sinks to the bottom, trapping the fish inside and preventing them from escaping. To reel in the net, simply pull the hand rope, and the weighted weight, and the net opening will begin to retract inward, gradually closing the opening to form a closed net pocket. The trapped fish can only wait to be pulled up with the net. While it sounds simple, the crucial step of casting the net requires repeated practice to develop a feel for it before successfully casting the net. Yin Hong, feeling sleepy from listening to the principal, asked Qin Yunyan to explain the procedure directly. "Throw the net out, then pull it back in, and it's gone." Yin Hong, "Then why are you saying there's so much of it?" Disclaimer. After a brief explanation of the principle and usage, Xiao Xingyang was eager to try it out first. "I found the net. I should be first." Yin Hong snorted and shoved the net towards Xiao Xingyang. "Here, if you don't succeed, I take over." Xiao Xingyang grasped the net and confidently swung it toward the calm water. Then the net spun into the water like a bomb, scaring away any fish that had been lingering in that spot. Why isn't what I expected?" Xiao Xingyang was puzzled. Shouldn't the net have unfurled into a circle after he threw it out? Why was it in a single heap? Don't blame the uneven road if you can't do it. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Let me do it! Yin Hong grabbed the net she had just pulled out of the water, and walked a few steps along the edge of the pond, finding another spot with fish. "Look here! Let me show you what talent is!" Yin Hong glared at Xiao Xingyang provocatively, then took a half step back, regaining a steady stance. Holding the hand string with one hand, and the fishing net with the other, she flung it out like a shot put. The net arced high in the air, and everyone's gaze followed it as it finally sank into the water. Splash! Another bomb. Xiao Xingyang scoffed with gloating glee. Ha ha ha. You're the only one blaming me. You can't even cast your net. Ha ha ha. Yin Hong's desire to return to the water was gradually being torn away. Xiao Xingyang's mocking voice echoed in her ears, and she wanted nothing more than to slap the net in his face to silence his laughter. Can I try? Lu Xiu took the tangled fishing net, tidied it briefly, and swung it out. It seemed like a casual throw, and no one had much hope. But then, Lu Xiu actually released the net. A huge circle blossomed on the surface of the water, like a newly grown flower, then plunged to the bottom, enveloping the fish swimming within. Holy crap! It really worked. Success came as a surprise, suddenly appearing before anyone had even looked, startling them all. Looks like it worked, Lu Xiu observed as the sinker sank to the bottom and began to pull up the net. He struggled, and shouted to the others nearby, "Hurry up and help me! It's so heavy!" The net itself was already quite heavy, and the resistance in the water after it was successfully cast made it even more difficult to pull it back in. Not to mention the lively fish lurking within. It became almost like a drag race, with the competition being the live fish within. Tang Ziyu and the others stepped forward, grabbed the hand rope, and began pulling hard. As the net was pulled ashore, the water drained from the mesh, leaving only the fish inside, and the weight suddenly lightened considerably. Lu Xiu, how did you do that? Xiao Xingyang pointed at the desire on the ground and asked excitedly, "Did you use some trick? Or is there something we missed? Is this really your first time using this?" Lu Xiu stammered, "Well, I don't know. I just threw it randomly, and it worked. I don't know the exact reason." Chen Yunliang squatted down beside the net and examined the fish in the net bag. But when he saw the fish in the net, Chen Yunliang's hand suddenly stopped. Inside the fishing net, several slender fish thrashed and struggled to escape, but their efforts were futile, ultimately trapping them. The small, slender fish were dark brown in color. Their dorsal fins bore a row of sharp spurs that would explode and pierce predators in the face of danger. Their mouths were also filled with tiny, densely packed fangs, giving them the appearance of deep-sea fish. But these were only the most insignificant parts of their bodies. What truly terrified even Chen Yunliang was their belly. Although their body was only 2 fingers wide, they possessed a belly nearly 10 times their size. The belly was strangely connected to the rest of the body, as if the two had been forcibly fused together. Its belly was a flat, round structure covered only by a thin layer of skin, as if it were poised to burst at any moment. It hardly felt like a belly, but rather a round pancake stuck to the underside of the fish. Even Chen Yunliang had never seen a fish with such a shape. He couldn't figure out whether its enormous belly was filled with fry or a swarm of parasites. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang continued their competition in casting their nets. Lu Xiu and Tang Ziyu approached the nets, and were shocked to see the fish they had caught. "This is a deformed creature, isn't it?" Lu Xiu said. "It looks quite strange. I've never seen a fish with such a shape." Tang Ziyu also said, "Me neither. I thought such an ugly fish lived in the deep sea." Before, they hadn't seen the fish clearly from the water from the shore, so they hadn't noticed anything wrong. Now, after catching it, they couldn't tell if it was still a fish. Lu Xiu pointed to the belly of one of the fish and asked, "What's in it?" "I don't know. We need to cut it open to see clearly." Lu Xiu turned to look at the other one. "Why doesn't this one have such a big belly?" Chen Yunliang and Tang Ziyu looked in the direction they were heading. There was indeed a fish at Lu Xiu's feet. Its shape and appearance were identical to the others, the only difference being that it didn't have a massive belly hanging out like the others. A careful count of the fish in the net revealed that some were normal-looking, while others had bellies larger than their bodies. Seeing this, Chen Yunliang reached for his backpack, pulled out a pair of gloves, and put them on. Time to get back to work. Chapter 90. Chen Yunliang secured the slender fish to a wooden board, then finally took out his scissors, and cut open, along the junction between the fish's body and its enormous belly. The fish thrashed and thrashed, attempting to escape. The spines on its back had exploded, stretched to their limits, and it tried every trick it could to deter its prey. Unfortunately, its head and tail were secured with iron nails, and its struggles had no effect on Chen Yunliang. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yunliang had already separated the fish's belly. The scissors felt more like slicing through a layer of skin than flesh, yet this skin remained intact in water. After separating the two, a massive gash appeared in the fish's abdomen. Chen Yunliang felt it was no different from the fish he dissected in school. The real focus lay in the severed belly. Something seemed to be inside the cutout, peeking out from the opening, but there was no movement, and it was unclear whether it was dead or alive. Qin Yunliang used tweezers to grasp the exposed part and pulled the contents out of the belly. Only then could it be seen clearly that the stomach contained a fish, not fish eggs or parasites, but a whole fish, much larger than the one that had been dissected. A large fish, surprisingly, was inside the small fish's stomach. The large fish had long ceased to move, seemingly dead for a long time, awaiting digestion by the small fish. Its pale eyes stared into space, as if emphasizing the absurdity of the scene. Qin Yunliang placed the large and small fish side by side. The large fish was almost 3 times the length of the small one, yet the small fish had eaten a fish 3 times its size, completely contradicting the common belief that large fish eat small ones. Because the larger fish was so long, it could only remain curled up inside the smaller fish after being eaten, resulting in the round, pancake-shaped belly they saw. Inside, it was actually a ring. The reason the smaller fish's stomach could accommodate a fish 3 times its size was because it had an extremely elastic stomach pouch. Like a balloon, its stomach appeared only the size of a palm, but it could actually blow up a balloon larger than a human head. The smaller fish's stomach could also expand to accommodate prey even larger than itself. However, Qin Yunliang soon discovered another dead fish. This one, too, had eaten the larger fish, but its stomach wasn't a pancake, but a spherical shape. Its death had nothing to do with Qin Yunliang and the others. It was already dead before Lu Shiyu could retrieve it. The smaller fish had no external injuries, so the problem could only be internal. Qin Yunliang also performed an autopsy on this fish, whose cause of death was unknown. The foul odor emanating from its belly, after being cut open, quickly revealed the cause of death. The fish it swallowed was so large it could almost wrap around twice within the smaller fish's elastic stomach. However, because the smaller fish couldn't digest the entire fish in time, it began to rot inside it. The gases released by the decaying fish further expanded the stomach, eventually rupturing it, leaving only the outermost layer of skin barely covering it. Even though it appeared intact, the smaller fish was still dead. It's truly sad that a creature capable of devouring fish larger than itself could end up dying from greedy predation. Lu Shiyu looked at the fish laid out on the wooden board and pinched his nose, asking, "The big fish and the small fish don't seem to be the same species." It was obvious that the small fish's skin was an inconspicuous dark brown, allowing them to hide perfectly in the underwater mud. The large fish that had been eaten looked like a normal fish, with silvery white scales and a tender white belly. If it weren't for its long, slender, loach-like shape, like the small fish, it would have looked like a normal fish. There might be 2 different species of fish in the pond, but we seem to have only caught the small fish. In fact, if you count the large fish in the small fish's belly, then we've actually caught the large fish. The men put the fish they had retrieved into a basin, pouring a little clean water over them to prevent them from suffocating from lack of water. Even further away, 2 people at the pond were constantly casting and reeling in their nets, their excitement growing. After a long effort, they not only failed to catch a single fish, or rather, they didn't even cast their nets. They had also turned the once clear pond into a murky mess, making it impossible to tell which fish were there and which weren't. Lu Shiyu watched the 2 men who kept throwing their nets out. It seemed they no longer cared about catching fish, but rather about who could cast the net more successfully. My turn, my turn. Let me try again. I definitely succeed this time. You're nothing. You've tried so many times and never succeeded. You talk as if you've already succeeded. Even if I don't succeed, I'm closer than you. Just wait, I definitely cast the net before you. Everyone boasts. I said I'd be able to cast the net next time. Looking at the 2 men still chattering, Lu Shiyu silently retreated. It would be terrible if they caught him for technical instruction. A tender pink lotus was handed to Lu Shiyu. He was slightly taken aback and took the lotus, its stem wrapped in a tissue. Where did the lotus flowers come from? Lu Shiyu asked. Tang Ziyu pointed to a cluster of lotus leaves in the distance, where a few pink fish could be seen. I happened to see them when I went over to check, Tang Ziyu said. There are quite a lot of fish under the lotus leaves. They're probably hiding from their predators. Lu Shiyu tiptoed toward the lotus leaves, but seeing nothing from such a distance, he retracted his gaze. The fish here aren't normal. I wonder if there's something different about the lotus flowers and leaves here. Lu Shiyu gently parted the lotus petals and stopped mid-sentence when she saw the receptacle in the center of the flower. The lotus pod. Now she knew what was different. The lotus pod was a refreshing light green, pleasing to the eye against the pale pink petals. However, The lotus seeds in the center seemed unusual. Normally, after the petals fall off, the receptacle gradually develops into a lotus pod, and the lotus seeds emerge from the holes in the pod. Lu Xiyu had prepared herself mentally. She had seen both normal lotus pods and some rather creepy ones. Some lotus pods shrink due to lack of water, forcing the seeds inside partially out. They look like round eyeballs, staring at you unblinkingly. Looking at them for too long can make one feel uneasy, as if they were the eyes of something. But the lotus in Lu Xiyu's hand held far more than that. In the holes of the lotus pod, there weren't plump lotus seeds, but tiny fish with their tails pointed outwards. The fish, estimated to be no bigger than a thumb, had half their heads and bodies burrowed into the eye of the pod, leaving the other half outside. They occasionally moved, appearing to be alive. What's wrong? Tang Ziyu saw Lu Xiyu's expression stiffen, and assuming she didn't like lotus flowers, he reached out and took the flower back, then saw what was inside. Tang Ziyu. When he picked it, he deliberately chose the one in the best condition, the kind that was barely open. The others had either lost many petals, or had completely turned into lotus pods. After much searching, Tang Ziyu finally picked this one, and what he found inside was this. I help you throw it away. Tang Ziyu turned to throw the lotus into the cafeteria, but a baffled Lu Xiyu stopped him. Why throw it away? Save it for my cooking. Tang Ziyu glanced at the lotus in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Lu Xiyu didn't seem to be lying, he slowly returned the embarrassing flower. Damn! It's over now. The two people on the shore held the torn fishing net in their hands, their eyes filled with regret. What's in the water? Even the net's been snagged. The two had just been casting and reeling in their nets as normal, but as they pulled, they suddenly felt a resistance. Thinking it might be tangled in seaweed or something, they tugged hard, tearing the net. The gaping hole in the net seemed to mock them. Not only had they failed, but they also torn the net. Damn! Who's so uncivilized as to throw something into the water? Yin Hong angrily wanted to get a closer look, to see what was in the water that had prevented them from using the nets. But after their tireless efforts, the silt in the pond had been brought up, leaving it practically invisible. Visibility was zero, not even the fish could be seen. Yin Hong, unwilling to give up, thought she'd wait until the mud had settled before checking. However, she didn't notice the ground beneath her feet, wet from the water they stirred up, had already turned to mud. Yin Hong, caught off guard, fell in. Ah! Splash! A loud splash echoed from the edge of the pond. Qin Yunliang, Lu Xiyu, and Tang Ziyu all turned to look. Only Xiao Xingyang was left on the shore. Yin Hong had vanished, and ripples spread across the water. Lu Xiyu exclaimed, Oh no! It looks like Yin Hong has fallen in. Lu Xiyu turned to look at Tang Ziyu. Does Yin Hong know how to swim? Is there anyone on the team who can swim? Before Tang Ziyu could reply, another splash sounded. When the three looked back, no one was left on the shore. Yin Hong instinctively held her breath before she fell into the water, pinching her nose to prevent air from escaping. After quickly adjusting her position, Yin Hong regained control of her body, swinging her arms to paddle, and kicking her legs to keep herself upright. She had intended to ascend directly, but once she had adjusted herself, she realized how deep the water was. She swam briefly in the water, and the surrounding fish scattered in terror. Feeling safe, Yin Hong, thinking she could swim, began to swim toward the bottom, assessing the depth of the pond while searching for the culprit who had ripped the net. Yin Hong's sight instantly locked on a corner of a mound. A thick layer of silk covered it, making it impossible to see what lay beneath. However, Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang's continuous stirring had successfully removed some of the silt, allowing the buried object to emerge slightly. Just as Yin Hong was about to lift the object from beneath the silt to examine it, she heard a loud sound as the water surface broke. Turning around, she saw a figure swimming swiftly towards her. Yin Hong sensed the man's intention and immediately quickened her pace, swimming downstream. She barely managed to reach the object beneath the mud before the man caught up. Then she was dragged back to the surface. The two of them emerged from the water. Yin Hong seemed fine, having only choked on some water. Xiao Xingyang's head was flushed red, looking like a red ball floating on the surface. Chapter 91. Are you alright? Lu Xiyu and Tang Ziyu hurried to the shore, and pulled the two out of the water. Lu Xiyu felt a great deal of strain pulling Yin Hong out, initially assuming it was due to water soaking her clothes. Only after she pulled her out did he notice she was still clutching a metal box in her other hand. Cough, cough. Yin Hong wiped her face with her hand, casually tossed the metal box aside, and began coughing uncontrollably. Xiao Xingyang, on the other side, remained flushed even after emerging from the water. His lungs ached like fire, and he gasped for air, trying to relieve the burning sensation. Tang Ziyu looked at the two, soaking wet, and after confirming they were both alright he spoke, "Didn't I tell you not to go in the water?" Tang Ziyu's tone was neutral, neither emotion evident, but the two men's bodies subconsciously tensed. Yin Hong pulled her dripping hair back and said guiltily, "Captain, listen to my explanation. It really was just an accident. I didn't mean to go down there. I just fell accidentally." Tang Ziyu turned to look at Xiao Xingyang. "Yin Hong can swim, even better than you. Why did you jump in after her? You also fell accidentally?" Xiao Xingyang forced a stiff smile. "Oh, I forgot." Tang Ziyu sighed. "Even elementary school students know swimming in open waters is prohibited. You too." Faced with Tang Ziyu's endless nagging, the two men lowered their heads, daring not to utter a single word. Lu Shiyu fetched 2 dry towels, and wiped the dripping water off the two men. "Next time, don't stand so close to the water." "Oh!" Yin Hong's hair was completely soaked, so she simply took it off. Letting it hang loose made it easier to dry. Lu Shiyu noticed the tin box next to Yin Hong and picked it up, puzzled. "What is this?" Yin Hong pushed her hair aside, took a look, and said, "I don't know. I just fished it out of the water." Xiao Xingyang turned around, a look of disbelief on his face. "When did you fish it out of the water?" "Just now, when I was swimming downstream," Yin Hong said calmly. "You pulled it up right after I got it." Xiao Xingyang was speechless. He thought Yin Hong had choked on water and sunk, but it turned out she was diving, leaving him with nothing to say. Tang Ziyu frowned and held his forehead. It seemed he couldn't expect these two to learn their lesson. Lu Shiyu examined the iron box for a moment. It was a perfect cube, its 12 sides and 8 corners perfectly regular, and its 6 faces smooth and even. Despite being submerged in water for who knows how long, the box was completely free of scratches and rust, looking as if it had just left the factory. Strange. Why doesn't this iron box have an opening? Lu Shiyu examined every side, even scratching the edges with his fingernails, but couldn't find any hidden openings. It didn't feel like an iron box, but more like a cube of iron. But when Lu Shiyu shook it, he could hear a slight clang of objects colliding inside. There was definitely something inside, but how had it been put there? The cube of iron was perfect from every angle, with no trace of welding. Lu Shiyu handed the iron box to Tang Ziyu, who weighed it. The weight was clearly off. First, the block is clearly made of metal, yet it feels less heavy than expected. Second, the sound produced when the contents collide with the block is quiet, practically inaudible unless you get close. This demonstrates the metal's excellent sound insulation and the difficulty of its manufacture. If the block is truly a box, and the contents were placed in the usual way, then it was likely made using some special cutting technique that achieves near zero tolerances, resulting in seamless connections and no visible signs of cutting. If this is indeed the case, then there is a crack in the iron box, but because the tolerance is so close to zero, they can't immediately detect it with the naked eye. But this alone clearly demonstrates the unusual nature of this metal cube. The most difficult part is why such a metal cube would appear in the pond. Fishermen have no use for such metal cubes, and I've never heard of anyone throwing such a metal cube into the water to raise fish. Therefore, it's more likely that someone secretly dropped it there, either hiding it or discarding it, leaving it underwater until Yin Hong accidentally fished it out today. What are you doing? Such a commotion. Qin Yunliang, having gathered his dissection tools, arrived late, unconcerned about the two drowned teammates. Take a look at this, Tang Ziyu said, handing the metal cube to Qin Yunliang. Can you spot anything wrong? Qin Yunliang was speechless. Can you stop giving me guesswork like a riddle? I'm not an encyclopedia. Despite this, Qin Yunliang still took the metal cube, adjusted his glasses, and began to examine it carefully. Where did you get this thing? Yin Hong, we fished it out of the water. In the water? Qin Yunliang glanced at Yin Hong and said, this cube, whether made of materials or craftsmanship, is not something an ordinary person could use. Its original owner was not ordinary, but for some unknown reason, they hid it here. Hidden? Lu Shiyu asked, how do you know it was hidden and not discarded? If it was simply discarded, it could have been thrown into the sea. This place is not too far from the coast, and if it was thrown into a fish pond, it would be easy to retrieve. But if it was thrown into the sea, unless you have the exact coordinates, it would be impossible to find it in your lifetime. It's a real haul in a haystack. Needle. Then can you find a way to open this thing? Lu Shi pointed at the metal cube and asked, it looks like there's something inside. That might be the real hidden object, but I just tried and can't find any opening. As Qin Yunliang fiddled with the metal cube, Yin Hong draped the towel she used to wipe her hair over her shoulders and looked up, asking, "Can't we just cut it open? Or have the captain melt it?" Qin Yunliang sighed wearily and said, "What if the contents break? We're opening it to get the contents, not to damage it. Don't put the cart before the horse." Yin Hong uttered an oath, took off her shoes, and poured out the water. Qin Yunliang examined it for a long time, but ultimately couldn't figure it out. He handed the metal cube back to Lu Shiyu. "I can't find a way to open it either. You keep it for now. It's probably something important. We see if we can break it open without damaging the contents later." Lu Shiyu held the box, bewildered. "If it's something important, why should I keep it?" Lu Shiyu knew she was the weakest member of the team. It wasn't her turn to keep anything, was it? Qin Yunliang turned and left, waving his hand. "Perhaps it's safer if you keep it." Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu, one holding a large iron box and the other a flower, stood there, bewildered. The scene seemed even more baffling. Xiao Xingyang felt better only after removing all the clothes he could. He tossed his soaked clothes aside with disgust. Just as he was about to ask Tang Ziyu to light a fire to dry them, he saw her holding a delicate pink lotus flower. "Hey, Captain, when did you go pick those flowers?" Xiao Xingyang leaped up and scrambled to Tang Ziyu's side. His body stiffened when he saw the inside of the flower. Tang Ziyu turned away and, without warning, brought the lotus flower within a centimeter of Xiao Xingyang's face. "What the hell is this? Really? Why did you scare him?" Lu Shiyu placed a wet towel on Xiao Xingyang's forehead and looked at Tang Ziyu with a look of grievance. "He got a fever from being scared." Tang Ziyu argued, "He got a fever because he was in the water, his underwear was soaked, and then he took it off and let it sit in the cold air, so he caught a cold. And as a member of the exploration team, he's too timid." Tang Ziyu's voice gradually faded, and he finally stopped mid-sentence. Lu Shiyu glared at Tang Ziyu with disapproval and handed the clothes on the stick to Yan Hong, who was squatting nearby. "The clothes are already dry. Put them on quickly, or you catch a cold." Yan Hong hastily threw the clothes on and pointed at the bubbling liquid in the pot. "What is this?" "Lotus seed pod soup. It clears heat and reduces internal heat. Perfect for Xiao Xingyang." Yan Hong, thinking she had misheard, scratched her ears and asked again uncertainly, "Where are the lotus pods?" Lu Shiyu found the question a bit baffling. "Where are the lotus pods?" "Lotus pods are just the petals removed." Yan Hong, As he spoke, Lu Shiyu lifted the lid of the pot and stirred it with a spoon. The lotus pod, cut into 4 pieces, was tossed up and down, along with some barley, red dates, and a few small fish. The origins of the fish were self-evident. Although Yan Hong had never tasted lotus pod soup before, this pot looked like witch's poison. "Is this really drinkable?" Yan Hong swallowed subconsciously, but ultimately, fearing the soup's appearance, she turned her head away. Lu Shiyu poked a hole in the lotus pod with his chopsticks. Like a steamed potato, the hole was visible. Lu Shiyu felt the soup was almost done and called Xiao Xingyang to eat. Is dinner ready?" Xiao Xingyang had barely opened his eyes when a spoonful of warm soup was placed before him. Still half-conscious, he instinctively drank it and then looked at the others with a bewildered look. "We have to wait a while. Have some soup first." "Okay." The bowl of soup was thrust into Xiao Xingyang's hands, and Lu Shiyu prepared to prepare the dishes. As he stood up, he saw Yan Hong, who had been looking his way, and asked if she wanted one too. "No, no, no. No thanks." Yan Hong quickly waved her hand, saying, "Since I made this especially for Xiao Xingyang, I leave it for him." Lu Shiyu was about to say there was still plenty of soup when Yan Hong clutched her stomach and said, "Ouch, I'm starving." "When's dinner ready?" Faced with Yan Hong's exaggerated acting, Lu Shiyu pretended not to notice. "It be ready soon. Just bear with me." He turned around and went to prepare the ingredients for dinner. Seeing that Lu Shiyu was no longer looking in her direction, Yan Hong moved over to Xiao Xingyang, who was sipping his soup. Watching him sip after sip, she asked, "Is it good?" Xiao Xingyang looked up and said, "It's quite good. It's sweet. Would you like some?" I don't need any," Yan Hong said with a smile, her eyes drifting to the horizon. "I'm waiting to finish my meal." "Is that so?" For some reason, Xiao Xingyang felt like something was off about Yan Hong, but his fevered brain couldn't think straight. He could sense it, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "It's okay. If you like it, drink more. I hope you don't know what this soup is made of." Chapter 92. Lu Shiyu picked up the small fish from the basin. Each one was only about the length of a palm, and it would be difficult to prepare a dish of this size. If there weren't tadpole-sized fry in the pond, and no larger brown fish, she wouldn't have thought such a small fish was actually an adult. Lu Shiyu searched the basin and found that most of them were small fish of this size, with no choice. Lu Shiyu used kitchen shears to cut open the small fish's belly, separating the large fish from the small ones. Then, she cut open the belly and removed the internal organs and gills. The scales were too small to remove. After washing them in clean water with starch, she placed the small fish in a basin and marinated them with scallions, ginger, salt, and cooking wine. Mix well and wait 15 minutes. Once marinated, pour in an appropriate amount of starch and mix until the small fish are evenly coated with a thin layer of starch. While the fish is marinating, you can prepare the larger fish. First, remove any partially digested portions, retaining only the intact, undigested fish. The already small number of large fish will be decimated, leaving only a small basin. Heat oil in a wok and sprinkle with salt. Place the large, juicy fish in the wok, adjusting the position to ensure each piece is firmly attached to the pan. Fry until the fish is set, then flip it over. Remove from the heat when both sides are golden brown. Add minced ginger, garlic, and chili peppers to the wok, then saute a spoonful of dried chilies until fragrant. Add the fried fish to the wok, add light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and some cooking wine, and a little water. Stir fry until done and serve. While frying the small fish are almost marinated. Pick out the small fish from the basin and discard the green onion and ginger in the marinade. Prepare the batter according to the number of small fish. Pour flour, starch, eggs, 5 spice powder, pepper, and a little salt into a basin, stir into a paste, and add a little cooking oil. Then you can use chopsticks to pick up the small fish and put them into the batter to coat them with a layer of batter. Once the oil in the wok is 50% hot, it's time to start frying. Pick up the battered fish and place them one by one in the wok to prevent them from sticking. Once the fish are golden and crispy, remove them, and the fried fish are done. Elsewhere, Tang Ziyu finished cooking. Once the dishes were plated, she called the other 3 to come and eat. Because Qin Yiliang's special ability can only heal injuries, it's ineffective for conditions like fevers and colds. He could only find a potent antipyretic in his bag and take 2 pills for Xiao Xingyang. Of course, there are side effects, but for the physically fit exploration team, these are merely minor side effects. It's thanks to the team's good health that Qin Yiliang, a quack doctor, can prescribe whatever he wants. Well, the temperature's starting to drop. It's nothing serious. With luck, he'd be well by tomorrow morning. Qin Yiliang glanced at the thermometer, sprayed it with alcohol to disinfect it, and put it away. Xiao Xingyang, carrying his empty bowl, moved to the dining table, his mouth watering at the fragrant fried fish. Yin Hong, seeing him like this, served him a bowl of rice. Eat if you want. Your saliva's almost dripping into the food. Xiao Xingyang took the bowl and chopsticks with a silly smile, picked up a piece of fried fish, and bit into half of it. The moment he bit into it, he felt a delightful snap and a crispy texture. The skin was fried transparently and crispy, while the meat inside was still firm and chewy. The high temperature frying even the tiny bones became crispy. Beneath the crispy shell, the fish meat, clinging to the bones, remained firm, tender, and slightly moist. It wasn't completely dry, but rather tender and resilient, having absorbed the sauce. The combination of pan-fried fish and seasoning creates a mouth-watering flavor, savory and slightly spicy, while retaining the freshness of the fish. The crispy crust lends the fish a unique flavor. The layered textures and flavors are the essence of pan-fried fish. Yin Hong picked up a small, golden-fried dry-fried fish with her bare hands. It was so crispy that even a few bits of oil flakes fell off the fish as Yin Hong lifted it. The thin batter coating the fish became incredibly crispy after being deep-fried at high temperatures. Biting into it, you could hear a clear, melodious crack, as if biting into a layer of rock candy. This crispness wasn't a hard, heavy one, but rather a fluffy, air-filled crunch that enveloped the fish. Some of the edges of the fish, such as the fins and tail, were thoroughly deep-fried, resulting in a beautiful golden brown, charred edge. The flavor of these parts is most prominent, with a captivating, subtle bitterness and burnt aroma. This combination of Maillard and caramelization creates the core flavor of the deep-fried fish. The marinating of the fish before frying provides the bulk of its flavor foundation. The umami flavor of the fish itself is further enhanced by frying, and these two flavors together form the flavor framework. The fish is fried to a perfect crisp, and the skin, meat, and bones are indistinguishable. It seems as if the fish has become one with the batter, all blending seamlessly. A bite of this dish offers a subtle, satisfying feeling, as if even the bones are being disintegrated. This savory and fresh dish, when eaten with rice, is irresistible, with with bite after bite. Since there's no need to spit out the fish bones, the experience is particularly satisfying. The subtle sweet aftertaste and the subtle spicy flavor are irresistible. Xiaoxing's mouth was filled with grease, and he couldn't help but burp. After eating, he felt his symptoms had mostly dissipated, feeling so comfortable that he just wanted to fall asleep. Just then, Lu Shiyu suddenly handed him a bowl of soup, asking him to clear his mouth. Thank you. Xiaoxing blew on the bowl, and suddenly saw a few small silvery white fish floating in it. When Lu Shiyu served him the first bowl, he only scooped out the soup, fearing he might choke. It wasn't until the second bowl that Xiaoxing realized there were actually fish in the soup. But Xiaoxing didn't think much of it. They caught quite a bit of fish today. Though to be more precise, it was Lu Shiyu who had caught them, so it wasn't surprising that there was fish in the dinner. Seeing Xiaoxing finish the soup after a brief pause, and even eat the tender little fish in the broth, Yanhong breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiaoxing had known what he drunk, he had been in trouble. By the way, Lu Shiyu, Xiaoxing said while chewing on some fish, are we going to keep eating this? Hey, don't you want to eat any more? Lu Shiyu was a little surprised. She thought Yanhong, who initially couldn't accept it, would be the first to say she didn't want to eat any more, but it turned out to be Xiaoxing. Not really. It's just that Professor Chen gave us a lot of food, didn't he? Xiaoxing pointed at Lu Shiyu's bag and said, we already have normal food. Why don't we just eat normal food? Why do we need to eat mutants every day? Lu Shiyu explained, Professor Chen did give us a lot of food, but it's not enough for the 5 of us to eat all the way. If we eat Professor Chen's food every meal, it won't be long before it's gone, and we have to eat mutants again. So I plan to save the food for when it's inconvenient, or when I can't find anything else to eat. I see. Xiao Xingyang nodded, and continued chewing his fish. He caught a glimpse of Chen Yunliang writing something beside him. He leaned in closer, and saw it was filled with all sorts of incomprehensible nouns. Are you writing in the mystical book? Interrupted, Chen Yunliang closed his notebook, and glanced at Xiao Xingyang speechlessly. Don't interrupt others while they're working, okay, little brat? Who are you calling a little brat? Xiao Xingyang shouted in frustration. What kind of work do you have that we don't know about? Researching a potion to enhance superpowers. Do you understand? Chen Yunliang raised an eyebrow, seemingly provocative. Xiao Xingyang, provoked, blurted out, don't be so disrespectful. Just enhancing. What are molar concentration and molar fraction? Xiaoxing, Does this have anything to do with the potion you were talking about? Do you think it does? Xiao Xingyang, who had just finished compulsory education and signed up for the exploration team, naturally had no idea. He turned around and hugged Yanhong, shaking her and sobbing. Yanhong! He's bullying. Chen Yunliang pushed his glasses up. She wouldn't do that either. Yanhong, Yanhong kicked Xiaoxing away. You two go fight yourselves. Why hurt me? Lu Shiyu sat down next to Tang Ziyu and asked, did Yanhong and Xiaoxing really only complete compulsory education? Why didn't they continue? Tang Ziyu watched the 3 quarreling and, after taking a sip of his soup, explained, Yanhong and Xiaoxing are different from the rest of us. Their parents and other relatives didn't make it to the base, so they were forced to go to the worst orphanage. After the base was built, the first problem that arose wasn't a shortage of supplies, but rather what to do with a large number of children who had lost their parents. Without guardians to care for them, the burden of raising them naturally fell on the base. It was their responsibility to provide these children with social care, so they established the base's orphanage-like facility. The facility wasn't limited to children without guardians. All children under 13 were welcome. If a single-parent family guardian couldn't raise their child on their own, they would also be sent there, serving as a daycare. However, the orphanage's shortcomings were immediately exposed. The lack of funding exacerbated the already lacking income of the orphanage, forcing them to cut back on the children's food, clothing, and shelter. While orphanages in bustling areas were relatively easy, those in more remote areas were truly helpless. As long as the children were alive, and not dying of starvation, cold, or disease, the base wouldn't care. Given the current situation, the adults busy with construction at the base rarely paid attention to whether the children in the orphanage were well fed and clothed. This led many children who left the orphanage to pursue a wrong path, tragically, simply to get enough food. Lu Shiyu, Tang Ziyu, and Chen Yunliang all had relatives at the base, and a relative of Lu Shiyu's was willing to take her in until she reached adulthood, saving her from the orphanage. Yanhong and Xiao Xingyang were not so lucky. In the base, where everyone was in danger, even blood relatives had no obligation to raise someone else's child for free. So they ended up in the orphanage, living and eating with hundreds of other children, where fighting over mere food and clothing was commonplace. In a harsh environment, it's incredibly difficult to get children to focus on their studies. Talking to them about the importance of academics for their future is like talking to a wall. Their biggest concern is whether they can eat tomorrow, not whether they can find a good job. Far-flung water can't quench immediate thirst. Children in orphanages lack enthusiasm for learning. For them, a degree isn't worth even the equivalent of a 4,000 yuan monthly labor job. So, having grown up in such an environment, Xiao Xingyang and Yanhong naturally gave up on further education and chose to find a job to support themselves on their first day as adults. Then they were picked up by a passing Tangziyu and dropped off at the exploration team's registration office. Chapter 93. Two thin teenagers stood in front of the labor dispatch office, scanning the notice board for suitable jobs. Why are there only jobs paying 3,500 yuan for 12 hours? Yanhong frowned. Although this was her first time looking for a job, was the salary really reasonable? There are a few jobs here that pay higher, but they have educational requirements. Xiao Xingyang pointed to a job on the other side that paid 4,000 to 6,000 yuan, plus commission, but required a bachelor's degree or above. Xiao Xingyang pondered for a moment and said, "Do you think we can succeed if we lie to them and say we have a bachelor's degree?" Yanhong rolled her eyes and said bluntly, "No. Do you know what a bachelor's degree is?" Xiao Xingyang scratched his head. "Maybe high school. Aren't there first-tier and second-tier high schools? That's college. You idiot. And you're pretending to have a bachelor's degree." The two could only continue to search through the pile of job postings for jobs they could find. Waiter job is great. 2,800 a month, food and lodging included, plus commission. What's a commission? I don't know, it's probably some kind of benefit. But they quickly tricked them into passing on the position. Why does a waiter's job require a high school degree? I don't know. Do they even teach waitership in high school? Just as they were at a loss for what to do, a middle-aged man, with a hunched figure and dark spots on his face, sidled up to them, startling them both. "Are you looking for a job?" The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "I can help you find some very well-paying jobs." Upon hearing about the lucrative job, the two, initially wary, exchanged a glance and tentatively asked, "What kind of job?" "It's not difficult. All you have to do is help those rich people transport some things, and you earn quite a bit of money." Yanhong frowned upon hearing this, instantly filled with hostility, saying, "Rich people? Rich people are good people." The middle-aged man remained silent. Instead, his smile deepened as he looked at Yanhong. "It doesn't matter whether the rich people are good or not. What matters is that they're willing to pay you a lot of money, so much so that you won't consider any other jobs." Yanhong shook Xiao Xingyang's hand and shook her head. "No way. What if you're like those older kids, transporting some illegal stuff? Getting caught would be terrible." Xiao Xingyang felt the same way and gave up on the idea. Seeing the two unmoved, the middle-aged man simply changed the subject. "If you don't want to take the risk, that's fine. I have other jobs here that pay just as well." Xiao Xingyang stared at the man warily and asked, "What other jobs are there?" "All you have to do is eat and drink with those people, and put on a smile," the middle-aged man said with a rather lewd smile, his eyes flickering between the two men's faces. "You don't have to do anything, and you can get a ton of money. That's something most people can't even dream of. Are those people idiots? They feed us and pay us?" Xiao Xingyang's tone tinged with distrust. "We're not working, so why should they pay us so much?" The middle-aged man continued to promise them, "Those people just love the fun. All you have to do is make them happy. Once they're happy, even the smallest bit of money they slip through their fingers will eat you to death." The middle-aged man described it vividly, as if those wealthy people were like children who love to give money away, leaving the two men hesitant. "What do you think? Want to give it a try?" Seeing the two men's attitudes soften, the middle-aged man pressed the issue, saying, "You can come with me and see for yourself. If you don't think you can do it, we can leave later." Just as the two were debating whether to give it a try, the middle-aged man suddenly let out a pig-slaughtering cry. "Ah! Who? Who?" The two looked across and saw a tall, burly man standing behind the middle-aged man. In a few seconds, he tied the man's hands behind his back and forced him to his knees. Only after the whole operation was complete did Xiao Xingyang and Yanhong react. Almost instinctively, they turned and started to run, but within a few steps, they collided with a wall of flesh, hitting them hard and stumbling a few steps before they regained their balance. Looking up again, they discovered they were completely surrounded. Surrounded by uniformed men, their size significantly increased compared to the two smaller men. Are you the human trafficker who's been operating in this area lately? A clear male voice echoed, and the crowd of people automatically made way. Surprisingly, a seemingly young man emerged from the crowd. Unjust? Unjust? The middle-aged man protested. I'm just finding jobs for a fee, not a human trafficker. The young man raised an eyebrow, his sharp features revealing a hint of defiance. Seeing the criminal's denial, he turned to look at the two men huddled together. Hey, you two, the young man demanded. What did he just say to you? The middle-aged man, upon seeing this, frantically shouted at them. Hurry up and tell him. I'm just offering you a job. Hurry up and tell him. I'm innocent. The young man tooted, his voice tingling with impatience. Did I tell you to talk? Shut his mouth. Before the middle-aged man could protest, a dirty rag, seemingly from nowhere, was stuffed into his mouth, the stink making him want to vomit. The young man again demanded, repeat everything he just said to you, word for word. If you dare to hide anything, you end up like him. Faced with such a stark disparity, the two men couldn't escape. Only obedience remained. Following the young man's instructions, they each repeated the middle-aged man's words, one sentence at a time. Although many details were missing, it was enough to get the gist of the situation across. The young man smacked his lips, walked over to the middle-aged man, paused, and then, caught him off guard, kicked him. The young man controlled the force just enough to avoid serious injury, but it was enough to keep the man grounded for 3 days. Because the middle-aged man's mouth was gagged, he couldn't make a sound even after being kicked so hard. Still trying to argue. The difference between you and a human trafficker is less than the difference between my 2 dogs. 2 people stepped forward and tried to grab the young man, but he waved them away. Alright, get him out of here. He's annoying me. Yes. The others who had accompanied the young man, dragging the dead middle-aged man away, left the young man and the 2 men who had tried to grab him. Seeing most people leave, Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang began calculating their chances of escaping. As for you two, the young man's gaze scoured them, making them uneasy. Then he slowly asked, what kind of work are you 2 minors looking for? Don't you know that child labor is prohibited at the base? Xiao Xingyang stiffened his neck and said, we're adults. The young man scoffed, thinking before you lie. How do you look like an adult? I guess you're just a middle school student? Xiao Xingyang choked and retorted, anyway, we're adults. It's legal for adults to seek work. You have no right to arrest us. That's right. Yin Hong chimed in, we didn't steal or rob anything. Why shouldn't we work? The young man didn't bother to answer their arguments and asked them to hand over their ID cards. Why do you want our ID cards? Xiao Xingyang stammered. He heard that people out there would use their ID cards for bad things, and the mothers in the front yard had told them to keep their ID cards and never give them to anyone else. Could these people be scammers? The young man's hesitation to give them the money further convinced him that they were minors pretending to be adults. According to the procedure, the next step was to find the children's guardians and return them after they had received a reprimand. However, judging by the children's appearance, they likely ran away from the orphanage. Finding the orphanage would require specific identifying information, and their ID cards would be necessary. The young man pointed at Xiao Xingyang and said, go, get their ID cards. They've all left to look for work, so they probably brought them with them. The 2 men behind the young man exchanged glances and chose to obey, simply trying to prevent the young man from causing any trouble. Seeing the men across from them actually preparing to attack, Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang began to flee, only to be grabbed back by each man as easily as a chick. The 2 frail men had no trouble catching them. Their identification was quickly searched, and the young man was surprised for a moment when he saw what they had. You're adults now. I told you we were adults. Yin Hong smacked the arm of the man who grabbed her. Let us go. Since the 2 men were already adults, the young man had no reason to interfere with them. As long as they didn't commit any illegal acts, he had no control over what kind of jobs they got. Let go, there's nothing wrong with these 2. The young men tossed their IDs back to them and asked, why are you looking for work here? Jobs that no one wants are put here. You should go to the job market. Xiao Xingyang muttered disapprovingly, if people over there didn't want people who hadn't finished high school, we wouldn't be here. The young man suddenly understood. So, they were only attending the mandatory academic year and then skipping school. No wonder they were acting like this. The investigation was nearly complete, and the target of this outing had been secured. The young man stopped trying to stop the 2 from leaving. But when he saw them walking away hand in hand, he called out to them again. What are you doing? Yin Hong shouted fiercely. Hey, you 2, the young man asked nonchalantly, I happen to have a job here with good pay. Are you interested? Before Yin Hong could refuse, Their stomachs rumbled uncontrollably. The young man chuckled, and their faces flushed with shame and anger. Come on, I treat you to dinner. There's a good noodle shop in the box up ahead. The young man took the two of them to a feast at the noodle shop, their bowls piled high like a mountain. Afterward, he took them to the exploration team's training base, helped them fill out the registration forms, and handed them over to the instructor. Wait! As the young man turned to leave, Yin Hong bravely called out to him. Huh? What's up? The young man, toothpick in his mouth, turned his head casually. My name is Yin Hong. Yin Hong shouted at the top of her lungs, when I make money, I pay you back. Yes, me too. Xiao Xingyang followed suit. My name is Xiao Xingyang. Don't forget to let us treat you to dinner too. The young man paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. He continued walking, waved his hand, and said, My name is Tang Ziyu. If you encounter any problems out there, just say my name. Xiao Xingyang's eyelashes fluttered, and he woke from his sleep. Yin Hong touched his forehead, and said to Lu Shiyu, who was standing beside him, The fever has completely subsided. It's gone so quickly. Lu Shiyu packed his backpack and said, Then today's trip won't be affected. That's good. Come over for breakfast later. Xiao Xingyang took Yin Hong's slightly cool hand, which was resting on his forehead, and said, I thought I was dreaming just now. Yin Hong pinched Xiao Xingyang's face and said, You dream a lot, and you like to talk in your sleep. What did you dream about just now? Xiao Xingyang lay on the ground, looking at Yin Hong, who was looking down at him, and the dense foliage above him. He said, I dreamed about the time we met the captain. It's okay. At least it wasn't a nightmare. Chapter 94. The group followed the route, and stopped before a sea of flowers. Looking at the endless sea of flowers before them, several people couldn't help but stop to admire them. There are so many flowers here, Lu Shiyu said, his eyes sweeping over the blossom swaying in the wind. Without human intervention, flowers in the wild can grow so beautifully. It's no wonder Lu Shiyu was so surprised. The flowers were so dense and beautiful, there weren't even many weeds, just flowers. And the flowers weren't just a single type. Just a handful could make a bouquet that could be sold in a flower shop. To say they grew naturally was truly surprising. Qin Yunyang fiddled with the flowers nearby and plucked them. They looked like ordinary flowers, without any vines or tentacles that would suddenly appear and bite. Xiao Xingyang looked around, picked a few he thought looked pretty, and passed them to Yin Hong. A smile crossed his lips, and he tossed his hair, pulling it back with his other hand while whistling. Here, they're for you. Don't be too touched. Yin Hong rolled her eyes and chuckled. It's as ugly as my grandma's flowery jacket. You should keep it for yourself. Lu Shiyu glanced back, and couldn't help but laugh. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Xingyang had managed to pull together the ugliest bouquet from so many flowers. It was practically devoid of any aesthetic appeal, only an eyesore. How are they ugly? I carefully selected these, the most vibrantly colored ones. Don't underestimate them. Xiao Xingyang examined his flowers, delighted no matter how he looked at them. However, Yin Hong refused to respond. Ah yes, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. Keep them, and admire them for a while. It's best to eat them later. Xiao Xingyang squatted on the side, plucked at flower petals in frustration, until Tang Ziyu pulled him back up. A short break is enough. We must continue on our journey. Don't linger too long. Several people formed a single file, walking through the sea of flowers. Tang Ziyu walked in front, stepping down the flowers that blocked the path. The further behind them, the smoother the pace. The fragrance of flowers, the chirping of birds, and the constant presence of flowers along the way were truly delightful. Suddenly, Tang Ziyu stopped, and the distracted people behind him bumped into the one in front one by one, a scene of a car accident. What's wrong? Why did you stop so suddenly? Tang Ziyu lowered his head, looking at something, and began to back away, forcing the others to retreat as well. Only then did they realize their shoes had become wet, and the culprit was the stagnant water on the ground. The roots of the flowers hadn't been fully embedded in the soil, many were still exposed, and a thin layer of water still covered the ground, like a rice paddy. When they arrived earlier, they were so absorbed in admiring the flowers that they didn't even notice their shoes were soaked by the water. Hey! Slow down. You've already got my shoes wet. After retreating in a chaotic manner, they still couldn't get out of the waterlogged area. It seemed as if every spot in this sea of flowers was covered in a layer of water, making it impossible to escape. Tang Ziyu finally stopped. While they were still debating whether to continue along the path they had retreated from, or try another route to see if they could reach a clearer area, a faint sound emanated from the nearby flowers, as if something was hiding there. They all tacitly fell silent, even hushing their breaths as they quietly gazed at the flowers beyond. The next moment, a gentle breeze blew, and a frog suddenly jumped out from the flowers. What was terrifying was that the frog's body was white, and on its back coiled a soft, equally white rhizome. Further up, several intact flowers grew. This frog had several flowers on its body, and not only was it still alive, it was even carrying the flowers around with it. The scene was truly eerie. The frog croaked twice before hopping back into the flowers and disappearing. Yin Hong chased after it, parting the flowers, but the flower-covered frog disappeared into the bush like a grain of sand in the dust, impossible to find. Gone. Qin Yunliang surveyed the surrounding flowers, and successfully found a flower, like the one on the frog, which he plucked. The flower on that frog just now was this kind. Qin Yunliang twisted the flower between his fingers, gently turning it. But how is it growing on the frog like this? Qin Yunliang tried to dig out the rhizome of a flower, but it was obviously impossible. The roots were tightly intertwined, like a woolen sweater. How could he possibly extract a single thread intact? Just as they were concentrating on observing the flowers for any abnormalities, a snake as thick as a wrist, hidden within the dense root system, swam towards them in the water. Because it was underwater, the white snake's movements made no sound, causing no impact except for the occasional ripples. Just as it locked onto its target, and was about to reach Lu Xiu's feet, it was suddenly grabbed by a large hand, and pulled out of the water, without warning. Panicked, it lashed its tail wildly, trying to whip its prey loose, but its meager strength was barely enough to tickle Tang Ziyu. With its lower half grasped, the white snake completely lost its ability to cause trouble. Hey! Where did this snake come from? Lu Xiu, completely unaware, turned and saw Tang Ziyu had caught a white snake. To her surprise, this snake also had flowers, and they looked different from the ones on the frog. The pure white snake's body was tinged with pink, and its neatly arranged, smooth scales reflected a colorful sheen. But its most eye-catching feature was actually the small flower growing from its eyeball. Unlike the frog, the white snake's flower wasn't on its body, but on its head. The stem emerged from one of its eye sockets, revealing a purple flower with black markings. The flower wasn't as long as the frog's, but larger, just enough to cover half of the snake's head. It was unclear if it would affect its vision. With a new subject for observation, the unremarkable flowers were immediately abandoned, and several people gathered to observe the suddenly appearing white snake. How come it's just like a rice field, with frogs and snakes? Xiao Xingyang scratched his head and said, "These flowers weren't rice before they were deformed, were they?" Yin Hong, can rice flowers bloom? Lu Xiu thought for a moment and said, "Yes, it can, but it's just not very interesting. It looks like a few snakes lying on top." What a disgusting description. Qin Yunliang gently parted the flowers that dominated the snake's head, revealing the stem underneath. Unexpectedly, he saw something completely unexpected. The snake's head, hidden by the flowers, had become dry and withered, like a dried specimen. Even though the appearance was intact, it was obvious that something was wrong. The flower stem grew out of the eye socket, pushing the eye aside. Since snakes have no expression, it was impossible to observe their emotional reactions. Judging from this situation, the small flower growing on the snake's head seemed to be growing from the snake's life force, draining every last drop of blood from its body, and turning it into its own nutrients. "Captain, hold on tight." Qin Yunliang took out a pair of tweezers, and tried to remove the flower from the white snake's eye socket. The previously quiet white snake suddenly began to struggle violently, when Qin Yunliang grasped the receptacle with the tweezers and began to pull. Had Tang Ziyu not applied force beforehand, it might have escaped. Qin Yunliang had originally considered using a gentler method to remove the flower from the snake's eye socket, but since it was like this at the beginning, he could only resort to a more painless method. Qin Yunliang wasted no time. After grasping the flower with the tweezers, he tugged sideways, and the flower, along with its stem, was plucked from the snake's head. After the flower was pulled from the snake's head, the white snake began to twist even more violently. After a while, its movements gradually weakened, and it flung out its pink tongue, seemingly forgetting its previous struggle and resistance, becoming obedient. Qin Yunliang frowned as he looked at the flower held in the tweezers. The flower's petal and stem were perfectly fine, but the base of the flower, the part embedded in the snake's eye socket, wasn't pure white like a normal flower. Instead, it resembled a tendon freshly extracted from the human body, white near the center, but reddish-pink at the end, as if stained with blood. A closer look revealed that many of the roots were severed, meaning that the tips of some roots had been cut off inside the snake's head. Qin Yunliang guessed that these roots had taken root completely in the white snake's head, so it had such a big reaction when he wanted to pull out the flower. It was possible that the roots of the flower were entangled with some tissues in the white snake's brain, and it stung the white snake when it was pulled. If the white snake had not been lucky, it might have died on the spot due to such a rough operation when it was pulled out. Because the flowers were relentlessly sucking nutrients from the white snake, half of its head had become mummy-like. However, the snake didn't seem to care, spitting out its tongue in a somewhat foolish manner, a stark contrast to its initial appearance. Seeing that the white snake had no desire to attack and was of no value to research, Tang Ziyu found a direction to toss it away, releasing it immediately. It seems these flowers parasitize animals, Qin Yuliang said, pushing his glasses. But we don't know how they parasitize them yet, so staying away from them isn't practical. The group inspected the area to ensure they had no unusual growths. Then, they covered any exposed skin with clothing to prevent any unnoticed infestation. To quickly escape this strange sea of flowers, their pace quickened, their initial leisurely stroll gone, their only desire being to leave. Lu Shiyu's walk was a bit labored. For one thing, the water was piling up beneath her feet, completely soaking her shoes and socks. Walking was extremely uncomfortable and unsettling. Furthermore, there was no shade above the flower sea, as there was in the woods. She was completely exposed to the sun. To protect herself from parasites, she wore gloves and sleeves, and even added layers of clothing. It was stuffy and hot. Lu Shiyu was so focused on moving forward, desperate to get out quickly, change into dry socks and shoes, and then take off everything else, that she completely ignored the changes taking place above the flower sea under the blazing midday sun. After walking for a long time without reaching the edge of the flower sea, Lu Shiyu couldn't help but wonder, could the flower sea really be that vast? When she realized something was wrong and wanted to ask Tang Ziyu how much longer they had to walk, she looked up and found that her companions had vanished. Looking around, she was alone in the endless sea of flowers. Tang Ziyu and the others were gone. Chapter 95. Lu Shiyu couldn't help but panic, but reason quickly overcame her. Calm down. If she had gotten separated from the others, they should have noticed quickly. Besides, there was nothing to hide in this sea of flowers, so even if they were separated, they wouldn't be completely invisible to each other. Lu Shiyu tried to calm down and focus on the problem. When had she separated from her teammates? She had no idea. She had simply walked along, and by the time she realized what was happening, she was alone. Lu Shiyu looked around. In the distance were mountains and trees, and around her was only an endless expanse of flowers. A thin layer of mist had appeared over the sea of flowers. It didn't affect her vision much, not much more than a morning fog, just a slightly grayish hue. Lu Shiyu took a deep breath and shouted into the empty space, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" The echo echoed again and again, but no one responded, as if she were truly alone in the world. Lu Shiyu felt discouraged. She wanted to look for the others, but she had no idea which direction to go. Everything seemed the same. She also worried about what would happen if she went the wrong way and passed someone else. The water on the ground had already reached her ankles. Soaking in it for a long time would accelerate heat loss, causing a drop in body temperature and hypothermia. With the occasional breeze, Lu Shiyu's upper body wasn't too bad thanks to her extra clothing, but her legs below were freezing. Lu Shiyu began to imagine her legs as zombie flesh frozen from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Qing dynasty. No, I can't wait here for them to find me. Lu Shiyu shook his head, forcing himself to cheer up. Lu Shiyu picked a flower and, by pulling the petals, randomly chose a direction. Then, rolling up his trouser legs, he walked in that direction. Halfway through, Lu Shiyu thought she heard a sound in the distance. Thinking it might be Tang Ziyu and the others, her pupils lit up slightly, and she quickly ran towards the source of the sound. But when she arrived, she was stunned. How could these be people? They were clearly a group of mummies. Lu Shiyu watched several humanoid creatures approaching. They had humanoid forms, but they were as white as empty shells. There was not a trace of excess flesh on their bodies, only skin and bones drained dry. Lu Shiyu guessed there was a 90% chance they were some kind of deformed creature hiding in the sea of flowers. She immediately crouched down and hid among the flowers, taking off her backpack and setting it aside to avoid being discovered by the deformed creatures. The deformed creatures were covered in flowers similar to those of the white snake, blooming brilliantly. They were clearly well cared for and well nourished. Then, in contrast, the host was completely desiccated, drier than the bacon left hanging outside Lu Shiyu's grandmother's house for over a month. Lu Shiyu watched the humanoid deformed creatures rising from the water all around him. Though they had human forms, they walked like puppets, like the crippled zombies in the movies. Lu Shiyu counted them one by one, growing increasingly alarmed. Why so many? If there were only a few, it would be fine, but where did these increasing numbers of deformed creatures come from? Had they been hiding underwater all along? Lu Xiyu didn't even dare breathe deeply, fearing the distorted creatures would notice. Seeing the distorted creatures standing up and moving aimlessly, Lu Xiyu quietly reached for her backpack, hoping to sneak away without disturbing them. Longing in the flowers, Lu Xiyu quietly skirted the distorted creatures. Just as she was about to leave the center of their gathering, she felt something underfoot. Lu Xiyu looked down and, unfortunately, she had stepped on the face of a distorted creature that hadn't yet risen. The distorted creature opened its eyes, but before it could fully grasp the situation, Lu Xiyu's dagger severed its neck. Lu Xiyu had expected difficulty, but the cut was surprisingly smooth, with almost no resistance, as easy as cutting wheat. The aberrant creature's head had moved, and Lu Xiyu thought that was the safest option. Who knew it was still alive even with its head separated from its body? As Lu Xiyu stared in astonishment, it opened its mouth and let out a piercing cry, forcing him to cover his ears. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the other aberrant creatures. Seeing their gazes fixed on them, it was impossible to sneak away without attracting attention. Lu Xiyu swung her bag onto her back, crushed the aberrant creature's head with one foot, and charged forward like a cannonball. Now all the aberrant creatures noticed her, and they spurred their uncoordinated bodies to chase after her, the flowers on their bodies trembling with their movements. As she was walking, she glanced at the gradually growing crowd behind her. Wherever she passed, deformed creatures kept rising slowly from the flowers, and then joined the team chasing her. After running for a while, the team had grown into a huge crowd, so huge that those who didn't know would think they were running a marathon. Lu Xiyu was exhausted, panting heavily. Her strength began to wane, causing her speed to gradually slow. However, the swarm of aberrations behind her kept moving at a steady pace, undaunted and unwilling to stop, as if they would not give up until they caught her. Where on earth did all these aberrations come from? They hadn't spotted any of them in the flowers on the way here, yet now, so many of them had suddenly appeared, as if they had appeared out of nowhere. Lu Xiyu's running pace gradually slowed, and a question occurred to her. Is this sea of flowers really that vast? Not to mention that she had already covered nearly half the distance before she separated from the others. She had been running non-stop for so long, avoiding those aberrations. Even if she couldn't cross the sea of flowers, she couldn't have lost sight of its edge. Lu Xiyu turned her head, but no matter where she looked, she couldn't see the edge of the sea. It was as if the mountains in the distance were just an illusion, and the entire world was a sea of flowers, which was why no matter how she walked, she couldn't get out. No, something was wrong. Lu Xiyu stopped and turned to look at the deformed creatures chasing her. She smelled the fragrance of flowers, but the flowers in this sea of flowers weren't actually that fragrant. They only smelled good up close, something she discovered earlier when picking them. Now, standing in the sea of flowers, she couldn't smell the fragrance at all from the distance her nose was from the flowers. A bold hypothesis emerged in Lu Xiyu's mind. Is the environment she was in real? The strange phenomena had Lu Xiyu running for her life, but after the terror wore off, she finally realized something was amiss. Faced with a monstrous creature so close, Lu Xiyu stopped running and stood still, waiting for them to pounce. As the monstrous creatures opened their mouths wide and pounced at her, Lu Xiyu could almost smell their foul stench and even see the maggots wriggling on their bodies. Fake. All fake. Lu Xiyu squeezed her eyes shut, telling herself that everything she saw was unreal. Countless humanoid monstrous creatures swarmed towards Lu Xiyu, surrounding her like ants hunting a caterpillar, their claws and fangs bared as if they wanted to tear her apart and feed on her. But the expected pain of being bitten didn't come. Lu Xiyu only felt a dull tingling sensation throughout her body. Lu Xiyu opened her eyes abruptly, and found herself lying on the ground, half covered by water. Had the water level been any higher, she might have choked to death. The stinging pain hadn't subsided yet. Lu Xiyu sat up from the flowers, and lowered her head to examine the site of the pain. White roots pierced her skin, wriggling constantly, trying to push further inside. Lu Xiyu swiftly pulled out all the roots, and threw them to the ground, leaving bloody holes all over her body. Blood dripped down her body into the water, and the roots of the flowers growing in the water became more active after sensing the blood. But Lu Xiyu didn't have time to worry about that yet. Flustered, she looked down, searching for something, and soon discovered several other people lying in the flowers. They lay unconscious, their bodies tense. Their expressions showed signs of restless sleep, and their furrowed brows hinted at their current state. To make matters worse, roots had also spread to several of them, and some had already taken root. Without time to dwell, Lu Xiyu hurried over and ripped the roots from the bodies of several people, trying to wake them from their coma. Yanhong! Yanhong, wake up! Shaoxing Yang! Chen Yuliang! Can you hear me? But no matter how hard Lu Shiyu shook them, they showed no sign of waking. Lu Shiyu turned to face Tang Ziyu, but even shouting in her ear or tugging at her face was no use. After daring to move another wave of roots, Lu Shiyu forced herself to calm down and began to recall how she had woken up. She had already guessed that what she saw was fake and had verified it, which was why she woke up. Could it be that, like a dream, she had to realize it herself? But someone in a coma probably couldn't hear what she was saying now, and she wasn't sure if she could wake them up with external force. Is it really just a matter of waiting for them to discover it themselves? Tang Ziyu hacked the humanoid morph into several pieces, and found it still moving. He was surprised by the aberrant creature's tenacity. Is it because its body is made of plants that it can't die? Tang Ziyu kicked the severed hand that was trying to grab his foot away. Countless roots, like blood vessels, wriggled within the struggling hand's cross-section, like life overflowing. Looking at the mess on the ground, Tang Ziyu felt no wavering, only wanting to find the others as quickly as possible. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang were fine. They could easily protect themselves with their abilities. Qin Yunliang, while not very good at fighting, had experience. He was most worried about Lu Shiyu. Not to mention that Lu Shiyu had no weapons to offer, only a short knife given by Yin Hong. Lu Shiyu himself had never been in combat before, and his best solution when faced with trouble was to hide and run. But he walked for a long time without seeing Lu Shiyu. He wondered if he hidden himself, or if it was something else. Tang Ziyu shook his head. Now wasn't the time for wild thoughts. The most urgent task was to find Lu Shiyu and the others, gather them up, and leave as quickly as possible. Tang Ziyu was about to leave when a pair of flawless, delicate hands suddenly embraced him from behind. Their palms traced from his shoulders to his chest, and the whole person pressed against Tang Ziyu's back. Captain Tang, I'm so scared. Chapter 96. The voice behind her was so familiar that even Tang Ziyu was stunned. A white, tender arm groped up and down Tang Ziyu's body, and the person behind her poked their head out and rested it on her shoulder. A face identical to Lu Shiyu's appeared on the person behind her, but with a flattering expression. Captain Tang, can you protect me? Those monsters are truly terrifying. She said this, but her words betrayed no fear. The flower buds wrapped around her body opened, spewing tiny pollen particles that drifted toward Tang Ziyu. Then, the person behind her felt their neck tighten. Before they could react, they fell to the ground at a rapid speed, unable to even utter a cry. In the blink of an eye, they were pinned to the ground, splashing the water everywhere and making a crashing sound as they fell. TSK, at least pretend more convincingly, Tang Ziyu gripped the man's neck with one hand, nearly breaking the slender neck with such force that his expression was cold and emotionless. Even with the same face, why do you look so disgusting? Tang. Captain Tang. Ugh. The man's face wore a pained expression, as if genuinely suffocating. But if you looked down her body, you could see that from the chest down, her body gradually transformed into the roots of a plant, with only the chest and above resembling a human. How could a creature with this structure possibly suffocate? Sure enough, seeing that Tang Ziyu's expression showed no sign of relaxation, the deformed creature's expression suddenly collapsed. It stopped trying to pretend to be human in extreme pain, and stared at Tang Ziyu with a fierce and hateful look. Asshole, don't you like her? How could you have the heart to do that to her? Tang Ziyu increased the pressure on his grip. The aberration's neck was now twisted into a spiral like an empty mineral water bottle. However, now that the aberration had ceased its display of pain, it naturally stopped glaring at Tang Ziyu like prey. Your disguise is too poor, Tang Ziyu said, increasing the pressure on his grip. She can't be like you, so the sight of your face makes me want to vomit. Don't let me see you do anything disgusting with her face again. Just as the aberration's neck was about to be broken, the vines beneath her had quietly slithered around Tang Ziyu and suddenly attacked. Without looking up, Tang Ziyu turned her other hand behind her, and flames erupted, instantly charring the vines. Previously, Tang Ziyu had pinched the aberration with no significant effect, but now, even a single vine burned, it screamed in pain. Tang Ziyu had no time to play with her any longer, and the fire consumed her entire body. The hallucination ended there. Tang Ziyu's eyelids fluttered, and he awoke from his coma. The first thing he saw was Lu Shiyu pressing his Renjong acupoint. Awake! Lu Shiyu thought her manipulation had worked. While Tang Ziyu was unconscious, she had tried everything, even CPR, in a desperate attempt. What's wrong with me? Tang Ziyu sat up, feeling strangely sore all over. Lu Shiyu, guiltily, told him not to dwell on it. Wake up the others first. There are more and more roots around. Lu Xiyu stood up and walked over to the other three, using a knife to cut off the roots that had attempted to attack her while she was not paying attention. Tang Ziyu touched her neck and felt the wet bandage. There seemed to be a small bleeding hole underneath, but the bleeding had stopped. Tang Ziyu immediately understood the situation. Move aside, let me do it. Tang Ziyu allowed Lu Xiyu to move away from the roots and stay with the three still unconscious people. He then drew his long sword from his waist. Even the soaking water didn't affect the dancing flames on the blade. Tang Ziyu swung his sword, and the flames fell to the ground. However, the accumulated water didn't extinguish them. Instead, they continued to burn like alcohol, and as if they had a sense of their own, they began to spread, forming a circle of flames around the group. Naturally, the roots along the way were completely burned away, creating a safe zone for the group. What's going on? Not very well. They still haven't woken up. Lu Xiyu raised the three men's heads to prevent them from choking on the water. However, she had used the same technique earlier, but couldn't wake the other three like she had with Tang Ziyu. Could it be that this thing also depends on individual physical condition? Tang Ziyu told Lu Xiyu not to worry, saying he had a solution. Tang Ziyu placed the three men's hands together, forming a circuit, then pulled on one man's hand and concentrated his supernatural energy into it. This was the first time Lu Xiyu had witnessed the external manifestation of supernatural energy so directly. It wasn't pure fire, as when using supernatural power directly, but rather some kind of energy, though it appeared to the naked eye as flames. The supernatural energy flowed through Tang Ziyu's hand, using the bodies of the other three as a conductor, circulating through them before returning to Tang Ziyu. Tang Ziyu appeared fine, but the other three looked even more distressed. Then, the three of them jolted awake, as if they had seen something in a dream. Oh my god! Ah, what happened? Lu Xiyu could clearly see the lingering effects of intense pain in their expressions. Was it Tang Ziyu's ability? However, Tang Ziyu didn't explain, simply telling them to get up quickly. Let's clear out the surrounding deformed creatures first, then we can talk about anything else. The three of them stared blankly at the surrounding flames. Without much thought, they drew their weapons and began to clear away the encircling roots. There are two ways to awaken a comatose person. One is to make them realize that the dream is fake, so that they can wake up on their own. This was Lu Xiyu's method. The other is to inflict unbearable pain on them, causing their bodies to instinctively force them to wake up. This was Tang Ziyu's method. Tang Ziyu's powers were incompatible with those of the other three. Forced into a body, these completely different powers would clash with the existing powers, and the resulting reaction would cause pain and discomfort to the host. If the native's powers were stronger, the impact would be minor. But if the intruder's powers were even stronger, it would be like being pinned to the ground and beaten by thugs who broke into your home while you were resting, causing both mental and physical pain. Of course, Tang Ziyu couldn't actually injure the three. He controlled the fine line between pain and injury and forcibly awakened them. Waiting for them to wake on their own would likely take a day. The flower roots themselves had little offensive power, so they could be cut more easily than cutting vegetables, requiring little effort to clean. However, their numbers were simply too numerous to handle the vast sea of flowers. After clearing the surrounding areas, Tang Ziyu turned to Qin Yunliang, who, in tacit agreement, pulled out several packs of masks and distributed them to everyone. That's about it. Next, let's just charge out and run out of this sea of flowers. Tang Ziyu's voice was muffled after donning the mask. The men quickly shouldered their backpacks and, taking advantage of the moment before the distorted creatures could react, rushed out one after another. Tens of thousands of pollen still drifted above the sea of flowers, but because they were wearing masks, the pollen had no chance of invading their bodies again and putting them into a coma. The pollen, now no longer a threat, was no different from ordinary dust. They ran unimpeded out of the sea of flowers, and the animals and roots along the way were unable to catch up, and could only watch helplessly as they successfully escaped. Ha! Ha! Finally out. Several people brushed off the pollen. Once it adhered to their clothes and bodies, it was extremely difficult to remove, so they could only try to wash it off with water. What happened to us just now? Xiao Xingyang, still confused, scratched his head and asked, "Why am I lying in the water?" Yin Hong, I don't even know when I lost consciousness. Qin Yunliang glanced at the sea of flowers not far away. Pollen still drifted upwards from above. He removed his pollen-soaked mask and, after a brief analysis, said, "This pollen might have the effect of causing unconsciousness and hallucinations. In my dream, I saw a group of deformed humanoid creatures covered in flowers and roots. They could speak and kept chasing me. It was the same in my dream," Xiao Xingyang said. The distorted creatures in my dream were incredibly tall, probably 2 meters tall, but they couldn't speak. Yin Hong recalled, the distorted creatures in my dream could pop out of nowhere at any moment. We had to keep hiding and running. It was terrifying. Lu Shi reflected on his own dreams, and noticed that the things they saw while unconscious were different. It seems the hallucinations change based on the individual. We probably fell into a coma, because we accidentally inhaled that pollen, and we almost became fertilizer for those flowers. Several people had holes in their bodies. The good news was that these plants hadn't gone so far as to develop structures in their roots that allowed them to retain seeds inside their prey. Otherwise, they would have needed to dig the seeds out of the wounds. The bad news is that the way those plants penetrate the human body is like a rat digging a hole. They force their way in, leaving behind bloody holes that need to be plugged. The skin around the holes is constantly tingling and itchy, requiring reluctance to scratch. Qin Yunyang pulled a few cotton balls from a tin and had each person plug their own holes. The wound is fine. Disinfect it, bandage it, and it will heal in 2 days. While Lu Shiyu was bandaging herself, she discovered a hole on the back of her neck. It was difficult to reach on her own. She wanted to ask Yin Hong for help, but when she saw her really chatting with Xiao Xingyang while bandaging her, she turned and walked over to Tang Ziyu. Tang Ziyu took the bandage, and Lu Shiyu turned and lifted her hair to reveal a small hole on the back of her neck. Can you see it? Do you need to pull your collar down a little? No, I can see the spot clearly. Lu Shiyu found a large rock to sit on, and lowered her head, to make it easier for Tang Ziyu to bandage her. The wound was already slightly swollen from soaking in water, making it particularly noticeable on the neck. Tang Ziyu wrapped the bandage around and around, careful with each twist that it wasn't too tight, choking Lu Shiyu's breath, yet also worried that it would fall apart after a few steps if it was too loose. As they were about to finish bandaging it, Lu Shiyu suddenly remembered the topic they had just discussed. Tang Ziyu had been silent, and Lu Shiyu, curious, asked, Captain Tang, what did you see in your hallucination? Chapter 97. A two-headed Charizard? What is that? Lu Shiyu touched the bandage wrapped around his neck, which had been perfectly wrapped. He turned back to ask Tang Ziyu. Tang Ziyu's eyes wandered, and he stammered, yeah, it's just a monster from a special effects movie. A monster? Lu Shiyu tried to recall the few special effects movies he's seen and asked, is it one of those little monsters from another planet that wants to destroy the Earth? Yeah, more like that. Lu Shiyu found it a little amusing. You actually saw that? Are you afraid of Charizard? Tang Ziyu, my favorite character as a child was killed by a two-headed Charizard plot. I was sad for a long time. Lu Shiyu wanted to laugh, but then he imagined how hard it would be for a character he loved as a child to be inexplicably forced offline. However, Tang Ziyu's hallucination of seeing a two-headed Charizard had a certain dry humor. After successfully escaping the Sea of Flowers, the group continued their original route. The thrilling encounter in the Flower Sea cost them considerable time, and they didn't stop to rest for the rest of the journey. Near dusk, they happened to reach the foot of a hill and decided to rest there. Yin Hong took the initiative to drag Lu Shiyu along to search for food. They circled the area and discovered several strange-looking trees. The trunks of these trees resembled spirals, their branches twisted, and the leaves were unlike anything they had seen before, a human shape, as if two slender leaves had been fused together at the base. A closer look revealed fist-sized fruits growing beneath these human-shaped leaves. Hey, what do you think of that? Yin Hong pointed at the fruit hidden beneath the leaves, seeming quite interested. Lu Shiyu said, these fruits are all green, so they're probably not ripe yet. Yin Hong waved her hand. Never mind, just pick a couple and see for yourself. With that, she scurried up the tree like a nimble monkey. The spiral tree was easy to climb, with traction points everywhere. Yin Hong easily reached the canopy, reached out, plucked a fruit, and tossed it to Lu Shiyu below. Got it! Lu Shiyu stretched his hands forward, glancing upwards, afraid he missed. When the fruit was dropped, Lu Shiyu instantly locked onto his target and caught it firmly. Got it! Lu Shiyu glanced down at the fruit in his hand. It looked like an enlarged version of a bayberry, with numerous granular structures on the surface, and felt like tiny, tightly packed water droplets. Lu Shiyu used a knife to cut open a piece. There was no core inside, just pure flesh. The flesh, however, looked a little strange. Lu Shiyu poked it, and found it was slightly springy, very similar to ham. He took another bite. It wasn't sour or sweet. The outer skin felt like broccoli, while the inner flesh had no flavor, though it had a slightly meaty texture. Overall, it didn't have a strange smell, and it didn't seem poisonous, so it should be edible. How's it? Yanhong, who was in the tree, asked, noticing Lu Shiyu below him taking a bite of the flesh and remaining silent for a while. Lu Shiyu looked up at Yanhong above him and said, "It's edible. Let's pick some more to take back." Okay. At this point, Lu Shiyu, unaware of what was about to happen, casually set the fruit aside and prepared to catch the one Yanhong dropped. At first, Lu Shiyu was able to catch the fruit steadily, setting it aside before moving on to the next. But Yanhong's picking speed grew faster and faster, from picking one at a time to two, then three, and then eventually, both hands were barely enough. She held the fruit in one hand while frantically catching it with the other, not even having time to move to the side and put it down. Wait. Before Lu Shiyu could finish his words, a fruit hit him hard on the head. Yanhong, hearing the noise from above, finally stopped. What's wrong? Lu Shiyu, are you okay? Lu Shiyu's head felt dizzy from the blow, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, "No, I'm fine." Yanhong hurried down from the tree, ignoring the scattered fruit, and rushed to check Lu Shiyu's head. "Hey dear, I hope you don't make me stupid." Yanhong rummaged through Lu Shiyu's hair, checking for any injuries. "Xiaoxingyang is enough for the team." "I'm really fine." Lu Shiyu tilted his head, allowing Yanhong to examine him. "The fruit is soft, so it only hurt a little." "I should have asked Xiaoxingyang to pick it up," Yanhong said, reassured after confirming there were no injuries. "I'm glad you're okay. See if there are enough fruits. If not, don't pick any more." Lu Shiyu glanced at the ground. There were quite a few, enough for them all. "Enough, let's go back." By the time the two returned, the three had already prepared everything. Seeing the two return with a pile of things, Xiaoxingyang pounced on them like a dog seeing its master. "You're finally back." Xiaoxingyang circled around the two, but when he saw what they were holding, a look of confusion crossed his face. "What is this? Fruit?" Lu Shiyu glanced down at the fruit. "Could it even be considered fruit?" "Not sure. I don't know, it just grew on the tree. You can try it first." With that, Lu Shiyu cut the fruit he had previously cut into several small pieces, and handed them to Xiaoxingyang. Xiaoxingyang took it and ran off as if he had found something rare, giving a piece each to Tang Ziyu and Qin Yunliang. "What is this?" Qin Yunliang examined the piece of fruit flesh in his hand, seemingly unsure of what category it belonged to. Tang Ziyu didn't think much of it, and ate it directly. The outer particles were a little crisp, a bit like popping pearls, but the taste was just that of ordinary vegetables. Overall, it was quite refreshing. The flesh surprised Tang Ziyu. From the outside, he thought it was similar to watermelon, but upon tasting it, he found it to be soft and bouncy, but not tough. It seemed good even raw, perhaps as a salad. The taste is passable, but I've never eaten anything this strange, Xiaoxingyang said, his cheeks puffed up as he chewed and analyzed. "It tastes a bit like a meat roll, but it's not meat." A bit strange. Seeing Xiaoxingyang didn't react after eating, Qin Yunliang felt relieved to eat it. Lu Shiyu washed each fruit in a large basin, but soon realized that simply washing wouldn't get them clean. Because of the granular structure of the outer layer, it easily harbored dirt, and even small insects. Simply rinsing it in water wouldn't be effective. Lu Shiyu decided to change his strategy. He added salt and starch to the basin, stirred them together, and then let them sit for a few minutes. The dust and insects hidden inside the fruit were forced out. Then rinse twice more until the water is no longer cloudy. Lu Shiyu cut the fruit in half, then cut it horizontally and vertically into rectangular pieces for easier eating. Because the outer skin of the fruit has a slightly bitter taste, it needs to be blanched. After blanching, set it aside to drain and prepare it for cooking. Heat oil in a wok and add the blanched fruit pieces. Add a little salt, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, chicken essence, and minced garlic and stir-fry until all the fruit pieces are flavored with the seasonings before serving. The whole process takes less than 10 minutes, making it quite quick and convenient. Lu Shiyu plated the stir-fried fruit pieces, filling 3 plates. They looked a vibrant green, and the red flesh made them look less plain and more appetizing. Curious about what the fruit would taste like when stir-fried, Lu Shiyu picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. The skin of the fruit has a sweet, grassy aroma, with a slight snap when bitten. Blanching softens it slightly, giving it a light, mild flavor. The flesh, in stark contrast to the skin, begins to turn red during blanching, and by the time it's served, it's a vibrant red and white hue, resembling a sausage with crisp bones. The flesh perfectly absorbs the saltiness of the seasoning, and its inherently soft and springy texture makes it feel like meat rather than fruit. Beyond the saltiness, The flesh possesses a subtle sweetness that balances the saltiness. The white tissue within the flesh, resembling cartilage, is actually unripe seeds, offering a crunchy texture that adds a richness to the taste. The skin and flesh blended harmoniously, and each bite gave the illusion of a meat-vegetarian fusion. Qin Yunliang felt it was a bit like molecular cuisine at a Michelin restaurant, except that molecular cuisine relies entirely on human processing, while what they were eating was purely natural. If aberrant organisms could be considered purely natural. The wok-fried meat chunks, served with rice, were quickly devoured by the group. Even Lu Shiyu himself hadn't expected this fruit to be so well received. Xiao Xingyang popped the last piece of fruit from the bowl into his mouth, then leaned back against the stone wall and yawned. Today was truly terrifying. Those flowers actually parasitize us by creating illusions. Luckily, we woke up in time, otherwise we would have become distorted creatures covered in flowers. Qin Yunliang, I originally thought those flowers and animals had a symbiotic relationship, but I didn't expect they were just using the animals as food reserves. Yin Hong sighed. It's really the other way around. It's not the animals eating the plants, but the plants eating the animals. TSK. But this situation isn't uncommon these days. After all, after the aberration disaster, even plants have become highly mobile and intelligent. The relationship between animals and plants is no longer a fixed predator-prey relationship. Animals can even exist in captivity with plants. Everything is possible. Speaking of symbiosis, the large fish and lotus in that pond we encountered 2 days ago actually have a symbiotic relationship. Qin Yunliang suddenly thought of this and casually mentioned it. The shell of that lotus pod is very hard, making it very difficult to germinate without external intervention. It just so happens that the large fish in the pond, when still fry, need to avoid being preyed upon by smaller fish, so they hide between the lotus flowers and leaves. Some of these large fish jump onto the lotus flowers to nibble on the seeds, becoming stuck in the holes after consuming them. However, the large fish don't die from this. The hollow stem of the lotus pod transports water to the top, supplying the large fish and ensuring their survival. After a while, the shell of the lotus seed consumed by the large fish is digested, leaving only the small black seeds inside, which are excreted with feces. These digested seeds germinate more easily, greatly increasing their survival rate. At this point, the lotus pod is wilted, its head drooping, allowing the large fish to successfully escape. The lotus pod allows the seeds to germinate more easily, while also providing food for the large fish, a win-win situation. Perhaps it's because the deformed lotus has a different structure than a normal lotus, so it needs the help of fish to help the seeds germinate. Xiao Xingyang nodded, not sure if he understood. But why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Xiao Xingyang was about to say something when Yin Hong and Lu Shiyu covered his mouth. He just likes to study any deformed creatures he encounters. Just listen for fun. Xiao Xingyang didn't take it personally, and quickly moved on to other topics, which relieved the others. After some small talk, they each returned to their sleeping bags. A night passed, and a new day began. Chapter 98. At noon, several people gathered under a giant tree to rest, avoiding the scorching sun. Tang Ziyu spread out the map on the ground and pointed to a marked point above. This is Dawn Base, where we're going. Then he moved his finger to a nearby spot and said, this is where we are now. Lu Shiyu peeked out, his eyes instantly lighting up. So close, we're almost there. If all goes well, we'll be there before sunset tomorrow. Hearing such good news, everyone couldn't help but express a touch of excitement, but also a hint of nervousness. Xiao Xingyang, this is my first time visiting another base, and I don't know if they look like Dawn Base. Maybe they'd be a little shabbier than Dawn Base, Yin Hong said. I heard Dawn Base is already the most developed base, with the largest area. I imagine other bases will only be worse off. Imagining the dilapidated, old base, Xiao Xingyang's expectations instantly dropped by half. Ah. Xiao Xingyang's tone trailed off, seeming disappointed. Yin Hong turned to Tang Ziyu and asked, Captain, is it really feasible for us to go find the Dawn Base? Yin Hong was still a little worried. The Dawn Base was completely unfamiliar to everyone present. They had only heard of it, not even seen a picture of it. People have a natural fear of the unknown, and even they were no exception. Yin Hong was worried that the Dawn Base wasn't as reliable as Professor Chen claimed. Tang Ziyu hesitated as he pulled the letter Professor Chen had given them from his bag. How about we open it and see what's inside? Okay. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang were instantly excited. Qin Yunliang and Lu Shiyu also seemed interested. Tang Ziyu hadn't expected a casual suggestion to have the others already eager to try. Now he was in a dilemma. After all, when Professor Chen handed him the letter, he warned him not to open it without permission. But with a unanimous vote, it couldn't be considered unauthorized, right? As Tang Ziyu unsealed the envelope, the four gathered around him, staring intently, as if they could peer through it. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Tang Ziyu slowly pulled the paper from the envelope. Inside was another envelope. And inside was a note. Lu Shiyu picked up the fallen note, saw the words on it, and read it aloud. Whoever opens the envelope is a dog. Everyone, Dog Tang Ziyu. So defensive. Professor Chen, even at his age, is still like this. Lu Shiyu noticed words on the back of the note, and turned it over to continue reading. I'm defensive against you. Everyone, Tang Ziyu was silent for 3 seconds, but ultimately gave up and shoved the envelope back. Forget it. Since Professor Chen doesn't want us to read it, we won't. Seeing that Tang Ziyu didn't continue, the others grew bored and dispersed. Tang Ziyu put the envelope away and said, actually, the people in the other bases are just like us, survivors who entered to escape the aberration disaster. There's no need to overthink them. Lu Shiyu asked curiously, how many bases like this are there? Tang Ziyu shook his head. I'm not sure. Although many bases were established back then, few could hold out against the wave of mutated creatures, and not all of the ones that survived thrived. Only a handful of bases possessed the necessary communications technology and capabilities. Most were preoccupied with internal production and development, and had no time to care about the well-being of others. Therefore, even if the satellites in the sky were accessible to everyone, they couldn't connect to all of them. Lu Shiyu, are the satellites in the sky shared? Yes, those were launched into space before the disaster struck. This allowed the surviving human bases to detect the outside world on a small scale and communicate with other bases. However, this isn't a long-term solution. Those satellites will eventually become obsolete. By then, communication between bases would be completely severed. Lu Shiyu understood. Indeed, with humanity's remaining technology, even if the base leaders were willing to spend the money and resources to launch satellites, they might not be able to do so. Thinking of this, Lu Shiyu suddenly felt a surge of worry. Someone at the base wants to prevent the apocalypse, but if it continues like this, humanity's painstakingly accumulated technology will eventually be rendered useless, regressing to a century ago. Do they really not care about such a huge price to pay? What will happen to the rest of the base? Qin Yunliang pushed his glasses and said, actually, you don't have to worry too much. Judging from the base's current development, while recovery is slow, it's progressing. It won't regress forever. It will merely alter humanity's lifestyle in the future, but the underlying fundamentals won't change. Lu Shiyu, I didn't hear anything about not needing to worry. Tang Ziyu, but that would be a nightmare for ordinary people. The development of the base requires a massive consumption of resources, which can only be put to practical use after layers of exploitation. The wool comes from the sheep. On the surface, the base's development is improving, but that's all achieved through intense exploitation of ordinary people at the bottom. If we don't allow the situation to be disrupted again, this exploitation will continue. The end of the apocalypse is inevitable, and we can't wait until the top brass deems it appropriate. We must force the base to be disclosed immediately. Qin Yunliang disagreed, but direct disclosure will definitely cause panic. Social chaos will be even more detrimental to ordinary people. The base should be properly planned before disclosure. Tang Ziyu, however, felt Qin Yunliang's thinking was too conservative. Given the current attitude of the Shuguang base, if we want to wait until we've discussed it with them before going public, we just be passed around indefinitely. We have no choice but to cut the Gordian knot and force them to leave with a knife to their necks. But if the higher-ups disagree and make different decisions, and the problem isn't resolved promptly, the resulting losses will be enormous, and these losses will ultimately fall on the people at the bottom. The base is currently boiling a frog in warm water. A short pain is worse than a long one. The two men argued over their differing ideas about specific measures. Although both sounded reasonable and used no offensive language, Lu Shiyu could sense the tension between them. Oh, a debate. Yanhong cracked melon seeds, leaning against a tree trunk, watching the show. Xiaoxing Yang, beside them, also cracked melon seeds and watched. Although he couldn't understand what was going on, he could only watch for the fun, but it was still quite entertaining. Lu Shiyu grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and asked the two, what do you think? What do you mean? Should we just announce the possible end of the apocalypse? Oh yeah. Yanhong rolled her eyes and said, it doesn't matter. Life is the same anyway, it's all pretty much the same. Xiao Xingyang echoed, I don't understand anything they say, it's all gibberish. Just don't disturb me from eating and sleeping. You guys are really casual about it, Lu Shiyu said, spitting out a mouthful of sunflower seed shells. Yin Hong asked, what about you? You run a business in the base, so it'd be affected too, right? Well. Lu Shiyu imagined that if the apocalypse ended, no one would stay in the base anymore. More and more people would go out, but the most prosperous areas would still be within the base, so everyone would still need to return to their houses to sleep. With so many people coming and going, the flow of people increased. Lu Shiyu's shop was located not far from the entrance to a base. This huge flow of people would undoubtedly bring in more customers, but with an increase in customers, the rent would also increase. By then, it was unclear whether he would make more money or lose money. Lu Shiyu pondered for a long time, but could not come up with a clear answer. He felt his brain was bogged down by the complexity of the problem, and could only give up. Well, actually, I don't know what the future holds either. Yin Hong smiled, patted Lu Shiyu's shoulder, and said soothingly, that's right. Who knows what the future holds? Why keep worrying about something that hasn't even arrived yet? Yin Hong rubbed Lu Shiyu's face jokingly. Look at you, you're so worried. Ugh, stop rubbing my face. The two men on the other side argued for a long time, but couldn't decide who was the winner, and eventually parted on bad terms. However, their quarrel didn't affect the other three. They continued chatting and laughing, and after a break, they set off again. The rest of the journey was smooth, with no attacks from strange aberrant creatures. However, just as they were about to reach Dawn Base, they encountered someone from Dawn Base. Who are you? The man looked at them and asked, I know everyone in charge of this area. How come I haven't seen you before? The men exchanged glances briefly. Pretending to be from Dawn Base wouldn't work, and their uniforms were clearly different. Lying at this point would likely cause even greater misunderstandings, so it was better to be honest. Tang Ziyu took the initiative and explained their identities to the man, though he embellished the details slightly. A diplomat sent by Dawn Base to promote communication between the two bases? The man, half believing, half skeptical, looked them up and down, then said, why haven't I received the announcement from above about the diplomat's arrival? Lu Shiyu took 2 steps forward and said to the man, with a smile, your job is to collect information. It's normal that you didn't receive the information. This isn't part of your job description. Take us to the base, and you know for sure if what we're saying is true. The man gave Lu Shiyu a strange look, as if puzzled as to why he immediately figured out his job. Lu Shiyu still wore a polite smile. Of course, she had guessed. The man was wearing almost no protective gear, and he was carrying such a large backpack. Even though Lu Shiyu wasn't sure if the jobs at Dawn Base were the same as those at Dawn Base, she assumed they were similar. She suspected he was most likely responsible for collecting information. Seeing his reaction, Lu Shiyu knew she was right. However, the man wasn't of high rank, so he didn't dare act on his own. His attitude towards them was somewhat ambiguous, neither enthusiastic nor hostile. Okay, follow me. I take you to meet our captain. Lu Shiyu nodded slightly, and the man led the group towards the gathering point. Knowing the matter was almost settled, the group cheered silently. Chapter 99. Many people had already returned from the gathering place. When the man led Lu Shiyu and the others past, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. The leader at the front of the group stopped him and asked who these people were. The man walked up to the leader and whispered, they claimed to be diplomats, saying they were sent by Dawn Base. I'm not sure if that's true, so I'm bringing them here for you to see. Captain, did you receive the announcement from above about outsiders coming to our base for exchanges? The leader frowned, trying to recall, then said, I don't recall hearing that. It's hard to say. What if? What if there really was such a diplomatic event, and they were unaware of it, and then drove the diplomats away, ruining it? Or if they felt their base was incompetent and had a bad attitude, damaging relations between the two bases? That would be quite troublesome, and the captain was unsure what to do. Let's take them back to the base first. The sun is about to set. Regardless of whether they're genuine diplomats or not, leaving guests outside the base is never a good idea. Yes, Captain. After discussing how to proceed, the person in charge led them into the base. However, he wasn't completely confident in their safety. He remained cautious, assigning someone to follow behind and keep an eye on them. Entering an unfamiliar base for the first time, the group felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. After explaining the general situation to the gatekeeper, the group entered the base smoothly. Once inside the gate, they could finally see the interior of Dawn Base. The architecture of Dawn Base wasn't much different from that of Twilight Base, as they were both built during the same period. However, it wasn't as grand as Twilight Base, and the buildings and streets were relatively narrow. But one thing surprised several people. The security at Dawn Base was surprisingly much better than at Twilight Base. Twilight Base was indeed prosperous, but the more remote areas felt like another world. In some places, a bustling city and a shabby slum stood only a street apart. The Dawn Base management had always ignored this situation, insisting that development and construction prioritized areas in need. In any case, those in management would never set foot in the slums. Those born and raised in Twilight Base were already accustomed to this situation. Most people consciously avoided less traveled areas to avoid risk. But Dawn Base was different. While not as grand and magnificent as Twilight Base, it had no security hotspots. After following the person in charge into the base, they walked along the sidewalk, occasionally glancing into alleys. There were no idle thugs squatting in the alleys, no lifeless factory workers, and no starving children. On the contrary, the people at Dawn Base seemed full of life, smiling and acknowledging each other. The streets were bustling with activity, office workers clutching briefcases, manual laborers preparing to return home, and parents picking up their children from school, listening to their chattering recounting their experiences. Even the dogs gracing the street looked sleek and sleek. A few people, looking at the familiar buildings and the completely unfamiliar crowds, wore bewildered expressions as they walked. Xiao Xingyang took Yin Hong's hand and scooted aside, whispering, "Why do I feel like there's something off about the people at Dawn Base?" Yin Hong nodded. "There's something a little off. They seem happy." "What's there to be happy about? Getting paid?" The person in charge led them out, explaining, "It's unfortunate you're here too late. Everyone's off work at this hour. We have to stay in a hotel tonight. I help you apply to see the base commander tomorrow. Don't mind?" "It's okay," Tang Ziyu said after a pause, then asked, "How long does the application process take?" When they heard about the process, they were a little worried. After all, if someone doesn't want you to pass, you could be stuck forever. But they couldn't afford to wait that long. What if the base commander was too busy to deal with them, and simply pushed the application to the bottom of the pile? Then they'd probably have to wait until next year. The person in charge smiled and said, "How would I know? I'm not the base commander. It depends on the specific circumstances." Hearing this, their hearts sank. Oh no! They're just going to be left to fend for themselves. But then the person in charge said the second half of the sentence. "However, given the base commander's processing speed, it should be approved before the day after tomorrow. Just wait and see. If it doesn't work, we can push it again." "How long?" Several people looked at each other, unsure of the time they had heard. The person in charge's expression froze, as if he said something wrong. "Just before the day after tomorrow. If you're anxious, I see if tomorrow at noon can." "Yes, yes, yes. That's amazing." The Eagle Squad was almost laughing out loud. This speed was usually only achievable when Tang Ziyu used some connections, and now it was done so quickly. "Okay, then you stay here tonight." The person in charge led the group to a house. Although it was called a hotel, it looked more like a self-built structure with a sign hanging on it. Dawn Base was smaller than Dawn Base. While also city-sized, it wasn't as developed as Dawn Base. Naturally, there were better hotels, but they were also more expensive and required expense reimbursement. Usually, it was occupied by business travelers, and this was the cheaper option. While not as comprehensive in terms of service and amenities as a more expensive hotel, it had everything you expect, making it a prime choice for civilians. The person in charge, aware that this kind of room was a bit shabby for diplomats, explained, "There aren't any particularly good hotels nearby. This one doesn't require reservations. You can stay here anytime. Don't worry, hot water and electricity are available 24/7. Don't worry, we're not picky." Seeing that Tang Ziyu and the others didn't make a fuss, the person in charge felt relieved. After settling them in, he hurried away. "Qin Yunyu, please don't drag me down with you if you're looking for death, okay?" Qin Yunchang leaned against the wall, hunched over as he advanced, his voice still grumbling. "What do you know? If this works, it benefit both you and me." Qin Yunyu continued to offer his unflattering words. "What's Yi Donglin's family status? A good relationship with him will only bring you more benefits." Qin Yunchang sneered. "Qin Yunyu, did you get your brain eaten by a distorted creature after going out? Yi Donglin is in this situation, and instead of staying away from him, you're actively trying to get close to him. Do you think you're living too comfortably? Oh, I can't explain it to you. Just follow me." Qin Yunchang rolled her eyes unceremoniously. She'd known her cousin was stupid, but she hadn't expected him to be this foolish. Of course, Yi Donglin's family was worth clinging to, and of course, Yi Donglin was worth currying favor with. That could have been the case in the past, and it could have been the case in the future, but definitely not now. What was Yi Donglin's status? What was the current situation? Yi Donglin had been detained for days, yet the Yi family hadn't managed to secure her release. Under normal circumstances, even if Yi Donglin had pointed her finger at the inspectors and cursed them, they wouldn't have dared to do anything to her, perhaps even resorting to a polite smile to coax her out. But what about now? Not only was Yi Donglin imprisoned, but the Yi family hadn't released her for days. Were they unable to get her out, or did they simply not want her out? Qin Yunyu was thinking about something else. The fact that Qin Yunliang and his team were wanted was definitely not as simple as it seemed, but as an uneducated, third-generation rich kid, what could he do even if he knew the truth? If he wanted to get involved, he needed someone who could help him, and Yi Donglin was the person who best met his needs. First, there's Yi Donglin's family background, which goes without saying. He also faces the same situation as Qin Yunliang. He's been accused of several crimes for no apparent reason, and his family hasn't yet protected him. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Donglin is definitely involved in this incident, which is why he's receiving the same treatment as Qin Yunliang. Thinking this way, the possibility of developing Yi Donglin into an ally is much greater. If he can resolve this before Qin Yunliang does, he'd prove that he's stronger than Qin Yunliang, that he's more qualified to inherit the family business than Qin Yunliang, and that he's no less capable than Qin Yunliang. Qin Yunyu had been holding his breath, wanting to prove that his brother's departure wasn't a shame, that he, Qin Yunyu, wasn't a useless loser. He was capable of managing the family business. But none of this had anything to do with Qin Yunshang. She didn't care. She simply wanted to be a simple, wealthy girl, spending her days worrying about her skin, her hair, and her weight. She goes shopping and drink coffee with her girlfriends when she had nothing better to do, and if she got bored, she'd find a handsome, wealthy boyfriend. Not like she was doing now, following Qin Yunyu around like a thief. Hey, are you really going to find Yi Donglin? Nonsense. We've come this far. How could it be fake? Qin Yunshang often despised Qin Yunyu, but there was one thing she couldn't help but admire. Qin Yunyu was truly the epitome of someone who dared to think and act, and yet he always managed to pull it off. Last time, he snuck out in a helicopter to find his good brother, and now he was finding ways to infiltrate the supervisory office. Under cover of night, the two of them sneaked in and groped their way to the room where Yi Donglin was being held. This is it. Qin Yunyu leaned over the window in the door, peering inside. Strange, where's the person? Who's there? Qin Yunyu stepped aside, letting Qin Yunshang take over. Qin Yunshang looked around but couldn't see anyone. He turned back and asked Qin Yunyu, "Are you sure Yi Donglin is being held here? Are you sure?" "Absolutely not. I just saw this today." "Damn it." Qin Yunshang leaned against the window, looking even harder. "Then where's he? He can't have gotten away." Suddenly, both of them froze. No way. On the streets of Dawn Base, the streetlights flickered dimly. Since no one went out at night, they became mere decorations. Adhering to the principle of saving wherever possible, the brightness of the streetlights had been reduced by at least half. The upside was a significant reduction in electricity bills, which could go towards the pockets of the officials in charge. The downside was that the original lighting functionality had also been reduced by half. Under the dim streetlights, two black-cloaked figures slowly emerged from the alley. Gazing at the distant buildings towering into the night, Yi Donglin removed her hood and sneered disdainfully. Nothing more than that. The man beside Yi Donglin also removed his hood. Hidden in the shadows was a face identical to Yi Donglin's, though he looked noticeably more disheveled. Yi Donglin turned to look at him, smiling and brushing the dust off him. "You've endured so much playing me. Thank you for your hard work." The man lowered his head shyly, his disguise revealing a personality completely different from Yi Donglin's. "Then, let's prepare our deployment. Get ready to wreak havoc at the base." Chapter 100. Only 2 rooms left? Tang Ziyu was surprised. He hadn't expected this place to be so full. "Well, but I don't think there are many of you. 2 rooms will be enough." The hotel owner removed 2 keys from the wooden board and placed them on the counter. He said, "Both rooms have king-size beds. Single rooms are very popular. If you want one, you have to come early." Tang Ziyu picked up the key. A slip of paper with the room number was taped to it, wrapped tightly with scotch tape to prevent oil or water from damaging the writing. The 2 rooms were 201 and 203, adjacent rooms on the 3rd floor. "Only 2 rooms," Xiao Xingyang scratched his head. "Even a king-size bed wouldn't sleep 5 people. I can sleep on the floor. You can take the beds." Tang Ziyu offered to give up the bed. It didn't matter to him where he slept. But you have to figure out the room assignment yourself. The group reached the 3rd floor and found their rooms without any problems. Opening the doors and comparing them, the 2 rooms actually looked identical, from the layout to the furnishings. There was nothing to choose from. But Xiao Xingyang suddenly started to become shy, coughing, and asked, "Who are you guys planning to sleep with?" The others looked at each other. When Lu Shiyu looked at Tang Ziyu, Tang Ziyu's eyes had just shifted elsewhere. Yanhong had no idea what they were looking at, but since everyone else was looking, she followed suit. "Oh, it looks like the potted plant by the door hasn't been watered today. It's a little wilted." After a long pause, no one spoke. Chen Yunliang, with a cold expression, snatched both keys, gave one to Yanhong, and kept one for himself. "Look, there are 2 women and 3 men in total. What's there to divide?" Chen Yunliang said with a forced smile, "One for each man and woman." "Okay, now go to your rooms." Xiaoxingyang was about to say something when Chen Yunliang kicked him into room 201. Under Chen Yunliang's pointed gaze, Tang Ziyu also stiffly walked into room 203. "Go to bed early. You have a meeting with the base commander tomorrow, so you need to be well rested." Chen Yunliang said this to Yanhong and Lu Shiyu at the doorway before entering room 203 and slamming the door shut. In the hallway, the 2 of them stared at each other. "Then, shall we go in too?" "Yes." The 2 of them entered the room, locked the door, and placed their luggage on the cabinet. Yanhong checked that the doors and windows were securely locked before she threw herself on the bed and rolled around. Her weight caused the bed to sag. Great. A soft bed. Yanhong rolled back and forth on the bed, which was big enough for 3 people, ruffling the pre-made bedding. "Get up first. You haven't showered yet." Yanhong dragged out her words. "Let me rest for a while." Lu Shi wasn't buying it at all. He dragged Yanhong off the bed, shouting at the top of his lungs, "No one's allowed in bed without a shower." Yanhong was like a fish being pulled out of water. The moment Lu Shi pulled her up, she lost her energy. As soon as Lu Shi let go, she fell back onto the bed. Lu Shi, shock. Get up, get up. No, no, no. Lu Shi could no longer bear it. He grabbed the quilt with both hands and, before Yanhong could react, wrapped her up like a sushi roll, lifted her up, and threw her into the bathroom. No one's allowed in bed without a shower. Then the blanket was pulled back, and the bathroom door closed. Yanhong blinked, her expression a bit bewildered and pitiful. Elsewhere, Tang Ziyu emerged from the bathroom after showering and wiped his hair with a towel. "I'm done. Who's next?" "I go first." Chen Yunliang stood up from his chair, casually placing his belongings on the table. He said to Xiao Xingyang, who was standing beside him, "After I'm done, it's your turn. If you don't clean yourself up today, I throw you out the window." Xiao Xingyang scratched his head awkwardly. They'd been showering less frequently these past few days, hoping to get on their way faster. He recalled the last time they showered. By this afternoon, everyone reeked of sweat. Xiao Xingyang was used to it, so it didn't matter. After all, they didn't usually sleep in the same sleeping bag, so a little odor didn't matter. But tonight, Chen Yunliang was going to share a bed with him. Thinking of Chen Yunliang's fussiness, Xiao Xingyang felt a little intimidated. Xiao Xingyang smiled and approached Tang Ziyu, who was making his bed on the floor. He said, "Captain, how about I sleep on the floor tonight?" Tang Ziyu didn't even look up and flatly refused. "No, it'd be too crowded if I sleep on the bed. You 2 are just perfect." Xiao Xingyang's eyes rolled, and he changed his tone. "Hey, Captain, just let me sleep on the floor. I'm so used to it, it's a little strange to suddenly sleep on the bed. Uncomfortable? Every time I finish a mission, I have to lie in bed all day. How can I suddenly be uncomfortable?" Xiao Xingyang was speechless. After thinking about it, he suddenly asked, "Captain, don't you want to sleep with Chen Yunliang either?" Tang Ziyu continued to make the bed in silence. When Xiao Xingyang saw that Tang Ziyu didn't respond, he instantly understood. "Captain Yu. What's wrong?" Chen Yunliang pushed open the bathroom door, and steam instantly poured out. Chen Yunliang himself was still steaming, a testament to the blazing temperature of the water. After emerging, Chen Yunliang instantly locked eyes with Xiao Xingyang, who hadn't even prepared a change of clothes, staring at him intently. "Your turn." "Huh?" Xiao Xingyang didn't immediately register what Chen Yunliang meant. Chen Yunliang frowned unhappily, and said, "It's your turn to shower. Hurry, it stinks." "Oh!" After Xiao Xingyang reluctantly entered, Chen Yunliang looked at Tang Ziyu, who had remained silent. "Did he say anything bad about me?" Tang Ziyu, "No." Chen Yunliang remained silent, walking to the bedside, and pulling out a small device from his backpack. What is this? A communication device? Chen Yunliang placed the device on the bedside table and meticulously assembled it. It can be used to send messages. Tang Ziyu remained silent, watching Chen Yunliang fiddle with it seriously. Finally, he put on a headset and began pressing buttons on the device as if typing in Morse code. Beep, the light on the buttons flickered, as if telling others that he was entering a password. Inside the lampshade above their heads, a miniature camera diligently recorded the room's footage. Besides the blurry screen, the innkeeper stood stiffly beside a uniformed man, swallowing as he watched the screen. Well, this has nothing to do with me, right? The innkeeper's palm sweated with nervousness. God knew why such a bad thing had happened to him. Not only was he forced to let several people from outside the base stay in his room, but he was also forced to install cameras in the room. How could he continue his business if this got out? Not to mention, these guys were truly dishonest and actually pulling some stunts. The man recorded the footage while reassuring the innkeeper, "Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you. This whole incident, good or bad, has nothing to do with you. The cameras will be removed by our technicians after they leave, so you won't suffer any losses or repercussions." Okay, that puts my mind at ease. The innkeeper secretly sweated. Fortunately, he was easy to talk to. The man's eyes never left the screen, watching the flashing lights of the equipment, his curiosity growing ever greater about the message these people were conveying. After Chen Yunliang stopped, disassembled, and put away the equipment, the man stopped recording and hurried out of the hotel with the footage. Lu Xiyu, who was leaning on the windowsill to enjoy the breeze, happened to witness the scene. He watched the man retreat with a puzzled look. Could it be that someone at Dawn Base is still out and about at night? Is the security really that good? The man left the hotel and walked into an alley. After several twists and turns, he finally entered a hidden room and passed through a secret door, successfully entering a secret space. The room was dimly lit, with only a few complex machines and a few professionals operating them. "Captain, I'm back." The person in charge looked up and asked what he had discovered. "I saw on the surveillance footage that they were using a device to send a message to the outside world. From what I can see, it seems to be Morse code, which shouldn't be difficult to decipher. Do you have any footage?" "Yes." The man handed the USB drive containing the incriminating evidence to the person in charge, who took the USB drive and inserted it into his computer. The computer screen was projected onto a large screen, and the other codebreakers in the room instantly became alert and began observing the contents on the screen, noting the frequency and duration of the flashes and pauses, and began their translation work. Amid the rustling of paper and pen and the clatter of keyboards, the person in charge stared at the screen with a solemn expression. Both bringing the person in and conducting surveillance were decisions he had made without authorization. Doing so without the knowledge of the base commander would likely result in punishment, but rather than inviting a threat in, the person in charge preferred to eliminate the hidden dangers beforehand. Even if the price was dismissal. It didn't take long for the codebreakers to successfully translate the contents and compare them for errors. After confirming their accuracy, their expressions turned grim, but they still gritted their teeth and handed it to the person in charge. The person in charge took the paper and glanced down. It contained only a single sentence, but it was sufficient. It was rude to spy on guests who had come from afar. The person in charge closed his eyes, knowing that he had completely exposed himself. Not only had the other party discovered his plan, but he also been tricked. "Captain?" Seeing the officer's grim expression, the man asked hesitantly, "Should I continue to monitor them?" "No need." The officer sighed and said, "They don't want a direct confrontation, so let's not go and cause trouble ourselves. Let's put the surveillance on hold for now. I speak to the base commander tomorrow to discuss this." The man said nothing more after receiving his order. The next day rolled around. Chen Yunliang awoke from his sleep. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt a pressure in his abdomen. Reaching out, he found a leg across his stomach. It didn't take much to guess whose leg it was. Chen Yunliang closed his eyes, frowning, his nails digging into the restless leg. "Ah!" Xiao Xinyang suddenly jolted awake. "Is there a bug in the bed? Something just bit me." Chen Yunliang, conscious of the noise, folded his pillow over his ears, turned his back to Xiao Xinyang, and went back to sleep. Xiao Xinyang searched the bed for a long time, but couldn't find the bug that bit him, so he decided to leave it alone for now. He discovered that Tang Ziyu, who had been sleeping beside him, was gone. Only the blanket and pillow lay folded up, like a tofu block on the floor. Xiao Xingyang bet the tofu block was still warm inside. Chapter 101. Xiaoxingyang opened the door and walked out, just in time to run into Yanhong and Lu Xiu, who had just changed and were about to go out. Tang Ziyu was already waiting outside their room. Lu Xiu saw Xiaoxingyang waking up and exclaimed, "I was planning to bring you breakfast when I got back. Now that you're awake, do you want to join us for breakfast?" "Breakfast?" Xiaoxingyang scratched his messy hair, remembering that they were already at the Dawn base and could buy breakfast directly. Yanhong interrupted, "He doesn't want to go. Let's go quickly. It's getting late, and the breakfast stalls will be closing soon." Xiaoxingyang immediately became anxious and said, "Who said I'm not going?" "I'm going." Tang Ziyu glanced at the wall clock and said, "If you want to go, change your clothes first." Xiaoxingyang slammed the door shut, and when he opened it again a minute later, he was fully dressed. Lu Shi was a bit surprised. So fast. Yanhong, he learned it during training at the base. This guy squeezed time out of other things just to get a few more minutes of sleep. Several people walked downstairs, chatting as they went. "Where's Chen Yunliang? Aren't we waiting for him? He's still asleep. Forget him. Just buy him something to eat when you get back." The hotel was cheap, so of course breakfast wasn't included. If you wanted to eat, you had to go out and buy it. It was just across the street from a place that specialized in breakfast, which was quite convenient. Breakfast vendors always clustered together. Looking around, the entire street was filled with food. At this time, the vendors had already opened their doors and were bustling with activity. The sound of orders filled the air. The few people randomly found a shop that wasn't crowded, sat down, and each selected their desired meal. Soon, everything was served, filling the entire table. Lu Xiu took a bite of a fried dumpling. The crispy, burnt bottom cracked in his mouth, and the broth oozes out. A little scallion and vegetables counteracted the greasiness of the meat, making it quite delicious. Lu Xiu swallowed the dumpling and said, "I'm finally free. It's finally someone else's turn to cook, so I can eat." Xiao Xingyang stuffed the entire basket of steamed dumplings into his mouth in 3 or 2 bites, his mouth so full that he wondered if he could finish it. Yanhong ordered fried dough sticks and soy milk. The two complemented each other perfectly, and after a sip of the hot soy milk, her stomach felt warmed. "It feels like I haven't eaten such normal food at such a normal breakfast stall in 800 years, Yanhong said, taking a bite of the fried dough stick. "Don't worry about me. I'm going to make up for what I've been missing." Xiao Xingyang mumbled a few times, trying to say something, but he couldn't because he hadn't swallowed the bun in his mouth. Tang Ziyu filled several cups of warm water and handed them to the group, saying, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Unfortunately, no one ever listened to him on such trivial matters. As they devoured their food, trying to fill their empty stomachs, Tang Ziyu sighed and asked the waiter to pack up some buns and soy milk to take home. But when they were about to pay, they were embarrassed. Tang Ziyu handed several large denomination bills to the waiter, who looked confused. "Why are you giving me this?" Tang Ziyu was stunned. Isn't giving money just about paying the bill? Then he realized that the currency at Dawn Base might be different from that at Dawn Base. The two currencies weren't interchangeable, so their money was like waste paper here. Thinking of this, Tang Ziyu's heart instantly lost its edge. He pretended nothing had happened and asked the waiter to leave. After they were seated, he briefly explained the situation to the other three. "What?" Xiao Xingyang stuttered, his words halting. "So, Captain, are you saying that our money can't be used here?" Yanhong's eyes widened. "Then what's the difference between us and having no money?" Lu Xiu quickly covered their mouths. "Shh. Keep your voice down." Seeing no one was paying attention, Lu Xiu finally let go. "What should we do now? We can't just dine for free." Yanhong looked at the pile of dishes in front of her, wondering how likely it was that she would be left to wash them. Lu Xiu peered into the kitchen and asked, "How much do you think the breakfast shop owner would be willing to pay me?" Xiao Xingyang swallowed his bun, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then asked, "Can we just go ahead and pay when we have money?" "I don't think so." Tang Ziyu finished his last mouthful of noodles, calmly wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said, "It's okay, someone will come to pay." "Who?" Lu Xiu glanced sideways at Tang Ziyu. "Do you know anyone at Dawn Base?" "Do you?" Yanhong scratched her head and said, "I don't remember the captain saying he knew people at other bases." But no matter what they asked, Tang Ziyu didn't answer. His mysterious presence piqued their curiosity. Who would pay for them? They were unfamiliar with the area, and they couldn't even find a suspect. But they soon found out. "Hi, what a coincidence, you're here for breakfast too." The manager walked into the breakfast shop with a smile. By then, most people had finished breakfast and gone to work, leaving the place deserted. "Wow, you've got a good appetite. You've eaten so much." The person in charge started chatting like an old friend. Being able to eat is a blessing. Eating more is good for your health. Lu Shiyu looked at Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang. They both shook their heads slightly, indicating they didn't know what was going on. Then the three of them looked at Tang Ziyu, waiting to see how he would respond. No one ate yesterday, so we were hungry, so we ate a bit more, Tang Ziyu said. By the way, do you have any money? The person in charge, The other three, No subtlety at all. Hearing Tang Ziyu ask the person in charge if he had any money, so directly, his intentions clearly written on his face, the three of them were surprised. Lu Shi was puzzled. Tang Ziyu wasn't that emotionally incompetent. And from their last interaction with Guan Wei, it was clear that he was quite good at socializing. Why was he suddenly so blunt? The person in charge's expression froze for a moment, then his cheerful demeanor returned. Oh look, how could I have forgotten that? This is your first time at Dawn Base, so you don't have any money here, right? The person in charge slapped his head, looking contrite. I was inconsiderate. I pay for your breakfast later, and I have someone send you some money later. Otherwise, you won't be able to buy any local specialties here. Thank you, Tang Ziyu said politely. I return the money once the currencies of both bases are in circulation. The person in charge smiled apologetically and said, That's not right. How can we expect guests to pay? This is our treat. By the time the currencies of the two bases were in circulation, he probably closed his eyes. The person in charge had no intention of buying Tang Ziyu's promises, and considered it a small expense for the bases. The person in charge paid the bill for the group. While he was at the front desk, the group started mumbling again. He actually came. I thought the captain was just bragging. How did the captain know he come? He even paid for us. Can the captain predict the future? No, this must have been all part of the captain's plan. Plan? How do you use that word? When the person in charge returned, the group instantly returned to their normal sitting positions. The person in charge offered to show them around. Tang Ziyu didn't refuse, but before leaving, he asked for a plastic bag. The person in charge asked, What are you going to do with this? Tang Ziyu asked to take it away. The person in charge asked, The person in charge and Tang Ziyu walked in front, chatting. The other three followed behind, glancing around. After breakfast, those who needed to go to school went to school, and those who needed to go to work went to work. The streets, which had been crowded not long ago, suddenly became deserted. In the past, this period of time was a rare respite for Lu Shiyu, who would be exhausted and sweating after a busy day. Now, 2 months have passed since those days of repetitiveness, but looking back, it feels like half a lifetime. So much has happened in the past 2 months, so many new experiences, that Lu Shiyu has experienced a rare sense of travel, a paid one at that. Thinking of this, everything seems new to Lu Shiyu. Along the way, so many people took the initiative to greet the person in charge that just calling out their names was a bit overwhelming. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, Sister Wang, Uncle Lu, and so on and so forth. Just watching was exhausting. The three of them felt like they didn't even know as many people as the person in charge had greeted along the way. Why is this guy so popular? Yin Hong asked, puzzled. Did he pay for them too? The person in charge smiled and turned, saying, We're all neighbors. We usually look out for each other, so it's normal for us to get to know each other. The person in charge took the group for a walk around the streets, familiarizing them with the roads and buildings, and finally sent them back to the hotel. I've submitted your applications. They be approved by noon. Just stay at the hotel this afternoon and wait for notification. If they don't show up by then, you have to wait in line again. Tang Ziyu nodded, indicating he'd taken note. The person in charge left without further delay. The group entered the hotel together, discussing as they walked. I didn't expect him to be so popular. You never have guessed. Maybe he's a good official. If he were a cruel official, let alone getting eggs thrown at him on the street, he'd be lucky if he wasn't pelted with rotten eggs. The group chatted as they walked upstairs. Xiao Xingyang, carrying breakfast, pushed open the door to room 203. Chen Yuliang. Get up and have breakfast. The only response he got was the wind-blown window. The room was empty. Chen Yuliang, who had been lazing in bed, was no longer in his place. Huh? Chen Yuliang's up? Xiao Xingyang scratched his head, put down his breakfast, and walked around the room, making sure he was out. He turned to ask the others, Chen Yuliang isn't in the room. He might have gone out. Out? Lu Shi felt something was wrong. Where could he have gone? Xiao Xingyang had no idea. Maybe he went out to look for us. Tang Ziyu happened to overhear these words and frowned. Impossible. With Chen Yuliang's personality, He would have stayed in the room after we all left. He wouldn't have gone out alone. Strange. Where is he? Lu Shi went downstairs to find the innkeeper. After a moment's thought, the innkeeper said, I don't remember. Ah, there were so many people coming and going this morning. I'm not sure if he went out. What about the surveillance? Lu Shi continued, surveillance will definitely capture it. The innkeeper hesitated, then said with an apologetic smile, I'm so sorry, but our surveillance camera just broke down a few days ago, and we haven't had time to fix it yet. Are all the surveillance cameras broken? The innkeeper pointed to an old camera overhead and said, we're a small business, and we only have this one. A leak broke the other day, and we were so anxious to fix the ceiling that we put the surveillance camera off for 2 days. We were just about to have someone come fix it today. The innkeeper's words were impeccable, and even though Lu Shiyu sensed something was amiss, he didn't dare to press the issue. Sir, is there anything else? Nothing. Okay, take care. Come see me if you need anything. Chapter 102. As Lu Shiyu was going upstairs, he ran into Tang Ziyu, who was about to go down. Tang Ziyu asked her what the result was, but Lu Shiyu could only shake her head. The boss said he didn't notice. I tried to ask him for the surveillance footage, but he said it was broken. Lu Shiyu glanced down and said, I think he's lying. He definitely knows something. Since the person in charge arranged for us to stay at this hotel, there must be something special about it. But Tang Ziyu didn't intend to find the hotel owner and torture him. Instead, she took Lu Shiyu back upstairs. By then, Yanhong and Xiaoxingyang had searched both rooms and the hallway thoroughly, practically peeling off the floorboards to see if Qin Yunliang was hiding there. We can't find him anywhere, Xiaoxingyang said, frustrated and impatient. Where could he have gone? Yanhong sat on the bedside table and said, I think he might not have left on his own, but been taken away by someone. What do you mean? Yanhong raised her hand and pushed Qin Yunliang's backpack, and the contents cascaded out. Qin Yunliang would never leave his bag open on the bed. This violates 2 of his red flags. It could only be that someone touched his bag, but Qin Yunliang wouldn't allow strangers to touch his belongings. So, the most likely outcome is that Qin Yunliang was kidnapped. Yanhong's speculation coincided with Lu Shiyu's. That was easy to figure out. The hard part was figuring out who had kidnapped him. Was it the person in charge? Xiao Xingyang quickly dismissed it. No, if it was him, he could have just had his men kidnap us all at once. What's the point of just kidnapping Qin Yunliang? At his wit's end, Lu Shiyu suddenly remembered the letter Professor Chen had given them. Tang Ziyu, where's Professor Chen's letter? Here. What do you find? Tang Ziyu handed the envelope to Lu Shiyu, but Lu Shiyu didn't open it. Instead, he gently rubbed it with his fingertips. He could clearly feel the presence of paper inside, indicating that it indeed contained a letter written by Professor Chen himself. Professor Chen's original intention was to facilitate a smooth meeting with the base commander, but they had no use for it when they entered Dawn Base. The Dawn Base staff didn't hinder them, not only letting them in but also arranging accommodations for them. Looking back now, it seemed a little eerie. Who would be so polite to a group of unidentified outsiders? Perhaps, from the very beginning, their friendliness was a disguise to deceive them and lower their guard. Lu Shiyu didn't think they came with malicious intent. As Xiao Xingyang had said, he was already on their territory. If they wanted, they could easily catch them in a trap. There was no need to play along. Lu Shiyu rather suspected they simply didn't trust him. Yanhong, can you find the base commander's residence? Huh? Me? Yanhong thought for a moment and said, I don't know where she lives, but as the base commander, she must be in the office every day. I can try to find her office. That's good. Take this. Lu Shiyu shoved the envelope into Yanhong's arms and instructed, find the base commander as quickly as you can and give her this letter. Hurry. So urgent? This is a letter from Professor Chen, Yanhong said, puzzled. We've already entered Dawn Base and have an appointment with the base commander this afternoon. This letter is unnecessary. Lu Shiyu shook his head, his expression firm. I can't explain the specifics, but this letter must be delivered to the base commander. Otherwise, we're in for a fight. It's that serious. Yanhong glanced at Tang Ziyu. Tang Ziyu leaned against the doorframe and nodded slightly, indicating that he would do as Lu Shiyu instructed. Then I go now. Yanhong felt pressured after hearing Lu Shiyu's words. After carefully putting the envelope away, she jumped out of the window, moving swiftly across the roof of the adjacent house until her figure was no longer visible. Xiao Xingyang was still detached, wondering if he had missed something. So that person in charge is really suspicious? Damn, then should we just arrest him and have him release Qin Yunliang? Lu Shiyu sighed. I don't know what's going on, but it just feels like it's not that simple. In reality, her command was extremely risky. She had no solid evidence, just a strong feeling that this was the right thing to do. Even after sending Yin Hong away, her uneasiness persisted, and she didn't know what to do next. Tang Ziyu went downstairs and asked the hotel owner for a map of Dawn Base. This time, the owner didn't refuse and gave it to Tang Ziyu directly. Dawn Base's layout was compact and logical, and it looked like a lot of effort had been put into saving space. Central to Dawn Base was the base's Central General Affairs Office. Direct buses connected all areas of Dawn Base, making it easy to find. However, whether Yin Hong could get past the heavy security and find the base commander depended on her personal abilities. Xiao Xingyang took in the extensive transportation routes and felt dizzy. Is it true that Yin Hong wouldn't get lost along the way? No way. She was walking on the rooftop. How could she get lost if there wasn't a path? Tang Ziyu held his forehead with his hand. Stop telling jokes at a time like this. Oh right, getting down to business, Lu Shiyu said. I think the innkeeper is the most suspicious. Even if he's not the mastermind, he's an accomplice. Xiao Xingyang agreed. I think the innkeeper is a strong suspect too. His motive is too obvious. Lu Shiyu glanced at him. What motive? Could it be that the innkeeper was trying to get information from the person in charge? Wanting credit, so he'd do anything he can to gain credit? Xiao Xingyang Shinchi spoke slowly and seriously. Perhaps this is actually a shady business. They accept guests during the day and commit murder and arson at night. They target guests from far away, robbing them of their money and lives. This time, they've targeted us, the newcomers. But because we were outnumbered, they had to take advantage of our morning absence to kidnap Chen Yunliang. Then he had his accomplices pretend to be robbers and call us, demanding a ransom or else they kill us. Lu Shiyu's expression instantly fell. Yin Hong is right. You really should read less novels. Why? Is my reasoning wrong? This is nonsense. Lu Shiyu turned to look at Tang Ziyu. What about you? What do you think? Tang Ziyu pondered for a moment, then said, I'd like to wait and see. Wait. What are you waiting for? For the meeting this afternoon, Tang Ziyu looked up at Lu Shiyu and said, the person in charge said our meeting with the base commander is scheduled for the afternoon, and no later than that. That's true, Lu Shiyu asked, but do you really think we can meet the base commander? We have to wait until then. I think if he didn't want us to meet the base commander, he could have just passed the buck and said his application was rejected, instead of going through all this trouble. Lu Shiyu, maybe it's because we told him we were diplomats, so he thought he had to receive us. But he should have already verified whether the two bases were involved in establishing diplomatic relations. Logically, he should have known we were lying, so why didn't he call us out? Maybe he wanted to see what we were up to. After all, there were only 3 of them now, so they couldn't cause much trouble. Outside the surveillance camera, the person in charge sat in a chair, looking up at the 3 people discussing him in the room. Quite clever, but a little off. The person in charge took a sip from the teacup, spitting the tea leaves from his mouth. Where's the person who ran away? The technician's fingers tapped away at the keyboard, his eyes darting back and forth, his brow furrowed as if he encountered something very difficult. Strange, this person's speed is abnormally fast. The image on the large screen zoomed out, revealing countless smaller screens. Several of these were selected, enlarged, and displayed before the group. The screen showed a bustling street, unchanged from before. However, the technician dragged the progress bar to the left, finally stopping at a single frame. Captain, look here, a white arrow pointed at a dark figure on the screen. That's the woman who ran away. The person in charge raised an eyebrow, seeming intrigued. Her speed was so fast that even the surveillance equipment couldn't accurately capture her. She couldn't even make out a human form. She was a complete black shadow. The technician captured a clip of Yin Hong moving from the screen to disappearing. The entire process took less than 1/10 of a second. The technician slowed down the speed several times before they could barely make out a dark figure passing by. The speed is comparable to that of a high-speed vehicle. This is definitely not something a normal person could achieve. I suspect she's a psychic. Psychic? Interesting. What's a psychic from Dawn Base doing here? The technician ignored the supervisor's mumbling and continued to retrieve and zoom in on the surveillance footage. On the screen, Yin Hong's figure vanished like a black dot on a malfunctioning electronic screen. At this rate, she reached the Central General Affairs office by noon, the technician asked, his keyboard clacking. Should we intercept them? The person in charge chuckled. Can you stop them? The technician was silent for a few seconds, then said, if weapons are used. The person in charge waved his hand. All right, stop it. That's inhumane. Even if weapons are used, the person might be caught. But what about the residents nearby? It's not your home, so you wouldn't feel bad, would you? The technician lowered his head in shame. Fortunately, the person in charge didn't bother to lecture him. After taking a sip of tea, he said, since the plan has changed, let's move the meeting forward. Of course, it would be best if we can get rid of them without firing a shot. On the high walls of Dawn Base, the fierce wind ripped at the guard's coat, as if a ghost was about to tear it off. The guard sat on the edge of the wall, unfazed by the gusts of wind. Lena climbed up the wall with great effort. Just as she was about to stand up, she was frightened by the wind and quickly squatted down, fearing that she would fall down if she lost her balance. After regaining her balance, Lena straightened up and walked towards Guan Wei. I heard you arrested that unscrupulous middleman and sentenced him to a serious crime without even a trial. Well, is there a problem? Guan Wei remained unconcerned, continuing to gaze at the scenery. Lena pinched her fingers and said, You locked him up without even confirming the truth of what I said. Do you want me to ask him if what you said was true? Lena choked, seemingly unsure of the purpose of her coming over to ask. Seeing she didn't respond for a long time, Guan Wei turned around and said, I don't care how much of what you say is true and how much is false. That person is indeed not a good person, and you will also undergo long-term labor reform. The outcome will be the same. Lena asked teasingly, but if I'm not as innocent as I say? No one is as innocent as they think, Guan Wei said. People always try to glorify themselves, thinking that the mistakes are all others and that they are the victims. They make excuses for themselves and portray themselves as pitiful to win public sympathy. Lena didn't know he was. She couldn't help but hear him say, uncovering the truth and clearing people's names is the job of the police and judges. I'm not responsible for solving cases. Besides, with your talent and abilities, it would be a waste to spend your whole life as a mercenary. Guan Wei stood up, the strong wind ruffling his hair. Lena vaguely heard him say, You still have a chance of returning to the right path, so I'm willing to help you. Lena was just a little touched when Guan Wei became serious again, but it only lasted 3 seconds. So just work honestly for me to pay off your debts, and reform yourself and become a new person. Lena, Chapter 103. The meeting is moving up? Lu Shiyu was slightly surprised. Wasn't it scheduled for the afternoon? The person in charge explained with a smile. Originally, it was scheduled for the afternoon, but the person in front of you couldn't come due to something. The base commander happened to have a free time in his schedule today, so he let you go early. You can have dinner together and chat. Lu Shiyu exchanged glances with Tang Ziyu, then feigned surprise and said, That's great. Wait for us a moment, we get ready and leave. The person in charge stopped Lu Shiyu. Don't bother with all that, we're not so particular here. We can just go. Lu Shiyu's face froze, and he said rather awkwardly, Oh, that's not nice. Our attire isn't suitable for any formal occasion. Let's at least tidy up. The person in charge continued, We don't do those fancy things here. The base commander thinks they're a waste of time. Just dress neatly and appropriately. Let's go! We miss the train if we're any later. Lu Shiyu couldn't persuade the person in charge, so the three of them had to follow him. The person in charge took the three of them to the station, just as he had done when he had taken them for a stroll that morning. He hadn't driven a car. He explained that it was much more convenient to take a bus to distant destinations at Dawn Base. Dawn Base's tram system was well developed, with routes extending in all directions, allowing for the shortest possible distance to reach destinations. It was still some time before the end of the lunch shift, so the station wasn't crowded. When the four of them boarded the train, there were only a few people in the carriage. They found seats next to each other. The whole journey felt more like a leisurely stroll than a business meeting. But Lu Shiyu grew increasingly nervous, glancing suspiciously at the person in charge. She felt as if he was quietly trying to weaken their defenses, and since she couldn't find any evidence, it felt like she was being overly suspicious. Just when they left, the person in charge hadn't asked why the original 5-person team was now reduced to 3, or where the remaining 2 had gone. It was so suspicious, as if they'd known all along that the 2 men were no longer at the hotel. What kind of person is your base commander? Lu Shiyu asked, his face full of curiosity. If you could tell us in advance, we could prepare. The person in charge paused, gathering his words, before saying, The base commander is a very responsible person, very serious about both people and matters. When you meet her, just follow the procedures carefully, and get things done properly. There's nothing else to worry about. Lu Shiyu asked, Is your base commander very old? Why do you ask? The person in charge smiled and said, Although the base commander has a calm personality, she's actually not that old. She's barely 30. Under 30, he said. That means she was no more than 20 when she joined the base. She climbed the ladder to the position of base commander starting in her teens, so it's impossible she didn't have some skills. So young? Then I have to call her sister, Lu Shiyu jokingly said. The base commander is young and promising, but will the other senior leaders listen to her? Part of the reason for the corruption at Shiguang base is that a bunch of old hands are clinging to high positions, leaving little room for advancement for newcomers. Many decisions are left to the hands of these old hands. To put it bluntly, it's a bunch of old fools in power. How could corruption not be a given under such circumstances? Dawn base must have quite a few veterans. How could they allow a 20-something to ride on their coattails? The person in charge, upon hearing this, became noticeably more animated, as if he just caught up on some gossip. He glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping before saying, "Those old guys definitely wouldn't agree. They all feel they contributed to the construction of Dawn base, so they deserve a seat at the table, where the base can provide for their retirement and enjoy a happy family life." When the base director first took over, none of them were convinced. They felt he was inexperienced and, to put it bluntly, was marginalizing those who hadn't participated in the initial construction of the base. And then what? Lu Shiyu pressed on. How was it resolved? Perhaps Dawn base could learn from Dawn base's solution. The person in charge grinned, clearly having thought of something exciting. The base commander fired all the little guys who brought their families into the system overnight, replacing them with his own people. The old guys woke up the next day and were stunned. Huh? Lu Shi was a little confused. Won't those people have objections? Of course they did. The person in charge slapped his thigh and excitedly said they immediately gathered together and went to trouble the base commander. During the morning meeting, they pointed at the base commander and cursed him. They said very harsh words and threatened to cut off their family's ties with the base. Those old guys have long abused their power for personal gain and infiltrated every aspect of the base. They have their people in every aspect of the base, from suppliers to technical personnel. Their actions clearly show they want to shut down the base and force the base commander to give them a gift and apologize before resigning. Lu Shi frowned slightly. Although she had known this would happen, she was helpless in this situation. What methods did the commander of Dawn base use to subdue these people? But they soon stopped being so arrogant, the person in charge said, changing the subject. The commander, despite pressure from all sides, not only didn't apologize, but instead told those old guys that the base needed the older generation to make concessions, and that the base needed new blood. When those old guys heard that the commander not only refused to apologize, but also wanted them to retire, they were furious. They simply closed the door and refused to see anyone, claiming to be ill. I guess they were still waiting for the commander to give in. Lu Shiyu asked anxiously, "So what did the commander do?" The person in charge said meaningfully, "The commander did nothing." Nothing? Lu Shiyu suspected he'd been tricked, but then the person in charge continued, "Some of those people suddenly started dying at home. The cause couldn't be determined, and they were ultimately ruled natural causes. Even their families couldn't report them. They'd been publicly claiming to be in poor health, so their sudden deaths were perfectly normal. After 3 or 4 people died in quick succession, they began to panic. Someone then revealed that someone had approached the base commander and applied for retirement." Lu Shiyu seemed to understand something. Those people had lived to that age, held high positions, and had no worries about food, clothing, or daily expenses in their later years. Their original lust for power was nothing in the face of death. After all, death meant nothing. The base commander had no idea how he managed to eliminate several of them without anyone noticing. It's impossible that those people hadn't taken any action, but they hadn't been able to stop the base commander's men. They were probably at their wits' end, terrified of death. Just then, they heard someone had surrendered, and more of those who feared death voluntarily resigned. The matter was resolved in a bloody and covert manner, without even affecting ordinary people. Thinking of this, Lu Shiyu truly began to admire the base commander. Not only was he bold enough to confront those people directly, but he was also capable enough to implement his plan. He withstood pressure from all sides and survived those attacks. He must have a big heart. However, Lu Shiyu's wariness of the base commander also increased. For the base commander to be so decisive, she must have had several capable subordinates working for her. The fact that she allowed those people to die mysteriously, and yet could not find the cause, was terrifying enough. No matter how powerful Tang Ziyu and the others were, Lu Shiyu did not want to confront them head-on. He had to consider some roundabout methods and not take action until it was absolutely necessary. Along the way, the group gathered a wealth of gossip from the person in charge. Like a mobile intelligence collector for the base commander, he chattered endlessly about everything related to the commander, even knowing which shoe he wore first. This made everyone suspect the person in charge was a psychopath. "No, why would you think that of me?" the person in charge said, laughing and crying. "Everyone at this base loves to gossip about the base commander. It's nothing unusual, it's just a matter of degree." "Won't the base commander be upset by your gossip?" "No, the base commander doesn't really care about gossip. She even said everyone's welcome to monitor her." This was different from Dawn Base. At Dawn Base, the privacy of the wealthy was as solid as a fortress. Ordinary people had no access to gossip, let alone the higher-ups, whose personal information was classified as confidential. But at Dawn Base, even the base commander was the subject of gossip. It was truly bizarre. "We're here." After chatting along the way, the group finally took the tram to their destination, the Central General Affairs office. The tram had grown crowded, and the four of them finally squeezed off. Only when they stepped out and breathed in the fresh air did Lu Shiyu feel alive again. "I say, you're a manager after all, so why are you so reluctant to drive?" Lu Shiyu asked, panting. The person in charge took a deep breath and replied, "We don't have any money. Gas is expensive. Trams are so much more environmentally friendly." Lu Shiyu, It seems the officials at Dawn Base are also poor. Lu Shiyu straightened up and looked at the building before him. It wasn't as majestic and imposing as he had expected. On the contrary, aside from its large floor area, it was far from luxurious. Not to mention the water stains covering the obviously unmaintained exterior walls. The greenery on the side was also unkempt, and it was unclear when it had last been mowed. The ground wasn't paved, just smoothed with cement, giving it a very shabby appearance. If it weren't for the Central General Affairs office, Lu Shiyu would have mistaken it for some public security bureau. "Is this where it is?" Xiao Xingyang surveyed the building before him and asked how much of the budget was embezzled from the builder. The person in charge smiled and said, "Nothing." The base commander himself oversaw the construction, and the budget was always on target. "Then why is it still so shabby?" Lu Shiyu glared at Xiao Xingyang. Xiao Yang, aware of his quick words, looked away, feeling somewhat guilty. The person in charge wasn't angry. He also knew the place was rundown. He explained, the base commander said it didn't need to be too fancy, just functional. Despite the exterior, it has everything you need inside. Please lead the way. The person in charge led a few people into the General Affairs office. The busy people inside occasionally glanced at them, then quickly looked away. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lu Shiyu felt something was amiss. The person in charge and a few others arrived safely at the private dining room in the General Affairs office. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Shiyu saw the woman already seated, waiting. "Base Commander, I've brought the person here." Chapter 104. She's the base commander? Lu Shiyu curiously examined the person before him. She had neat, short hair and wore work clothes of unknown origin, seemingly high quality. They looked as if they had just finished work, yet they remained clean and spotless. To be honest, when Lu Shiyu first entered, he thought he walked into someone else's private room by mistake. He hadn't expected the person before him to be the base commander. He looked completely different, like a random passerby from the street. As Lu Shiyu studied the base commander was also studying them. "Hello, my name is Wu Shi, and I'm the current commander of Dawn Base." Wu Shi extended his hand, and Lu Shiyu instinctively shook it. Then, after shaking hands, he remembered that the true leader of their group was Tang Ziyu, not her. So what was she shaking hands with? "You are the diplomats representing Dawn Base, right? Dawn Base is so far away, it's hard for you to come all the way here." "Tang Ziyu, nothing. It's all about establishing diplomatic relations between our two bases. If we can achieve friendly relations, it will benefit both of us." The two exchanged pleasantries according to the usual protocol before taking their seats. Lu Shiyu rubbed the frosted tabletop lightly with his fingertips, and the strange feeling in his heart intensified. If the person in charge didn't know, that would be fine, but why did the base commander also say they were diplomats from Dawn Base? Didn't she know whether Dawn Base and Liming Base had established diplomatic relations? Why did she follow my line and admit that she was a diplomat? The table was quickly served. There were 5 dishes in total, 1 cold dish, 3 hot dishes, and a pot of soup. The staple food was plain rice. The combination of meat and vegetables was fine, but it was a bit shabby for entertaining foreign guests. Lu Shiyu remembered that when she was a child, her family's meals were more sumptuous than these. She wondered if the base commander was being frugal, and starting to not want to give them face. Lu Shiyu picked up a piece of scrambled egg. It was a bit too salty from the oversalting, but it was still okay with rice. Tang Ziyu and the base commander continued to chat about establishing diplomatic relations. Only Lu Shiyu and Xiao Xingyang started eating. After all, they couldn't help with that, and there wasn't much else they could do except eat. Lu Shiyu listened to their conversation as if it were real. Forget the base commander, Tang Ziyu's responses were so fluent, as if they were having a real conversation. If Lu Shiyu hadn't known their identities were fake, she would have believed them. She hadn't expected Tang Ziyu to be so good at making up stories, practically speaking coherently. The two chatted for a while, then took a break. Tang Ziyu drank a sip of water and glanced at the window beside him, a little distracted. Seeing the time was right, the base commander smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, after we're done, we take you back." Tang Ziyu was stunned and asked, "Why are you bringing this up so suddenly?" The base commander smiled and said, "I'm just trying to be a good host. You've already worked hard coming here, so let Dawn Base take you back. It'd be safer and easier." He sounded like he cared about them, but was he? Lu Shiyu's brows furrowed slightly. How long had it been since they met the base commander? And they were already talking about leaving. It was hard not to wonder if the base commander was ordering them to leave. But the base commander was impeccable in other matters, and he hadn't said or done anything he shouldn't have. Why would the base commander say such an unusual thing? Tang Ziyu adjusted his expression and said, "There's no rush to return. We can discuss matters between the two bases slowly. The more detailed the better. After all, it will be difficult to discuss things so directly once we return. The two bases are far apart. If every discussion were done offline, the loss would be too great. Online discussions would also be prone to communication issues, like unstable signals and inaccurate communication. It's best to discuss the details as soon as possible before the two sides meet." The base commander said, "It's okay. Establishing diplomatic relations doesn't happen overnight, and relationships can't be built in just 1 or 2 meetings. We communicate more frequently in the future. There's no need to rush." The strange feeling grew stronger, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloping Lu Shiyu. But everything around him seemed normal. What was the problem? Something was wrong. Lu Shiyu reached under the table, trying to pull something out of the space, but found that the supernatural space he had once easily opened was now completely unusable. Lu Shiyu's mind went blank for a moment, then she immediately realized her powers had been restricted, not vanished, but restricted. She could feel her powers within her, but she couldn't use them. To put it another way, normally she was like a bottle of water, her body the bottle, her powers the water. The water could be poured out of the bottle at any time, but now someone had put a cap on her, preventing her from pouring the water out. Lu Shiyu glanced down at the dishes in front of her. There was still a trace of grease on them. "There's something wrong with this food." Lu Shiyu turned to look at Xiao Xingyang, who was still leisurely eating, and subtly kicked Tang Ziyu's shin under the table. Tang Ziyu instinctively glanced in Lu Shiyu's direction. Lu Shiyu feigned discomfort, shielding her face with her hands. From an angle the base commander couldn't see, she pointed at the dishes in front of her, and shook her head slightly. "Is the food not to your liking?" The base commander noticed Lu Shiyu's unusual behavior, and asked with concern, "I usually eat a heavy meal, and I forgot you might have different tastes. I asked the kitchen to add a couple of lighter dishes." "Thank you, but no thanks," Lu Shiyu said, adjusting her sitting position and clutching her stomach. "I think I'm having my period, and I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. Where is the restroom?" Lu Shiyu's words caught the base commander off guard. She hadn't expected this to happen. But the base commander still pointed Lu Shiyu in the direction. Lu Shiyu apologized, then bent over, clutching his stomach, and ran to the restroom. As Lu Shiyu left, the base commander was about to continue, but Tang Ziyu interrupted. Tang Ziyu called out to Xiao Xingyang, who was sitting next to Lu Shiyu, and asked if he had taken his bag when Lu Shiyu left. Xiao Xingyang, chewing his food, glanced sideways and said, "No, it's still on her seat." "Then you can take her bag to her," Tang Ziyu said, picking up her chopsticks. "She should have sanitary napkins in her bag. Just take it to her." "Okay." Xiao Xingyang picked up his shoulder bag and stood up, retracing Lu Shiyu's path. The base commander wanted to say something, but paused when he saw Tang Ziyu pick up her chopsticks, swallowing the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It was a pity that Tang Ziyu had no intention of eating the food. She picked up the chopsticks like a decorative ornament, holding them without using them, which was frustrating to watch. Xiao Xingyang took Lu Shiyu's messenger bag and found the restroom, a single room shared by both men and women, and knocked on the closed door. "Lu." Had the words left his mouth when the door opened and Xiao Xingyang was dragged inside. Confirming it was Lu Xiu, Xiao Xingyang became even more confused and asked, "Why did you pull me in?" "I just came to deliver something." Xiao Xingyang didn't notice Lu Xiu's fierce glare. He was pulled to the sink and his throat was choked, frightening Xiao Xingyang so much that he backed away repeatedly. You? What are you doing? Lu Xiu, are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense." Lu Xiu pointed at the sink and said, "Right now. Spit out everything you just ate." "What?" Xiao Xingyang, bewildered, said, "Why are you so bossy? I'm eating someone else's food, and you want me to spit it out?" Lu Xiu was immediately enraged by his bizarre mental circuits, but he didn't have time to explain everything. He slapped him on the shoulder, making a loud clapping sound and making Xiao Xingyang scream in pain. Stop! Can't I just vomit? Stop hitting me." Although he didn't understand Lu Xiu's intention, Xiao Xingyang obeyed and began to choke on the sink drain. Xiao Xingyang didn't hold back, choking directly at the back of his throat. In just a few slaps, he vomited everything he hadn't eaten much to begin with. The liquid and solids mixed together, making it impossible to tell whether it was from the morning meal or the previous one. "Is this okay? Anything left? Spit it all out." Xiao Xingyang dodged Lu Xiu's hand and said quickly, "It's all gone. Tell me what you want to do." Lu Xiu finally stopped and shared his speculations and thoughts with Xiao Xingyang, only deleting the part about his own superpowers, saying instead that it was Tang Ziyu who discovered them. Xiao Xingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You said the food was drugged?" "I don't know if it was a drug, but it would definitely affect my superpowers." Xiao Xingyang scratched his hair irritably, glanced at the sink, and said, "How about I vomit a little more?" "Don't vomit yet. Let's see how your superpowers perform." "Oh, right." Xiao Xingyang raised his hand, gathering his superpowers in his palm. A ball of water gradually formed in his hand. Xiao Xingyang could feel a distinct blockage, as if something was preventing his superpowers from gathering. While it wasn't completely unusable, it was still unpleasant. His superpowers were completely affected. Xiao Xingyang's expression changed, and he said gloomily, "So there's something wrong with that base commander. She doesn't want to live in peace with us, right? Or does she have other motives? No, why hasn't Yin Hong returned after all this time since we've seen the base commander? What have they done to her?" Seeing Xiao Xingyang's agitation grow, Lu Xiu poured a handful of water over his face. "Calm down. We're still in their territory. A sudden quarrel wouldn't be good for us. And if Yin Hong is truly in their hands, they have 2 hostages. We can't act rashly." Xiao Xingyang rubbed his face and asked, "So what should we do?" "Just let them do what they want." Lu Xiu patted Xiao Xingyang, took his bag, and said, "Don't worry. Do as I say." Inside the private room, the base commander saw Tang Ziyu repeatedly pick up and put down his chopsticks without moving, and finally lost his patience. "Don't you have any dishes you like? I asked the chef to add 2 more. The base commander was about to call for help when Tang Ziyu interrupted him. "No, let's get back to business." The base commander smiled apologetically. "I invited you all to dinner, but I only cared about my own tastes. You didn't eat much, and you're all sitting here talking to me while you go hungry. How embarrassing." Tang Ziyu smiled back and said, "Captain, there's no need to be so polite. The reason I haven't been eating isn't because the food isn't to my liking." "Then why?" Tang Ziyu put down his chopsticks and looked up at the base commander. "Maybe it's because there's something in the dish that shouldn't be." Chapter 105. Captain Tang is such a joke. How could there be something in the food that shouldn't be there? Oh, when did I ever say my last name was Tang? Tang Ziyu glanced at the base commander. "I didn't tell the receptionist or when I introduced myself just now, did I? I didn't expect the base commander of Dawn Base to have a penchant for voyeurism." The room fell silent in an instant. The base commander's smile had completely vanished, and his expressionless gaze at Tang Ziyu was somewhat eerie. Then, without knowing who initiated the attack, the 2 forces in the room collided, triggering an explosion. The wall and the door were blown away, and the room was instantly reduced to ruins. Both men were flung back by the blast, but they quickly adjusted themselves and landed safely on the rubble. The base commander snorted, his previous amiability completely gone. He said, "Even if you guessed it, can't you just pretend you don't know? You're causing me trouble." Tang Ziyu drew his long sword and said calmly, "I give you 1 chance. Tell me where my team members are, or else." The base commander scoffed disdainfully, "What else? Don't forget, you're not in Dawn Base now. If you try to act recklessly here, I won't show you mercy, even if you're here to establish diplomatic relations." Tang Ziyu's eyes twitched imperceptibly, as if a thought had occurred to him. But the base commander didn't give him time to reflect and attacked him again. The two men engaged in a fierce battle, collapsing surrounding buildings. Those who had been inside vanished without a trace, so no bystanders were injured. The base commander looked at the rubbled building, his eyes filled with heartache. Asshole! Fight me if you want, but why are you demolishing my house? Tang Ziyu didn't answer, simply launching new attacks at the base commander. After several rounds, the base commander gradually became no match for Tang Ziyu, his strength at its limit. But Tang Ziyu strolled leisurely, not even making any major movements. The base commander gritted his teeth, turned his head, and shouted at the ruins, "Zhang Heji, are you dead?" But after she finished shouting, there was no response for a long time. She sensed something was wrong and began to look around. Xiaoxingyang tied the rope, brushed the dust off his hands, and said, "Look, I tied it well, didn't I?" Lu Shi pulled on the rope, confirming it was secure, and then said, "Good. Now no one can help." Woo woo. The person in charge was gagged and bound with hemp rope, looking as if he had been kidnapped. He was treated similarly to several other people. They had been sitting near the private room, pretending to be ordinary people dining there. However, as soon as there was some movement inside, they started making small moves, so Xiao Xingyang and Lu Shiyu dealt with them together to prevent them from disturbing Tang Ziyu. Lu Shiyu turned to look at the two men still fighting not far away, and sighed, "Once Tang Ziyu is done, we'd be almost done. I didn't expect us to get this far." Xiaoxingyang counted the people they had tied up, and said to Lu Shiyu with surprise, "We have 10 of their men. That's more hostages than the other side. Getting Yin Hong and Qin Yunliang back shouldn't be a problem." Lu Shiyu nodded. "Even if these few aren't enough, adding the base commander should be enough. Maybe even a trick of holding the emperor hostage to control the other princes." However, Lu Shiyu found one thing peculiar. She felt the base commander and the one described by the person in charge didn't seem to be the same person. But she figured it might be a natural filter, so she didn't dwell on it. "Zhang Heji, are you dead?" A voice suddenly came from the distance. Lu Shiyu looked down at the others. "Who is she calling?" The person in charge whimpered and struggled. "Oh, so she's calling you." Lu Shiyu squatted down and pressed a dagger against the person in charge's chest. "Zhang Heji, huh? Don't waste your energy. The outcome is decided. Judging by the situation, your base commander is no match for our captain. Giving up the struggle will save you a lot of trouble." Zhang Heji, unable to speak with something gagged in his mouth, simply stared at Lu Shiyu with resentment. "Don't look at me like that. It's not me who caused this situation." Lu Shiyu said helplessly, "I was hoping to have a peaceful conversation with you. It was you who made us do this. We were just forced to protect ourselves." Xiao Xingyang was not as polite as Lu Shiyu. He roughly ripped the food out of the officer's mouth and asked, "Where are Yin Hong and Qin Yunliang?" "They're the two from our team." The officer swallowed and said, "They're fine." "Then where are they?" The officer hesitated before replying. The two men on the other side were almost done fighting. Tang Ziyu swung a flaming snake, and the base commander frantically blocked it with his weapon, allowing Tang Ziyu to seize the opportunity. Just as Tang Ziyu was about to strike the base commander's vitals, a raspy female voice suddenly interrupted both of them. "Which bastard demolished my general affairs office? I skin him alive." Several people turned toward the source of the voice, and the base commander couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no!" Lu Shiyu stood up and took a closer look at the person. It was someone who looked exactly like the base commander. Tang Ziyu immediately distanced himself from the base commander. The two looked almost identical, though the base commander was a bit battered from the beating he received, so he could still tell them apart. The man who looked like the base commander stood with his hands on his hips, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Where's the guy?" Lu Shiyu was a little confused. What's going on? Two base commanders. The person in charge shrank back, trying to minimize his presence, but was spotted by Xiao Xingyang and dragged away. Xiaoxingyang looked at the evasive person in charge and asked, "Why are you hiding? Don't you recognize this guy?" The person in charge was even more panicked than when he'd been caught by Xiao Xingyang and Lu Shiyu, secretly cursing Xiaoyang for his lack of tact. As expected, he was noticed along with the base commander fighting Tang Ziyu on the other side. The man looked left and right, seemingly unable to comprehend what was happening, and led the others behind him into the ruins. "Anyone will do. Can someone explain what's going on?" Xiao Xingyang released his hand, and the person in charge, head bowed like a quail, approached the man. "Base commander." "Base commander?" Lu Shi wondered if he had misheard and asked, "She's the base commander, so she's..." The base commander standing opposite Tang Ziyu suddenly became bloated, wriggling and shrinking like a ball of flesh, before transforming into something else entirely. The short-haired base commander suddenly transformed into a long-haired woman in front of Tang Ziyu, looking vastly different from the real one. The long-haired woman glared at Tang Ziyu with resentment, then tossed her hair and walked towards the base commander. Zhang Heji, Su Manwen, the base commander's eyes swept over the two of them, who lowered their heads, afraid to speak. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Su Manwen twirled her hair with her fingers, glancing to the side. It was Zhang Heji's idea. What? Zhang Heji instantly exploded and retorted, You are the one who said you share the base commander's worries. Share the worries? Wu Shi, irritated by the two, said, Is that how you share my worries? Just blow up the General Affairs office, and you won't have to work anymore, right? The two men, reprimanded, lowered their heads, and listened obediently. Even on the other side, Tang Ziyu and Lu Shiyu had finished their meeting, and stood not far from the three of them, watching Wu Shi scold Zhang Heji and Su Manwen. Tang Ziyu looked at them, and said to Lu Shiyu, that Su Manwen seems to be a psychic too, able to change her appearance. She was the one we had dinner with just now. Lu Shiyu felt even more confused. What the hell are they doing? After scolding the two, Wu Shi turned to look at the culprit, who caused the house collapse. Wu Shi and Tang Ziyu's eyes met midair, and Tang Ziyu led the two towards Wu Shi. Hello, I'm Tang Ziyu, captain of the Eagle Squadron, the Dawn Base Exploration Team. Looking at the outstretched hand, Wu Shi returned it. Current commander of Dawn Base, Wu Shi. Wu Shi looked at Tang Ziyu and said, I remember you, the self-proclaimed diplomat from Dawn Base. We had originally scheduled a meeting, but it's for tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tang Ziyu asked, Isn't it today? Wu Shi turned to look at the group of people behind him, their heads bowed in reflection. Lu Shiyu noticed that their heads seemed to be lowered even lower. Wu Shi was troubled by his two unreliable subordinates, but now was not the time to settle scores. So, Wu Shi put on a professional smile and explained, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Let's talk it out somewhere else. We can't stay here any longer. Xiao Xingyang peeked from behind and asked, Isn't it another Hongmen banquet? Wu Shi glanced at the two men, looking guilty, and smiled. No, this time it's guaranteed to be a normal reception. Wu Shi led the group back to his office. Fortunately, the fight between Tang Ziyu and Su Manwen had only damaged the restaurant area, leaving the rest of the area unaffected. Otherwise, Wu Shi's office would have been in jeopardy. As soon as they entered the room, they were greeted by a faint fragrance. Tang Ziyu traced the source, a small incense burner on the table. Wu Shi noticed Tang Ziyu's gaze, and took the initiative to extinguish the incense burner. Please sit down. The men accompanying Wu Shi silently brought over several chairs, setting them down without a sound, and then quietly retreated. The three of them sat down on the chairs, facing Wu Shi. Before we deal with today's matters, I have something to ask you. Wu Shi picked up the teapot and poured 4 cups of hot tea. He spoke slowly. I've never mentioned establishing diplomatic relations with Dawn Base. Why did a group of people claiming to be Dawn Base diplomats suddenly come over and talk about cooperation? Lu Shiyu's heart trembled. Originally, they had been holding Wu Shi accountable, using Dawn Base's subtle actions as a bargaining chip, but Wu Shi had hit the nail on the head right away. Now it was their turn to prove themselves. Wu Shi didn't rush to answer. Instead, she picked up the teacups and passed them to the three people one by one, her movements gentle and completely contrary to the question she had raised. Tang Ziyu took the teacup, blew on it gently, took a sip, and then said, I've heard the commander of Dawn Base lives frugally. I didn't expect he even used the most common tea on the market. Wu Shi chuckled, picked up the teacup, and said, I don't have many material needs. But please don't be picky. This is the only tea I have. It's okay. We're not that picky. The two of them exchanged words, and the tense atmosphere Lu Shiyu had expected didn't materialize. Instead, it left Lu Shiyu feeling very strange. Lu Shiyu lowered his head, and took a sip of the tea to calm his nerves. It tasted just like the free tea they had at the hotel. It seemed like just ordinary tea. But since Wu Shi had also drunk it, there was no need to worry about drugging him again. Chapter 106. Zhang Heji and Su Manwen stood side by side, reflecting. Suddenly, the door opened, and in came none other than Yin Hong and Chen Yunliang. Chen Yunliang rubbed the red marks from being tied up for so long and asked, Is everything taken care of? Tang Ziyu, yes. Yin Hong casually closed the door, and saw the two people standing nearby. She snorted, her expression unimpressed. Wu Shi pretended not to notice, and calmly drank her tea. Lu Shiyu sighed helplessly, as he looked at the crowd that had already filled the room. The absurdity of this world is truly unimaginable. I had thought the Dawn Base was planning to attack them, But it turned out to be just two of the base commander's men acting on their own initiative. After Wushi's reconciliation with Zhang Heji and Su Manlin, she understood the whole story. It turned out that, after Zhang Heji submitted his application, Su Manlin claimed he couldn't find the relevant diplomatic documents and concluded that the establishment of diplomatic relations was a Dawn Base initiative without prior approval. Coincidentally, Su Manlin disliked the people at Dawn Base, believing they had an inexplicable sense of superiority. So, she and Zhang Heji suggested that the base commander deal with Tang Ziyu and the others. Zhang Heji, in turn, felt they were a tough bunch and best sent packing as soon as possible. The two hit it off immediately, and their plan was simple: move the meeting originally scheduled for tomorrow to today, exploiting the time difference to disrupt relations between the two sides. By then, the establishment of diplomatic relations would naturally fall through. As for putting a drug in Tang Ziyu and the others' food to suppress superpowers, it was simply out of concern that these uninvited guests with superpowers might cause trouble at Dawn Base. Those with superpowers at Dawn Base were extremely rare, even fewer than those at Dawn Base, and their preventative measures were less sophisticated. No one could guarantee what a group of superpowered individuals would do, so using food to suppress them covertly was just the right thing to do. Qin Yunliang was captured simply because he had found their hidden spot through the micro camera. While it was unclear how he'd done it, one thing was certain: if he were to return, the whole thing would be exposed, so he had no choice but to be tied up. And so, the whole thing went awry. Not only was it not resolved discreetly as hoped, but it also caused a major mess. Not only did their men fail to stop Yunhong, but they also, by chance, allowed her to meet the base commander, who successfully delivered the letter to him. Needless to say, the rest of the story unfolded. Even after being punished by standing in the office, the two of them couldn't figure out why the base commander had come at that time. Yunhong squeezed in between Tang Ziyu and Lu Shiyu to claim credit. "Look, I did a good job. Thanks to my timely delivery, the situation was resolved so smoothly." "Yeah, great." Lu Shiyu rubbed Yunhong's head. Wuxi put down his teacup and looked at the two people beside him. "Alright, stop pretending to be pitiful. Go take your punishment, and don't make me worry about anything." "Yes." The two men walked out with their heads down. Lu Shi waited until the door closed before asking, "What punishment will they receive?" Wuxi paused for a moment and said, "Probably suspension or a pay cut. Oh, and they have to repair the cafeteria, too, at their own expense." Such a simple punishment. Wuxi pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. It was a letter from Professor Chen. "I've read Uncle Chen's letter, and I understand the situation. So, there was no diplomatic relationship from the beginning. You just ran into trouble and needed help from the Dawn Base, right?" Lu Shiyu's heart instantly rose to his throat. They had already left a bad impression on Wu Shi. Even though the culprit was one of Wu Shi's own, it didn't affect their image in Wu Shi's eyes. Asking for help would be difficult now. Lu Shiyu took the initiative, sharing her speculation about the meteorite and the aberration with Wu Shi. While she wasn't sure if Professor Chen had mentioned it in the letter, it seemed best to have them repeat it. Lu Shiyu's mouth was dry from the way she finished, but Wu Shi didn't seem surprised. Clearly, she read the letter, so she didn't take her words too seriously. Instead, she kept glancing at her, intentionally or unintentionally. After she finished, Lu Shiyu began to get nervous. She felt like Wu Shi wasn't impressed by what she was saying. What should she do? "You said meteorites are the key to solving the aberration disaster. Where's the evidence?" Wu Shi spread his hands and said, "Everything requires evidence. You don't have any video or photos, and you didn't bring any meteorite samples. How can I believe that a piece of stone I've never seen before is so valuable? Furthermore, going against the Dawn Base over a piece of stone that's not sure if it's actually useful sounds absurd." Tang Ziyu handed Lu Shiyu a glass of water and took over the conversation, saying, "Base Captain Wu's concerns are legitimate. After all, we've never met before. It's hard to ask you to do anything without any conditions. It's really asking too much of us to help you." Wu Shi chuckled. "Don't blame me, Captain Tang. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I have a base full of people to support, and there are people below who are eyeing me with eagerness. I won't do such a bad deal." This was different from what Lu Shiyu had expected. She had assumed that Wu Shi, as a ruler who cared about the humans within the base, would participate without hesitation upon learning of a solution to end the apocalypse. However, she had forgotten that Wu Shi was also the leader of the base's humans. Her decisions would affect the entire base, which meant she couldn't just jump in based on a few words. Without sufficient reason and evidence to convince Wu Shi, Dawn Base would never help them. If they couldn't capture Dawn Base, let alone the other smaller bases, They would rather die than confront Dawn Base. Tang Ziyu suddenly asked, "Excuse me, Base Commander Wu, do you think humanity and the aberration apocalypse can coexist peacefully?" Wu Shi's face flickered with confusion, but he continued, "I don't think the aberration apocalypse is a good thing for humanity. We've all witnessed the horror of the aberration wave. Its emergence has taken away our loved ones and friends. To think we could coexist peacefully with it, honestly, sounds like wishful thinking." Tang Ziyu, "Then do you know how we managed to get here without any food prepared?" Lu Shiyu glanced at Tang Ziyu, as if he could anticipate what he was about to say. But why did he suddenly say this? Wu Shi didn't understand or show much interest, so he asked politely, "How did you do it?" We've been eating mutants all this time. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, all mutants." Sure enough, Lu Shi wanted to hide in a corner. Even if they were all accepting of eating mutants, it was still too exotic for ordinary people, especially someone like Wu Shi, who obviously wouldn't eat mutants. Wu Shi's cheek twitched slightly when he heard that, but then he adjusted his expression and said with a smile, "Haha, Captain Tang is really thoughtful. How can you eat mutants?" The mere sight of mutants was enough to turn people off. Not to mention the taste, there were already many people who had suffered food poisoning from trying to eat them. In the end, the director of the health center couldn't stand it anymore and asked her to apply for a rule prohibiting the consumption of mutants. Now the people in front of him were saying they eaten the mutated creatures along the way. It sounded like someone was storing bats and rats as food. Tang Ziyu, however, said sternly, "Captain Wu, we're not kidding." Tang Ziyu turned to look at Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu, who had been a little hesitant, instantly understood what Tang Ziyu meant and pulled a notebook from his bag and handed it to Wu Shi. "I wrote this myself. It records the mutated creatures we encountered along the way. The accompanying methods of eating them are based on my own experience." Wu Shi took the notebook skeptically. After flipping through a few pages, his expression changed noticeably, as if he were reading a rigorous scientific report. Lu Shiyu became nervous, fearing he made a mistake or hadn't written it well enough. Under Lu Shiyu's intense gaze, Wu Shi quickly flipped through the notebook and handed it back. "Very interesting. I hadn't imagined it." Lu Shiyu took the notebook and waited anxiously for Wu Shi's comments. "Actually, our base has recently been trying to catalog the aberrant creatures around us, but the high investment and low return make it a poor value for money proposition, so it's been put off," Wu Shi said. "But what you brought gives me another idea. Perhaps we could try using the aberrant creatures as food, saving some of the base's resources." "Have you just started cataloging aberrant creatures?" Qin Yunliang asked. "Isn't that a bit slow?" Wu Shi explained, "Resources at Dawn Base are limited and can't afford to waste them. So, we prioritize them based on urgent needs. Field investigations, for example, consume manpower and resources, and may result in casualties, but the returns are very limited. It's simply not worth it." Xiao Xingyang asked, "So what were those people near the base gate doing when we first arrived yesterday?" "You mean Zhang Heji and the others?" Wu Shi answered them one by one. "They're volunteers, signing up to go out on the expedition. The base only provides infrastructure, but safety can't be guaranteed. Actually, Zhang Heji's job isn't that. He just happened to be leading the team yesterday." Wu Shi then answered several other questions, the topic drifting further and further away, gradually straying from the initial meteorite question. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Someone was calling Wu Shi to a meeting. "You're free to move around the base for the rest of the day. If you like, you can stay at Dawn Base. I have official business, so I excuse you." After Wu Shi left, the remaining few felt no need to stay. By the time the 5 of them left the General Affairs office, it was almost dusk. Lu Shiyu glanced back at the General Affairs office, where a section had collapsed. He hadn't anticipated the twists and turns that would ultimately lead to nothing. "Don't lose heart. We can just come back tomorrow." Yin Hong patted Lu Shiyu's shoulder and said, "That's right. We come every day and keep harassing her. I don't believe the base commander will just keep refusing to give in." Xiao Xingyang chattered. "Once she's annoyed enough, she naturally agreed to help us." Lu Shiyu's laughter at their words brightened his mood a little. "Okay, if we annoy them enough, they just kick us out." Qin Yunliang pushed his glasses, the scars still visible on his wrist. He said, "I don't think the base commander will give in so easily, but it's not completely impossible. We first need something convincing to convince her that the meteorite can end the aberration apocalypse. Then, we have to make her understand our value and importance, so she won't be excluded from her plans." "Oh, there's so much to do," Lu Shiyu said, clasping his hands behind his back and kicking the pebbles on the ground. "I thought everything would be fine once we got to Dawn Base, but it turns out we still need to find a way to convince them. Doesn't what we're doing resemble door-to-door sales? You know what? It does. It makes our lives even more miserable. The group chatted and laughed as they headed back to the hotel under the fading light. Little did they know that at that moment, a group of uninvited guests had arrived at the base gate somewhere. Dawn Base, is this the place? Chapter 107. Everyone, calm down. The innkeeper was tied up and dropped from the beam. On the other side, Lu Shiyu was adding meatballs to the hot pot. The steam from the hot pot rose high in the air. The hung innkeeper was in agony, begging for mercy. How long will it take? Yin Hong sat back in the armchair, her eyes glued to the hot pot, her saliva watering with greed. Lu Shiyu closed the pot, glanced at the wall clock, and said, just simmer a little longer. Xiao Xingyang and Qin Yunliang stood on either side of the innkeeper, glaring at him unkindly. Tang Ziyu leaned back on the sofa in the lobby, reading the latest issue of Base on the magazine rack. Seeing no one paying attention, the innkeeper tried to defend himself again. Those things really had nothing to do with me. Xiao Xingyang turned his head and asked Qin Yunliang, did he arrest you? Qin Yunliang shook his head and said, although it was a chaotic scene and I didn't see who was there, he wasn't involved. That's right. I wasn't involved at all. The hung innkeeper began to sway as he struggled, shouting, please, let me down quickly. I'm almost being steamed. Stop making noise. Xiao Xingyang impatiently hit the innkeeper with a broom. Qin Yunliang simply pushed his glasses, showing no intention of stopping him. He said, but I found a miniature camera in our room. Doesn't that have anything to do with you? This? The hotel owner really wanted to deny it, but then he realized that the real perpetrator was Zhang Heji, and he couldn't afford to offend him. If he gave Zhang Heji up now, whether these people believed him or not was one thing, but what if Zhang Heji came after him later? Thinking that these men might leave in a few days, while Zhang Heji remained at the base, the innkeeper, after weighing the pros and cons, suddenly decided it wasn't a bad idea to endure the current trouble. Mute? Another blow struck the innkeeper. Xiao Xingyang, of course, restrained his strength. He wouldn't literally hang the innkeeper up and beat him like a pig, but he still delivered with plenty of force, making him howl in pain. It served his purpose, however, to teach him a lesson. Ouch! Stop it! Ouch! Shut up! Yin Hong stretched out her leg and kicked Xiao Xingyang in the calf, impatiently saying, can't you just gag him first? Right. With that, Xiao Xingyang grabbed a cloth from the front desk and, standing on a chair, prepared to gag the innkeeper. This would prevent a disturbance complaint from attracting the police late at night. The innkeeper, bound and shackled, watched helplessly as the cloth approached, unable to fight back. Just before the rag was shoved into the innkeeper's mouth, Zhang Heji arrived. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Shiyu straightened up and wiped his hands. Eat. Zhang Heji then noticed a large table made from two tables joined together nearby, and was immediately speechless. Xiao Xingyang, seeing Zhang Heji remain silent, was about to gag the innkeeper again. The innkeeper, seeing Zhang Heji, felt like he had found a lifeline and struggled. Captain Zhang! Captain Zhang, come and save me! Almost done! Hurry and let him down! Zhang Heji approached Xiao Xingyang and advised, if you have anything to say, talk it over. Hanging someone up is ridiculous. Yin Hong on the side, resentfully said, it's a good thing they didn't hang you up with them, you culprit. Qin Yunliang, you contributed greatly to the way he's being treated now. Zhang Heji was speechless from the barrage of sarcasm. He could only smile wryly, pleading with Tang Ziyu, who was acting like a transparent person on the sofa, before these idiots finally stopped. Tang Ziyu slowly put down the new magazine in her hand and asked, what are you doing here? Zhang Heji lifted up a plastic bag full of items, and said, of course I'm here to apologize. I'm so sorry. The base commander said you were indeed guests from the Shuguang base. We misunderstood you, so I came all the way here to apologize. Qin Yunliang glanced out the door. Why isn't the other person here? Zhang Heji said somewhat awkwardly, she's busy and can't come for the time being. Qin Yunliang didn't say whether he believed it or not, but simply fell silent. His silence made Zhang Heji feel uneasy. What did you buy? Let me see. Yin Hong casually took the plastic bag, opened it, and a big greeting appeared above her head. Why aren't you talking? Lu Shiyu took the bag, glanced at its contents, and fell silent as well. Milk, fruit, loose bread, instant milk tea, gift packs of snacks. Oh, and even some old-fashioned pastries. Is this an apology? Yes, Zhang Heji said. These are the best-selling items in the supermarket. Lu Shiyu was silent. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was deliberately causing trouble, or if he genuinely thought these things were good. But Lu Shiyu accepted them anyway. He couldn't do anything to Zhang Heji anyway, so an apology would be a waste of time. The innkeeper was released and scrambled behind Zhang Heji. Xiao Xingyang snorted, "Coward." Tang Ziyu raised her head and asked, "Anything else?" Yes, Zhang Heji said, pulling a stack of things from his inner pocket and handing them to Tang Ziyu. "Here are the things the base commander asked me to pass on. She said you can stay at Dawn Base as long as you don't cause any trouble. As for your ideas, the base commander thinks they're interesting and would consider them." Tang Ziyu simply asked Zhang Heji to place the things on the table, not even bothering to open them. Zhang Heji didn't bother to continue his dalliance, but smiled and said he had things to do and had to leave. He left the innkeeper alone in the inn, pretending not to hear him even when he called out. As soon as Zhang Heji left, Xiao Xingyang quickly picked up the thick envelope from the table and opened it, revealing it was brimming with cash. "Wow! Sure, that's a lot." Xiao Xingyang clapped his hands with a thick stack of bills and said, "We don't have to worry about food for the time being." Speaking of food, Lu Shiyu suddenly remembered the hot pot still simmering. He quickly opened the lid. The boiling broth was already bubbling thickly, and the moment the lid was opened, it rushed out. Lu Shiyu quickly lowered the heat, waiting for the bubbles to subside before revealing the ingredients bubbling with the broth. "It's time to eat." At the mention of food, the others ignored everything else and gathered around the table. The innkeeper waited nervously for a long time, but when everyone ignored him, he quietly slipped away and hid under the counter. "Wow, it smells so good." Yin Hong inhaled the aroma. "It's been ages since I've had hot pot. I'm dying of it." Yin Hong picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the pot for a few seconds, then removed it and tossed it in the oil pan. She swallowed her saliva before putting it in her mouth. The aroma of the sesame oil was fully invigorated by the heat. The instantaneous oily sensation enveloped the tip of the tongue, forming a smooth protective film that neutralized the spiciness of the chili and minced garlic, while also reducing the heat of the meat, protecting the mouth from burns. Tang Ziyu scooped a spoonful from the pot with a slotted spoon. It was a complete hodgepodge of ingredients: rice cakes, greens, meatballs, potatoes, tripe, sausage, and more. They all been picked up at a random supermarket on the way home, simply using whatever was available. Because of the sheer number of miscellaneous ingredients, including some extraneous ones Lu Shiyu had urgently prepared for fear they might spoil, the hot pot was incredibly complex. No one knew what they'd pick up with their chopsticks, and it had become a blind box hot pot. Sigh, so spicy. Qin Yunyang walked to the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of soda to cool himself down. The innkeeper, who had been hiding under the counter, poked his head out, not daring to say anything, only sobbing inwardly. The soda was charged separately, but he didn't dare ask these people for money. As for why they insisted on eating in the lobby, it was naturally because the rooms were equipped with smoke alarms, and eating in the rooms would get wet, so they had to eat in the lobby. The innkeeper looked at the people who were eating so voraciously, and the thought of having to clean up after they finished made him even more miserable. After finally waiting until the group had eaten and drunk their fill, they slowly made their way upstairs, leaving behind a mess. The innkeeper finally emerged from under the counter, a look of grief on his face. "Damn it! My stove, my pot, my table." All the utensils for the hot pot were locally sourced from the hotel, but using the kitchen was also a separate charge. Not only did these people use them for free, they also drank a lot of his drinks for free. The thought of this made the innkeeper's heart ache. A bunch of bandits. He dared not curse too loudly, fearing the men upstairs would hear him and come down to trouble him. If they hung him up again, there would be no one to help him get down. The innkeeper cursed softly as he cleaned up the mess, not noticing 3 people walking in. "Boss, is this an inn?" The innkeeper instinctively replied, "Yes, you're checking in." When he turned around and saw the 3 men, he stopped dead in his tracks. They looked so bizarre. One wore a mask, one had a creepy smile, and one looked like a quail. What kind of combination was this? Not only were their words and actions strange, but they were all covered in dirt and dust, looking like they had just returned from a wilderness survival adventure. The innkeeper had a hunch that something was amiss with the 3 men, that they were up to no good, but he had no excuse to refuse. "That's perfect. Check us in." Byard smiled, brushing the dust off his shoulders. "We're in desperate need of a place to rest." The innkeeper grumbled inwardly, wondering who had come out so late looking for a hotel. Most people arrive early and go home at night. Who would check in at this hour? "Sorry, guests, you're so late. I don't have enough rooms." The innkeeper didn't want to accommodate these people who looked suspicious. He already accommodated a group of questionable people, and 3 more wouldn't be enough. It's okay. We can squeeze in, the captain said, glancing at the remaining pieces of the game on the table. How many rooms do you have left? Just one. Someone just checked out today, leaving a room free. Bayad clapped his hands happily. That's perfect. Get us a room quickly. The innkeeper said with an embarrassed expression. That's not good. 3 of you, all squeezed into one room. Bayad smiled. We can squeeze in. Don't worry about the room fee. We double it. It's not about the money. It's about you. The innkeeper hadn't finished his words when a scarlet scimitar was held to his neck. Hey, don't be so shameless. Bayard's smile faded in an instant, leaving only impatience and cruelty. He threatened, I told you, we need a room. You have 2 choices now. Either go get us a room, or I take your head off and find you a room yourself. Bayad? The captain called Bayad's name coldly. In the past, Bayad would have held back, but now he was truly annoyed. Very annoyed. Having slept in the open air, starving, and unable to sleep, while also having to endure the smell of stolen goods, the resentment he accumulated over the past few days had rendered him unable to think straight. All he wanted was a comfortable shower and sleep. I get you a room right away. Just before the blade sank into his flesh, the innkeeper finally managed to utter a word. He scrambled to the front desk, trembling as he picked up a key. This is room 202. You find it upstairs. That's more reasonable. Bayard's smile returned, and he snatched the key and hurried upstairs. The captain and Neil followed suit. After confirming that the plague gods had gone up, the innkeeper sat down on the ground, leaning against the wall, exhausted. He wiped his face, revealing a profuse sweat. Chapter 108. Today's mission is to collect these plants as consumables for experiments. Remember, only collect fully mature, undamaged plants. No wormholes allowed. Do you understand? I understand. Zhang Heji distributed the photos and instructed each team member to take one and collect the plants in their photo. Then he disbanded the team, allowing them to roam freely and regroup for lunch. After giving the instructions, Zhang Heji sighed and turned to the men squatting nearby, saying, Why on earth are you following me? Lu Xiu took a bite of an apple and mumbled, Nothing. I just wanted to see what your job entails. What's so interesting about my job? Zhang Heji asked, puzzled. There are similar jobs at Dawn Base, right? You've probably seen this kind of mechanical and repetitive work before. Lu Xiu chewed on her apple. The others in the Flying Eagle squad had certainly seen it, but she had only been out of the base once and hadn't seen the other exploration teams at work. Why bother? Just do your thing. We're not causing any trouble. Yin Hong continued her attitude as she ate the cookies Zhang Heji had given her yesterday. Xiao Xingyang, sipping his milk, chimed in, That's right. Besides, the base commander said we can move freely. What do you care where we are? Zhang Heji, Could you please stop talking to him like that while he's eating his food? Zhang Heji pressed his temple and said helplessly, It's up to you. Just don't stray too far. Zhang Heji carried his box into the woods and began searching for the plants in the photos. Although he technically belonged to management and didn't have to do this kind of basic manual labor, Zhang Heji always took the initiative to work alongside his subordinates, believing that he had nothing to do anyway. Zhang Heji himself didn't appear to have any airs of authority, and despite his unremarkable appearance, he was surprisingly popular. Zhang Heji attributed this to his closeness to the grassroots and the influence of his charisma on others. In reality, it was because he always let his subordinates off early, allowing them to go home early by working with him. After all, who wouldn't want a boss who lets them off early and still helps them with their work? Carrying a box, Zhang Heji found several plants that closely resembled the ones in the photos. After a quick comparison, he confirmed they were the same species, and they were growing beautifully. There were no dead leaves or insect holes, and a few of the small flowers looked as if they had just opened today. Practically perfect. Zhang Heji pulled a small shovel from the box and scraped around the plant, successfully digging up the plant, still covered with soil. He then carefully placed it in a small disposable pot, sprayed it with water from a can, covered it with a bag, and placed it in the box. Several people following closely behind witnessed Zhang Heji's entire work process. Yin Hong asked in confusion, What is he doing? Qin Yunliang, transplanting the plant into a pot. I guess he needs to take care of it for a while after taking it home, or maybe he's just cherishing it. Can't they just pull it out by the roots? Yin Hong made a pulling motion with her hands and said, Wouldn't that be more convenient? Qin Yunliang, Qin Yunliang, what are you looking at? Nothing. Why are you looking at me like Xiao Xingyang? Xiao Xingyang said unconvincedly, What do you mean by looking at me like that? What's wrong with me? The few of them started arguing again over a trivial matter, which eventually devolved into a fistfight. Lu Xiyu tossed away the apple she had just gnawed, wiped her hands with the wet wipes Tang Ziyu offered her, and sighed as she watched the three people bickering. She finally understood why Tang Ziyu ignored their arguments. 3 days a little fight, 5 days a big fight, and she was tired of watching them. Zhang Heji, who was working nearby, was annoyed by the noise. He stood up and said, "Can you guys be quiet?" The three of them exchanged glances and released their grips. Zhang Heji finally quieted his ears and continued to search for the next plant, carrying his box. But not long after, the three of them started arguing again over who had stepped on whose heel. After that trip, Zhang Heji didn't collect many plants, but his ears were almost irritated by the noise. Finally, Zhang Heji could no longer suppress his restlessness and shouted at the three men who were constantly talking, "What the hell do you want? Why are you following me?" Lu Xiyu nudged the distracted Tang Ziyu with his elbow. Tang Ziyu stepped forward and said to the enraged Zhang Heji, "Actually, we want you to do us a favor." Zhang Heji looked at Tang Ziyu unkindly. "What favor?" "I want you to accompany us to find a rock." "No!" Zhang Heji turned away angrily and continued digging. Lu Xiyu pressed, "Why not? I have my own responsibilities. If I go with you, I won't be able to get back in a day. What will happen to my job then? How could I possibly abandon my post just for a rock?" "But that stone is truly important," Xiao Xingyang argued. "If that stone could end the apocalypse, what does that have to do with me?" Zhang Heji casually plunged his shovel into the soil and said, "My job is to handle all matters, big and small, within the base, and to mediate relationships. What does that stone have to do with me? What does it have to do with me if it could potentially end the apocalypse? I'm already busy enough every day. I don't have the time, let alone the time, to deal with anything outside of my job's scope. You should find someone else." As expected, he was rejected. This was within Lu Xiyu's expectations, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so categorical. He wouldn't care about anything outside of his job's scope. If it weren't for the fact that taking care of guests was also part of his job, he probably wouldn't bother with his group. Lu Xiyu and Tang Ziyu went back to the base first, while the remaining three continued to persuade Zhang Heji to help. They truly needed someone Wu Shi trusted and respected to prove their claims, to convince Wu Shi that they were true, and to convince him to help and side with them. In fact, it's not hard to see from Wu Shi's words that she's not uninterested in the cause of ending the apocalypse. It's just that her goal is too ambitious. When the pie is too hard to swallow, no matter how delicious it is, it's useless. Even if Wu Shi wanted to believe it, it was useless. As she herself said, she couldn't risk the entire Dawn base on the speculation of a few people. She needed a compelling reason to bet, and Zhang Heji was the target chosen by Lu Xiyu and his team, the lever to pry Wu Shi's side. Even if Zhang Heji wasn't the second in command of Dawn base, he was definitely a close confidant of Wu Shi. If he could speak to Wu Shi as a witness, Wu Shi might agree. In theory, Su Manwen could have the same effect, but after yesterday's incident, she likely harbored a grudge against them and refused to see them. Even their requests were unsuccessful. The only person they knew well and could readily contact was Zhang Heji. However, judging by Zhang Heji's attitude, he seemed completely unimpressed by their promises. This presented a thorny issue. If Zhang Heji hadn't volunteered but had been coerced into going, even if he witnessed the miracle brought by the meteorite, he wouldn't have spoken favorably to Wu Shi. How could they convince Zhang Heji to willingly accompany them to see the meteorite? Just as Lu Xiyu was at a loss, Tang Ziyu gently shook her hand and pointed in a certain direction. Lu Xiyu looked in that direction and saw the base commander standing not far away. The base commander was smiling and chatting with several staff members, the atmosphere very cordial. When the base commander finished his conversation with the others and was about to leave, Lu Xiyu quickly caught up. "Captain, what are you doing here?" When the commander turned around, still smiling, Lu Xiyu thought she saw it slip for a moment, but then it quickly returned. He smiled and asked, "What can I do for you?" Lu Xiyu sensed something was amiss, but without time to dwell on it, he said, "We'd like to talk to you about the meteorite." "Meteorite?" "Yes, the one we talked about yesterday." The commander turned and said to Lu Xiyu, "I'm so sorry, I just finished something and need to get back to the General Affairs office right away." Lu Xiyu, "It's okay. We can talk while we walk. This place is quite a distance from the General Affairs office, so we can talk on the way." The base commander's expression froze for a moment, but he still said, "Okay, let's go." He then climbed into the car, followed by Lu Xiyu and Tang Ziyu. The car wasn't luxurious, but thankfully there was plenty of room in the back for the three of them to sit facing each other without feeling cramped. The vehicle slowly started moving, and Lu Shiyu took the initiative to ask, "Base Commander, when will you fulfill what you promised us yesterday?" My memory isn't very good. What did I promise you yesterday? Lu Shiyu gave a sly smile. You said you were going to introduce mutants to the base, and you promised to reserve a position for me and put me in charge. The base commander's face turned grim. When did I say that yesterday? Oh, base commander, you're not going to go back on your word, are you? Lu Shiyu feigned surprise. You clearly said that mutants are a valuable resource and can be utilized. Then I suggested using them as a food source, and you agreed. Why are you pretending to forget today? The base commander let out a long sigh, then suddenly realized, I remember now. That's what happened. Lu. Sure, you asked with a smile. So when can we start practicing? I can't wait. The base commander replied vaguely, let's talk about it when we have time. The schedule's pretty full lately, and everyone at the base is busy, so we can't spare anyone to do it. Oh, there's one more thing. The base commander sounded skeptical. One more thing. Lu Shiyu nodded heavily. Yes, you said yesterday that we should stay at the base and train us well. The base commander's eyelids twitched. I did say that. And one more thing, Lu Shiyu counted on his fingers. You also said that when we're capable enough, you let us work with Zhang Heji and Su Manwen. You also said that Zhang Heji and Su Manwen are too troublesome, and you want to train new talents to replace them. Base commander, what do you think of us? The base commander slammed his chair and stood up. The base commander couldn't possibly say that. Lu Shiyu's smile widened, and he said, Su Manwen, are you finally done pretending? The base commander awoke from her fury, her appearance changing several times before returning to her original form. Su Manwen sat down with a furious expression, crossing her legs. Her eyes were like knives, as if she wanted to pierce Lu Shiyu's body with them. Tell me, what's your problem? If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you off. Chapter 109. Huh? Su Manwen wondered if she had misheard and asked again, you want to take Zhang Heji with you to search for some meteorite? Why? Well, it's a long story, Lu Shiyu said, having lost count of how many times he had mentioned the meteorite incident. After a cursory explanation he said, so I'd like to submit a request to the base commander to allow us to take Zhang Heji with us for a period of time. Su Manwen sneered, who do you think you are? You're just borrowing us and using us at Dawn Base as tools? Lu Shiyu was anxious. He hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. It's just... Su Manwen waved his hand, come on, even if what you say is true, it's not worth Dawn Base choosing to side with you. Why? Su Manwen crossed his legs and casually explained, Dawn Base has just recovered from the pressure of survival. Life is finally getting better for everyone. Who has the time to meddle with your affairs? You don't really think things will be as simple as you think, do you? You think the meteorite can directly end the apocalypse, and then the world will return to peace, and everyone will have a happy ending. Assuming the meteorite can indeed end the apocalypse, it will take a long time to find a solution. Who will be responsible for the resources and talent required during this period? Even if a solution is successfully found, what will Dawn Base do with this key to closing the apocalypse? If they choose to disclose it immediately, who will bear the consequences? If they choose not to disclose it immediately, then Dawn Base is no different from Dawning Base. It doesn't matter whether you come to us or not. Lu Shiyu felt a little discouraged. Su Manwen was right. Others had said the same thing countless times, but she had simply chosen to ignore it. No matter how rosy her hopes for the future, the present reality was stark. No one could leap from the present to the future. She couldn't solve the problems posed by the meteorite, nor did she have the right to demand responsibility for what she wanted to do. All she could do was strive for it, but ultimately, it was just empty talk. No one was willing to pay such a high price for something that seemed like empty talk. Su Manwen, seeing Lu Shiyu's expression, felt a surge of sympathy. She coughed twice and said, however, if you can truly convince the base commander, I'm sure there are plenty of people at Dawn Base willing to help you. Lu Shiyu smiled wryly. But it's because we don't have evidence to convince the base commander that we need to borrow Zhang Heji as a witness. Lu Shiyu's thoughts suddenly reached a dead end. To get the base commander's help, he needed convincing evidence. To get evidence, he needed to borrow her people to see the meteorite's effects firsthand. But to borrow people, he needed the base commander's help. It was a vicious cycle. Su Manwen threw up his hands. Well, I can't help you, but you can think about it. The base commander won't kick you out. You still have plenty of time. Su Manwen opened the car door and gestured for the two to get out. After they left the black car, they realized it was parked right in front of the General Affairs office. Su Manlin had actually driven them there. Watching the black car drive away, Lu Shiyu scratched his head and asked, "How likely do you think it is that we can pester the base commander for help?" "Tang Ziyu, we might get thrown out by her people." "That's true." The two of them lingered at the entrance of the General Affairs office, unsure of what excuse they could use to seek out Wu Shi without appearing strange. Right. Lu Shiyu suddenly thought of something, and seeing no one around, he pulled out a metal box from his space. The Dawn base must have a laboratory or something. We could ask them for help and see if we can open this box and retrieve the contents. We could also find an excuse to go in and look for Wu Shi. Tang Ziyu gave a thumbs up, fully convinced of Lu Shiyu's idea. And so, the two of them took the large metal box and swaggered inside. The staff at the General Affairs office were so busy, not a single one even glanced at them. And since Wu Shi had given them advance instructions, no one tried to stop them. The two of them arrived at Wu Shi's office surprisingly smoothly, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Wu Shi raised his head to stretch his aching neck. Seeing that it was Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu, he was about to ask what they were doing when he saw they were holding a metallic cube in their hands. "Why are you holding a piece of iron?" Lu Shiyu trotted forward, placed the iron block on the desk, and recounted its origins. Then he said, "So we want to see if the people at Dawn Base can open this box." Wu Shi picked up the iron block from the desk and waited. It seemed to contain something. "I can't guarantee it, but Dawn Base does have quite a few skilled personnel in the military. We could give it a try. Come on, I take you there." "Hey! You're taking us there yourself? Is that okay?" Lu Shiyu was a bit surprised. She assumed someone would take them there or call them over, but she hadn't expected Wu Shi to actually offer to take them there herself. Didn't she have work to do? Wu Shi coughed twice and said, "It's okay. Let's go." But just as Wu Shi was about to leave, she was stopped. A middle-aged woman with a bun said softly, "Base Commander, you still have a pile of documents to review." Wu Shi smiled awkwardly and pointed at the two people behind her. "Oh, I need to entertain guests first. I need to take them to run some errands, documents and stuff. We talk about it tonight." The woman with the bun said in her voice, still soft, "So, Base Commander, you want to put off work until tonight again?" "What do you mean? I have work to do right now." Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu exchanged glances in the background. No wonder she'd personally taken them there. It turned out she was trying to get out of work. Eventually, Wu Shi managed to slip away, leading the two out of the General Affairs office and driving straight to a destination. On the way, Wu Shi asked them a few questions, such as what the Dawn base was like, what the environment in the more remote areas was like, and whether there were any particularly ferocious mutant creatures. However, Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu only touched on minor details, often leaving many of them unanswered. This piqued Wu Shi's curiosity, but it wasn't enough to convince him to make a final decision. Wu Shi easily guessed their thoughts, and chose not to confront them directly. He simply smiled and moved on to the next topic. The car arrived at its destination not long after. Lu Shiyu got out of the car and took a look. For a moment, he was at a loss for words to describe the building before him. The space between the two factory buildings had been opened up, creating a vast, cluttered space. The interior was packed with a variety of cluttered items. The floor was filled with boxes and cabinets, leaving only enough space for a person to pass through. Even the space above was not wasted, with lighter items strung together and hung on ropes. It was practically every possible space utilized. Everywhere Lu Shiyu looked, he saw various parts and machinery. Occasionally, there were large pieces of what looked like scrap metal. He had no idea what they were used for, and since he didn't understand much, he couldn't even make out what they were. "This is where the craftsmen work," Wu Shi said, leading a few people closer. "It's a bit messy though. You better keep your distance. It's not uncommon to get lost here." Lu Shiyu was overwhelmed by the sight. Besides the neat machines, he also saw some creative little objects assembled from parts, like small flowers made from nuts, or cartoon patterns laser engraved on steel plates. It was clear these craftsmen loved this place, otherwise, they wouldn't have left so many traces of their personalities. Lu Shiyu was so preoccupied with looking around that she didn't even notice the road beneath her feet. As she walked, she tripped over a carelessly discarded wrench and nearly fell. Luckily, Tang Ziyu, standing behind her, caught her in time. "You better be careful. There are a lot of dangerous items here. These craftsmen are usually quite rough. If you see them, remember to control your expression." Lu Shiyu stood firm, unsure why she had to control her expression. Wu Shi simply said, "You understand once you see it." As they walked deeper, the natural light outside dimmed, replaced by the cold glow of industrial bulbs. The surroundings grew increasingly complex, resembling an industrial-themed maze. Without a guide, one could easily get lost. "We're here." Wu Shi's words brought Lu Shiyu back to his senses. He stared at the door that had suddenly appeared before him. He walked forward and pushed it open, only to discover someone else was behind it. Several dark-skinned, muscular men sat around an industrial fan, working on their own tasks. Some were drawing designs, others measuring parts. But that wasn't the point. The main point was the pervasive odor of sweat in the room, and all of them were wearing only shorts. Lu Shiyu nearly gasped for air. He instantly understood what Wu Shi meant by expression management, and forced a smile to avoid the impression that he was being disdainful. "Hey, old ding, still counting those parts." Wu Shi walked straight into the room, and the men who had been working on their tasks all looked up at her. "Base Commander? Why are you here so suddenly? If there's any new project, just send someone to tell me. Why bother coming here in person?" The man Wu Shi called Old Ding put down his measuring tools and stood up. He then noticed two more people behind Wu Shi. "Nothing, just need your help." Wu Shi waved a hand, inviting the others to sit down. "Didn't we just finish the last project? Why are there so many things for you to do?" "But we heard the cafeteria at the General Affairs office exploded. Doesn't it need repairs?" Wu Shi, It's okay. Just let the perpetrators do it." Old Ding wiped his hands, put on his discarded vest, and asked, "What are those two people back there doing? Why haven't I seen them before?" Wu Shi turned sideways, revealing the two people behind him. Lu Shiyu's palms were sweating as she held the iron box. She stammered, "Hello, I need your help cutting it open." Lu Shiyu paused as she finished. "Damn it," she seemed to have said splits. Wu Shi was still chuckling when Old Ding stood up and walked over. "What iron box?" "This one." Lu Shiyu quickly handed it over and asked, "Can you see if you can open it anyway?" "Cutting it open is fine, but make sure the contents are intact." Old Ding took the box and turned it over, examining it. "Where's the keyhole?" "There's no keyhole," Lu Shiyu explained. "And there's no edge at all. It feels like it's a complete piece, so we can't open it." Old Ding didn't know if he heard Lu Shiyu's words. He simply stared at the box solemnly, not even looking up. "Old Zhang, give me my glasses." Chapter 110. Old Ding put on his glasses, took the iron box, and walked to the tool table. He turned on the light on the table and adjusted it to the desired position before sitting down. Old Ding's eyes never left the iron box. The originally large box seemed smaller in his rough hands, allowing him to manipulate and examine it with ease. Old Ding brought the light closer, almost touching it, and squinted his eyes as he studied the box's surface. Lu Shi wanted to ask something, but Wu Shi stopped him. "Let Old Ding take his time. He doesn't like to be disturbed when he's concentrating." Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu could only stand there, waiting for Old Ding to finish. Wu Shi went to the side to chat with a few other craftsmen. The hands on the clock moved around again and again. Finally, Old Ding sat up straight, indicating that he had finished. "It's indeed a box, but it's so finely crafted that you can't even see the cut lines, and a special key is needed to open it without brute force." Lu Shi was stunned and asked, "What key?" If this thing could accept a key, it would have to have a keyhole, but there wasn't even a keyhole, not even a crack. Old Ding tapped one side of the iron box and said, "This side is lighter than the others. I guess that's where the mechanism is." "The key? I'm guessing it's one that doesn't require insertion, just contact opens the box." Lu Shi was confused and asked, "What kind of key does it look like? Have you seen the key to the infrared sensor door in the community?" Old Ding handed the iron box to Wu Shi and said, "It's pretty much that kind. Just bring it close to the door to open it, unlike a traditional key that's so easy to pry open." Lu Shi nodded. She understood the analogy, but didn't that mean the box couldn't be opened with anything other than the special key? Is there any other way to open the box besides the key, like sawing it open? Old Ding shook his head and said, "This iron box is very special. If we cut it open violently, there's no telling what would happen. Even if the box exploded on the spot, it was possible." Okay. It seemed there was no shortcut, but where would they find the key? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Shiyu shook his head, thinking there was probably no hope of opening it. They had only found the iron box by chance, and finding the key would require a key that fell from the sky. "Hey, I think I have the key," Wu Shi blurted out, cradling the iron box. Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu looked at her in unison, Lu Shiyu's eyes filled with disbelief. "No way, did the key really fall from the sky? Tang Ziyu, How did you get the key to this iron box? Wuxi glanced at Tang Ziyu. Of course, I inherited it from the previous base commander. He swallowed up a lot of good stuff. There's a rectangular iron bar. I can't tell what it's made of, but I figured he wouldn't keep something worthless, so I left it there with the other stuff. Now that I think about it, the bar seems to be made of the same material as the iron box. Maybe it's the key. Lu Shiyu's mouth dropped open in surprise. How could such a coincidence exist in the world? Wuxi smiled and said, maybe it's not a coincidence? Before Lu Shiyu could ask again, Wuxi thanked Old Ding and took the iron box to leave. Wait, Old Ding stopped Wuxi and said, that iron box. Lu Shiyu asked nervously, what's wrong with the iron box? If you don't need that iron box anymore, you can let me research it, Old Ding said slowly. The craftsmanship is so obvious it must have been made before the apocalypse. It's so fine, so seamless, with zero tolerances. I've been researching for so long, and still can't achieve zero tolerances. Old Zhang chuckled, just keep rubbing your parts. You're still dreaming of zero tolerances? Lu Shiyu, It turned out she wanted the iron box, and she was so scared she thought there was something wrong with it. Wuxi smiled and promised to give it to her. Then he drove the two of them back to the General Affairs office. As they passed the door, Wuxi kept looking away, avoiding the deathly gaze of the woman with the bun. Wait a minute, I see where I put it, Wuxi said, casually placing the iron box on the table. I just tossed it in a box, and I don't know if I can find it again. Wuxi pulled a bunch of keys from his desk drawer, rummaged through them, and found one. He walked to the back of the office, where a door opened and revealed a small, open space. Wuxi turned on the light and explained, this used to be a break room, but I usually sleep at my desk during lunch breaks, so it's no longer useful, so I turned it into a storage room. Earlier, this was where the previous base commander hid his personal belongings, but the valuables were long gone, and all that's left is just a bunch of jumbled stuff. Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu followed Wuxi inside. Long disuse had left the room covered in a thin layer of dust. The ventilation system above had activated, humming to life. Wuxi unloaded a cardboard box and opened it, revealing a pile of artifacts. These were once popular items, fetching exorbitant prices. But after I took over, the hype died down, and they're worthless. I can't resell them with the other items. No, I should convert them into cash. It would be a shame to throw them away, so I'm just leaving them here. Wuxi picked one up and said, in a few years, maybe they'd be said to be rare, and their price will continue to rise. Then, they can be sold on for a bit. Lu Shiyu was speechless with mixed feelings. He hadn't expected Wuxi, a base commander, to actually think of ways to resell his predecessor's items for cash. Was he really that short of money? Seeing even the base commander acting this way, Lu Shiyu suddenly understood why the people at Dawn Base were so unwilling to help her. They were so broke, and any further meteorite research would probably require them to scrape together a budget. One could imagine the pressure Wuxi would have to bear if they chose to help her. What are you standing there for? Help me look. The two of them joined in the key search. It must be said that the former base commander had quite a wide range of interests. Lu Shiyu had thought that CDs and films would suffice, but he had even found specimens. Lu Shiyu shook the glass jar. The contents floated in the yellowish water, flocculent around them, looking untidy. Lu Shiyu tossed the jar back into the box with disdain, and prepared to continue his search. Found it. Tang Ziyu pulled a long silver metal object tied with a red string from a box filled with toys and asked, is this it? Wuxi's eyes lit up. Yes. That's it. Where did you find it? Tang Ziyu pushed the box in front of him away and said, this is full of little tin toys. Why are you putting the key here? I guess I thought it was some kind of toy. No wonder I couldn't find it. Finally finding the key, the three of them left the utility room and returned to the office. Wuxi twirled the key between his fingers and walked to his desk. It's indeed the same material. Looks like my guess was right. Wuxi tentatively brought the key closer to the lighter side of the iron box. When the iron bar was only a centimeter away from the box, it suddenly seemed to be guided by something and detached from Wuxi's hand, firmly clinging to the center of the box. Wuxi tried to separate the key from the box, but accidentally tore one side of the box apart. Then, like a Gundam in a science fiction novel, the box began to transform. Several sides folded and retracted, revealing a mechanism in the center. The mechanism started to work, and the gears clicked until a videotape was pushed out. Wuxi's expression shifted slightly when he saw the videotape. He turned and closed the office curtains, then locked the doors and windows before returning to his desk and removing the tape. Wu Shi went about his business without explanation, maintaining a stern expression. Lu Shiyu, perplexed, felt a little uneasy. Standing together in the darkness, their fingers bumped together, and Tang Ziyu silently soothed Lu Shiyu. Wu Shi had somehow managed to assemble a projector, and after assembling it himself, he blew on the tape and placed it inside. Thanks to the airtight metal case, the tape remained intact even after being submerged in water for so long. After a few clicks, the projector actually began playing. White light flashed onto the wall, and after a few flashes, the contents of the videotape appeared before the three people. The video began in a desolate area, devoid of buildings but crowded with people. A crane was slowly lifting a massive rock from a deep pit. The person recording the scene panned the screen, casually filming the surroundings, as if casually recording life. Then the scene switched to an experimental facility, where a group of heavily armed individuals surrounded a massive rock. "It's too dangerous. We should sink it directly to the ocean floor. This radiation would kill humans." But there were also voices of dissent. "I think this might be an opportunity for humanity to master genetics." "That's right. We can't just dismiss it as dangerous. That's unscientific." With no clear consensus, the group quickly engaged in an argument over the fate of the massive rock. The person filming the scene shifted back and forth, seemingly expressing frustration with the argument. The scene switched again, and this time, it wasn't a massive rock that appeared in the frame, but a group of animals. But a closer look reveals that these animals look quite strange. An animal, indistinguishable from a dog or a sheep, with spiral ears as long as its legs, is grazing. As it does so, it approaches its companion, who is also quietly grazing nearby. Then, while its companion isn't paying attention, it bites its neck, sending blood splattering and blurring the scene. The scene switches again, this time to water. A plant sways slowly in the water, but just like the animal, this one isn't quite right. On the surface, it appears to have white stems and green leaves, but a closer look reveals that the white stems resemble a seahorse, a skull, and the green branches and leaves resemble a fish's tail. However, this time, no footage captured the creature hunting or eating. This creature, unclear as to whether it was plant or animal, remained quietly in the water until the footage ended. The following clips were similar, filming various bizarre plants and animals. Researchers also appeared, and everyone expressed their love for these bizarre creatures. It seemed like things were moving in a positive direction. The next clip returned to the familiar laboratory, only the arguments between the individuals became even more intense. Those samples have already been sent out. How can they be returned just like that? If they don't come back, how do you think you can solve this? You're a piece of shit. Those things shouldn't have been sent out in the first place. They should have been thrown into the sea or buried underground. I told you it would get out of control sooner or later. Now we are all screwed. At this point, the owner of the videotape finally revealed himself. He placed the camera on a nearby table. His rather handsome face expressed a sense of uncertainty about the future. He spoke into the camera. "I know we shouldn't have tried to deconstruct it from the beginning, but it's too late to say anything now. If sacrificing ourselves can calm things down." The footage abruptly stopped, and the filming ended. But besides the filming, the tape contained one final segment, a segment that should have disappeared. Chapter 111. The surveillance footage was taken 10 years ago, just before the aberration disaster. Mounted in a corner of the laboratory's ceiling, the camera provides a clear view of the lab's interior, capturing the events unfolding without a trace of subjective judgment. In the center of the frame lies a massive stone, the very same meteorite that had been hoisted from the pit. However, compared to when it was first hoisted, the stone's surface is now cratered with indentations. The lab's experimenters are fully armored, not a single hair visible. Layers of protective suits wrap them like Michelin tires, as if they're facing not a stone, but a terrifying biological weapon. Recording experiment 112, one of the experimenters said. "This time, our mission is to cut open the meteorite and study its internal structure." The experimenter's voice is muffled and distorted, as if he's speaking through the sound transmission device within his suit, unable to penetrate normal speech. A cutting machine had already been set up in the lab, its sharp abrasive wheel hovering directly above the meteorite. Two experimenters were adjusting its position to ensure it would cut at the desired location. The adjustments were quickly completed. Several people, standing at different angles, surrounded the meteorite, observing it as if it were a patient about to undergo surgery. The experimenter in charge of recording had already prepared a pen and paper, his glasses fixed on the meteorite, not blinking, not missing a single detail. "Begin." The cutting machine started up, immediately emitting a loud humming sound. The blade spun so rapidly that the teeth on it could no longer be seen. A pipe was connected to the top to drip water for cooling. If it weren't for the stagnant surroundings, the scene would have resembled the scene of a Burmese gambling stone being cut open. As the blade slowly sank into the stone, everyone on and off the screen was pounding. What could the interior of such a miraculous meteorite look like? The blade sliced through the meteorite's central axis, slowly working its way from one end to the other. Nothing happened. The cutting process was remarkably smooth, as tranquil as if it were just a piece of jade, surrounded by gamblers eager to see its water quality. The cutter, having completed its mission, was carefully moved away, its former location quickly occupied by other experimenters. The crowd gathered around the slit in the meteorite, each one speechless with excitement, their pounding hearts the only evidence of their current emotions. Perhaps they would be the first to witness a miracle. Since their discovery and study of this miraculous stone, humans have used it to create creatures thought only to exist in science fiction. Even if their existence is implausible, even if their bodies are severely flawed, they, like Dolly, the world's first cloned sheep, still represent miracles, even if they only survive for a few months. They open humanity's eyes to more possibilities, leading some to speculate that perhaps this stone could help humanity re-evolve, allowing it to freely choose its own path and become a more perfect being. Some thought this was madness, some were driven mad by it, and some hailed it as a miracle. And now, they had finally waited for the day to completely cut it open. They could no longer simply study its surface, but delve deep into its interior, deconstruct its very existence, and transform it into the power to create a new life. They would be the people in the old world closest to the new. Several people supported the cut meteorite and slowly opened it. The interior of the meteorite was hollow, forming an incredibly beautiful geode. The walls of the geode were cluttered with countless shimmering mineral crystals, reflecting a strange brilliance when hit by light. Those who saw it couldn't even describe its color. These sharp-edged crystals were tightly packed together, and gazing into the geode, one felt as if one were in a crystal mine, as if time had frozen in time. These flawless crystals had drifted in space for hundreds of millions of years, their origins impossible to determine, but their existence was undoubtedly one of nature's most unparalleled masterpieces, a miracle more brilliant than the tears of the Virgin Mary. While everyone was immersed in the splendor of the geode, the crystals within were reacting with the air in seconds. Before the experimenters could react, the color of the crystals had darkened, emitting an undetectable substance. By the time anyone realized something was amiss, several vines had already erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire laboratory. Along with them were distorted insects as large as human heads. Those inside were killed before they could even scream. In the chaos, whether it was the lab's self-destruct mechanism or the crystal's chemical reaction reaching its limit, a violent explosion erupted, destroying the surveillance system. The content on the screen ended there, and then. Lu Shiyu stared at the now overwhelmed scene, his brain overloaded with information and shutting down. He tried to salvage a single word from his chaotic consciousness, but his thoughts, shattered by the sudden influx of information, struggled to form a complete sentence. Wuxi pulled the videotape from the projector, watched the unremarkable tape, and sat back down, drumming his fingers on the wooden tabletop, his mind racing. Tang Ziyu slowly exhaled, as if remembering he still needed to breathe. Is this the source of the disaster? It was a very cliched reason. Some humans committed suicide, and the rest of humanity paid the price. But it was also the most realistic scenario, and because the incident had already occurred, those watching the video couldn't even offer any forceful condemnation. Lu Shiyu felt that if Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang were here, they might have offered a few words of criticism on her behalf. Tang Zi recalled the meteorite in the footage. It looked different from the newly discovered one, and the specific differences remained to be determined. Base Commander, Tang Zi turned to look at Wuxi and asked, "Do you believe what we said before?" Wuxi pressed her brows together with a headache. When they said the meteorite could end the aberration apocalypse, she hadn't completely disbelieved it, but she hadn't held out much hope either. After all, there had been numerous speculations about the origins of the aberration disaster at Dawn Base over the years, and the meteorite theory sounded like just one of them. She couldn't possibly verify every one of those speculations and empty talk, so she let them go and focused on developing the base. But the video just now was like a bucket of cold water poured over her face, forcing her to face reality. Perhaps she had truly discovered the truth about the disaster. If the meteorite Tang Ziyu and the others had spoken of truly had the power to restore life to normal, then perhaps that was the antidote the world had offered. Then the situation would completely change. She had to grasp this hope. Humanity couldn't stay in the base forever. It was time for her to make a decision. Wuxi wiped her face and said self-deprecatingly, "Should I say this is a gift from heaven, Or is it heaven playing tricks on me? She, always someone who played it safe, was now going to fight the Dawn base, a base even more powerful than Dawn base, for the future of humanity. It was a joke. Lu Shiyu sensed a bitterness in Wu Shi's smile, and could only offer solace. Look at the bright side. Perhaps Dawn base hasn't figured out what Dawn base is about to do yet. We can catch them off guard. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The woman with her hair in a bun pushed open the door, holding several sheets of paper. Base Commander, Dawn Base just sent a message telling us not to interfere in their affairs, or they consider us hostile. Lu Shiyu, Heaven is playing tricks on me too. Wu Shi smiled, a suppressed, angry laugh. Ha ha ha. Alright, even now, they're still trying to teach us how to behave through threats. Lu Shiyu shrank back at Wu Shi, who was losing control of his emotions. He was curious about what the people at Dawn Base had done when communicating with Dawn Base, to have caused such a strong dislike for them after just a few contacts. Wu Shi waved his hand and said, cut off their line and stop contacting them. No one's going to give them any slack this time. If this goes on for a while, they really think they're the big brother of the human base. The woman with the bun raised her eyes to glance at Wu Shi, who had inexplicably become erect. Although she didn't understand why her base commander had suddenly become so assertive, she still obeyed. After leaving the office, she went back and told the liaison officer that he had been transferred. Wu Shi slumped back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to put up with them anymore. That feels great. Lu Shiyu hesitated. Well, about that meteorite. Oh right, Wu Shi said, remembering that Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu were still there. He immediately adjusted his sitting position and asked, any requests you have regarding the meteorite? Feel free to ask. On behalf of Dawn Base, I do my best to meet them. In fact, Wu Shi initially wanted to further verify the meteorite's authenticity, but, adhering to the principle of trusting those you employ, he chose to trust them directly. If he continued running back and forth, he'd be too late. Tang Ziyu stepped forward, placed the pre-prepared map on his desk, and slowly unfolded it. He pointed to a marked point and said, this is the approximate location of the meteorite. We need to seize it before Dawn Base arrives. Wu Shi raised an eyebrow and asked, it's been so long since the Dawn Base tried to capture you. Could the meteorite have already been taken away by their next dispatch? Tang Ziyu shook his head and said, no, they're not that united. Oh! There are not only those within Dawn Base who don't want the apocalypse to end, but also those who do, but not immediately. These two groups will keep each other in check. Some worry about the meteorite being unsafe out there, while others worry about bringing it back. The second dispatch will definitely not be as smooth as the first, so we still have a chance. Wu Shi, I didn't expect the internal strife within your Dawn Base to be so intense. Even on such a major matter, they're still vying for their own interests. They truly don't take the lives of ordinary people seriously. Wu Shi ruffled her short hair and said, okay, since you're okay with that, I do as you say. I have someone arrange it. It could be done by tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. If everything goes well, we can leave the next morning. You can make some preparations before then. Tang Ziyu thanked him, and was about to leave with Lu Shiyu when Wu Shi stopped her. Wait a minute, you can go? She wants to stay. Chapter 112. Lu Shiyu glanced around, confirming they were alone in the room. She pointed uncertainly at herself. Me? What did the base commander want her for? Wu Shi chuckled and nodded. Yes, you. I have something I want to talk to you about. Lu Shiyu's mind raced. What could Wu Shi have to say to her? Did they do something bad, and Wu Shi was caught looking for them? No, if he was going to settle accounts, he would go to Tang Ziyu. Was Wu Shi trying to recruit her to be a cook? That wasn't right either. Wu Shi probably didn't even know she could cook. Lu Shi pondered over it, but couldn't figure out what Wu Shi could be looking for her about. Tang Ziyu, can't we just clarify this right here and now? Wu Shi looked at Tang Ziyu and said, this is a private matter between her and me. It's not for outsiders to hear. Outsiders? Tang Ziyu's brows furrowed slightly. How could he be an outsider? Lu Shi pondered for a moment and asked, is it a big deal? Wu Shi, it's not important to others, but to you and me. If you care, then it should be important. Wu Shi's answer was ambiguous, but Lu Shiyu agreed. I might be back a little late, Lu Shiyu said to Tang Ziyu. Go back and talk to the others about this so they can get ready. Tang Ziyu, if you don't want to stay, you can just leave. They can't stop us. Lu Shiyu found it a little amusing. Why are you making this so serious? Okay, I believe the base commander means no harm. You can go back first. Tang Ziyu walked away, looking back every few steps. Only after the office door was closed again and the room returned to silence did Lu Shiyu ask, "Base Commander, what did you want to talk to me about?" "No rush." Wu Shi walked up to Lu Shiyu, gently patted her shoulder, and said, "You haven't had lunch yet, right? Do you want to go eat together?" Lu Shiyu glanced at the wall clock. It was already 12 o'clock, time for lunch. They had spent the entire morning rushing around, and then watching the video, so engrossed that they had forgotten to eat. Wu Shi's reminder made Lu Shiyu feel hungry. Wu Shi led Lu Shiyu to the General Affairs Office cafeteria. Unlike the previous reception by the fake base commander Zhang Manwen, Wu Shi didn't choose to go to the private room. Instead, he took Lu Shiyu directly to the cafeteria window to line up for food. Lu Shiyu looked at the area damaged by Tang Ziyu and Zhang Manwen. A new wall had been built there, the cement still wet, clearly freshly constructed. Behind the brick wall, a man in a hard hat stood up, smeared cement on the bricks, and then laid them on the wall. That man was Zhang Heji. Lu Shiyu's glasses widened when he saw the man's face clearly. He even began to wonder if Zhang Heji had a twin brother working in construction. "Base Commander, look over there." Wu Shi looked in the direction of Lu Shiyu's finger, and couldn't help laughing when he saw Zhang Heji toiling away. "Nothing, he's just doing 1 hour of labor reform every day," Wu Shi said, waving a hand and smiling. "After all, he's also responsible for the collapse of this place, so he and Zhang Manwen each need to come here and do an hour of labor. It's not difficult, just bricklaying and mixing cement. Most of the work is done by a professional construction team. If you can avoid punishment just by paying, then rich people can break the rules at will." Lu Shiyu looked at Zhang Heji, who was diligently building the wall. Although she had heard Zhang Manwen complain to her about her need for punishment, she hadn't expected the two men to actually do such physical labor. Zhang Manwen and Zhang Heji were clearly high-ranking officials. Lu Shiyu had assumed a small fine would suffice. After all, the punishment policy at Dawn Base was fines and jail time. It was exactly as Wu Shi had said, the rich could break the rules at will. They had plenty of money and power, and didn't have to worry about not being able to pay the fine or actually having to go to jail. In this comparison, Lu Shiyu suddenly felt a little envious of Dawn Base. At least there were real penalties for making mistakes. The team slowly advanced, and they finally caught a picture of Lu Shiyu and Wu Shi. "Hey, Base Commander, what would you like to eat today?" The woman serving food at the window smiled so hard that her mask couldn't hide her smile. She waved a large spoon in her hand, and enthusiastically asked Wu Shi what he wanted. "Okay, give me a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and a tomato and egg dish." "Oh, and I want some stir-fried chicken too." "Okay." The aunt brought a plate already filled with rice, and scooped Wu Shi's order onto it, spoonful after spoonful. Each spoonful was a generous, solid scoop. The two meat dishes and the vegetable dish were so filling that the plate was almost full. Wu Shi swiped his meal card and made way for Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu ordered the same meal as Wu Shi, using Wu Shi's card. The two found a quiet corner and sat down across from each other. Wu Shi pointed to a line on the other side and said, "You can get free refills over there. If you don't have enough, remember to go get more. There's free soup over there. Spare chopsticks and bowls are in the sterilizer over there." Lu Shiyu glanced around. Although the cafeteria was crowded, no one cut in line. The queue was perfectly orderly. "Lu Shiyu, I thought someone would offer you a seat." Unexpectedly, even Wu Shi was obediently waiting in line for his food. Wu Shi paused, his hand holding vegetables. Lu Shiyu's words seemed to click, and he couldn't help but laugh. Actually, quite a few people thought that way at first. When Wu Shi first took office, he vandalized the base commander's cafeteria and went to eat there himself, shocking everyone else. The staff at the General Affairs Office cafeteria greeted Wu Shi with awe, offering him food, water, and wiping the tables and chairs. This immediately infuriated Wu Shi, a newcomer with a fiery temper. He thoroughly investigated the officials who had flattered him and punished those found guilty. As for the cafeteria manager, Wu Shi simply reprimanded him, telling him to stop doing unnecessary work. Later, some people tried various ways to curry favor with Wu Shi, but Wu Shi rebuffed them. After so many times, those people's anxieties subsided, and Wu Shi was finally able to queue for food like a normal person. However, one thing did affect the other diners in the cafeteria. After Wu Shi started eating there, the food improved significantly, not only in terms of hygiene and quantity, but also in taste. It was said that Wu Shi had driven out the customers with connections in the cafeteria's purchasing department and replaced them with hers. Lu Shiyu placed the scrambled eggs with tomatoes on top of the rice, mixed them briefly, and slurped them up a few times. The sweet and sour vegetable juice seeped into the distinct grains of rice. The eggs were scrambled until fluffy and tender, like a sponge, perfectly absorbing the sweet and sour tomato juice and the savory seasoning. The texture was tender and rich, and the soft tomatoes contained a rich broth, which in turn enveloped the eggs and tomatoes, creating a perfect blend with the rice. The seasonal fresh vegetables had a refreshing herbaceous aroma and a light sweetness. They were crisp, not limp, but tender and light. The high-temperature stir-frying gave the vegetables a unique wok flavor aroma and a glossy, oily color. The chicken was lightly marinated, removing most of the fishy smell and locking in moisture for a more tender texture. The high-heat stir-frying preserved the tenderness, and the subsequent return to the wok enhanced the flavor. Combined with the various seasonings, the result was a skillfully prepared stir-fried meat dish. Over their meal, the two chatted about the base. Lu Shi was particularly interested in the Liming base, particularly because its culture and management differed markedly from those at the Dawn base. The wealth gap at the Liming base wasn't as wide as at the Dawn base. Some were too poor to afford food, while others were extravagant. The vast majority of people had decent jobs, and the Liming base maintained strict regulations for companies to prevent the use of illegal workers. Wuxi devoted considerable attention to the little things. It wasn't that Wuxi ignored major projects and focused solely on minor issues, but rather that she felt that major projects were overseen by more specialized professionals, and that they should be left to the full responsibility of professionals, rather than intervening in the fray. On the contrary, it was the people's livelihoods that required her greater attention. The two of them struck up a conversation, and Lu Shi gradually let down her guard. After lunch, they strolled and chatted, their conversation drifting from management to hobbies and interests to daily life, and the conversation drifted further and further. It was almost dusk when they sat on a park bench, popsicles from the nearby convenience store. Wuxi suddenly asked Lu Shiyu, "Where did you live before?" "Before?" Lu Shiyu was puzzled. "How long ago?" 10 years ago, before the apocalypse of the distortion began. Where did you live?" Lu Shiyu recalled, "I used to live near the Dawn base. So after the base was built, I moved in." "Exactly where?" "I can't quite remember." "Why are you asking that?" Wuxi looked at the setting sun in the distance and said, "Actually, my hometown isn't here at the Dawn base, but somewhere around it." Lu Shi was surprised. "So we're from the same hometown, but why are you at the Dawn base?" Wuxi chuckled and continued, "I was just traveling with my parents. We were only planning to go for a week and then return, but we encountered the distortion." "Disaster?" "Because of the city lockdown, my parents and I couldn't return home. We were trapped in a completely unfamiliar environment, isolated and helpless, and had to stay in a shelter for the time being. Later, when the Dawn base was built, I was at the front of the queue to enter because I was young, but my parents were at the back. Since they weren't locals were supposed to be ahead of outsiders, so they were squeezed back. Before I entered, they gave me all their valuables and asked me to keep them, telling me to meet them inside." Lu Shi could already guess the outcome. Wuxi's parents probably wouldn't make it to the base, and they knew it, so they gave all their belongings to Wuxi, hoping she would have a better life there. Lu Shi felt this deeply. Although her parents were at the front of the queue, they still couldn't enter the base. The number of people trying to enter the Dawn base was so high that it was even more difficult for ordinary people, except for children and those with special needs, to enter. "From the day I arrived at the base, I've been living alone in a foreign land, without any friends or family. My biggest daily priority is just getting enough to eat, and I put a lot of effort into that." Lu Shi found it hard to imagine how Wuxi had fought his way up to the position of base commander in such an unfamiliar place. Thinking of this, Lu Shi couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Wuxi. Surviving and living well are two completely different things. "I thought I'd never see anyone I knew again," Wuxi smiled, turning to look at Lu Shiyu. "Xiu, I'm glad you're still alive." Chapter 113. "I'm so glad you're alive and well." Lu Shiyu's previously calm mind felt like it had been torpedoed. "Wait, what did she just say?" Do we know each other?" Lu Shiyu asked hesitantly. Could it be that they knew each other as children? But she didn't remember such a person among her relatives. "Wait a minute." Wuxi pulled an old wallet from his pocket, opened it, and pulled out a laminated photo from the side. "Take a look at this." Lu Shiyu took the photo. It had yellowed with age, and the colors had faded considerably, giving it a very aged look. When Lu Shiyu saw what was in the photo, he was stunned. The photo showed several children playing together, set in an amusement park. Lu Shiyu immediately recognized the little girl in the flower petal skirt as herself. As for the others, Lu Shiyu had only a vague recollection. They seemed to be childhood playmates, having lived in the same building and played together. However, Lu Xiyu had completely forgotten when the photo was taken. The subject of the photo, of course, wasn't her, but another girl wearing a pale yellow top and denim shorts. Judging by her height, she was the oldest of the group, and the focus of this yellowed, old photo was clearly on her. Remember anything? Wu Shiyu's voice was filled with a subtle anticipation. Lu Xiyu searched carefully, but her childhood memories had long since faded. After searching for a long time, she finally pulled out a vague figure. It seemed to be her sister, who lived across the street from her. Lu Xiyu remembered that the house she lived in as a child had 2 units on one floor. Coincidentally, the family across the street was quite familiar to her own family, so the parents of the other family had asked their older daughter to bring her younger sister along to play. I have some impression. Lu Xiyu looked up, and was a little dazed when he saw Wu Shi's face. The older sister from the neighboring family had long hair and fair skin when she was little, a stark difference from Wu Shi's current appearance. Lu Xiyu couldn't immediately draw a parallel between the two, but if he simply looked at their facial features, he could definitely see a resemblance. Lu Xiyu glanced at the old photo, unsure how to address Wu Shi. Wu Shi, however, didn't seem to mind. Seeing Lu Xiyu's recollection, she came forward and hugged him. "It's so good that you're still alive. It's so good." Lu Xiyu raised his hands, bewildered, then gently placed them on Wu Shi's back, soothing her. Lu Xiyu felt as if Wu Shi had cried, but when he released her, there were no tear marks on her face. Lu Xiyu handed the photo back to Wu Shi and asked, "Have you been doing well these past few years?" Wu Shi, "Yeah, not bad. After joining the base, I found some kind people to help me, and I haven't encountered any major problems. How about you?" Lu Xiyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "It's pretty good too. A relative is willing to raise me until I reach adulthood, so I haven't missed school. Plus, I run a small restaurant at Dawn Base now, so I have a stable income and haven't had any problems." Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning the difficulties they encountered over the years. Life in the apocalypse was too hard, and recounting their struggles would take an entire night, and would only cause more trouble for the other person. Wu Shi nodded and said, "That's good, but since you have your own business, why did you leave the base with those people? And now you've run into so much trouble." Lu Xiyu, unsure how to explain this somewhat complicated question, hesitated. "Well, it was just a business trip. Actually, it wasn't that much of a problem to begin with. It was all just an accident." Wu Shi knew at a glance that Lu Xiyu had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. However, considering the other people's good attitude towards Lu Xiyu, he knew it wasn't forced. Since it was Lu Xiyu's own choice, Wu Shi didn't intend to say anything more. As the sun set, the two reunited, reminiscing about their childhood, as if even after 10 years, they were still good friends. When the streetlights came on, Wu Shi took the initiative to end the conversation. "It's getting late, and you should go back." Wu Shi handed Lu Xiyu a pistol and said, "This is my gun. Use it for self-defense. It may not be effective against trained individuals or those with special abilities, but it's enough for ordinary people." Lu Xiyu was surprised by this, and took it with both hands. Only when his palms touched the cold gun did he come to his senses. Lu Xiyu tried to return the gun, but Wu Shi grabbed his hand and held it firmly. "Take it. I'm in no danger inside the base. But you, without any special powers, dared to run around outside with them." Wu Shi had felt Lu Xiyu looked familiar the first time she saw him. It wasn't until last night that she fully remembered him. She was so excited by her suspicions that she couldn't sleep. No one knew how excited she felt when she met Lu Xiyu, but she couldn't show it because it would scare him. But when Wu Shi recalled what the others had said, and thought of Lu Xiyu, an ordinary person without any special powers, and no fighting skills, joining those desperate people, she almost lost her breath. Wu Shi gripped Lu Xiyu's hand even harder, saying word by word, "I can only feel at ease if you hold it." "Okay then," Lu Xiyu said, wincing at Wu Shi's aura. "But I don't know how to use a gun." "That's okay. Dawn Base has a dedicated practice area. It's small, but adequate. You can practice tomorrow." Dong, dong, dong. 3 bells rang from an unknown direction. Lu Xiyu turned to search, but found nothing. Wu Shi released her hand, took 2 steps back, and said, "Okay, I should go back." "You should go back too." "Okay." Even after Wu Shi left, Lu Xiyu stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the gun in her hand. The pitch-black barrel seemed to wield a power of its own, making her nervous just looking at it. Lu Xiyu swallowed, feeling that carrying this thing back might cause unnecessary trouble, but she didn't have anything to store it in. Lu Xiyu opened her supernatural space and carefully placed the gun inside. The tension dissipated considerably once the gun left her hand, and she breathed a sigh of relief, intending to turn and walk back to the hotel. As she turned around, she happened to be face to face with Tang Ziyu and the others. Several glances met midair. Xiao Xingyang and Yin Hong stared at Lu Shiyu with vacant eyes, and Lu Shiyu himself was momentarily stunned. Huh? Just now, when she used her supernatural power, it seemed she had been seen. Let me explain. Yin Hong nodded blankly, saying, Explain? Lu Shiyu, Explain? I can't explain. Lu Shiyu hesitated, wanting to speak, but unable to find the words. Her hands fluttered wildly, as she tried to speak, and then shut up. Before she could utter a word, her hands had already completed a set of Tai Chi movements. Anyway, probably, that's it, Okay, I have nothing to say. Lu Shiyu's temper instantly deflated, while Xiao Xingyang, on the other hand, leaped up in anger like a shot of chicken blood. Why did you keep it a secret from us? What about the friendship we promised? What about the bond? And you just don't trust us. Xiao Xingyang threw a tantrum, like a pissed-off but helpless child. Every word he said made Lu Shiyu's face and neck redden with shame. While Xiao Xingyang continued to cry and fuss, Tang Ziyu pinched his mouth and manually muted his microphone. It's late at night, and some residents nearby are already asleep. Don't disturb them in the middle of the night. Even after being forced to mute his microphone, Xiao Xingyang remained steadfast, whimpering and condemning Lu Shiyu's deception. Tang Ziyu turned to look at Lu Shiyu and said helplessly, I still need to explain. Lu Shiyu could only hesitantly recount his reasons for not reporting his abilities. Xiao Xingyang was still furious and didn't want to understand. Lu Shiyu then turned his gaze to Yin Hong, who had remained silent, hoping for a proper reaction. Yin Hong remained expressionless. Lu Shiyu asked, You understand me, right? Yes, Yin Hong said flatly, I understand. Lu Shiyu asked again, uncertainly, Then you won't blame me, will you? Yes, I don't. Lu Shiyu, Damn it. Why did she feel like Yin Hong was the angrier one? Lu Shiyu then looked at Chen Yunyang. Chen Yunyang was the strangest of the group. He seemed neither surprised nor surprised, as if he had known about this all along. Chen Yunyang pushed his glasses up and said to the two still sulking, All right, this is someone's personal privacy. Humph. The two turned their heads away. Lu Shiyu felt a slight headache. If he didn't say something, the two might not recover. Lu Shiyu scratched his head, walked over to the four people, raised his left hand, and opened his palm. A circular black hole appeared before them. My supernatural space isn't very large, but I use it quite efficiently. Yin Hong tentatively reached in and seemed to touch something. She pulled it out and saw it was a novel. Ahem, there's no need to look closely at this. Lu Shiyu quickly tossed the novel back and continued, The items I pull out are random. It takes a while to find what I need. Then Lu Shiyu raised his right hand and opened his palm. A similar black hole appeared on his right palm. Xiao Xingyang reached out, and his arm disappeared into the black hole. However, he didn't enter the space, but instead emerged from the black hole in his left hand. That's another ability, but it's not very useful. Because the range of this ability is very small, it can't even help me take out the trash. Yin Hong was speechless. Why do you keep thinking about how to use your ability for that? Chen Yunyang looked at Xiao Xingyang, who had shot his head through a black hole and was hit by Yin Hong, and suddenly had an idea. Can you? After hearing Chen Yunyang's idea, Lu Shiyu looked skeptical. I think I can. I try. Lu Shiyu retreated a little and deployed two black holes again, but one of them was facing the sky. Chen Yunyang, on the other side, raised his crossbow and fired at the black hole in Lu Shiyu's hand. The arrow flew straight into the black hole and disappeared, but the moment it disappeared into the black hole, it emerged from Lu Shiyu's other black hole. Because Lu Shiyu pointed the black hole at the sky, the arrow flew upwards. Later, Lu Shiyu tried Tang Ziyu's fireball and Xiao Xingyang's water ball, and the results were identical. He could even teleport objects created by his supernatural powers intact. Wow! Amazing! Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang, upon seeing Lu Shiyu's ability, excitedly hugged him and cheered. Lu Shiyu still couldn't understand their excitement. But he finally calmed down, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to sleep tonight. Chapter 114. But we can't just let this go. Yin Hong put her hands on her hips and said, You must pay a heavy price for your despicable act of deceiving your companions. Lu Shiyu sighed and asked helplessly, Okay, then what heavy price do you want me to pay to forgive my despicable act of deception? Wait a minute, we need to discuss this. Yin Hong turned and huddled with Xiao Xingyang and Chen Yunliang, whispering to each other. Xiao Xingyang would occasionally look up to see if he was peeking. Lu Shiyu could only wait for the three of them to reach a conclusion when Tang Ziyu approached. What did the base commander say to you? Well, nothing much, really. We were just chatting. Lu Shiyu filtered out some useless information and said, if I have to say anything, it's probably that we discovered we knew each other before. You knew each other before? Tang Ziyu asked, you've never left Dawn Base, so how did you get to know someone from Dawn Base? Lu Shiyu smiled. That's a long story. We've decided. Xiao Xingyang pointed at Lu Shiyu and said, you must let us study your abilities. How do you want to study them? I don't know. Think about how else you can use your abilities. Lu Shiyu put his hands together, creating two black holes facing each other. One black hole then emitted, the other received, forming a continuous cycle, like a hat trick. Does that count? Chen Yunliang. I don't think she's figured out how else to develop her abilities. Yin Hong. But it's a waste to use an ability with such great potential just to store things. Xiao Xingyang nodded vigorously and said, so, it's obvious this ability still has room for improvement. It's completely overused right now. Lu Shiyu. So, I'm really being unfairly treated for having my ability with me. Tang Ziyu thought for a moment and said, Lu Shiyu doesn't usually participate in combat, and he's been hiding his abilities. It's normal that he hasn't been developing them much. Lu Shiyu felt it would be better not to help her, but if she really tried to think of any other use for her abilities, she couldn't imagine. Can her ability even participate in combat? Of course, Yin Hong said seriously. As long as you master the technique, any ability can be used offensively. Lu Shiyu said doubtfully, but my ability can't affect anyone else at all. Her ability space couldn't hold living creatures, so putting an enemy inside wouldn't work. Chen Yunliang pushed his glasses up and asked, can your space hold superpowers? Huh? Lu Shiyu hadn't considered that. Although she had just tried using a black hole to transport Chen Yunliang and Tang Ziyu's superpowers to different locations, she wasn't sure if storing other people's powers was feasible. I try. Lu Shiyu opened a black hole, deliberately widening it to avoid accidental injury. Then he had Xiao Xingyang stand opposite and fire the water ball. Chen Yunliang said to Xiao Xingyang, remember to use force, otherwise it might fall apart mid-strike. Huh? Xiao Xingyang asked suspiciously, what if it hits Lu Shiyu? Then you're done, so aim accurately. Xiao Xingyang, Lu Shiyu nervously awaited Xiao Xingyang's attack. The water ball quickly condensed in midair and began spinning rapidly in Xiao Xingyang's palm, as if it would lose control and be flung away at any moment. Got it! The water ball shot straight toward Lu Shiyu's face, so fast it formed a column. Lu Shiyu, maintaining the open black hole, was so nervous she instinctively closed her eyes. But the water ball didn't even hit her. Instead, it was swallowed by the black hole, ignoring its speed and damage. Once inside, it vanished instantly. Lu Shiyu opened her eyes and closed the black hole, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her ability really could absorb her own supernatural powers. Xiao Xingyang and the other two excitedly ran over and asked, how do you feel? Yeah, nothing. Lu Shiyu opened her hand and closed it again, saying, I don't feel anything unusual. It feels about the same as usual. Chen Yunliang. Then let's move on to the next step. Release the water ball from your supernatural space. Lu Shiyu was unsure, but she raised her hand and opened the black hole towards the nearby stone statue. The next moment, a jet of water shot out from Lu Shiyu's black hole and struck the stone statue, instantly shattering it and scattering debris across the ground. Lu Shiyu hadn't expected to actually release the jet of water, and with such force. The other three were already clapping in celebration. Cool! Yin Hong excitedly exclaimed, Lu Shiyu, your ability is amazing. Xiao Xingyang, yes. It's exactly the same as when I cast it directly. Chen Yunliang seemed very pleased with the result. Tang Ziyu, who was watching the experiment from the other side, remarked, it seems your ability is far more powerful than you thought. Lu Shiyu stared at the small black hole in her palm, and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity with her own ability. She thought it might have many more uses, beyond the basic storage of items. As they were discussing, the window of a nearby building was flung open, and the person inside angrily shouted, who's not home making noise outside so late at night? Can you show some manners? But when he looked closely, he saw no one. Not only was there no one, but he also spotted a stone statue not far away. It had been fine when he returned home, but now, for some unknown reason, a large piece of its head had been shattered, leaving the ground littered with small stones. While he searched fruitlessly for the culprit, Lu Shiyu and the others had already hidden in the alley, out of his sight just then. After confirming they hadn't been seen, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shiyu suggested they return home and leave their research on supernatural powers for tomorrow. But we damaged someone else's public building, so shouldn't we pay for it? Let Chen Yuliang pay. His family's rich, and it was his idea. Chen Yuliang's eyelids twitched, and he said, "My family's rich, but it's a Dawn base. This is Dawn base. I'm just as poor as you." As they walked back to the hotel, they happened to see the innkeeper locking the door. The innkeeper saw several figures from afar, and hurried to close the door, only to be startled when Yin Hong suddenly appeared and grabbed the lock. "Why are you locking the door? Didn't you see we weren't back yet?" Xiao Xingyang nonchalantly put his hands behind his head and said, "I think he saw us, and was deliberately trying to lock us out." The innkeeper's heart was finally at ease when he saw them, but a cold sweat had already broken out on his back. "I was so scared. I thought someone else was coming to check in. It turned out to be you." Chen Yunliang, Lu Shiyu, and Tang Ziyu, who were walking behind, slowly caught up. Tang Ziyu couldn't help but wonder again, who would check in at night? According to what Zhang Heji had said, if someone from the Dawn base wanted to stay at a hotel, they would prepare it well in advance and wouldn't leave it until the evening. Besides, it was still the middle of the night. Who else, besides outsiders like them, would stay at a hotel at night without going home? The hotel owner said with a gloomy face, "Yes, he just arrived yesterday. He doesn't look like a good person, and he hasn't come down yet. It's so unfortunate. Why do we keep getting these unpleasant guests lately?" The hotel owner then remembered that these people were nearby and quickly stopped talking. However, they didn't mind. Instead, they were a little curious. "I thought the locals would go home to sleep at night, and we were the only ones hanging around in the middle of the night." However, this little incident didn't register with them. After a long day of traveling, they quickly forgot about it, and went back to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Lu Shiyu yawned as he woke Yanhong. "Wake up, it's time for breakfast." Yanhong simply rolled over and pulled a quilt around her, transforming herself into a sleeping caterpillar. "Let me sleep a little longer." Before she could finish her sentence, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Lu Shiyu tried several times to wake her, but to no avail. He had no choice but to get up himself and bring breakfast back for the lazy sleeper. As soon as he opened the door, Tang Ziyu from next door happened to come out, but he was alone. Lu Shiyu peeked in and asked, "Are they still sleeping?" "Yeah," Tang Ziyu nodded. "They can get up early on weekdays, but once they're in a cozy place, they instinctively stay in bed. Don't worry about them." "Yeah, let them sleep." As the two stood at the doorway chatting, the door to number 202 across the street opened. "What a lousy place. They don't even provide 3 meals a day, and we have to buy them ourselves. Do you have money?" "No, just go out and find someone who looks rich, steal their money, and then leave them alone." Bayat pushed open the door, and was immediately confronted by Tang Ziyu and Lu Shiyu. He froze in place for a moment, and Neil, behind him, bumped into them without thinking. He expected Bayard to scold him for being an idiot, but when Neil waited for a long time and saw nothing coming, he sensed something was wrong. He poked his head out, and saw the two people across the door. You are the exploration team." Neil's shout immediately woke the 3 still dazed people, and also called out the captain, who was still tidying up his room. Bayard reacted quickly, summoning a blood-red scimitar, and eyeing the 2 men warily. Lu Shiyu stared at the people across the street in a daze, briefly wondering if he was still dreaming. Tang Ziyu, on the other side, had already drawn his weapon. The captain pushed past Neil, who was blocking the door, and stepped forward. His eyes met Tang Ziyu's, and he was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "I never thought I'd meet you here again. It's truly a blessing from heaven." Lu Shiyu eyed the 3 men across the street warily, but found it odd that the captain hesitated to attack after his threats. Could they be afraid of damaging the house in a fight? Do they have such a strong sense of public morality? The captain hesitated, so Neil chose to hide behind him. Only Bayard showed signs of attacking, but he was wary of others lying in ambush nearby, so he didn't dare to attack alone. The situation remained inexplicably stalemated. The captain angrily demanded of Tang Ziyu, "What are you saying? Are you mute?" Tang Ziyu rolled his eyes. "Oh, what a coincidence." Lu Shiyu couldn't help but laugh. Although he quickly recovered, the 3 of them had already heard. Faced with his opponent's provocative behavior, the captain finally couldn't resist the urge to strike. As he unsheathed his long sword, the situation instantly became tense. Amidst this tense atmosphere, someone's stomach suddenly rumbled. Chapter 115. Yin Hong rubbed her sleepy eyes, a little doubtful of her own vision. A few people had pushed 2 tables together, and 2 teams with completely opposing views sat around them, waiting for breakfast. I say, Yin Hong said slowly, don't you think this scene is strange? They had just fought to the death, and now they were sitting together for breakfast. Isn't the world a little absurd? Qin Yunliang was wiping his glasses, unable to see clearly. He casually tossed a used wet wipe to the person sitting next to him. Xiaoxingyang, throw this away for me. Bayard silently pinched and removed the wet wipe from his shoulder, took a look, and threw it into the trash can. Neil timidly avoided Yin Hong, who was sitting next to him, and whispered to the captain, Captain, are we really going to eat with them? They won't poison us, will they? The captain glanced at him and said, you can choose not to eat, and then find a way to feed yourself. Neil, starving, rubbed his stomach. He hadn't eaten for 3 days. If he didn't eat something, he would starve to death. He felt weak even walking, let alone fighting. Under these circumstances, they would definitely be defeated if they met the opposing team. For now, feigning submission was the best option. Thinking of this, Neil stopped struggling and quietly sat in his seat, waiting for breakfast. Xiao Xingyang idly fiddled with his disposable chopsticks, stacking them upright. He was already on the 4th stick, and the wooden chopstick tower was teetering on the verge of collapse. Bayard couldn't help but roll his eyes at the man across from him engaging in such a frivolous act. If their situation hadn't been so dire, he wouldn't have sat here eating breakfast with his opponents. Not long ago, several people met in a narrow corridor, expecting a deadly fight to begin. However, their stomachs growled before they even began. Even if he could recover a little by drinking the blood of the mutated creatures, it would only be a drop in the bucket. What he needed was real food. So when the woman across from him inexplicably asked if they wanted to have breakfast together, he somehow agreed. Thinking back on it now, it was truly bizarre. The scene felt like a dream. Or a nightmare. In the kitchen, Lu Shi lifted the lid of the casserole pot. The rice porridge inside was already boiling. Next, it was time to add the pre-cut preserved eggs and shredded pork. After another 5 minutes of cooking, when the porridge thickened, he added the chopped greens and a spoonful of salt, and it was ready to be served. Elsewhere, Tang Ziyu, wearing an apron, stared intently at the frying pan, constantly turning the pot stickers inside with his chopsticks. With Lu Shi's guidance, he had mastered frying the pot stickers to perfection. Even when he had plenty of time, Lu Shi would habitually use his free time to make some omelets while cooking porridge. In a bowl, beat the eggs and flour until a smooth batter formed. Then, add some ground ingredients, such as diced ham and chopped green onions. Then, add black pepper and salt and stir. Lightly oil the pan, scoop a spoonful of batter, and spread it into a thin pancake. Once it's set, flip it over and continue frying until both sides are golden brown. Once the pancake is cooked through, remove it from the pan and repeat the process. Tang Ziyu, check if the eggs are done. Tang Ziyu put down his chopsticks and looked at another small pot nearby. The water in the pot was boiling, gurgling continuously, obscuring the eggs inside. Tang Ziyu lowered the heat and continued to simmer for a few minutes, removing the eggs from the water after they were thoroughly cooked. After a few minutes, they were soaked in cold water to cool them down faster and make the shells easier to peel. Bayard, clutching the nth wet wipe, looked at Qin Yunliang, who was still wiping his hands with a wet wipe, and said, "Did you do that on purpose?" Qin Yunliang simply tilted his head and said, "What did you say? I can't hear you without my glasses." Since they were under someone else's roof, Bayard endured it again and tossed the wet wipes into the trash. Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu brought breakfast to the table, having made extra portions because there were more people. Neil had initially been intimidated by the other members of the Eagle Squad, but when he saw the food, his eyes widened. The captain sneered disdainfully at Tang Ziyu, wearing a pink apron. "You can actually cook?" Tang Ziyu, setting the plates without a pause, said, "Is not being able to cook something to be proud of?" The captain choked, but couldn't find a rebuttal. "That's about it," Lu Shiyu said, wiping his hands with a towel. "You can eat." Qin Yunliang then slowly put on his glasses and, along with Yin Hong Xiaoxingyang, unceremoniously picked up their bowls and chopsticks to share the porridge. Neil, ravenous but hesitant to eat, glanced hesitantly at the captain, but the captain ignored him. Instead, Bayard handed him an omelet. "Eat it, Bayard." Neil was only a moment's touch of emotion when Bayard whispered, "If it's poisonous, remember to tell me right away." Neil, It turned out he just wanted him to test it. Neil took the omelet and took a sharp bite, as if biting into Bayard's head instead of the omelet. With Neil's refusal, Neil's attention immediately shifted from Bayard to the omelet. The rich aroma of egg was palatable the moment it entered his mouth. The fresh eggs and flour, mixed together, quickly solidified on the scalding hot surface of the pan, releasing the purest, warm aroma. The flour had a subtle grainy flavor and a natural, subtle sweetness. The chopped green onions and diced ham added a layer of flavor to the omelet, providing immediate satisfaction. Seeing Neil devouring it, and the captain also beginning to eat, Bayard finally picked up his chopsticks and served himself a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. The porridge base was made of rice that had been simmered for so long that the grains had practically melted in the pan, releasing the sweetness of starch and the aroma of grains. With a gentle, earthy texture, it gave the entire bowl of porridge a rich, smooth texture. The distinctive flavor of the preserved egg blended seamlessly with the rice porridge, transforming the pungent flavor into a deep, mellow tang. The lean meat, marinated beforehand, had completely absorbed the fishy flavor, adding a touch of salty aroma. The shredded pork also had a delicate, slightly fibrous texture that didn't stand out against the soft, glutinous rice. The salty, savory, and rich flavor of the preserved egg and lean meat porridge was just the right balance, and the steaming hot, fresh from the pot porridge made it simply irresistible. Bayard had already finished his entire bowl by the time he set it down, surprising even himself that he had finished it so easily. The three of them each made their own little movements while eating, but they didn't disrupt the Eagle Squad's normal eating habits. Lu Shiyu bit into the crispy pot stickers, and the salty, sweet gravy instantly gushed out, making him gasp. But then he quickly closed his mouth to continue savoring the scorching delicacy. Fresh from the pan, the pot stickers were crispy, their outer skin still slightly charred. A distinct crunch was audible upon biting into them, but the upper layer of the pot stickers was resilient, unlike the thin, crispy base, providing a gentle support. The meat filling, mixed with a few chopped vegetables, was seasoned to exude a rich, meaty aroma that was neither fishy nor greasy. The juices immediately poured into the mouth as soon as the outer layer was broken, and the chopped vegetables softened the meat filling's greasy texture, giving it a refreshing, herbal aroma. The Eagle Squad members ate with both hands. At first, the captain didn't understand why. The Eagle Squad had arrived at the inn earlier than them, yet they acted like they were starving. But he soon understood. Seeing the plates mostly cleared after they were served, the captain felt a sense of urgency about eating for the first time. Eating with this group, if you eat even a little slowly, you won't feel full. The three of them had no choice but to join the Storm's team midway, unexpectedly turning breakfast into a competitive feast. As Yanhong snatched the last pot sticker from Neil's chopsticks and shoved it into her mouth, the table overflowing with breakfast was completely devoured. Having finally filled their bellies, the three of them subconsciously relaxed their guard. After all, the Eagle Squad didn't seem hostile, and if there was something wrong with the food, they wouldn't be immune either. So, they all felt they were safe for now. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Shiyu took the initiative to ask, "Why are you still chasing us?" The captain retorted, "Who said we were chasing you? We simply can't get back." Lu Shiyu understood that the other party couldn't go back the way they came. Qin Yunliang asked, "My idiotic brother didn't ask you to come and cause us trouble, did he?" Bayard, a toothpick in his mouth, said, "Yes, he just asked us to protect him. But eliminating anyone or anything that might threaten him counts as protection, haha. After all, he pays us well." Qin Yunliang pushed his glasses up, not agreeing with the other party's explanation. Tang Ziyu wiped his mouth, looked at the captain, and asked, "I've always wanted to ask, do I know you?" Crack! The chopsticks in the captain's hand broke in two. "You asked me if I knew me?" The captain gritted his teeth at every word. "How dare you ask such a question?" Tang Ziyu remained indifferent, saying, "I really don't remember when I met you. If you can give me some hints, I might be able to remember." The captain, irritated by Tang Ziyu, repeated, Okay. You don't remember, right?" "Yeah." The captain rolled up his sleeves, revealing a dense mass of scars covering his hands, like some kind of pattern, twisted and strange. "All this thanks to you." The captain then ripped open his collar, revealing similar scars inside. "And these?" And, as he spoke, the captain was about to lift his shirt, but Lu Shiyu quickly stopped him. Stop! We already know it's the same inside, right? No need to peel anymore. If you keep peeling, you strip the clothes off." The captain finally gave up, and put his clothes back in place. Tang Ziyu lowered his head for a moment, seemingly trying to recall something, but then he looked up and said solemnly, "I can't remember." "Captain, shock!" Just before the captain was about to flip the table, Bayard and Neil held it down, preventing it from flying, along with the dishes. The captain was on the verge of rage, but Tang Ziyu remained calm and composed, which only made him even more infuriated. Lu Xiu, watching the farce before him, held his forehead with his hand. He looked at the captain helplessly and said, "You could just tell him your name. He's beaten so many people, he wouldn't be able to remember it if you showed him all this." Chapter 116. Duanren, Tang Ziyu thought carefully, and it seemed he did know this person. "Were you in the same class as me running for the exploration team?" "Humph." Duanren glared at Tang Ziyu unkindly. "If you remember, stop playing dumb. Do you need me to remind you of what you did?" Lu Xiu, curious, asked Tang Ziyu, "What did you do? Has Tang Ziyu burned down his family's ancestral hall to make him hold a grudge for so many years, going crazy the moment they meet?" Tang Ziyu began to think about how he had offended Duanren. He had only interacted with him during the election campaign. They hadn't met since. If it weren't for what happened back then, he would have probably forgotten him completely. Oh right, perhaps it was because of that incident that Duanren still held a grudge against him. Tang Ziyu recalled the days of training camp. At that time, because he was a lawless person at home, his family had thrown him into the exploration team's training base, intending the intensive training to temper this stubborn rock. However, their initial intention was simply to teach him to be more restrained. Unexpectedly, Tang Ziyu would actually join the exploration team and become its captain. Although Tang Ziyu shone brightly in subsequent training, completing the course with flying colors, and later becoming more composed, as his family had hoped, he wasn't the same when he first joined the base. Back then, he was so arrogant that he made people want to kick him just walking down the street, and naturally, he suffered a lot for his impulsiveness. I remember that day, he and the others completed the training assigned by the instructor as usual. That day's training content was a real-life combat simulation. Everyone was divided into teams, each assigned to a different mission, determined by drawing lots, a fair and impartial process. Tang Ziyu and Duanren happened to be assigned to the same team. Tang Ziyu, due to his family background, his unyielding attitude, and his impressive record of challenging the instructor on the first day, had become a prominent figure of the class, and was elected team leader by his fellow team members. Duanren, however, was a mediocre and somewhat ill-tempered team member. Although he didn't quite agree with Tang Ziyu, he still followed the majority's instructions. Tang Ziyu, as the team leader, drew lots. The lottery he drew required him to reach the innermost chamber through the numerous grips of the distorted creatures and retrieve something. Bringing it back intact would be considered a mission accomplished. The time limit was 1 hour, and the location was an abandoned factory. Tang Ziyu swung the map, spread it out on the ground, and pointed to a spot. "This is where what we're looking for is. It's at the very back of the factory. I plan to split the team into 2 groups, one to lure away the aberrations, and the other to retrieve the item." One of them raised his hand and asked, "How do we decide who will lure away the aberrations? Although the aberrations released here were captured, that doesn't mean there's no danger. There are quite a few aberrations in the factory, resembling prehistoric dinosaurs. Lure them away is obviously a dangerous task, and no one wants to do it." Tang Ziyu clicked his tongue, rolled up the map, and tapped the man on the head. "How else can we decide? Rock, paper, scissors? Loser goes." Oh. After the game of rock, paper, scissors, Tang Ziyu looked at the disappointing scissors, thinking he had bad luck. He led a few others on ahead, casually handing the map to one of them. Duanren took the map and watched Tang Ziyu run away, racing against time to familiarize himself with the terrain. Someone beside Duanren muttered in dissatisfaction, "So pretentious. You really think you're the boss?" Duanren agreed with a fake smile, feeling disgusted and wanting to vomit. They had clearly voted for Tang Ziyu when he had offered his services and chosen him as captain. Why were they pretending to be dissatisfied now? After Tang Ziyu and the others fled the factory with the mutated creatures, Duanren waved to the others behind him, "Hurry up, it's our turn." They all ran into the factory one after another. Duanren, with his sharp eyesight, spotted something on a distant table. He immediately knew it was what they were looking for. Feeling the joy of victory, Duanren and his teammates ran towards the table. They would be the team that finished in the shortest time. Just as they were basking in the joy of impending victory, an attack struck them. Duanren was quick to act and rushed over, but his teammate next to him was the one who suffered. "Ah!" The team member clutched his leg and wailed loudly, instantly attracting the attention of the others and drawing the aberrant creatures hidden in the shadows. Several aberrant creatures clinging to the pillars slowly emerged from the darkness. Because of their high position and the dim factory lights, the team members hadn't noticed them. Duanren's eyes widened as he watched the aberrant creatures emerge. This was his first time facing aberrant creatures up close, and goosebumps instinctively spread across his body. The aberrant creatures resembled a UFO, with a circle of eyes like a frog's, and their edges were covered with long, thin tentacles. Without a closer look, one could mistake them for vines of some plant. These slender tentacles were what kept them firmly attached to the pillars. Duanren stared at the tiny green leaf on the aberrant creature, his mind momentarily halting. What was this? A plant? An animal? Something incomprehensible invaded his brain through his eyes, causing Duanren to pause briefly. But the aberrant creatures wouldn't stop. Several aberrant creatures opened their massive mouths in the middle of their bodies, and sprayed a highly corrosive liquid at the group below. What the hell is this? Someone shouted, and the once orderly team instantly collapsed. Duanren was at a loss for words, and simply shouted to retreat. The group retreated from the area containing the aberrant creatures and hid behind cover. They breathed a sigh of relief once they were sure the creatures wouldn't pursue them. Damn! There's an ambush! Duanren sighed. He had assumed the only creatures here were those large aberrant creatures, but he hadn't expected aberrant creatures to hide around the target, and the danger level was quite high. The mission had indeed proved difficult to accomplish. Even more troublesome was the inability to distract the mutated creatures, as they lacked legs. The previous method had failed, so another strategy was needed. Duanren lowered his head, pondering a plan, while the others chattered away. The final solution they came up with was to drape themselves over the factory's tarpaulin. This strategy initially worked, and just as everyone thought they could successfully reach their target, the tarpaulin began to weaken, corroding into a circular hole. Corrosive liquid flowed through the hole onto the people beneath it. Hurry up! We're running out of time! Duanren shouted hurriedly. They were already close to their target. Turning back would be futile. They could only grit their teeth and persevere. The tarpaulin was becoming increasingly porous, becoming less and less useful as a shield. Fortunately, Duanren had managed to retrieve the object from the table. Duanren, clutching the object, fled from the mutated creature's attack range under the protection of the others. He then collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Even though everyone suffered corroded wounds, they paled in comparison to the joy of success. Did you get it? A team member asked. Duanren pulled the object out of his arms and said, I got it. It was only then that the others finally saw its true form, a round, teardrop-shaped object with dark green spots on its surface, resembling an egg. What is this? Duanren glanced at the egg-like object in his arms and shrugged, saying, I don't know. Maybe it's just a prop. As they stood up, Tangziyu and the others came running back. How's it going? Did you get it? Duanren handed the item to Tangziyu with a hint of pride, saying, I got it, intact. But where are those deformed creatures? Tangziyu gave a smug grin. I've got those idiots confused. They're probably still out there looking for us. Duanren nodded, and was about to say he was going back when he heard Tangziyu sigh. What's this? Duanren and the others were a bit confused. Duanren said, It's the objective of the mission. Are we supposed to get this back? Tangziyu gave him a strange look. What the hell? How can this be a mission objective? It's clearly an egg. Egg? The mission objective is a cloth bag. Didn't you see it? Cloth bag? Everyone's eyes turned towards the table. Where the egg had been, there was another cloth bag, but it had been used to support the egg, so it had gone unnoticed. Duanren was dumbfounded. So, the thing they just risked their lives to retrieve was actually just the eggs of these mutated creatures. The team member who had been caught in the crossfire when Duanren dodged the attack was the first to lose control and cursed him, pointing at him. It's because you took the wrong thing. We have to go back and get it again. What good are you? All you do is give blind orders, and what's the result? You even took the wrong thing. All our hard work was in vain. The sudden accusation caught Duanren off guard, and before he could think it through, Tangziyu interrupted him. Come on, you're talking as if you know which one to take. If you took the wrong one, then you can take the right one? The priority isn't finding fault, but getting what we need back. But just as they were discussing how to get past the mutated creatures and reach the cloth bag, the mutated creatures that Tangziyu had previously led away suddenly returned. Feeling the vibration beneath his feet, Tangziyu couldn't help but utter a curse word. Why are you back so soon? Realizing they'd been tricked, the distorted creatures turned back and blocked the factory entrance. Now that they hadn't achieved their mission objective and the exit was blocked, it looked like a dead end. Even Tangziyu felt the mission was likely to fail. Forget it, it's just one mission. There will be opportunities in the future. Tangziyu quickly let it go, saying to the others, let's get past the distorted creatures guarding the gate and get out. We can forget about the mission. Even though the others were still concerned about the mission, getting out alive was the only thing on their minds. They didn't care about that anymore. It was more important to follow Tang Ziyu out. But Duan Ren's expression changed when he heard Tang Ziyu say they were leaving. Are you giving up the mission? What else? Tang Ziyu countered, we're leaving now. Have you got the mission objective? If not, then we just have to give up. Give up? No way. Duan Ren had failed missions many times before due to poor teammates. If he gave up, he'd lose even more points. His score was already dangerously low. This mission was crucial. It might even determine whether he could make it to the next stage or be eliminated. The thought of all his hard work being undone by poor teammates and a single misjudgment was too much for Duan Ren to accept. He gritted his teeth, threw on the now riddled tarpaulin, and turned toward the deformed creature coiled around the pillar. Chapter 117. Are you crazy? Seeing Duan Ren still trudging forward, unable to be called back, Tang Ziyu abandoned his retreat plan. Hold on to those freak creatures first. Wait until Duan Ren gets his objective. Tang Ziyu gritted his teeth and said, when that bastard gets out, I tie him up and whip him like a spinning top. Even though the others didn't want to stay, they still followed Tang Ziyu's orders. Firstly, Tang Ziyu was the team leader, and his orders took precedence. Secondly, Tang Ziyu and Duan Ren were the two strongest fighters in the group. Without them, none of them could hope to break out. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere. Luckily, even though the tarpaulin was tattered, Duan Ren still managed to retrieve the bag. After retrieving it, Duan Ren simply abandoned the barely useful tarpaulin and used his body to protect the bag as he rushed back. But by then, the mutated creatures returning from outside had already pressed forward, and the team members' resistance was gradually straining. Seeing some beginning to collapse, Tang Ziyu decided to give it his all. He discarded his weapons and concentrated all his energy on condensing his supernatural flames. The flames illuminated the darkened factory. Upon seeing the flames, the mutated creatures instinctively took 2 steps back, successfully buying the others a moment to breathe. Tang Ziyu continuously fired fireballs, pushing back the mutated creatures as they attempted to attack. The effect was remarkable. Just when Tang Ziyu thought they could escape, he heard shouts from the side. It's on fire! What? Tang Ziyu turned around in surprise. He had clearly made sure there was nothing inflammable in the factory, so why was it on fire? The team members tried to stomp on the flames, but to no avail. The flames rose again and began to spread outward. Tang Ziyu looked down and realized that the flames weren't burning objects within the factory, but rather liquids expelled by the deformed creatures entrenched in the pillars. This liquid was not only corrosive, but also as flammable as alcohol. Even a single spark could cause a fire. The flames began to spread. Initially, some people stepped forward to help put out the fire, but one of the team members working with Duan Ren was nearly caught in the fire because they were also covered in the liquid. For a moment, the team members became hesitant. Helping to put out the fire would only bring more fire upon themselves, while not helping would only make the fire worse. It was a dilemma. Tang Ziyu wanted to withdraw to help, but the deformed creatures before him refused to let him go. The flames spread along the liquid on the ground. Duan Ren, unaware of the impending danger, was intent on rushing out with his bag to complete his mission. It wasn't until he saw the flames before him that he realized something was amiss. But it was too late. The flames met the liquid like gasoline, and by the time Duan Ren was about to escape, the flames had already trapped him. When the flames finally reached a high point, the distorted creature guarding the gate, frightened, fled from the gate. Seeing the distorted creature flee, Tang Ziyu commanded the others to rush out, fleeing before the factory was engulfed in flames. Tang Ziyu and the other team members only suffered minor injuries, and would recover after a period of rest. However, Duan Ren, who hadn't emerged from the inferno, was in dire straits. His body was covered in the distorted creature's fluid, and he was the worst burned, barely recognizable as a human. Although the incident was ultimately ruled an accident, Tang Ziyu's family took the initiative to shoulder the majority of the losses. It was thanks to their willingness to spend that Duan Ren's life was saved. Thanks to expensive medical equipment and the efforts of a highly paid psychic therapist, Duan Ren was quickly out of danger. But that was only enough to save his life. Recovery would take a very long time. By the time he regained consciousness, his training session had concluded, and he had lost all his achievements due to his early withdrawal. After several winters and summers, Duan Ren finally recovered, able to walk and eat normally, and his hair had grown back. However, his skin had been irreversibly damaged. Aside from a small scar on his face, his entire body was covered in scars from the flames. Duan Ren's personality changed after his recovery. He refused to sign up for the exploration team again, instead becoming a mercenary. There were no exams, no grades, no teammates, and no standards. Anyone who wanted to do the job could do it, without any rules or constraints. With enough recklessness, one could earn several times the salary of an exploration team member. Duan took on the role of captain, forming a highly ranked mercenary squad. They usually worked for wealthy individuals. If he hadn't mentioned it, the others wouldn't have even known he signed up for the exploration team. Although the incident had been an accident, Duan clearly held a grudge against Tang Ziyu, hence his initial attitude upon meeting her, treating her like an enemy. After understanding the entire situation, Lu Shiyu's thoughts became more complex. It was impossible to claim Tang Ziyu wasn't responsible for what had happened, but it was even more unreasonable to pin all the blame on him. Well, he didn't mean it. Lu Shiyu was interrupted before Duan could finish his words. You're his man, you're definitely on his side. Lu Shiyu, then who do you think is the most fair and just? Duan grabbed the innkeeper from behind the cashier and said, him. Lu Shiyu silently complained about why the innkeeper was still there. He then said, okay, let him speak. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to the innkeeper, and the innocently implicated in the incident was shaking. Why did you involve a stranger like him in your personal grudge? Well. The innkeeper hesitated. Actually, I think both of you are a little wrong. Tang Ziyu's unclear instructions led to the other team members' misjudgment. Duan, stubbornly insisting on running back, made the subsequent explosion a complete accident. No one could have imagined that the secretions of such a distorted creature could actually burn. The innkeeper was speechless. It was impossible to clearly define who was right and who was wrong in such a complex relationship. If he had said so, both men would have deserved 50 lashes, but he was under threat and couldn't say anything, so he could only say what the two men liked to hear. The others nodded in agreement at the innkeeper's answer, finding it reasonable. After all, it was hard to pinpoint who was to blame for the accident. Ultimately, it was the poor design of the training base. Putting someone with fire powers against a distorted creature that secreted flammable liquid was bound to cause trouble. But Duan didn't see it that way. Why did you only take them out? What about me? I was left inside, waiting to be burned to death by the fire you set. Duan was filled with resentment. Tang Ziyu had always been in the spotlight, but he made frequent mistakes at the most crucial moments, even leading to his current misfortune. Yet, not only did he show no remorse, he never even visited him during his hospitalization, and now he completely forgotten him. Duan hated him for ruining his future, hated him for getting away with it, and even more hated him for living the life he once dreamed of. Tang Ziyu frowned and said, the situation was urgent. If we hadn't gotten out, it would have been too late. We had no time to see who hadn't caught up. Besides, I said, we should retreat immediately. It was your disobedience that got you trapped. Why do you think I'm responsible? Neither of them felt they were at fault, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Bayard fanned the flames, saying, Captain, he's just getting away with it after hurting someone. The members of the Flying Eagle squad also realized that this matter might not end peacefully. Yin Hong poked Chen Yunliang and asked, do you want to fight? Chen Yunliang said, if they're determined to cause trouble, don't hold it back. Yin Hong grinned, okay. Just as everyone drew their weapons, and was about to start fighting, Bayard's expression suddenly changed. Bayard glanced at his empty palms, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why? Can't I use my powers? Duan frowned slightly after hearing Bayard's words and asked Neil, where's your power? Neil tried, then shook his head blankly, saying, Captain, I can't use my powers either. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyang immediately scoffed, what do you mean by can't use? I think you're just scared and afraid to confront us head-on. Duan expression darkened, his face dark enough to look like it could drip ink. Yin Hong poked the smug Xiao Xingyang and said, my powers don't work either. Ha ha ha. Huh? Xiao Xingyang, who had been laughing wildly, froze. He quickly tried to use his powers, but found they couldn't. It felt like trying to burp, but not being able to. Undeterred, Xiao Xingyang looked at Chen Yunliang, but Chen Yunliang also shook his head. Across from him, Bayard sneered at the Eagle Squad members' inability to use their powers. I thought you were so powerful, but you can't use your powers either. Xiaoxingyang turned angrily to the innkeeper cowering in the corner and demanded, are you doing this again? The innkeeper, nearly in tears, was frightened and quickly pleaded innocence, claiming he had done nothing wrong. Well, it was me. Lu Shiyu raised his hand sheepishly and said, I put a drug in the breakfast that suppresses superpowers, so anyone who ate breakfast won't be able to use their superpowers. After Lu Shiyu said this, the entire room fell silent. Neil collapsed, saying, why do you guys become so ruthless that you can't tell friend from foe? Duan gnashed his teeth in anger. You're all just dirty tricks. Yin Hong tugged at Lu Shiyu's sleeve and asked, why did you put drugs in breakfast? And where did you get them? Lu Shiyu said shyly, because I thought you'd start fighting after eating, so I took the initiative. Without superpowers, you wouldn't be able to fight. I got the drugs from Su Manwen. I felt they were very effective last time we had dinner, so I asked her for some. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon, hee. Yin Hong, don't laugh, no one's complimenting you. Qin Yunliang looked at the empty bowl and asked, how much did you put in? Qin Yunliang had come across similar things before. Substances that suppress superpowers don't usually have a particularly strong effect, but they do allow the user to use some of their powers. But now, he felt like his own powers were locked up tightly within his body, unable to come out at all. Lu Shi recalled, Su Manwen didn't specify the dosage when she gave it to me. I was worried it wouldn't be effective enough, so I added it all. About 1 bowl, I guess. Chapter 118. Tang Ziyu glanced at the tabletop, picked up the bowl of rice, and asked, such a big bowl? Lu Shiyu nodded firmly. Tang Ziyu paused, then asked, when did you put it there? Why hadn't he noticed at all? Lu Shiyu recalled, saying probably, a little when I put the salt, a little when I put the soy sauce, a little when I put the pepper. I wasn't paying much attention when I put it there, and it was all gone before I knew it. Everyone, that was pretty careless. Yin Hong, clutching her forehead with a headache, said, but we've taken medicine now, and we can't use our powers. If only Duan Ren and the others couldn't use their powers, then they would have the overwhelming advantage. But now they couldn't use their powers, so they had no advantage at all. Hearing this, Bayard's unfaithful heart stirred again. Since no one can use their powers, there's no difference, right? Even though the enemy outnumbers them, Qin Yunliang is a healer with no healing abilities, and Lu Shiyu is just a cook with no combat power. It's still a 3v3 situation, so there's still a chance of victory. Lu Shiyu rummaged through his pockets and said, it's okay. Su Manwen also gave me the antidote and some other medicine, saying they're very effective and asking me to keep some on hand. Yin Hong piqued in curiosity. There's an antidote for this thing? Lu Shiyu pulled a can of capsules from his pocket, but before he could open it, Bayard snatched it away. Huh? Lu Shiyu looked at his empty hand, and was about to say something when Bayard unscrewed the cap and poured out 3 capsules, 1 for each member of their team. Wait! Don't eat it yet. Lu Shiyu reached out to stop him, but Bayard dodged nimbly. Looking at Lu Shiyu, who had failed to snatch the medicine, Bayard sneered. You have the antidote, and you dared to show it to me? Stupid. Neil hesitated as he held the capsule. Bayard tooted, she told you not to take it, and you didn't? Are you crazy too? Neil closed his eyes, and swallowed the capsule before Bayard did the same. However, Duanren hesitated, holding it in his hand to examine it carefully. Lu Shiyu looked at the 2 men who kept admonishing him, his expression a little complicated. Tang Ziyu pulled Lu Shiyu back and asked, is there something wrong with the medicine? Lu Shiyu looked at the pills he had just taken out and said, actually, this is the antidote. Tang Ziyu took the bottle. It clearly read, powerful superpower inhibitor removal pills. Tang Ziyu was puzzled. The antidote is here, so what are they taking? Bayard was startled and looked down. A powerful laxative. You? Lu Shiyu quickly waved his hand. That's none of my business. You snatched it away, and I told you not to eat it. Why wouldn't you listen? After hearing Lu Shiyu's explanation, Bayard became even more furious. But before he could react, the laxative in his stomach had already begun to take effect. Ugh! Damn it! Just wait! Bayard clutched his stomach, his eyes fixed on the innkeeper. Where's the restroom? Here, the innkeeper stuttered. Bayard glared at him, and the innkeeper finally straightened his words out. He pointed to the hallway and said, it's over there. Go in and turn left. Bayard ran, clutching his stomach. Neil, who had also taken a laxative, glanced at Duanren. Duanren waved his hand anxiously, telling him to hurry up. Neil then hurried to follow. Duanren pinched the capsule and said, now I'm the only one left. How are you going to deal with me? Yin Hong answered first. A righteous gang fight, of course. Xiao Xingyang was also eager to try, saying, things have changed. Finally, it's our turn to have the advantage in numbers. Tang Ziyu, with a headache, stopped the 2 men and said, no need. Tie him up and send him to the base commander. Let her keep him temporarily, so he doesn't interfere with the work. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang said with a hint of disappointment, oh. Qin Yunliang held 2 ropes, 1 hemp and 1 nylon, and walked over to Duanren. You can choose which one you prefer? Duanren, If it were the Duanren of the past, he would have fought them to the death without hesitation, but now Duanren has a clearer perspective. At least he understands that a good man should not suffer a loss in the face of adversity. Furthermore, his teammates were completely unreliable. He had no chance of winning alone. There was no need to invite hardship. After being tied up, Duanren looked at Lu Xiyu and asked, "Have you seen the female member of my team?" Lu Xiyu hesitated for a moment and replied, "I don't know." Inside the training ground, the people who were supposed to be doing their daily training stopped their work and gathered around the edge to watch the unfamiliar face in the center of the field. One of them casually picked up a gun and, without a moment's pause, raised it and fired. Without blinking, he fired 3 shots before lowering the gun without even glancing at the target. The onlookers squinted at the target in the distance, only being able to make out its outline. The staff standing next to the target took a look and shouted, 3 shots, 10 rings. Upon hearing this result, the crowd erupted in awe. Tang Ziyu put down his gun and stepped aside. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang took the stage next. Each chose a gun they felt comfortable with, and seemingly casually fired 3 shots before retreating. All 3 were 10-ring shots. As the number of 10-ring shots from the Flying Eagle squad gradually increased, the crowd grew increasingly excited, as if witnessing a rare display of skill. Xiao Xingyang tossed his hair and boasted, "Brother, you're still as charming as ever. I remember how popular I was back in training camp. Oh, I miss you." Yin Hong rolled her eyes and said, "Come on, you were practically tortured to death by the instructors back in training camp. You're really going to be unhappy when you go back. And your last shot was clearly not steady. You almost hit 9 rings, and you're still so arrogant." It was Qin Yiliang's turn. He chose a basic pistol and looked at Lu Xiyu. "Let me demonstrate it once. Watch carefully." "Don't. I'm trying to imitate them. None of them have standard postures." Lu Xiyu replied obediently, "Okay." Xiao Xingyang grumbled quietly, "Who still cares about standards after leaving training camp?" Tang Ziyu coughed lightly and said, "Regarding retraining after you go back?" Xiao Xingyang quickly corrected himself. "I suddenly realize how important standard postures are. I'm still sorely lacking in practice. I train myself to death today." Looking at Xiao Xingyang's sudden, inexplicable remarks, Yin Hong, confused but disdainful, silently stepped away. Lu Xiyu watched Qin Yuliang's demonstration without blinking, and suddenly felt he had it all. Qin Yuliang took off his equipment and handed it to Lu Xiyu. "Try it." Lu Xiyu followed Qin Yuliang's instructions and dressed meticulously. Qin Yuliang had been standing by, waiting for Lu Xiyu to finish and give him instructions, when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. "Let me do it." Qin Yuliang glanced at Tang Ziyu. "Captain, don't mess with me. Your movements aren't standard." Tang Ziyu was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Standards aren't the only thing. If you're not in an exam, just do whatever comes to you." Qin Yuliang nodded. "Yes, and then you see how a bullet shell hits an eye and causes blindness." Qin Yuliang was referring to an incident that happened in the training camp. A trainee hadn't paid attention, thinking that any method would work. As a result, he was blinded by flying bullet shells during combat, becoming a role model for the camp. Tang Ziyu promised, "I'd do it right." "That's completely unconvincing." "I'm dressed," Lu Xiyu asked, turning around. "What next?" Tang Ziyu walked around Qin Yuliang and stood beside Lu Xiyu. He adjusted her goggles and said, "Next, we choose a gun to shoot. Different guns have different structures and different ways of operating." Qin Yuliang rolled his eyes and simply went to the back row to watch the show with the other 2. Lu Xiyu picked up the pistol, examining it from side to side, while Tang Ziyu explained its functions. "Hold it like this." Tang Ziyu placed Lu Xiyu's hand on the gun, adjusting the position of his fingers one by one. Lu Xiyu slowly adjusted the grip, trying to memorize the key points and precautions. "Raise your hand. A little higher." Tang Ziyu gently lifted Lu Xiyu's arm to the right height. Lu Xiyu listened intently, his attention completely focused on learning how to use the gun, not even noticing Tang Ziyu's proximity. "Load, raise, aim." Lu Xiyu closed one eye and aimed with only one. The crowd erupted in excitement again. After witnessing the Eagle Squad's impressive performance of all 10 rings, their expectations for Lu Xiyu, the final member to appear, were completely heightened. Almost everyone expected him to achieve 3 consecutive 10 rings. Some began to grow impatient when they saw Lu Xiyu hesitate to fire, instead stalling with the others. But when he actually raised his pistol, everyone's anticipation was reignited. Lu Xiyu exhaled slowly, trying to calm himself. He fixed his sights on the target and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The target officer in charge was stunned when he leaned over to look, then announced the result. 4 rings. 4 rings? Why only 4 rings? Are your hands shaking? Maybe they're creating an effect. There'll be a reversal later. Have you watched too many entertainment products and everything seems to be an effect? The sound of distant chatter reached Lu Shiyu's ears. Although inaudible, it was as annoying as mosquitoes circling around his ears, disturbing him. Tang Ziyu's hand touched Lu Shiyu's rifle hand, lifting it up again. Hold it tight. Wait until you've aimed before you shoot. Keep your legs spread wide. Tang Ziyu's gentle voice in his ear effectively blocked out the distant chatter. Lu Shiyu regained his composure and raised his rifle again. Bang! 5 rings. Bang! 4 rings. 4 rings again. Lu Shiyu's mood was already so bad that she even began to consider leaving. But then she thought of the pistol the base commander had given her. If she couldn't learn how to use it, it would remain in her psychic realm forever. Let's do it again, Lu Shiyu said weakly. Yin Hong and the others had already dispersed the curious onlookers, and with some of the pressure off, Lu Shiyu felt a little better. Okay, let's do it again, Tang Ziyu said as she took the pistol and loaded it. Don't aim too closely this time. Just go with your gut. No need to aim. Lu Shiyu was puzzled, but the pistol had already been handed back to her. Lu Shiyu grasped the pistol as she remembered it, raised it, and was about to close her eyes to aim. But then, remembering Tang Ziyu's advice to go with your gut, she opened her eyes again. Lu Shiyu chuckled. It's just training. Nothing to be nervous about. Then he raised the pistol and fired a shot at the distant target. But Lu Shiyu lost his balance this time, and the recoil of the pistol pushed him back 2 steps, just enough to fall into Tang Ziyu's arms. How do you feel? Not bad. The staff walked over to the target and loudly announced Lu Shiyu's latest score. 10 rings. Chapter 119. Zhang Heji walked out of the base commander's office with a look of despair on his face, followed by the Eagle Squad and others. Why should I go with you? Su Manlin, eavesdropping from outside the door, gloated. Oh, maybe it's because you're good at your job. The base commander trusts you by sending you out, isn't that right? Why aren't you happy? Zhang Heji gritted his teeth and asked, Did you give them the idea? Su Manlin spread his hands, looking innocent, and said, How could that be? We're in the same group. How could I possibly betray you? Besides, this is the base commander's decision. We subordinates just need to do our jobs. Don't try to guess what he's thinking. If you make any mistakes again, you'll be working under me. Zhang Heji thought about how he and Su Manlin had just been severely punished for acting on their own initiative. Now was the time to perform meritorious service. If he insisted on shirking this mission, the base commander would probably think he wasn't willing to do his job properly. Future opportunities would only go to Su Manlin, not him. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Heji reluctantly accepted the situation. Even though he heard Su Manlin snickering behind him, he didn't bother to care. Zhang Heji led the Flying Eagle team out of the General Affairs office. Turning to look at the others, he sighed and said, Never mind. I can't dissuade the base commander from making a decision, but you should at least tell me about your plans in advance. Of course. Tang Ziyu pulled out a map, pointed out the location of the meteorite crater, and said, Our mission is actually quite simple. Find the crater, then send a signal so the people at Dawn Base can pinpoint its location, and send a helicopter to retrieve the meteorite. That's it. The rest is up to the clerk. Wait, Zhang Heji interrupted, a helicopter? Lifting a meteorite? How much engine oil will they use? Dawn Base didn't have much helicopter oil to begin with, and there was no way to get more. Every liter was a liter less. Now not only did they have to fly out, but they also had to lift something heavy back. The sheer amount of oil consumed made Zhang Heji feel bad. It's okay, Yin Hong said, looking at Chen Yunyang. There's a rich young man on our team. Once this is resolved, we can have him contribute his oil. It'd be enough to cover the cost of Dawn Base. Chen Yuliang's face was expressionless. He wanted to repeat that his family's wealth didn't matter to him, but he doubted these people would listen. But he could get some engine oil out of the house. Oh no, he could ask his silly brother to get some. His helicopter was broken anyway, and the oil was just sitting there anyway. Might as well give it to him. He was relieved to hear that the other party would provide the oil. At least, he didn't need to use the base's supplies for nothing. Okay, I understand the general situation. When do we leave? Now. Now? Zhang Heji's eyes widened, and he stammered incoherently, Why are you telling me now? Yesterday? The day before yesterday. Tang Ziyu's eyes wandered. It's just that we don't have enough time. Your base commander has already fallen out with Dawn Base. It won't be long before they realize Dawn Base has fallen out with them. Then they all align themselves and send people to seize the meteorite. But we have an advantage. We're close to the meteorite. It'd take them at least a day to get there. If we leave now, we find it before lunch. Once we get the meteorite, all other problems will be solved. Upon hearing about the breakup with Dawn Base, Jean Huji's lips curled up subconsciously, though he quickly suppressed it. What are we waiting for? Let's go! They all arrived at the helipad, where someone was already waiting. After they arrived, they were ushered aboard. Because of the limited carrying capacity, there was only one pilot aboard the helicopter, besides the 6 of them. The helicopter's propellers began to spin slowly lifting off the ground and flying towards its target. Yin Ning stared at the black substance in the pot in front of him, a look of hesitation on his face. Turning to see Professor Chen's expectant gaze, he swallowed hard. Eat quickly. I've meticulously prepared this. Professor Chen pushed the bowl closer to Yin Ning. I followed Lu Yada's recipe exactly. I guarantee nothing was added. Yin Ning, They definitely added something else. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Ning finally picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful into the black substance. A dark brown broth with black specks and a charred lump were scooped up. Yin Ning paused noticeably and asked, Master, what is this? Braised pork, Professor Chen urged impatiently. Eat it quickly. It's been simmering for hours. Eat it while it's hot. Yin Ning opened his mouth, but finally forced himself to take a bite. The intense sour taste instantly irritated his scalp. What kind of meat is this? The meat in Yin Ning's mouth kept rolling back and forth. He didn't even have the courage to chew anymore, so he ran to the cave entrance and spat it out. Professor Chen scratched his head in confusion at Yin Ning's reaction. No way. I followed the recipe exactly. Professor Chen pulled out the instructional guide he left behind, double-checking it several times to make sure he made no mistakes. Yin Ning wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth and asked, Is it the wrong ingredients? Ingredients? Professor Chen thought for a moment and said, I used the 4-clawed aberration I caught a few days ago. It's still pretty fresh, so it shouldn't have gone bad and sour so quickly. Is it possible that its meat is naturally sour? Professor Chen slammed the table. Right. I didn't think of that. You young people really have quick minds. Yin Ning sighed helplessly, and went forward to put away the dish he hadn't even taken 2 bites of. This is inedible, Master. If you want to learn to cook, you can experiment with normal ingredients. Why do you always have to deal with the aberrant creatures? Professor Chen tooted. You don't understand. If I used normal food, I wouldn't even set foot in the kitchen. Yin Ning said, as he cleaned up, It's really kind of you not to go into the kitchen. How can you talk like that, you rascal? Professor Chen couldn't help but sigh. I wonder what's become of Lu Yatu and the others. Those conscienceless people at Dawn Base are so unlikely to let them go like this. Perhaps they've already established themselves successfully at Dawn Base. With your recommendation, even if their dreams don't materialize, they can continue to live like ordinary people there, Yin Ning asked. But I'm still curious. What exactly did you write in that letter? Even the commander of Dawn Base had to give him face. Professor Chen kowtowed guiltily. Stay out of your business, my friends. Yin Ning dumped the stained vegetables into the trash can and said to himself, I remember hearing a rumor that the commander of Dawn Base has been replaced. The new one is a young woman. She's the one you're related to, right? Professor Chen, why are you youngsters so gossipy? You don't usually focus on research, but you're incredibly well informed about this. Yin Ning, but I heard her rise to power was unconventional. There are many things she couldn't accomplish alone, so some people speculate that she has other supporters. Yin Ning suddenly. Looking at Professor Chen, he asked, Master, did you get involved? Professor Chen sighed and said, She and I aren't from the same base. We've never even met. How could it be possible? You're using yourself as collateral to gain her trust without even meeting her? Yin Ning continued, If I remember correctly, there was a period when you were away from home without permission. Each time, you were away for a long time, but you didn't bring back much research. You were actually secretly meeting with her people and doing her work. Seeing Yin Ning's underwear almost being stripped off, Professor Chen waved his hand to silence her. Come on, stop guessing. What does this have to do with you? Have you finished the lab assignment I assigned? What score did you get on the last test? And your teacher at school sent me a message saying you're seriously biased in your academic performance. Master. Yin Ning paused, then said, I know I was wrong. That's right, kid, you're asking me about this, huh? Yin Ning was completely defeated in this confrontation, and ran off to wash the dishes in shame. Professor Chen sat down at his desk, tucked the recipe Lu Shiyu had given him back into his book, put on his glasses, and began writing. Long nose, short hair, mammal, long limbs, meat. Very sour. Professor Chen was halfway through writing when he heard what sounded like an engine in the distance. Both Professor Chen and Yan Ning were startled. Could it be someone from Dawn Base? Professor Chen, sensing something was wrong, quickly stood up to go check, but Yan Ning stopped him. Master, don't go out yet. I go check. If it's someone from Dawn Base, don't go out. With that, Yan Ning, without looking back, pulled aside the curtain and walked out of the cave. The sound became more pronounced outside. Yan Ning listened intently, trying to locate its source. Then, in the distance, he saw a helicopter slowly approaching to the right, where the meteorite crater was located. Yan Ning narrowed his eyes, trying to get a closer look. Helicopter Mountain didn't seem to have the markings of Dawn Base, and its design was also quite different from Dawn Base's. Most importantly, it wasn't coming from Dawn Base, but from Dawn Base. Did the Eagle Squad succeed? Yan Ning returned to the cave and told Professor Chen about the helicopter. I plan to follow it and see what's going on. Okay, then you should go quickly. Don't be late and miss the chance. Okay. Yan Ning walked to the foot of the mountain, fumbled for the mechanism, and opened the tunnel again. It was several times faster than climbing the mountain, and in a short while, he had crossed the most difficult part of the mountain. Then, following his memory, he headed towards the meteorite crater. He soon saw his target, and several familiar faces. Tang Ziyu and the others stood at the edge of the meteorite crater, discussing how to bundle it up and bring it back. Let's use a rope. It's simple and crude. A rope? Tying it up is a problem. Haven't you seen those stone pendants? Just tie it like that. As they were chatting, Lu Shiyu suddenly spotted Yan Ning running breathlessly in the distance, waving and greeting him. Yan Ning! We're back. Before Lu Shiyu could finish his words, Yan Ning came running at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and grabbed Lu Shiyu's hand. Just as Lu Shiyu was feeling overwhelmed, Yan Ning finally shouted, You're finally back. Go tell my chef to stop cooking. Chapter 120. Hey, why did you throw away all that good food? Professor Chen squatted by the trash can and said with a hint of regret, I haven't even eaten yet. The group that had already reached the door paused, several looking at Yan Ning. Chen Yunliang asked, You didn't give Professor Chen food? Yan Ning said expressionlessly, his health couldn't handle the food he cooked. Professor Chen heard the noise and looked back. A crowd of people had already formed at the cave entrance. Lu Shiyu walked into the cave and said, Professor Chen, let's go back. Before he could finish his words, Lu Shiyu's nose twitched, as if he had detected something strange. Why does it smell like that in here? Professor Chen glanced down at the trash can, then immediately let go. Ahem, that kid Yan Ning must have been lazy and didn't take out the trash. It's all stinky. Well, it's okay. We talk about it outside if we have any more questions. Professor Chen pushed the group out, and Yan Ning, who had taken the blame, followed silently. As soon as they met Lu Shiyu, Professor Chen told him about a recipe Lu Shiyu had given him that hadn't turned out as he expected. Lu Shiyu paused for a moment, then said, Cooking isn't like experimenting, where you have to stick to fixed proportions. Often, cooking requires adaptability. For example, if the meat has a strong fishy smell, you need to spend more time removing it. If the meat is fatty, you need to fry it longer. Different ingredients also affect the cooking method and the taste. Professor Chen nodded, seemingly understanding, and then Lu Shiyu added, The most important thing for beginners is to use a low heat, a low heat, a low heat. Lu Shiyu looked at Professor Chen, otherwise, it'd be a mess. Professor Chen, Thank you, but it's too late. Tang Ziyu briefly recounted what happened after they arrived at the Dawn base. Professor Chen was quiet for once, and after listening to Tang Ziyu's story, he looked a little melancholy. It seems Wuxi has been really working hard for the Dawn base these past few years. She's really worked hard. Lu Shi was curious. Professor Chen, what's your relationship with Wuxi? Why do you know her? And they looked very familiar. Professor Chen blurted out, Of course, because she's my student. Hey, mid-sentence, Professor Chen suddenly stopped and changed the subject. Oh, by the way, did Wuxi give you any trouble? She's got a quick temper. Lu Shiyu suddenly felt a strong gaze, and looking back, it was Yan Ning. Yan Ning's face was stern, and he asked word by word, Didn't you say I was your only student? Professor Chen coughed lightly and said, What I said was that you were my only student at Dawn Base. I didn't say I didn't have any other students. Yan Ning, I chose to follow you because you said you only had me as your disciple. Professor Chen added guiltily. But don't worry, you won't lose a penny of your resources. Your senior sister only learned my knowledge, but all my connections and resources are yours. Yin Ning ruthlessly exposed his criticism, that simply because Dawn Base's resources would be too obvious to the people at Dawn Base, and they'd be discovered. Lu Shiyu listened to Yin Ning constantly undermining Professor Chen, not even a trace of the deep mentor-disciple relationship they once had, and stepped back in shame. How terrifying. Finally, it was Tang Ziyu who offered to take Professor Chen to the meteorite crater, ultimately rescuing him. As they passed through the tunnel, Qin Yunliang asked Professor Chen if he knew why a man-made tunnel existed there, but he was met with a negative response. However, this tunnel is clearly not used for mining or material transportation, and certainly not for daily indigenous use. There might be something else in there besides a meteorite. If conditions permit, we can explore it in the future. The group returned to the crater. Zhang Heji and the helicopter pilot had already secured the meteorite, ready to take off and retrieve it. This scene terrified everyone. Xiao Xingyan quickly stepped forward and asked, "Why did you tie up the meteorite?" Zhang Heji, puzzled, retorted, "How can we bring it back if we don't tie it up?" Not only did Zhang Heji not notice anything amiss, he proudly pointed to several rock pinnacles on the meteorite and said, "Luckily I was prepared and brought enough tools, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to handle it." Seeing the rock spikes hammered into the meteorite, the panic quickly shifted from Xiao Xingyang to Tang Ziyu and Lu Shiyu. "Why did you nail it?" Lu Shiyu said, flustered and nervous. "This meteorite, it just can't be damaged. Something bad will happen." Zhang Heji was even more confused. "What could it be? It's just a nail. Besides, didn't you knock a piece off the meteorite yourself? Are you afraid it might break?" Tang Ziyu stepped forward and asked, "What's the point of knocking a piece off the meteorite?" Zhang Heji pointed to a spot on the meteorite, confused, and said, "There's a piece missing here. It's obviously man-made. It wasn't you who did it." "How could they dare touch the meteorite directly?" Yin Hong asked. "Didn't you feel any discomfort when you touched the meteorite? Like something felt strange, like something was missing. Zhang Heji thought for a moment and said, "No, it's just an ordinary meteorite." "What are you all so nervous about?" Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion and confusion. "Is this the magical meteorite that can turn deformed animals back to normal?" Professor Chen tapped the meteorite with his finger and said, "It does look unusual. Perhaps it really can produce unexpected results." Yin Ning's eyes nearly popped out when he saw Professor Chen had gone down into the meteorite crater alone without them noticing. He forgot all about the previous disagreement and immediately went down to pull Professor Chen out. But as soon as he stepped into the crater, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if being pricked by countless needles. His supernatural power couldn't be transferred at all. The pain made him stumble back several steps, almost falling. Hey, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Heji, who was closer, hurried to support him. Seeing Yin Ning's unusual behavior, he felt a bit strange and asked the others, "What's wrong with him?" Tang Ziyu told Zhang Heji about the reaction that people with special abilities experience when they come into contact with meteorites. Zhang Heji was incredulous. "But why don't the pilot and I feel anything? Maybe it doesn't work on ordinary people, only people with special abilities." Zhang Heji seemed to understand and nodded. "No wonder they asked me to come here. Su Manon is a person with special abilities. If she had come, she'd be screwed. They knew I wouldn't feel anything, so they sent me here." Tang Ziyu wanted to say it was simply because Zhang Heji was easier to talk to than Su Manwen, but seeing Zhang Heji's smugness, he swallowed his words. "I never thought an ordinary person could gain the upper hand one day," Zhang Heji said smugly. After confirming that the rock spikes wouldn't cause the meteorite to crack, the group felt relieved. They boarded the helicopter again and took off, towing the massive meteorite. Below, Yin Ning and Professor Chen watched silently as the helicopter departed with the meteorite. Professor Chen sighed, "I hope this can be over soon. Let's go back." Yin Ning had just taken a step when Professor Chen said, "And let's test the usefulness of the newly captured aberrations today." For a moment, Yin Ning wanted to throw the pot. The helicopter soared, slowly moving forward with the meteorite dangling below. Zhang Heji glanced at the oil gauge, confirming there was enough oil to last them until they returned to base. Lu Shiyu poked his head out and looked at the dangling meteorite. People often worry about unlikely but potentially unforeseen events. Lu Shiyu, for example, was deeply concerned that the ropes holding the meteorite would suddenly snap, sending it plummeting and shattering. She wasn't sure if the meteorite would suddenly restore the world to normal, as in the video, but if it shattered and became completely useless, that would be disastrous. The good news was that the ropes were exceptionally strong, showing no signs of breaking, and the rock bolts were also secure and unlikely to break. Lu Shiyu gazed down boredly at the endless forest below when she suddenly spotted a conspicuous speck of white at the foot of a mountain. The speck of white had been obscured by the mountain when they arrived, but it was visible again on their return journey, which was why Lu Shiyu had just noticed it. Lu Shiyu squinted and peered closely. It appeared to be a white building. Lu Shiyu retreated into the helicopter and asked if they had a telescope. Zhang Heji fumbled for a long time before pulling out a dusty one and handing it to Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu didn't mind, patting it and holding it before his eyes, using it to observe the unidentified white building. It looked like a small villa, covering a considerable area. The surrounding area seemed to have been cleared, with a large area devoid of trees. However, the long period of abandonment had overgrown it with weeds, and the building itself had become dilapidated and overgrown with vegetation due to disrepair. What is that? Tang Ziyu took the telescope and laid down with Lu Shiyu to peer down. For some reason, Lu Shiyu felt that the building felt strangely familiar, yet she couldn't place it. Remembering that she had never been to the villa before, she probably just had a misplaced memory, so she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a place where wealthy people could retreat to. The helicopter, carrying the meteorite, successfully returned to Dawn Base. As soon as they landed, a group of people gathered around them. Of course, they weren't looking for Zhang Heji and his team, they were after the meteorite. Just before a group of researchers were about to pounce, like wolves and tigers, Zhang Heji slid down and successfully tackled several of them, forming a human wall to block the group, who were only focused on the meteorite. Hey Zhang Heji, what are you doing? Let us pass. Yes, the base commander has approved it. Don't waste our time. I can't wait any longer. This is a meteorite. And one with magical powers. Zhang Heji calmly stood up, dusted himself off, and asked who had special abilities. Although the researchers didn't understand why Zhang Heji asked this question, they answered truthfully. Several of those with special abilities stepped forward obediently. Zhang Heji nodded and said, "Okay, these people are not allowed to approach the meteorite." This statement instantly ignited the anger of the others, and they began to shout. Why can't we get close? We need to do research too. That's right. I've dedicated so many years to the base. Why shouldn't I participate in such a major project? Why can't I get close if I have superpowers? This is discrimination. Blatant discrimination. I want to see the base commander. I'm calling the police on you. Zhang Heji was about to explain when he was besieged by the maddened staff, not even given a chance to speak. On the other side, Tang Ziyu and the others, along with Su Manwen, who was leaning against the doorpost, stood by and watched, showing no intention of stepping forward to help. There was nothing they could do. These staff had lost their minds. Anyone who stood in their way would be dead. Meanwhile, Su Manwen, laughing so hard that her stomach ached, she leaned against the doorpost and slowly slid down, nearly dying from laughter. When Wu Shi heard the commotion and came out, she discovered that two of her trusted subordinates had nearly perished at her doorstep. Chapter 121. A group of people pressed themselves against the glass to peer inside. Inside the laboratory, a massive meteorite had been brought in, ready for study. Everything is almost done. Wu Shi emerged from the lab, wearing a white lab coat and removing his mask. Those who were causing trouble and possessing special abilities have been cleared out. I've only selected a few to remain. This lab can, to a certain extent, block the impact of the meteorite. Do you feel uncomfortable standing outside and watching? Lu Shiyu shook his head and said, No, I don't feel any discomfort, but I just realized you don't have special abilities. Wu Shi smiled and said, Of course not. If I had special abilities, I'd probably be working in another field long ago. Xiao Xingyang and Yin Hong pressed their faces against the glass to peer inside. The meteorite was placed on a table, being scanned continuously by an instrument. With the lesson learned from the videotape, Wu Shi had decided not to open the meteorite until the final results were in. Therefore, to understand its interior, he could only observe it through machine scanning. Looking at the newly refurbished machine, Wu Shi sighed, Thank goodness I had the technicians rush to fix this old thing, otherwise it wouldn't be usable when it was needed. Was it broken before? No, it was dismantled because it hadn't been used. It was a waste product. Dawn Base doesn't even keep idle machines. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Wu Shi clapped his hands and said, All right, let's go out. We leave the rest of the research to them. We have other things to do. Several people followed Wu Shi up the stairs to leave. Lu Shiyu asked curiously, Anything else? Well, we've completely broken off relations with Dawn Base. The people there won't let us down, so we have to hold on until we have a result. If we can't withstand the pressure from Dawn Base, we'd be doomed. Wuxi said it lightly, but the others felt an invisible pressure. Rather than a straightforward fight, they would face indefinite political entanglement and subtle manipulations behind the scenes. The people at Dawn Base are no gentlemen. They might even do something like secretly planting explosives in Dawn Base. It's easier to avoid an open attack than a hidden one. Their biggest concern was whether Dawn Base would resort to shady tactics. Don't worry. While Dawn Base doesn't have as many psychics as Twilight Base, there are still quite a few. I have them form teams to patrol the base for a while to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. Outings will also be suspended for a while. Wuxi patted Lu Shi's shoulder and said, "Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You've already done your best to help. I hope everything goes smoothly." Inside the prison, Baya tried to summon his psychic powers, but the scimitar only appeared for a few seconds before disappearing again. While he could manage to use a little, it was only a little. Baya clicked his tongue impatiently. Why hasn't the drug worn off yet? Several people's hands and feet were tied with ropes, making it difficult to move. Neil slowly adjusted his position against the wall, leaning more comfortably. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Neil remembered that Lena was still missing, and a sudden sense of melancholy came over him. When I met Chen Yunyu, I thought I had met a big money sponsor. The task was simple, and the reward was high. As a result, a simple escort mission turned out like this. Not only did I not get the balance, but the whole team was lost. Now Lena's fate hangs in the balance, and the others, imprisoned in a foreign land and deprived of their freedom, are devastating. Neil was just feeling a moment of sadness when he heard something snap. Looking up, he saw Duanren had secretly cut the rope, likely using the stone in his hand. Neil asked, "Captain, where did you get the stone?" Duanren glanced at the meteorite fragments in his hand and said, "I picked it up." "Picked it up? Where could you find a stone here?" Neil looked around but couldn't find any. Seeing that Duanren had broken free, Bayard pleaded, "Captain, please help me cut the rope. It's too tight." Duanren gave Bayard a deep look before helping him, and Neil untie the ropes. After breaking free from their restraints, the three men were about to try to escape the prison, but Bayard, looking at the stone in Duanren's hand, suddenly asked, "Captain, can you show me this stone?" Duanren flatly refused. "No, let's find a way out first." "Oh, forget it then." After Duanren's refusal, Bayard feigned indifference, then turned his head, and suddenly a fierce expression flashed across his face. "Captain, don't you have control over metal? This cell door is made of metal, too. Hurry, and use your superpowers to open it." Duanren still refused, explaining that his superpowers hadn't yet recovered. Bayard gritted his teeth and asked Neil, who was standing beside him, "What about you?" Neil tried, but his superpowers, like a faulty circuit, would come on and off, completely unusable. "That's bad," Bayard said regretfully. "It seems we have to stay here forever. Fortunately, the guards aren't here." The guards, who were supposed to be constantly patrolling the prison, had abruptly left a while ago, leaving only one gatekeeper. While they didn't know where they'd gone, it was good news for them. At least they didn't have to worry about the guards coming and asking them where their ropes were. Duanren ignored him. He reached through the gate, picked up the lock hanging on it, and examined it for a moment. Then, crouching down, he pulled a thin wire from his shoelaces. After straightening and bending it, he inserted it into the keyhole, leaning against the door, intently working on the lock. Bayard raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Duanren to possess such a skill. Even more incredible, Duanren actually managed to open it. With a click, the lock on the door opened. Duanren easily removed it and pushed the door open. Neil was stunned by this maneuver. By the time he realized what was happening, the other two had already left. Afraid of being left alone, Neil hurried to follow. The three of them had knocked out the guard and swaggered out. Duanren had originally planned to find a secluded place to stay, out of the spotlight, but shortly after stepping outside, he ran head-on into a black-cloaked figure at the alley entrance. "Excuse me." The black-cloaked figure muttered an apology and tried to leave. Bayard rolled his eyes and reached out to stop him. "Hey, you're just leaving after bumping into someone." The black-cloaked figure glanced at him and said, "I apologized." Bayard persisted, saying, "If an apology were any use, what would we need the police for?" The black-cloaked figure slowed down noticeably, asking, "You want the police?" "That's unnecessary." Duanren frowned slightly and warned, "Don't cause trouble." Bayard said nonchalantly, "Look at the way he's dressed. He's obviously not a decent person. What kind of good person would go out dressed like that? He must be feeling guilty, and in a hurry to leave after doing something bad." The man in the black cloak immediately understood what Bayard meant. Are you trying to blackmail me? Blackmail? That's fine if you want to interpret it that way. Duanren decided Bayard had gone too far and said, that's enough. If anything else happens, we can't leave. Bayard, however, retorted, do you have money? Without it, we can't get anywhere. We don't even know where to stay tonight. If we let him go, we still have to ask others for money. What's the difference? The man in the black cloak didn't want to argue with Bayard. He pulled out his wallet and asked, how much do you want? Bayard held out his wallet. The man in the black cloak gestured with his hands, his displeasure evident. Too much. You're robbing me. Bayard sneered, snatched the man's wallet, and said with a righteous air, even if I did rob you, what would happen? Do you dare call the police? As Bayard lowered his head to count the money, he was stunned. Bayard pulled out all the money in the wallet in a flurry. The money was in various denominations, including currency from both Dawn Base and Dawn Base. You? Before Bayard could finish his words, a gun was pressed to his chin. Really? I promised you the money, and you're still pushing for more. The black cloak raised his eyes, poked Bayard's chin with his pistol, and said, you're so greedy. Be careful, your overambition will get you killed. Duanren looked at the money in Bayard's hand and asked, are you from Dawn Base? So what? Call the police on me? The black cloak sneered. You're not the kind of people who would stand up to the public, are you? The three were stunned by the black cloak's blunt admission. They were certain that the Eagle Squad consisted of only those few members, and that the exploration team sent to hunt them had already returned, leaving no one behind. Who is this person in front of me? How did you get from Dawn Base to Twilight Base? The man in the black cloak said impatiently, none of your business. Who are you? Duanren apologized and introduced himself. The three of them and I are mercenaries. I'm their captain. It's our fault that my teammate offended you just now. Mercenaries? I didn't expect there were mercenaries at Twilight Base. The black-cloaked figure pondered for a moment and asked, how are your abilities? Do you have any special abilities? Your professional skills are top-notch, and everyone in the team has special abilities. Not bad. The black-cloaked figure nodded with satisfaction, then said, I'm planning to hire you. What do you think? Hire us? Duanren paused for a moment, then asked, what do you want us to do for you? The black-cloaked figure snapped his fingers and said, help me find someone. Since you're mercenaries at Dawn Base, you're probably familiar with this place. Finding a few new faces shouldn't be a problem for you. You'll be paid for your work. The three of them exchanged glances, and only after Duanren nodded his approval did the black-cloaked figure lower the pistol that was resting on Duanren's chin. Do you have any photos? Yes. The man in the black cloak rummaged through his bag, pulled out a few photos, and said, those are them. Duanren took the photos, only glancing at them for a moment before his face darkened again. The man in the black cloak continued to talk non-stop. There are 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women. Only one of them is ordinary, and the others have special abilities. I don't know where they are right now, so you have to search the base on your own. I can't give you any clues. If there's anything particularly distinguishable. Except for the woman without special abilities, everyone else carries a knife. A black knife. The man in the black cloak was completely oblivious to Duanren's monologue. Neil, noticing the captain's expression, quietly approached. One look at the photos revealed everything. The people in the photos were none other than Tang Ziyu and the others. Even Neil wondered if the captain had some unresolved connection with them. Otherwise, why would they keep running into each other for various reasons? Chapter 122. What are you doing here? Xiao Xingyang leaned against the doorway, looking at Zhang Heji. Well, the base commander has stopped all the field work, so I have nothing to do, Zhang Heji said, holding up 2 large bags and displaying them. I'm just sitting around, so why not have dinner? I treat. Xiao Xingyang glanced at Zhang Heji's belongings and said, no, the base commander gave us money, so we buy whatever we want. With that, Xiao Xingyang was about to close the door, but Zhang Heji quickly stopped him. The main purpose of a dinner is to bond. We never know when we might need to collaborate on other things. Eating together can help us bond. Xiao Xingyang was about to refuse when he heard the door next door open. Why is it so noisy? Are there guests? Lu Shi poked his head out from behind the door, and was surprised to see it was Zhang Heji. Why are you here? Does the base commander need to see us? Zhang Heji immediately changed his focus upon seeing Lu Shi, walking to her door and shoving something at her. I'm here to have dinner with you. I also happen to have something I wanted to discuss. We can chat while we eat. Oh, and Su Manlin will be coming too. She be coming? Lu Shi was puzzled. Shouldn't she be very busy lately? To prevent outsiders from sneaking in, all activities have been cancelled. Naturally, Su Manlin has been free and assigned elsewhere. Is that so? Lu Shiyu glanced down at the contents of the bag. It was still the same as last time. It was obvious that Zhang Heji really enjoyed giving these things away. Here's the address, remember to come. As if afraid Lu Shiyu would reject him, Zhang Heji shoved the address into Lu Shiyu's hands and scurried off, not even giving him a chance to speak. Hey, why are you leaving? I haven't even asked if we need to bring our own food for the dinner yet. Who's coming? Standing at the door for so long? Yin Hong also emerged from the room. Seeing the two large bags in Lu Shiyu's hands, she unceremoniously began rummaging through them. Why are there these things again? Are they from Zhang Heji again? Yes. Yin Hong took a bite of a peach cake and said, why does he always give things like this? How did he get to this position with all these gifts? He's the base commander's man. I guess he only gets gifts from others. Xiao Xingyang also came over, took a carton of milk, and began drinking. Lu Shiyu handed the 2 bags of snacks to the 2 of them, and read the note Zhang Heji had slipped him. Oasis Park North District. A park? Lu Shiyu looked at the address on the slip, his face bewildered. Why is the dinner party in a park? A picnic? Who knows? Yan Hong said, taking a bite of a peach cake. You find out when you get there. Xiao Xingyang, who had his head down on his biscuits, looked up and asked, are you really going? Lu Shi waved the slip in his hand and said, what else? They've already invited us. And we've already missed the opportunity to refuse. After Tang Ziyu and Shen Yunliang returned from outside, Lu Shi relayed Zhang Heji's invitation to the dinner to them. Tang Ziyu and Shen Yunliang seemed unconcerned, and Xiao Xingyang's protest was naturally overturned. The next day, the group arrived at the address. Since they were working people, the park wasn't crowded. When they found the north section of the park, they saw an RV parked on the lawn. An awning and camping equipment had been set up next to the RV. So well prepared? As the group entered, Zhang Heji, who was carrying an ice bucket, noticed them and came forward to greet them enthusiastically. Why are you here so early? I just finished getting everything ready and haven't even started cooking yet. We were afraid we'd be late if we left home too late, so we came early. Lu Shiyu looked behind Zhang Heji and asked, are we having dinner here today? Zhang Heji looked at his masterpiece and said confidently yes. So today's theme is a picnic. Xiao Xingyang curled his lips and whispered, tisk, a picnic in the park. Zhang Heji led the group under the awning and served them freshly chilled sodas from the ice bucket. Zhang Manwen went to get some new ice. We didn't bring enough ice with us. The vegetables are probably going to wilt. Lu Shiyu asked, are we having a barbecue? Zhang Heji pointed to a long table nearby, which was filled with various kitchen utensils, pots, pans, and even a grill. Anything you want is fine, as long as it's available here. I happen to know how to cook a few dishes. Where's she? When Zhang Heji turned back, Lu Shiyu was gone. Yin Hong pointed toward the table, over there. Zhang Heji turned to see Lu Shiyu, his eyes alight, gazing at the kitchenware. Wow! This is an oven. This is a food processor. There's even a baking tray. Lu Shiyu fondled the utensils, adoring them as if they found a treasure. What's she doing? Just a cook's self-improvement. Qin Yunliang explained. The kitchenware at Shuguang Base is very expensive. She probably couldn't bear to buy so many items she rarely uses, so... I understand, Zhang Heji said. I have things I'm reluctant to buy too, but I only rent them, not buy them. Yin Hong nodded in agreement. I can guess. You don't look that wealthy. Zhang Heji, eh? A moment later, Lu Shiyu came over and asked, can I take charge of cooking today? Zhang Heji hesitated, but you're the guest today. I was planning on cooking. It's okay. I just love cooking. Zhang Heji explained, it's not just that. It's mainly because today's ingredients are special. The base commander recently suddenly asked us to research the practicality of mutant organisms. While our base isn't so unaffordable that we have to resort to those things, since the base commander has said so, we have to do it. Su Manlin and I have found a batch of mutant creatures that are both non-toxic and easy to eat, and we're planning to try cooking them. That's one of the reasons we invited you here. Oh, Xiao Xingyang said with a long drawl, so you wanted us to be free tasters. Haha, it's because you have experience, Zhang Heji explained, knowing he was embarrassed. Didn't you say you were eating mutant creatures when you came here? I thought you might have more experience, so I asked for your advice. Yin Hong, I really wouldn't want that kind of experience. No problem. Lu Shiyu immediately took it upon himself, saying, we have a lot of experience with mutant creatures, both cooking and eating them. Qin Yunliang looked at Tang Ziyu. Why you have this experience? It's hard to guess. Tang Ziyu, The careless boomerang from 2 months ago just happened to fly back and hit Tang Ziyu. Okay then. Seeing Lu Shiyu's proactive approach, Zhang Heji stopped trying to stop him. He took a foam box from the car and said, "Here are today's ingredients. You can use whatever you want. They've all been carefully selected and are very safe." Lu Shiyu opened the foam box. Inside, besides the ice cubes, which had already melted, there were only deformed creatures of various sizes. Lu Shiyu picked up a green deformed creature. It was another new species she had never seen. It was shaped like a water droplet, but at the tip were 2 leaf-like structures. The rounded end was the head, with a pair of eyes on either side, and 3 pairs of legs in total. Lu Shiyu noticed that it didn't seem dead, merely unconscious from the freezing effect of the ice. The moment she saw the ingredients were insects, Xiao Xingyang jumped up. Ah! Xiao Xingyang pulled Yin Hong and Qin Yunliang in front of him, crying out in despair, "I don't want to eat bugs." Zhang Heji was startled by Xiao Xingyang's sudden reaction. Hearing it was about bugs, he quickly opened another small foam box. "There's more here." "It's not bugs." Several people peered inside. Inside the foam box were chunks of bright red meat that looked like they'd been slaughtered that day. Lu Shiyu picked up a piece. It had beautiful snowflake patterns on it. "What kind of meat is this?" Zhang Heji thought for a moment before saying, "Probably some kind of deformed creature that looks like a cow, but it also looks a bit like a deer. It's hard to say exactly what it is." Xiao Xingyang felt more reassured and said, "As long as it's not bugs, it's fine." Yin Hong complained, "Why are we still eating mutants when we're all human?" Zhang Heji, "The base commander thinks there might be a bright future for mutants as food. Let's give it a try. If we can properly use and cultivate them, the base's food problem will be greatly alleviated." Yin Hong facepalmed, "I know, but the thought of having to eat this kind of thing for the rest of my life still makes me feel despair." After Zhang Heji explained the locations of the various kitchen utensils and seasonings, Lu Shiyu couldn't wait to start cooking. "Yin Hong and Tang Ziyu, you're responsible for cleaning these green mutants," Lu Shiyu instructed. "Xiao Xingyang will clean the meat, and Qin Yunliang will buy the seasonings for me." Lu Shiyu quickly wrote a shopping list and handed it to Qin Yunliang. The others quickly got to work and began their respective tasks. Yin Hong fetched a large basin of water, and Tang Ziyu used a water pistol to revive the mutants, which had curled up in a ball due to the freezing cold. Then the 2 of them picked up brushes and began to scrub them carefully, ensuring there was no residual sand or mucus. Xiao Xingyang took the frozen meat out of the foam box, put it in water, and mixed it with salt. While waiting for the ingredients to be processed, Lu Shiyu began preparing the side dishes and seasonings needed later. The others were busy when a woman's voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Zhang Heji, what's wrong with you? You're treating a guest and asking them to cook." Su Manlin, who had gone out to buy ice, happened to run into Qin Yunliang. The 2 of them returned together, and upon returning, Su Manlin saw Tang Ziyu and the others working. Zhang Heji quickly explained that they had volunteered to help, thus avoiding the harm of their colleagues. Qin Yunliang placed the shopping bag on the table. "I bought everything. Check to see if you've missed anything or bought the wrong thing." Lu Shiyu took a quick look to confirm everything was in place. Meanwhile, the others had completed their tasks and could begin preparing to cook. Lu Shiyu rolled up his sleeves, donned an apron, and with a click, lit the long-missed gas stove. Seeing the familiar blue flame, Lu Shiyu finally felt a sense of returning to human society. Modern tools are truly amazing. Chapter 123. Lu Shiyu poured a large amount of oil into a large pot. Once the oil was hot, he added the processed distorted organisms. Use a spatula to gently stir the distorted organisms in the pot to prevent them from burning. Wait until the shells of the distorted organisms turn a darker green before removing them. Chop the scallions into sections diagonally, slice the ginger, and flatten the garlic with the blade of a kitchen knife before mincing. Pour the oil used to fry the distorted organisms back into the pot and heat it. Once the oil is hot, add the chopped seasonings and stir-fry until fragrant. Then add a handful of peppercorns. Lu Shiyu took the ingredients Qin Yunliang had just bought from the bag and added broad bean paste, beef hot pot base, light soy sauce, sugar, and chicken essence to the pot. Concerned that the flavor wasn't enough, Lu Shiyu added 2 tablespoons of chili peppers and stir-fried them. When the base ingredients were almost done, Lu Shiyu poured all the fried distorted organisms into the pot. There were so many that the iron pot almost couldn't hold them all. Lu Shiyu laboriously used a spatula to stir the numerous deformed creatures within the iron pot. Unfortunately, The spatula seemed helpless against the vastness of the cauldron, making stirring incredibly difficult. Lu Shi began to consider whether to scoop out some and stir-fry them in 2 separate pots. Tang Ziyu took the spatula from behind, interrupting Lu Shi's thoughts. "Leave it to me now. You go make the other dishes." "Okay." Without a second thought, Lu Shiyu handed Tang Ziyu an apron and went to the other side to start a new stove. Lu Shiyu fished the completely thawed meat out of the water and examined it. He found that much of it still had bones, with only a small portion consisting of large, generously sized steaks, perfect for slow cooking to infuse the flavor. Lu Shiyu took out the steak separately, put the remaining meat pieces with bones into the pot with cold water, added cooking wine, ginger, and green onion and brought to a boil. After the water boiled, skimmed off the foam, and cooked for another 3 minutes before taking them out. Put the blanched meat pieces into the pressure cooker, and then put in the chopped ginger, star anise and dried chili peppers, and finally the salt, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, pepper, and fermented tofu for seasoning. Open a can of beer and pour it into the pressure cooker. Put the remaining bottles of beer into ice cubes to chill. Mix the meat and seasonings thoroughly, then close the lid of the pressure cooker and place it on the stovetop. Simmer gently. Once the pressure cooker is steaming, reduce the heat to medium and continue simmering for 15 minutes. While waiting for the pressure cooker to steam, Lu Shiyu began preparing the steaks he had taken out earlier. Lu Shiyu first placed a napkin over the steaks, gently pressing to absorb any excess moisture and blood. Then, he sprinkled salt, black pepper, and cooking oil on both sides and marinated them for 10 minutes. Next, he took out a flat iron pan and placed it on the stovetop. When water droplets immediately evaporated, the temperature was right and the marinated steaks were ready. Because the steaks are rich in fat, there's no need for additional oil. Simply dry fry them. Once one side is golden brown, flip them over and continue frying the other side. Once both sides are browned, add the butter, rosemary, and crushed garlic. Reduce the stovetop to low and fry slowly. Use a spatula to scoop up the melted butter and pour it over the steaks. After cooking, the cutlets were wrapped in tin foil and left to rest for a while. Elsewhere, Tang Ziyu, after stir-frying the distorted creatures for a while, followed Lu Shiyu's instructions and poured in a few cans of beer, just enough to cover them. He then added 2 tablespoons of spices, stirred evenly, and covered the pot to simmer. As the simmering air wafted with the volatile alcohol, its aroma was so fragrant it made one's mouth water. Su Manwen swallowed her saliva and exclaimed in amazement, "Are distorted creatures cooking this fragrant?" Zhang Heji, also eating it for the first time, said uncertainly, "Maybe it's just that the weirder it looks, the better it tastes." When all the dishes were cooked, Yin Hong and the other 2 had already set their dishes and waited for Lu Shiyu to serve them. Seeing Su Manwen and Zhang Heji, who had been doing nothing, felt a little guilty. Su Manwen looked at Zhang Heji and said, "We were supposed to treat someone to dinner, but they ended up cooking." Zhang Heji sighed and said, "Forget it. It wouldn't be as delicious if we cooked." Su Manwen thought about it, and felt that Zhang Heji had a point. Although they both knew how to cook, the food was only average. Luckily, Zhang Heji was well prepared. By the time Lu Shiyu and Tang Ziyu had finished plating, the food had filled 4 ceramic soup bowls. Though they were called bowls, they were actually basins, and the dishes filled the entire table. The steaks were just enough for each person, served on a simple white ceramic platter and garnished with a sprig of rosemary. They looked like expensive steaks from a Western restaurant. Zhang Heji fished the beer can out of the ice and asked, "Are there any minors here?" Yin Hong noticed the gazes he was giving her and retorted, "Why are you looking at me? I'm already an adult." "As long as everyone can drink," Zhang Heji said, passing a can of beer to everyone, "it's just right for everyone to have a drink." Yin Hong took the beer, set it aside, and hurried to eat the steak on her plate. Yin Hong carefully peeled off the outer foil, but still got burned. Undeterred, she tried using a knife and fork, but the steak spun around on the plate. Finally, Lu Shiyu couldn't bear it anymore and helped her peel off the foil. He also poured the remaining broth from the foil onto the steak, not forgetting to sprinkle some pepper on it. The aroma filled her nostrils, and Yin Hong finally couldn't resist. She picked up her knife, cut off a piece, and stuffed it into her mouth. When the perfectly crispy shell on the surface of the steak is bitten, what the tip of the tongue feels is not a burnt bitter taste, but a complex and slightly smoky salty flavor, and a nutty roasted aroma lingers on the tip of the tongue. Biting into the crispy shell, the sizzling juices burst forth instantly. The succulent, rich meat is the essence of the steak, its intense umami and undertones of meaty flavor satisfying the purist, rawest delight. As the juicy meat fills your mouth, you can savor the steak's firm, wild texture, with a distinctly meaty flavor. The fat along the edges is seared to a rich, fragrant aroma, adding an extra layer of flavor and richness. The marbling of fat throughout the steak melts during the searing process, seeping into the muscle fibers and significantly enhancing its texture and complexity. It offers a smooth texture while also counteracting the dryness of the lean meat. The final sprinkle of salt and black pepper is the perfect finishing touch. The salt doesn't mask the steak's inherent flavor, but rather enhances its sweetness. The salt melts onto the surface, creating a salty, savory explosion upon entry. The black pepper imparted a gentle yet slightly aggressive spiciness, lending the steak a tangy flavor and adding layers of depth. The rosemary and butter harmonized the various flavors, ultimately creating a harmonious and complex feast for the senses. Yinhong's mouth steamed from the overly hot steak, but she was reluctant to spit it out. Lu Shiyu took a can of soda from Chen Yuliang's purchases and handed it to Yinhong, who then gulped it down. Chen Yuliang looked at the dark green distorted creature, observing it carefully for a moment. He then pinched off its head and, starting from the abdomen, tore it off, along with its legs, like a cardboard box. He then could perfectly extract the tender pink flesh beneath the distorted shell. The contrast with the Shaoxingyang, which he had peeled with his hands full, was like the difference between a primitive and a modern human. The tender meat, laced with a hint of the base broth, was instantly savory and spicy. A diffuse, tingling sensation spread throughout the mouth, a pleasurable sensation similar to a slight electric current. Simultaneously, the spiciness seared the tip of the tongue, quickly igniting the taste buds and bringing a stimulating pleasure. Beyond the spicy seasoning, a fresh, sweet flavor emerged. The flesh of the aberrant creature was firm and chewy, with a subtle sweetness. Su Manwen added a piece of stewed meat. No matter how you looked at it, you couldn't tell it was from a aberrant creature. It was truly amazing. The rich meaty aroma and intense umami flavors immediately hit the palate. The warm spices and wine aroma intertwined, creating a complex, layered experience. The rich broth coated the meat, giving it a slightly sticky, gelatinous texture. The tender, braised meat slid apart easily in the mouth, the bones slipping away from the meat with a silky, velvety texture. The perfect saltiness lifted all the flavors, while a subtle spiciness deftly balanced the richness, leaving the overall flavors bright and clear, without feeling overly salty or greasy afterward. The blend of all the flavors created an incredibly satisfying experience, with a lingering aftertaste. Su Manwen, having eaten a mutated creature for the first time, had been prepared for something strange, but the result was beyond her expectations. Not only did it not taste strange, it was incredibly delicious, practically like something you order at a restaurant. Even Zhang Heji, on the other side, was equally delighted, unable to stop eating. After devouring several mutated creatures in a row, Lu Shiyu took a long swig of beer, letting out a satisfied ha-ha. Having not drunk alcohol in a long time, she had finally broken her habit today. Su Manwen spat the bone into the dish and asked Lu Shiyu, "How did you make it so delicious? You can't tell it's a mutated creature." Zhang Heji also said, "Even a professional gourmet wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with it. It's like some kind of magic trick. You can make a mutated creature smell so good. It makes me want to learn cooking." Su Manwen, go away, stop trying to bring down other professions. Lu Shiyu was already a little drunk, and with the two people praising him, his mind felt a little dizzy, as if he were floating on clouds. Hee, how could it be so amazing? Lu Shiyu blushed and said cheerfully, "Actually, cooking isn't difficult. Just learn and practice more." Hiccups. Tang Ziyu, who was picking up some food, sensed something was wrong and looked over his shoulder. He saw that Lu Shiyu was already a little confused. Tang Ziyu placed his cold hand on Lu Shiyu's face and asked, "Drunk?" Lu Shiyu shivered from the cold and quickly retorted, "No." Shaoxingyang, who was eating across the table, was startled. He looked up and said, "No way, she only drank one can." Chen Yuliang, peeling meat, asked, "Can beer get you drunk?" Tang Ziyu reached out and took Lu Shiyu's can, shaking it. He didn't even finish the whole can, only half. Looking at Lu Shiyu's flushed face, Tang Ziyu sighed inwardly. Lu Shiyu was so drunk he was practically half drunk. Tang Ziyu sighed, "If you can't drink, then don't drink. Didn't you buy some juice?" Lu Shiyu still insisted, "I can drink." Tang Ziyu, I hadn't expected Lu Shiyu to be so stubborn even after getting drunk. But on second thought, it was still better than just acting crazy when drunk. Taking advantage of Tang Ziyu's distraction, Lu Shiyu snatched the can and took 2 more sips. He staggered, "See, I can." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Shiyu closed his eyes and fell asleep atop Tang Ziyu. Chapter 124. The few of them had a few days of leisure at the base. Of course, they were the only ones who had free time. Zhang Heji and Su Manwen had been completely busy since that day. Their original jobs were gone, but they still had other work to do. According to Su Manwen, as long as they weren't retired, there would always be work to do. Recently, Dawn Base and Liming Base had been exchanging information frequently, with each side testing the other's limits. Now that Dawn Base had leverage over Liming Base, they had to speak carefully, fearing that Liming Base would be forced into a desperate situation. If that happened, the internal strife at Dawn Base would definitely cost them half their lives, which was simply not worth it. The good news was that Dawn Base had shown signs of softening its stance. The words between the lines hinted at it can be announced, but the timing can be discussed later. Whether Dawn Base truly meant this or was just a stalling tactic to delay Liming Base's actions, this was a significant breakthrough. The bad news was that Liming Base had indeed spotted a number of strangers attempting to sneak in, and these people were undoubtedly sent by Dawn Base. Fortunately, Wuxi had anticipated this. The guards patrolling the base immediately spotted these uninvited guests, and detained them in the cell awaiting interrogation. Although it was called an interrogation, there was actually nothing to interrogate. Wuxi didn't even need to guess who had sent them there, or what their purpose was. He simply instructed the guards to go through the formalities, make them suffer a little, and keep their place. However, Wuxi also told Lu Xiyu a terrible story. Duan Ren and his men had somehow managed to sneak away. Because most of the staff had been transferred, by the time they realized they were gone, it was too late. Lu Xiyu, in turn, comforted Wuxi, telling her not to worry, saying that any trouble they were going to cause would be with Tang Ziyu, not her. This made the already depressed Wuxi laugh, and before leaving, he stuffed Lu Xiyu with a few boxes of ammunition. Tang Ziyu wasn't at the hotel, saying he was going to the prison to visit a former colleague. Qin Yunyang had gone to the laboratory to observe the meteorite research. Xiao Xingyang and Yin Hong had sneaked off somewhere else to play. Lu Xiyu was the only one left in the hotel today, and the unusual silence made him a little uncomfortable. Lying on the big bed, Lu Xiyu stared at the ceiling in boredom until the sun reached its zenith, when he suddenly sat up. What a waste of life. Lu Xiyu muttered to himself, it's rare to have some free time, I should do something. But Lu Xiyu couldn't think of anything to do, so he decided to go out and buy some ingredients to make something to pass the time. Desserts? It's been ages since I've made desserts, Lu Xiyu pondered as she walked to the supermarket, carrying her basket. Yanhong will probably like desserts. Does Tang Ziyu like sweets? Tang Ziyu seemed to eat silently, rarely revealing his preferences. This sudden thought made Lu Xiyu wonder if he didn't like her cooking. But he was always the first to pick up his chopsticks during meals, and he always finished everything. If he didn't like it, he wouldn't finish it all. No, maybe Tang Ziyu was just used to not wasting food, and would finish it whether he liked it or not. Lu Xiyu walked, agonizing over this seemingly insignificant yet deeply troubling question. As she passed a display window, she caught sight of her own reflection and consoled herself with the professionalism of a chef who cared about the diner's feelings. Just as Lu Xiyu was lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of a figure behind him through the glass. In the alley not far away, Bayard was stealthily entering. Lu Xiyu instantly dismissed his wild thoughts and turned to check Bayard's location, catching the entire process of him entering the alley. I hadn't expected him to be the first to find the mercenary team. Lu Xiyu raised his wrist, revealing the communication bracelet Wuxi had given him. The bracelet had no other function except communication, like a phone, and location tracking. It was originally intended for personnel on the road, allowing for search and rescue efforts if someone failed to return on time or encountered an accident. Now that all outings had been halted, Wuxi had given one to each member of the Flying Eagle squad, allowing them to communicate remotely within Dawn Base. At the time, I thought Wuxi was overthinking it, but I hadn't expected it to be put to use so soon. Lu Xiyu briefly explained his sighting of Bayard to his wristband, transmitted his real-time location to the others, and then chased after him. Lu Xiyu stopped at the alley entrance and leaned over to peer inside. Bayard wasn't alone in the alley. There was also a man in casual clothes. Occasionally, children and dogs wandered through the alley. At first glance, they seemed perfectly ordinary, but a closer look revealed something peculiar about these two people. The man's eyes were constantly darting around, and Bayard's posture was tense. It was clear that neither of them was relaxed, as if they were doing something shady and afraid of being discovered. Lu Xiyu frowned slightly. She could bet the man wasn't a local. Meeting in alleys was a common practice at Dawn Base. Compared to the streets, the alleys of Dawn Base were a completely different, dark world, so many criminals preferred to conduct secret transactions there. However, at Dawn Base, meetings were mostly held in crowded areas. In contrast, the alleys of Dawn Base were constantly bustling with people, making them unsuitable for private conversations. The two men were clearly new to the site and unfamiliar with the differences between the two bases, so they remained vigilant of the occasional passers-by. Lu Shiyu concluded from this that the man was not a Dawn Base native, but rather a Dawn Base dispatcher. I hadn't expected Bayard to betray Dawn Base and contact someone from Dawn Base. No, Bayard was already a Dawn Base member. There was no such thing as betrayal. Lu Shiyu recalled the stories of mercenaries Xiao Xingyang and others had shared and felt the possibility of a mercenary group engaging in such an act was extremely high. To be on the safe side, Lu Shiyu decided to notify Wu Shi again. If the mercenary group actually did something that harmed Dawn Base, it would be troublesome. Just as Lu Shiyu was about to contact Wu Shi, a call from Tang Ziyu appeared on his wristband. The ringtone echoed throughout the alley, nearly frightening him enough to throw it away. Who? Bayard and the man were instantly alert, their faces fiercely fixed on the alley entrance. Lu Shi frantically tried to silence the ring band, but accidentally turned it off. The light on the ring band flickered off, and Lu Shi felt even more desperate. Don't let down your guard at this moment. The man glanced at the alley entrance and hurried off in the other direction, while Bayard slowly walked towards Lu Shi. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Lu Shi glanced back at his surroundings. The alley was too wide open, with nowhere else to hide except this one. Even if he ran, it would be too late. Bayard, who had emerged, would surely spot him. Lu Shiyu had no confidence in outrunning a professional mercenary. The footsteps grew closer until Bayard emerged from the alley and looked around. People were bustling about on the street, their movements and expressions perfectly natural. Bayard couldn't find any suspects among the crowd who might be eavesdropping, and he tooted in annoyance. Hiding under the box, Lu Shiyu tried to keep his breathing low, listening to the receding footsteps until they faded. He didn't dare step out of the box until they disappeared. That was a close call almost. Lu Shiyu had just emerged from the box, taken a few steps, and turned around to run into the person he least wanted to see. His body froze. Almost what? Bayard toyed with the scarlet scimitar, a smile on his face, but a cold look in his eyes. Lu Shiyu's throat felt like it was being strangled, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. He subconsciously took a step back. Well, I remember you weren't on the Eagle Squad. You weren't part of the exploration squad. Even if we captured you, the captain wouldn't be happy, Bayard said, changing the subject. But letting you go would be a big problem. You've seen things you shouldn't have. Consider yourself unlucky. Don't be so curious in your next life. Lu Shiyu caught a glimpse of the cold light from the scimitar, glanced at the bustling crowd, and screamed, "Someone's robbing me at knife point." Lu Shiyu's cry instantly attracted the attention of the entire street. People who had been unaware of the situation stopped, their instinct for gossip making them pause. Suddenly, Bayard was the center of attention on the street, as if he had been caught in a spotlight. He had been hiding his whereabouts, instantly enraged. Even his fake smile faltered. He cast a terrifying glare at Lu Shiyu, causing him to shudder. "You're dead." With that, Bayard stopped wasting time, scimitar in hand, and was about to strike Lu Shiyu. The onlookers, witnessing this, screamed and averted their eyes, while those with quicker reactions immediately sought the nearest patrol officer for help. Just as Bayard's scimitar was about to strike Lu Shiyu subconsciously released a black hole. Distracted by the sudden appearance of the black hole, Bayard's scimitar slipped from his grasp, being sucked into the hole's suction. Then the black hole closed, and Bayard stared at his empty hand, his expression momentarily stunned, then transformed into a fiercer rage. "Damn, after all this time you've got superpowers too." Bayard pulled a gun from his waistband and pointed it at Lu Shiyu. "Let's see which is faster, your powers or my bullets." Without warning, bullets shot out from Bayard's gun, straight at Lu Shiyu. The onlookers, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, were once again in a state of panic. However, this time, Lu Shiyu had calmed down and skillfully opened several black holes. The dense stream of bullets was swallowed by the black holes one by one, until Bayard's gun was empty. Not a single one hit Lu Shiyu. Bayard simply thought Lu Shiyu was lucky, and reached into his pocket to reload his magazine. This time, his target was no longer Lu Shiyu, but the passers-by around him. "Out of bullets? Then I give them back to you." With that, Lu Shiyu raised his hand, and the black holes expanded. The bullets that had been swallowed unexpectedly emerged from the black holes, retaining the kinetic energy from the guns firing, their power undiminished. The situation reversed in an instant. Now, It wasn't Lu Shiyu who faced the hail of bullets, but Bayard himself, the one firing them. Faced with the dense hail of bullets, Bayard was inevitably struck several times, even though he dodged. Blood gushed from the bullet holes, staining a large area of Bayard's clothes red. Chapter 125. Lu Shiyu, having just finished using his superpowers extensively, gasped for breath. He counted the bullets, only 3 of which had hit Bayard. His accuracy was pitifully low. Most of the bullets were more like a garbled threat, meant to scare people, but only a few actually hit. Bayard struggled to reload. Lu Shiyu, assuming he was still determined to kill her, prepared to fire another black hole, but this time, Bayard aimed at a pregnant woman in the crowd. Lu Shiyu screamed inwardly, "Oh no!" Bayard, realizing he couldn't escape, wanted to take a few innocent people with him before dying. Lu Shiyu showed no mercy. A black hole appeared in front of him. He reached out to catch the pistol that fell from the hole, loaded it in a second, aimed at Bayard, and pulled the trigger before Bayard could do anything ruthless. Bang! A bright red hole appeared on Bayard's forehead, blood trickling down his brow. Bayard fell to the ground like a rag doll, motionless. Lu Shiyu lowered his gun with trembling hands, his hands and feet cold from the excess of adrenaline. The tinnitus from the gunshot still lingered. Lu Shiyu watched as a familiar figure approached from a distance, but he couldn't make it out clearly. Tang Ziyu approached, dragging the battered man. Seeing Lu Shiyu clutching the gun and Bayard lying lifeless on the ground, he instantly understood the situation. He tossed the man aside, like a dead dog, and rushed forward to support the staggering Lu Shiyu. "Lu Shiyu, are you okay? Are you okay?" Lu Shiyu looked up at Tang Ziyu in shock. Just as he was about to look down at the bloody body on the ground, Tang Ziyu spun him around, just out of the way of the bloody scene. "Okay, don't look at that for now. Take a deep breath." Tang Ziyu gently pulled Lu Shiyu into his arms, shielding her from the outside world. He took the pistol from her hand, and whispered soothing words into her ear. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang, who had arrived late, brought guards with them. They separated the scene from the crowd and began to maintain order. Yin Hong looked at the mixture of brain matter, skull fragments, and blood on the ground with a look of disgust. She casually pulled a piece of cloth from a nearby shop to cover it to prevent any discomfort. Xiao Xingyang dragged the man, whose face was completely disfigured, to Yin Hong and said, "Yin Hong, does this guy look familiar to you?" Yin Hong, already irritated, impatiently replied, "His face is swollen like a pig's head, and you still think he looks familiar? You think you have a keen eye." Xiao Xingyang compared the man's face again and insisted, "I still think I've seen him somewhere before. Could you please be gentler on my hair?" The man's words reminded them of who he was. Yin Hong looked down and saw that he looked familiar. "It's you." Xiao Xingyang recognized him and greeted him. "It's been so long. What are you doing now?" The man's face was swollen, his speech was slurred, and now that Xiao Xingyang was holding his head to talk to him, he felt like crying. The man graduated in the same class as Yang Yanhong from Shaoxing, but after graduation he only joined a mediocre field unit. His abilities were also mediocre. He hadn't expected to be assigned by the base to infiltrate Dawn Base. Yanhong's eyelids twitched as she said, "Dawn Base is already so short of manpower. Even someone of his caliber would be assigned to this job." Xiao Xingyang said, "Maybe it's a human wave tactic. He's probably just cannon fodder. Leave it to the guards. We're classmates after all. The captain's already beaten us, so there's no need to beat us up again." Yin Hong sighed, "All right then." Hearing that the two men had originally intended to beat him up again, the man began to whimper cowardly. However, the two men had little patience or sympathy. After handing the man over to the guards and informing them that he required special review, they turned to the frightened Lu Shiyu. While a bullet passing through the brain is fatal, different guns produce different effects. A less powerful bullet will leave a larger hole in the brain, while a more powerful one will cause the entire head to explode. Unfortunately, the pistol Wu Shi had given Lu Shiyu was one of the more powerful ones. A finger-thick hole was the size of a finger when it passed through the man's face, but once it reached his back, the back of his head was completely rotten. A bloody mess, mixed with some white substance, splattered all over the ground. Any passerby witnessing this scene would likely have nightmares for days, let alone Lu Shiyu, who was shooting a living person for the first time. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang had received professional training and had seen many deaths, even far more gruesome ones, so they were used to it. However, for Lu Shiyu, who had just encountered such bloodshed for the first time, they were still timid and worried about whether it had left any psychological scars on her. Thankfully, after Tang Ziyu's soothing words, Lu Shiyu quickly recovered. Although the urge to vomit still lingered in her throat, It was much better than at the beginning. With a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, Lu Shiyu told Tang Ziyu about Bayard's meeting with the man in the alley. I think they might be planning an inside job. Mercenaries are a problem, Lu Shiyu said. But they're gone, and without any leads, I'm not sure we can find them. Don't worry, just leave it to the base commander. She figure it out, Tang Ziyu asked. What were you planning to do today? Lu Shiyu was stunned. I was planning to go out and buy some groceries, and then I saw. Ingredients? What kind of dish do you want to make? Well, I want to make some dessert to pass the time. What dessert? Cake? I haven't decided yet. I'm not sure if you like it. Tang Ziyu chatted with Lu Shiyu about topics unrelated to the current situation, gradually relaxing him from his tense state. Captain, everything's almost settled over there. What should we do next? Tang Ziyu pondered for a moment, then said to the two men, go find the base commander and ask her to assign some personnel to investigate the city. I think the base may have been infiltrated, and we need to investigate if anyone is operating as an insider. After the two men left, Tang Ziyu dragged Lu Shiyu to the supermarket. Tang Ziyu looked around like an ordinary resident shopping after get off work. Lu Shiyu looked around, enveloped by the strong atmosphere of life, surrounded by people sorting through goods. After experiencing such a terrifying incident, Lu Shiyu felt a little dazed. Tang Ziyu picked up a tube of condensed milk and asked Lu Shiyu, do you need this? Lu Shiyu instinctively took the condensed milk and examined it, saying, you can make baked milk and egg tarts. Do you want any? Tang Ziyu, yes. Lu Shiyu put the condensed milk into the shopping cart and looked up to see Tang Ziyu pick up another bag of shredded cheese. What about this? This cheese can be shredded and used in a variety of dishes, like pizza. Then take that, too. What is this? Oil, for making cream cakes. Yeah, not bad. The two of them had only just stopped by the freezer, yet they already filled half a basket with stuff, making Lu Shiyu a little flustered. Can you finish all this? You can give the rest to Zhang Heji and the others. I think they really like your food. Lu Shiyu glanced down at the dessert ingredients he had gathered and asked, do you like desserts? I've never heard you say so. Tang Ziyu said, not really, but I don't hate them either. Lu Shiyu was surprised. Not really? But you always say you do when I ask you. Tang Ziyu replied naturally, because I like everything you cook. Lu Shiyu was stunned. Huh? Tang Ziyu scratched his head and said, although I don't have many requirements for food, I don't care about taste or how it's prepared. I'm not sure what you cook, but I particularly like it. Everything you cook is delicious, so I like it no matter what it is. Lu Shiyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, muttering, even if you like my cooking so much, you can't keep eating it forever. If you want, I can eat it forever. Okay, no more talk. Lu Shiyu quickly covered Tang Ziyu's mouth and said, we've almost bought the ingredients. Let's check out. If you're late, it'd be time to get off work, and we have to queue up. With Lu Shiyu's hand covering his mouth, Tang Ziyu licked the palm of Lu Shiyu's hand with a malicious intent. Taking advantage of Lu Shiyu's outburst of shame and anger, he took the shopping cart and went to check out. On the way back, Tang Ziyu carried her shopping bags, while Lu Shiyu checked prices with her supermarket receipts. They walked against the flow of people toward the hotel. By the time they passed the crime scene, it had been cleaned up, as if nothing had happened. They strolled back to the hotel. Upon entering, they saw three people sitting on the first floor, their faces solemn. The hotel owner, who was cleaning a table nearby, was so frightened by the scene that he couldn't breathe. Only when Yin Hong saw them return did she approach and ask where they had been. We went to the supermarket, Lu Shiyu said, pointing to the bag in Tang Ziyu's hand. We bought a lot of stuff. Supermarket? Yin Hong asked in surprise. You went to the supermarket? Lu Shiyu, yes, we bought a lot of ingredients to make dessert. What do you want? Xiao Xingyang immediately came over when he heard the word dessert. I want cheese sticks. The kind that stretches. Yin Hong said, then I have egg tarts. Lu Shiyu smiled and said, okay, we bought a lot of ingredients, so making these is no problem. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang surrounded Lu Shiyu, while Qin Yunliang took the opportunity to pull Tang Ziyu aside and whispered, what are you doing wrong? Confused? She just went through that, and you asked her to go to the supermarket to buy food and cook. Tang Ziyu glanced back at Lu Shiyu and said, look, she's doing pretty well now, isn't she? Qin Yunliang sighed and said, she should see a therapist. Tang Ziyu retorted, she prefers being in the kitchen to a doctor. Cooking makes her feel more relaxed. Qin Yunliang waved his hand and said, forget it, I leave you alone. I go see the base commander and arrange counseling for tomorrow. Whatever. Elsewhere, Lu Shiyu, his mind spinning with the two men's frantic barrage of orders, hurriedly called a halt. Tell me what you want to eat one by one. If you keep arguing, there won't be any left. The two chattering finally stopped and began to honestly announce what they wanted to eat. Lu Shiyu took out a piece of paper and wrote it down, then turned to ask the other two if they wanted anything. Anything's fine with me. Whatever, just a little less sugar. Lu Shiyu flicked the paper and walked into the kitchen with a bag of freshly purchased dessert ingredients. He put on an apron and rolled up his sleeves, completely forgetting his recent mishap. Chapter 126. Wuxi poured freshly brewed hot tea for the people sitting across from him and said, "That's roughly the situation." Tang Ziyu pondered for a moment and asked, "So, the situation between Dawn Base and Liming Base has now reached the point where they need to negotiate offline. This is happening faster than I expected." Wuxi smiled faintly and said, "I've made some connections and contacted someone inside Dawn Base. With someone helping us, things will naturally be much easier." No one explained the specific connections Wuxi was referring to, but everyone knew it. Wuxi's message was undoubtedly good news, and even Xiaoxing, Yang, and Yanhong, who weren't entirely clear on the complexities involved, were delighted. "It's finally over." Xiaoxing stretched and said, "Now, can we restore the world to its original state?" Wuxi shook his head in denial. "Full implementation will take a long time. Currently, we can only make steady progress. It's premature to expect the world to return to normal. However, you can take a look at the experimental results conducted by the experimenters to quench your thirst." With that, Wuxi opened the door, and the woman with the bun-haired hair guarding outside pushed a dog in. The large, golden-haired dog was particularly enthusiastic, leaping onto Wuxi and attempting to lick her. Wuxi fended him off, and the dog turned to look for another target. Lu Shiyu saw the golden retriever's overly long ears and the squeak on its head, and immediately realized that it had once been a living creature. But if these two parts were covered, it would be indistinguishable from a normal animal. This is the maximum level of restoration the lab can currently achieve. If it's just the fur, it's fine, but if it involves the bones, it's impossible to change, Wuxi said, stroking the dog's head. However, the lab is currently studying whether their offspring can be fully restored to normal. Several are about to give birth, and the progress is promising. Yanhong rubbed the dog's head and asked, "So it will be fully recovered soon, right?" "Not really. Although the current effect is like a rocket, the actual recovery speed is a curve. It gets harder to deal with as time goes on. These are stubborn parts." Wuxi briefly informed the others of the progress, and then moved on to another matter. "Didn't you ask me to look for someone in the base a while ago? The security department sent word that they've been apprehended." Recalling the thrilling experience a while ago, Lu Shiyu quickly pressed on, "Where are they now? Have they done anything untoward, like leaking base secrets?" Wuxi glanced at the interrogation and said no. The three captured said the person who contacted the Dawn base spy acted on their own, had nothing to do with them, and was not instructed by anyone. The interrogators even summoned the spy, who stated that the other party had not mentioned any other accomplices, and that the other party had approached him, offering to facilitate the process in exchange for taking him with them on their return trip. The veracity of their testimony remains to be verified. If none of them are lying, then this person likely came up with it on their own. Tang Ziyu felt something was amiss and asked, "Why 3 people? Excluding the deceased, there should only be 2 people left in their team. Is there a mistake?" Wuxi flipped through the records, puzzled. It's clearly written on the page. There were 3 of them when they were captured. They were resting at the time, and the capture went exceptionally smoothly. No one used supernatural powers to struggle. Wuxi handed the records to Tang Ziyu for his own review. The black and white statements of the 3 people on the paper only deepened Tang Ziyu's doubts. Putting aside the question of who that inexplicable third person was, it was bizarre that Duanren didn't use his powers to try to escape when facing capture. He wasn't some law-abiding citizen, so how could he not run, unless he couldn't? Seeing the growing suspicions about the matter, Tang Ziyu decided to meet the men in person, and see if he could get any more information. Wuxi readily granted him permission, and then he began to play with his dog. Qin Yunliang had voluntarily left the team, saying he wanted to watch an experiment. Yanhong and Xiaoxing also wanted to join in the fun, leaving Tang Ziyu and Lu Shiyu as the only ones left in the cell. The 2 followed the guards to the cell where the 3 men were being held. The prison at Dawn Base was designed for 4 people, but it had been changed to a 3-person cell because a 4th person had provoked Duanren and had his head pushed into the toilet, nearly drowning. When the 2 arrived, the exercise period had just ended, and the 3 men were strolling back leisurely. Two of them, Duanren and Neil, naturally went without saying, but the identity of the third shocked Tang Ziyu. Donglin was stunned upon seeing Tang Ziyu, then overjoyed. Tang Ziyu, hurry and find a way to get me out. I don't want to sleep on this damp wood anymore. Tang Ziyu ignored Donglin's cries for help. Instead, Lu Shiyu glanced at her and asked, do you know each other? Tang Ziyu, yes. Donglin laughed in anger at Tang Ziyu's disassociation. He grumbled, there's no need to pretend you're strangers at this point. This isn't the Dawn base. Lu Shiyu understood, these two knew each other. But Tang Ziyu didn't bother to care about Donglin, letting him vent his anger. He turned to Duanren, who was resting his eyes. You? What? You think I get involved in something like that? Duanren sneered, even if I were down and out, I wouldn't do anything like that. Tang Ziyu, no, I'm asking if you've hidden a meteorite. Who asked about that? Duanren, no. Tang Ziyu retorted, no? Duanren turned around irritably, believe it or not. Then what's that under your pillow? A stepping stone, a shoehorn, a slate from a pickled vegetable, a stone-age pen, Neil's toothbrush. Neil, hiding in the corner, ? Tang Ziyu unceremoniously stepped forward and pulled the meteorite from under his pillow. Duanren tried to stop him, but was handcuffed. Given Duanren and his companions' previous prison escapes, they were all equipped with upgraded iron shackles upon entering this time, impenetrable by ordinary means. Tang Ziyu looked at the meteorite fragment, about the length of his palm and the width of a finger joint, and remembered the chipped piece in the meteorite, which had likely been dug out by Duanren. Tang Ziyu suppressed his body's instinctive rejection and tried to manipulate his supernatural powers, but it was impossible to use them. You haven't used your powers because you're holding them, right? Duanren turned his head away, pretending not to hear. But Tang Ziyu already had the answer. It was likely that Duanren, after being knocked flying, fell into the meteorite's area of influence, temporarily deactivating his powers. When he climbed off the meteorite and found himself unable to use his powers, he discovered the meteorite's unique feature. It not only deactivated supernatural powers, but also allowed deformed creatures to return to normal life forms. Shocked by this discovery, he chiseled a piece of the meteorite and carried it with him, waiting for the right moment to hand it over to the right person. Of course, that never happened. Because the meteorite was so small, he was the only one affected by it while carrying it, which directly resulted in him losing most of his combat capabilities. You didn't run away after being captured because your powers are no longer usable, right? No, it's because my employer didn't run away, so I had to follow. Hearing the name employer, Tang Ziyu looked at Donglin, who was standing nearby. Donglin, after a flurry of onomatopoeia, said, I only asked him to help find you. I didn't ask him to do anything else. I'm also implicated this time. Who's asking you that? Tang Ziyu said, why are you coming to Dawn Base to find me when you're not staying at Dawn Base? Donglin coughed twice, indicating that some things couldn't be said in front of outsiders. Tang Ziyu understood and made way for Shiryu, who stood on the outside, shooing Neil away from the corner. The two of them spoke quietly in the corner. Lu Shiyu kept glancing at the two people talking in the corner, then at the patrolling guards outside. He was so bored he had nothing to do to pass the time. Duanren suddenly felt someone approach him, and opened his eyes to find it was Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu awkwardly greeted, hi. Duanren's expression brightened when he saw it wasn't Tang Ziyu. He said, what do you want to do? Lu Shiyu poked his finger, unsure where to begin. It's about that incident from back then. Tang Ziyu didn't mean to do it. When did the law stipulate that if you don't intentionally injure someone, you won't have to bear the consequences? No. Duanren continued to close his eyes and pretend to sleep, saying, if you know, get out of here. Lu Shiyu, being chased away, felt a little embarrassed and muttered, it's not like he didn't bear the consequences. Duanren, in a fit of rage, laughed and asked, what did he bear? Actually, your medical expenses were all deducted from his account. After that, he relied on taking on commissions to make a living for several years, Lu Shiyu recalled. And after that incident, he was punished by the family. It's said that he was beaten while kneeling in the ancestral hall. He couldn't get out of bed for a long time. After his injuries healed, he was put in solitary confinement again. It's unknown how long it took before he was finally released. Duanren thought Tang Ziyu deserved it when he heard the first half of the story, but his face suddenly froze when he heard the second half. He didn't know what happened next. Lu Shiyu continued to quietly defend Tang Ziyu, saying, he did plan to check on you, but by the time he was released from confinement, you already been discharged. Lu Shiyu quietly asked Tang Ziyu all this the night after he had sent the others away with a bowl of medicine. Tang Ziyu acted nonchalant as he spoke, seemingly unable to understand Duan Ren's resentment, nor did he have any thoughts about his own punishment. Neither understanding nor objecting, it seemed to Tang Ziyu himself that it was a bygone era not worth dwelling on. Perhaps when he realized he had missed Duan Ren's discharge, he didn't realize what he had missed. Duan Ren felt a mixture of emotions after hearing this. He didn't know whether it was because the other party had received the punishment he deserved, or because he hadn't failed to come to him in the first place. The heavy weight that had weighed on Duan Ren's heart finally began to loosen. When Tang Ziyu finished talking with Yi Donglin, he turned and saw Lu Shiyu had sauntered over to Duan Ren's side. Finished? Yes, we need to go find the base commander now. We have a new problem. Duan Ren remained silent the entire time, sitting there like a log. Before leaving, Tang Ziyu glanced back at him and said, "After this is over, go work for Guan Wei. He can keep you alive. I can't take care of anything else." With that, he led Lu Shiyu out of the cell. Chapter 127. You're going to Dawn Base? Why? Wu Shi wearily scratched his hair and tossed the documents aside. Tang Ziyu explained, "We need to bring experimental samples to the talks, right?" "Yes, demonstrating our capabilities is essential. Otherwise, those people won't be willing to compromise. Without our escort, there's no telling what might happen." Wu Shi looked up at Tang Ziyu and said, "Do you think someone might try to disrupt the trip?" "That's for sure, so we've sent someone to ensure safety. Don't worry about that." "No, I'm worried about Dawn Base," Tang Ziyu said. "The situation will definitely be more complicated than expected. There will be too many people, and a mixed bag of people. The probability of something happening is too high, not to mention the possibility of someone with ulterior motives." Seeing Tang Ziyu's persistence, Wu Shi asked, "Do you know something?" Tang Ziyu was silent for a moment, then said, "I know one of those captured people." Before Tang Ziyu could finish his answer, Wu Shi waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'm getting off topic again. I won't ask any more questions. If you want to go, go ahead." Tang Ziyu thanked him and said, "The five of us will go back together. I'd like you to prepare a vehicle in advance." Tang Ziyu was about to leave with Lu Shiyu when Wu Shi stopped him. "Wait." Tang Ziyu turned around and asked, "Anything else?" "Wu Shi, Lu Shiyu is going too? What's the problem?" Tang Ziyu replied, "She's also from Dawn Base. It's only natural for her to go back with you." Wu Shi said sternly, "Lu Shiyu isn't a full member of your team. She hasn't received any professional training, right?" Tang Ziyu nodded, "Yes." Wu Shi's brow furrowed, as if he had heard something unpleasant. "Then how dare you take her with you, knowing it was dangerous to go back?" "Tang Ziyu, don't you think she shouldn't go with you?" "Yes," Wu Shi said. "You haven't considered the danger she'd be in. You haven't seemed to consider whether she wants to stay here either. It's better than taking her into danger. At least I can guarantee her safety at Dawn Base." Lu Shiyu, caught between the two, saw that things looked amiss and hurried to intervene. "Tang Ziyu, please leave first," Lu Shiyu said, gazing at Wu Shi as he pushed Tang Ziyu out. "I want to talk to Wu Shi first. I'd be better off handling this myself." Tang Ziyu didn't struggle, letting Lu Shiyu push him out. Lu Shiyu sighed and turned to look at Wu Shi. The moment their eyes met, his momentum weakened. Wu Shi looked at Lu Shiyu worriedly. "Are you really planning to return to Dawn Base with the team? You don't plan to stay there?" Lu Shiyu clasped his arms and chose his words carefully. "Actually, Tang Ziyu asked me about going back, and I did say I wanted to go." Seeing a hint of disappointment in Wu Shi's eyes, Lu Shiyu quickly added, "But we can still meet again. When the situation stabilizes, I come to Dawn Base to find you." Wu Shi asked, "Is there any reason you have to go back, even at the risk? Is it because of that Tang Ziyu?" No, it's not because of him." Lu Shiyu explained, "I still have a shop at Dawn Base. I've been away for too long, and there are only helpers there. I think if I don't go back, they'd be broke." Wu Shi finally relented. "Well, your roots are still there after all. You can go back if you want. Dawn Base will still be open to you whenever you want to." Seeing that Wu Shi wasn't angry, Lu Shiyu muttered quietly, although he does have some reasons. "What?" "Nothing." Wu Shi patted Lu Shiyu's head and said, "I thought you liked Dawn Base and stay here with me in the future. I was overthinking it and didn't ask you what you thought." Lu Shiyu took Wu Shi's hand and said, "Dawn Base is indeed great, and you're great too, but I have things I need to do." When Lu Shiyu left the office, Tang Ziyu was still standing at the door, waiting for her to come out. "How did the talk go? Did she give you any trouble?" Tang Ziyu asked. Lu Shiyu shook his head and smiled, saying, "Wu Shi treats me very well. Don't worry, she won't do anything to me. Did she agree to let you go? Yes. It was already several days later when they set off for the Dawn base. They didn't have much, so they disguised themselves and traveled light. To avoid being recognized by acquaintances as soon as they landed, they put a lot of effort into their appearance. Yin Hong stroked his goatee, looking at his wrinkled face in the mirror with great satisfaction. He tapped the depressed Xiao Xingyang with his cane and said, "Do you think I look like an old man?" Then, leaning on his cane, he took 2 shaky steps. Xiao Xingyang was speechless. "You're acting too old. You look no more than 40, but you act like an 80-year-old. Yin Hong straightened up instantly, tipped her hat onto her head, and said, "Then show me how genuine you are." Xiao Xingyang turned shyly, his 2 large lumps of flesh jiggling. "This material is too soft. It's like a water balloon." Xiao Xingyang had to keep his arms around his chest, otherwise the 2 lumps of silicone on his chest would keep jiggling. Yin Hong raised an eyebrow at this, stepped forward and pinched it twice, saying, "It's so soft, it doesn't feel like real flesh at all." "I told you it was fake. The constant shaking is so annoying," Xiao Xingyang said. "Hey, have you had enough fun yet?" Yin Hong pulled out a knife and said, "Since you find it troublesome, how about I cut off some of it for you?" Xiao Xingyang suddenly felt a chill on his back and quickly said, "No. I think it's fine now. Come on, don't be shy." "Who's being polite?" Qin Yunyang straightened his white coat, put on his mask and gloves, and practically covered himself up. Lu Shiyu looked at Tang Ziyu, who was standing next to him, dressed in full Dawn base soldier gear, and asked, "Why am I the only one without any disguise?" Several of them had their own disguises: the middle-aged politician, the beautiful lover, the scientific researcher, the accompanying soldier. Only she, alone, wore the most ordinary uniform, without a trace of disguise. "The people at Dawn base don't know you exist, so it doesn't matter whether you're disguised or not," Tang Ziyu said, putting on goggles. "Besides, your mission is to protect the real meteorite samples. Too much disguise will only hinder us." "Huh? Me?" Lu Shi pointed at himself, bewildered, and asked, "When was the decision made?" "It was decided long ago, but we kept it a secret to prevent any complications." Tang Ziyu put a sun hat on Lu Shiyu's head and said, "When we arrive at Dawn base, someone will undoubtedly try to steal or rob the samples. That's why Qin Yunyang and I prepared a fake sample. The real one is here, and you keep it." Lu Shiyu instinctively took it, then realized it was actually a thermos. "This cup can block the impact of meteorites. You can store it in your psychic space, so no one can steal it." Lu Shiyu thought it made sense and accepted the task. Because of the increased number of people accompanying him, Wu Shi had to recruit several craftsmen to work overnight, resulting in the current number of helicopters, even repainting them. As Wu Shi put it, negotiating cannot lose momentum. Clothes make the men, and paint makes the machines. To avoid suspicion, the members of the Flying Eagle squad sat separately. Yin Hong, Xiao Xingyang, and Su Manwen shared a helicopter, while Qin Yunyang, Tang Ziyu, and Lu Shiyu occupied another. The remaining helicopter was occupied by members of the Dawn base. The helicopter slowly took off and gradually departed the Dawn base. Lu Shiyu peeked out from the helicopter and waved goodbye to Wu Shi, who was seeing her off below. As she gazed down from the helicopter, she had her first glimpse of the vibrant base. The neatly arranged buildings and interconnected circuits made the space, though small, feel neither confined nor confined, presenting a coherent and organized scene. The group had set out early in the morning, but by nightfall they hadn't reached the Dawn base, and couldn't even see its walls. The driver said they were still far from the Dawn base, and definitely wouldn't make it today. Lu Shiyu, feeling exhausted from sitting all day, felt like her soul was about to leave her body, and yet they hadn't arrived yet. "Oh my god, why is it taking so long?" Lu Shiyu rubbed her face in frustration, saying, "This is even more tiring than riding the green train." The green train at least allowed for some movement, but she was strapped into her seat, unable to move, let alone stand up. Qin Yunyang, sitting across from her, tilted his head back, seemingly asleep long ago. Even in his sleep, he hadn't forgotten to hold onto his fake sample. The fake sample was contained in a metal box that the others had salvaged. Its inaccessibility made it seem more authentic and prevented anyone from immediately discovering it was a fake. The others were almost asleep, but Lu Shiyu was too uncomfortable to fall asleep. The braid at the back of her head was jarring and had spread her hair loose, but it was better than nothing. Unable to sleep, Lu Shiyu looked up at the moon outside. It was nearly full. She remembered that her first day at the base, and the days she gained her powers were also full moon nights. Now, as she returned to Dawn base on a mission, another full moon bid her farewell. It wasn't that she was narcissistic. Sometimes she truly felt a connection with the full moon, accompanying almost every major event in her life. Lu Shi was still immersed in admiring the moon's beauty when she felt someone poke her shoulder. "Are you still awake?" Lu Shi turned around, and was relieved to see it was Tang Ziyu. "I'm a little sleepless." Their voices were deliberately low, so as not to disturb anyone else's sweet dreams. "Is it uncomfortable sitting here?" "Yeah, a little." Tang Ziyu took off his coat, folded it neatly, and placed it under Lu Shi's hips. "Sleep against me, maybe you feel more comfortable." Lu Shi subconsciously avoided Tang Ziyu's gaze, and rested his head on her shoulder. A moment later, he suddenly smiled. "Could you relax a little? It's too hard." Tang Ziyu then realized that he was too tense, causing his muscles to subconsciously tense. He tried to adjust himself, and after a moment, asked, "Are you feeling better now?" "Much better," Lu Shi said, leaning sideways against her, his voice trailing off. "So helicopter rides are so tiring. Let me rest for a while." Chapter 128. "Wake up, we're here." Lu Shi opened his eyes. The surroundings had changed, and the sun had risen. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang leaned against the doorway, looking down at the welcoming procession below. Yin Hong curled her lips and said, "TSK, even a leader from above would have a grander presence than this. Who are we trying to impress with just this small group of people?" Xiao Xingyang glanced at the people below and said, "Don't underestimate the small number of people. They're not high-ranking officials." Qin Yunliang poked his head out and scolded the two men. They reluctantly returned to their seats and waited quietly for the helicopter to land. The people on the ground stopped talking as they heard the hum of the engine approaching from afar. The helicopter suddenly hovered about 10 meters above the landing point. Its huge propellers furiously stirred the air below, stirring up a violent gust of air like a shapeless tornado, sweeping up dust and gravel from the ground. Small debris swept up by the gust of air blew against the faces of those below, forcing those in suits to shield themselves from the pebbles with their sleeves to prevent them from flying into their eyes. As the humming sound grew closer, the wind gradually intensified, then suddenly died away, startling those defending themselves. After lowering their sleeves, they could see that the helicopters had landed neatly on the ground, though not within their planned area. The people in charge of welcoming them weren't sure if the Dawn base personnel were truly incompetent or if they were just trying to intimidate them, but they still smiled and greeted the helicopter occupants as they disembarked. "Welcome, welcome. Are you the individual selected by Dawn base to lead this exchange?" Su Manlin was the first to disembark from the helicopter. She tossed back her slightly disheveled hair, flashed a bright smile, and shook hands with the welcoming staff who extended their hands. "Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Manlin, and I'm the Dawn base representative for this exchange meeting. I'll be leading the team this time. I hope we can achieve a mutually satisfactory outcome." Of course, the person in charge shook Su Manlin's hand, saying, "This meeting is to promote the future development of both bases. We naturally hope to achieve a win-win situation. I'm Yu Dongsheng, the Dawn base representative for this meeting. It's a pleasure working with you." "It's a pleasure working with you." The others also disembarked, each taking their assigned positions. They feigned unfamiliarity with each other, acting very seriously. Xiao Xingyang, carrying 2 heavy loads, feigned a sense of ease. He even felt a sense of unfamiliarity when he saw Su Manlin chatting and laughing with the Dawn base representative up ahead. "She's not usually like this, right? How can she act so naturally?" Yin Hong, holding the scepter, whispered, "That's her job. How can she not be professional?" Lu Shi disembarked from the helicopter and followed the group. Surrounded by a number of people who had come for the routine greeting, Lu Shi felt a little anxious. He instinctively wanted to approach Tang Ziyu, who was closest to him, but when he thought about how everyone else was trying to maintain their disguise, he stopped the idea. Relax. Lu Shi was certain no one here knew her. As long as she walked with her head held high, no one would notice her. And so it was. Aside from Su Manlin, who walked in front, no one else even had a chance to speak. After all, the two leaders were the ones truly responsible for the meeting. The others were merely a backdrop, adding a touch of formality. While the pace of life at Dawn base was fast, it wasn't completely inhumane. So, on the first day, they only gave everyone a tour of the central area before heading to their assigned accommodations. Su Manlin had no idea what the Dawn base people were up to, or whether they were sincere, but he had to admit the accommodations were excellent, far superior to those at Dawn base, even featuring 24/7 air purification. After the Dawn base people left, the others tacitly began searching the rooms for listening devices and microcameras. It was clear they were quite experienced in this area. By the time Lu Xiyu had sat down to brew a pot of tea, several people had returned from different rooms, each holding something. Xiao Xingyang, clutching a string of tiny cameras with wires attached, said unconvincedly, "Why are mine the most basic? Do I look so insignificant?" Yin Hong casually tossed the equipment onto the table and sat down on the sofa, cupping her tea and crossing her legs. "Who knows? We definitely don't have the most stuff anyway." Tang Ziyu searched both rooms and found nothing much. Qin Yuliang's room had 3 devices, but Qin Yuliang had removed them all. After the Eagle Squad arrived, Su Manlin finally arrived. Seeing what Su Manlin was holding, Lu Xiyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you planning to decorate the Christmas tree?" The long string of cameras and listening devices in Su Manlin's hand resembled a string of LED lights, a jaw-dropping display. Yin Hong chuckled, expecting nothing less. These people really are always so clever. Su Manlin pulled up a nearby chair and sat down, looking at Tang Ziyu. "Your hospitality at Dawn Base is quite unique." Tang Ziyu replied bluntly, "Same here." Qin Yuliang took a sip from his teacup and said, "A crow laughs at a pig." Seeing she wasn't getting the upper hand, Su Manlin uninterestedly poured herself a cup of tea. Lu Xiyu, who had just finished making tea, saw it all gone without a sip. He sighed and made another cup. "I don't know if we can proceed as planned." Su Manlin acted calmly, as if the long list of items hadn't been found in her room. She twirled the teacup in her hand and said, "Let's take it one step at a time. Regardless of the outcome, we still have the biggest bargaining chip." Su Manlin was referring to the meteorite. Indeed, all of this trouble had begun with the meteorite. Whether it was the beginning of the distortion disaster or the current human infighting, the meteorite had always been the key, acting as a catalyst, fueling the situation. Lu Xiyu curiously asked Tang Ziyu, "If we cut that meteorite directly in half, will it instantly restore the Earth like the previous meteorite?" Tang Ziyu, "The result will probably be the same as dropping a drop of ink into water, or a drop of water into ink." "Forget it then. Let's just honestly research a solution." Lu Xiyu saw Qin Yuliang placing the metal box containing the fake sample on the table and asked, "So, since it's fake, what did you use to pretend it was a meteorite?" Qin Yuliang said mysteriously, "Something good, something that would make them jump for joy." Lu Xiyu, "That doesn't sound like a good thing." It was noon, and a staff member led them to the cafeteria. The Shuguang Base cafeteria wasn't exactly a feast for the eyes, but it served delicious food every meal, and it was included in the employee benefits package. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang even felt that the free meals were much better than the supposedly empty promises, though neither of them had any plans to take the civil service exam. After lunch, Lu Xiyu expressed a desire to wander around. The staff offered to lead her around, but she declined, saying she simply wanted to go for a walk on her own. Lu Xiyu's request to leave the house naturally went unnoticed. Even though she appeared to be leaving alone, several people were secretly following her, waiting to see what she might do. Lu Xiyu walked to the door and formally obtained a tourist map. After exiting, she found the cable car station and rode the cable car around the Dawn Base. The others following her also rode the cable car. Since Lu Xiyu had chosen the longest route, which covered all of Dawn Base and took in the scenery along the way, it was exceptionally long. The two groups rode the cable car, one after the other, for the entire afternoon. Lu Xiyu had no urgent tasks to complete, so he could just kill time and slack off. But the others behind him were eager to find evidence against the people at Dawn Base. The longer they spent, the more anxious they became, hoping Lu Xiyu would do something. In the end, Lu Xiyu actually did nothing but sit in the cable car and take in the scenery. In the cable car, Lu Xiyu enjoyed the luxuriously built sightseeing cable car, which was not only air-conditioned and cushioned, but also had seats that could be converted into beds for sleeping. This thing has always been a pastime for the wealthy. A ride costs a fortune, and the fun is limited, so ordinary people wouldn't even consider such a poor value. Lu Xiyu had only seen the cable car in operation a few times from the ground before, but this was his first time sitting inside. He could survey the entire structure and route of Dawn Base from above, a must-see for scenery lovers. Luckily, she didn't have to pay herself. She just had to swipe the universal card the staff gave her. Lu Xiyu was aware of the presence of someone behind him, but the other person couldn't do anything to him right now. Thinking that they were probably furious at him for wasting their time, Lu Xiyu couldn't help but smile. After enjoying this rare luxury experience, Lu Xiyu easily disembarked from the cable car. The others who disembarked after him, however, looked exhausted, having completely lost interest in the ride. This was probably the difference between a vacation and work. Afterwards, Lu Xiyu wandered around like a true tourist, looking around, checking in and buying souvenirs. Then, without doing anything, he returned. Seeing that Lu Shiyu had actually gone back like that, the others were completely at a loss. Their entire afternoon of following him wasted, and they dejectedly prepared to go back and get scolded. I'm back. Lu Shiyu happily walked into the living room, clutching a few stuffed animals. He gave one to Qin Yunliang and Yin Hong, then threw the rest to Xiao Xingyang, clapped his hands, and sat down on the sofa. Tang Ziyu pulled a bottle of iced soda from the refrigerator and handed it to Lu Shiyu, asking, "Did you see it?" "Yes," Lu Shiyu said, putting the bow headband on Tang Ziyu's head. "I saw it. They're keeping the place well maintained. I don't have to worry about anything." Lu Shiyu could see her shop clearly as she passed it on the cable car. Down below, there was still a constant stream of diners, and the chefs were busy. Seeing that the restaurant hadn't fallen into disarray because of her absence, Lu Shiyu felt relieved. However, Lu Shiyu's trip wasn't solely to check on her shop. She had other goals. Lu Shiyu spread out a map of the Dawn base on the table, outlined the cable car route with a marker, and marked several points. These are the tallest buildings in the Dawn base, but I don't recommend attacking from there. They're too crowded and easy to spot. Plus, we'd be followed the moment we step outside, Lu Shiyu said, looking at Su Manwen. My suggestion is to target the local underground organization. The chances of success will be higher. Chapter 129. Xiao Xingyang scratched his head and said, although Yanhong and I have some connections, they're limited, so I don't think we can be of much help. Su Manwen, something is better than nothing. It's better than nothing. Just when they were thinking things were getting tough, Lu Shiyu smiled mysteriously. Just because we don't have connections doesn't mean others don't. Su Manwen was puzzled. Why would they let you use their connections? What's the point of helping us? Lu Shiyu raised his index finger and shook it. No, there will always be someone willing to selflessly contribute. Lena, so how did you see that I have selfless qualities? Tell me, and I change immediately. The cramped dormitory was packed with people, and Lena's single room barely had enough space to sleep. Lu Shiyu sighed, took Lena's hand, and said, we're all friends, we should help each other. Lena struggled to pull her hand away, but it was no use. She angrily said, we've only met once. Lu Shiyu, no counting now, it's twice. Is that a big difference? Lena looked at the shameless Lu Shiyu and gritted her teeth. I'm still in labor reform, and you're asking me to get involved in organized crime? Do you think my sentence is too short? Lu Shiyu pointed at Tang Ziyu. He has connections. He can help you get your sentence reduced. Lena asked again, even if my sentence is over, I won't be able to find a job because of the tainted file. Lu Shiyu pointed at Qin Yunliang. His family is wealthy. He can easily find you a good job. Lena's eyes sharpened. Who are you trying to target? Lu Shiyu, someone higher up at the Shiguang base. Lena slapped her thigh, pointed to the door, and said, get out. Are you kidding me? Lu Shiyu explained. I'm not kidding you, seriously. Lena sat on the edge of the bed and asked Lu Shiyu, are you guys really crazy? It's one thing to escape capture at Dawn base, but instead of living a good life there, you actually came back and threw yourself into the trap. Now you're talking about overthrowing the base's top brass. Do you think you're saviors? Lu Shiyu also found this a bit outrageous, but he still said, well, I have to come back. Lena asked, puzzled, why not? No one's asking you to do anything. Wouldn't it be nice to just live an ordinary life? Lu Shiyu sighed and said, but in a disaster, there's no such thing as an ordinary life for ordinary people. I want to be an ordinary person. Cook, look at the tragedies the apocalypse has brought. You can't just turn a blind eye and pretend nothing happened. Now, let me tell you there's a way to restore the world to its original state. Can you resist trying it? Lena was surprised. Have you found a solution to the biological distortion? Lu Shiyu nodded and briefly explained the whole story. Lena was silent for a long time before saying, I can use your captain's name to do something in the black market, but I have to act quickly. If those cunning people find out something's wrong, I'd definitely be chopped into pieces. Lu Shiyu smiled and agreed, understood. The others remained silent as Lu Shiyu single-handedly captured Lena. Lena led the disguised men, bypassing layers of security, to the underground black market. The bustle there was no less than that of a market above ground. As they walked through the bustling streets, Lena explained the rules. When you get there, remember to keep quiet. If you're asked, just say you're new here and don't know anything. You have no family, and are orphans from an orphanage. If you meet someone you know, just pretend you don't know them. The group silently memorized the rules, and followed Lena deeper into the black market. The further they went, the fewer people there were. By the time they reached a building, only they and a few guards were left. Lena was a familiar face in the black market, and after giving Duan Ren's name, she was quickly allowed through. However, the group behind her was stopped. "Who are they?" one of the guards asked. Lena turned angrily, pointed at the guard, and said, "They're the new recruits I'm training." "What's the problem?" The guard hesitated. "New recruits." Lena complained frantically. "I'm so annoyed, so annoyed, so annoyed. Being asked to train new recruits is already annoying enough. And you, blind man, keep asking. Hey, sir! Are you also trying to check my household registration?" The guard was startled by Lena's sudden outburst. Since Lena had a bad temper, the guard simply assumed it was bad luck that he run into someone else's trap. Fearing he might offend the captain, he let them through. Thanks to Lena's improvisation, the group safely passed the first level. Then came the even more formidable lackeys. "Hey, little Lena's here." The dark-skinned man glanced behind Lena and asked, "Where's your little henchman? Why isn't he here with you?" Lena rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "None of your business." "TSK, you have such a bad temper," the dark-skinned man said, glaring at the people behind him, his smile barely visible. "You even brought outsiders in? Little Lena's abilities are really getting bigger and bigger. Does your captain know about this?" Lena looked up at him and said unhappily, "Stop staring at my captain. Serving your master is your top priority." The dark-skinned man withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. "You're right, so I can't let you take these people to see my master." The implication was that he refused the meeting. Lena was furious and shouted, "Do you know how close my captain is to him? It doesn't matter if they're close. You're not your captain." Lena was furious, but she could do nothing. Lu Shiyu put his hands behind his back and pulled something out of his psychic space. He walked forward and showed it to the dark-skinned man. "With this, can I see your master?" The dark-skinned man took a closer look, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Of course, the dark-skinned man's expression suddenly changed. He said kindly, "Why didn't you tell me you were here because Captain Duan sent for you? I wouldn't have stopped you. Please come in." They were ushered in. After the door closed, Lena frantically tugged at Lu Shiyu's hand, exclaiming, "Where did you get that?" Lu Shiyu held a shiny silver tag. Although it didn't bear Duan Ren's name, anyone with a discerning eye would instantly know who it belonged to. Tang Ziyu was also puzzled. "Duan Ren's stuff? When did you get it?" Lu Shiyu stammered, "Well, that day when I visited him in prison, Duan Ren and I chatted for a while, and he asked if I wanted something nice, and he gave me this." Tang Ziyu looked at the tag and asked, "Did he give it to you for free?" "No, he asked me to exchange something." "Exchange?" Lena was puzzled. "What could I get this from the captain?" Lu Shiyu gestured, saying, "Yes, the one you gave me." At that time, Lu Shiyu had taken many things from his space, but Duan Ren was not satisfied with any of them. Lu Shiyu simply pulled out a bunch of things from his space and let Duan Ren choose. Duan Ren finally found the potion Lena had given her before leaving, and after a long, meaningful look at it, he said he wanted this. As soon as the two of them exchanged, Tang Ziyu finished talking to Dong Lin and was about to take her out. Lena screamed, clutching her hair. "It's over. The captain must know I'm alive now." Lu Shiyu comforted her. "It's okay, your captain's still alive too." Lena covered her face in despair. More bad news. Lu Shiyu, you mercenaries really have terrible relationships. Using Duan Ren's badge, the group successfully reached the underground black market's largest dealer, the mastermind behind the scene. An elderly man with slightly silver hair sat smoking in a cigar chair, only glancing up at the group. "Lena, you're too noisy." "Sorry." Lena, usually short-tempered, was unusually well-behaved in front of this man, making him seem intimidating. "Tell me what you want from me." Lena glanced back, and Tang Ziyu stepped forward, explaining their needs to the elderly man. The elderly man shook the newspaper, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and slowly exhaled. "You're just looking for something. You don't need to come all the way to ask an old man like me for help." Tang Ziyu explained, "Of course, the things hidden by the base are extraordinary. Ordinary methods and people can't find them." Without even looking up, the old man stubbed his cigarette into the ashtray and asked, "What kind of reward are you prepared to give me for my efforts?" It was time to negotiate terms. Tang Ziyu pondered for a moment and asked, "What do you think is a reasonable price?" The old man closed his eyes and said, "I'm not short of money." Strange, the black market boss doesn't want money? Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang exchanged glances, surprised that the black market's ruler was such a strange old man. "If not money, what does he want?" Tang Ziyu asked cautiously, "What do you want?" A ticket to a new world. The old man opened his cloudy eyes and said, I hope there's still a place for us in that new world. Who we are is unclear, but the direction of the new world is clear. Tang Ziyu understood that, though he didn't know how, the old man before him already knew of the meteorite's existence and that they were from Dawn Base. He knew better than the higher-ups at Dawn Base that the meteorite would undoubtedly appear and bring about drastic changes. The entire fabric of human society would then be shaken once again. The other party was extending an olive branch. If they accepted his help, they would all be on the same side. Yes, Tang Ziyu readily agreed. After leaving the black market, Lu Shiyu asked with some concern, are you really going to help them stay afloat after the apocalypse? The black market is a mixed bag. It's not that there aren't any good people, but there are definitely a lot of criminals. This kind of force should have been eliminated after the apocalypse, yet Tang Ziyu has struck a deal with them to help them afterward. Tang Ziyu chuckled, placed his hand on Lu Shiyu's head, leaned over, and said in a low voice, you tricked him. Huh? Tang Ziyu said, let's trick them first. As for the agreed-upon reward, that's 800 years away. I can just deny it then. Lu Shiyu was so shocked that he stuttered, you're trying to get something for free. How can you say you're getting something for free? Tang Ziyu gestured, when the time comes, I arrest them all and send them to reform schools. Wouldn't that be like saving them a place? I'm not going to execute them all. Just as Lu Shiyu was overwhelmed with shock, Yin Hong and the others came up from behind and patted him on the shoulder. You've seen the captain's true colors, haven't you? Yin Hong said. I didn't expect the captain to be this kind of person. Xiao Xingyang emerged from the other side and said, he's already our captain. How could he be any better? Qin Yunliang pushed his glasses up and said, the captain's been so serious for so long, I'm still a little uncomfortable. Lu Shiyu and Lena both gaped in shock. Lena looked at Lu Shiyu. Why do you look so shocked too? Didn't he walk all the way with you from Dawn Base to Dawn Base? Lu Shiyu, Damn, this guy hit himself so well, she never even noticed. Chapter 130. Su Manwen walked out of the conference room with a smile. With a professional smile, he said goodbye to the person in charge of Dawn Base and got into the car. As soon as he got in, his face fell. Meetings and meetings every day, and nothing gets said. People like that would be fired on the third day at Dawn Base. Lu Shiyu kindly offered her some scented tea, which Su Manwen gulped down in one gulp. Still feeling unsatisfied, he pounded his fist on the seat. If they call me to a time-wasting meeting like this again tomorrow, I go to their house in the middle of the night and shave their heads. Qin Yunliang sighed. You get used to it. That's how it is at Dawn Base. Even a small issue can't be resolved in 10 days or half a month. Unless you have connections up there, you just be passed around. But this situation can't be solved simply by relying on connections. Yin Hong asked, what progress have we made? Su Manwen became infuriated at the mention of this, saying, aside from some progress on the first day, we've achieved almost nothing since then. Those guys are as greedy as hyenas, and their schemes are incredibly cunning. Tang Ziyu, who was driving, was already accustomed to this and soothed him, saying, that's just how they are. They like to play a protracted war. Next time, make some noise, and give them a little pressure. Su Manwen took a step back and said, as if to give up, okay, if you try to fool me again next time, I flip the table and walk away. Let them figure it out on their own. The car slowly pulled into the underground garage. One of the nice things about the Shuguang base was that the housing they had been assigned was very private from the outside. Not only was the car protected from prying eyes, but they could also enter the house directly from the underground garage. If the house weren't filled with so many hidden Easter eggs, the privacy would have been absolutely perfect. After Su Manwen was retrieved, everyone was finally present, and the small meeting began. Tang Ziyu was the first to share his observations. Since their arrival, the Dawn Base's covert espionage program has suddenly ceased. The reason remains unclear, but Tang Ziyu suspects that Dawn Base won't let them off so easily. There must be something more important behind this brief pause. Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang have been pretending to be powerful figures, visiting Dawn Base's upscale venues. Many high-ranking officials and businessmen from Dawn Base have sought to curry their favor. Experienced as the epitome of the wealthy, Yin Hong and Xiao Xingyang adopted a pretense of aloofness, which only made them seem unpredictable. The two even took out their business cards and invitations, competing to see whose stack was taller. Qin Yunliang and Lu Shiyu were constantly monitoring the progress of the black market. Lu Shiyu took out a map and marked off several areas. He said, the black market guys have recently come up with results. These places might hold what we're looking for. However, because they're so hidden and closed to the public, Further investigation will be more difficult and take longer. Tang Ziyu glanced at them and crossed out one area. This can't be it. Lu Shiyu asked puzzledly, why? Tang Ziyu. Because this is Qin Yunliang's ancestral hall. Lu Shiyu turned to look at Qin Yunliang. Qin Yunliang pushed his glasses and said, to make sure we don't miss any suspicious spots, I don't mind if the black market guys go in and rummage around. Lu Shiyu was speechless. You just want to cause trouble for your family, right? Su Manlin took a sip of tea and asked, what are you looking for? You've been running around the past few days. Lu Shiyu then remembered that they hadn't yet discussed this with Su Manlin. Just as he was about to explain, he realized he wasn't quite sure who he was looking for, so he turned to look at Tang Ziyu. Just as Tang Ziyu was about to explain, a crisp ring rang out. Someone was ringing the doorbell. The others exchanged glances and frantically hid, leaving Su Manlin alone in the living room. Su Manlin walked to the door and opened it. She expected another of those annoying officers from Dawn Base, but unexpectedly, two teenagers, a man and a woman, were outside. Su Manlin wore a familiar smile and asked, who are you looking for? The two people struggling at the door were startled, seemingly unprepared for the other party to open the door so quickly. Just as Qin Yunshang was about to say something, Qin Yunyu dragged her inside. Su Manlin raised an eyebrow, as if she hadn't expected the other party to walk right past her, but she didn't stop their reckless actions. These two were too insignificant to a room full of psychics. There was no need to worry about them causing any trouble. As soon as Qin Yunyu entered the house, his eyes began to search everywhere. Su Manlin closed the door, strolled leisurely into the living room, and asked again, what are you looking for? Qin Yunyu turned, looked at the unfamiliar face, and asked, where's my brother? Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Yunliang, hiding in his room, felt a shudder. Why had this idiot followed him again? Did he have a GPS tracker installed on him? Qin Yunliang began to wonder if Qin Yunyu had secretly placed something on him. Otherwise, why would he always be able to find him so accurately? Qin Yunshang was a normal person, not as naive as Qin Yunyu. Naturally, he felt embarrassed being dragged into someone else's house. Even Su Manlin's mere glance at her made her feel guilty, even though she appeared to have no ill intentions. Who's your brother? Qin Yunliang, Qin Yunyu said confidently. He came with you, didn't he? Su Manlin's eyes rolled, his playful side suddenly aroused. I've never heard of you. Why would your brother come with me? Qin Yunyu was puzzled. You don't know my brother? That's impossible. Didn't he go to Dawn Base? How could he not come back with us? Su Manlin pretended to just remember who he was talking about and said, oh, I have some impression. But just because he went to Dawn Base doesn't mean he come back with us. Where did you get the news that he's back? Qin Yunyu scratched his head, looking a little dazed. No one told me. I just felt like he was on the helicopter, so I came to look for him. He? Su Manlin, ? What is this? Intuition? He came to her, the representative of Dawn Base, just because of a feeling. Is this person mentally unstable? Is Qin Yunliang really your biological brother? Yes. Half-brother? Brothers with the same father and mother. We grew up together. Qin Yunyu was a little angry. How can you doubt the relationship between other families? Su Manlin was speechless. It wasn't that she was really gossiping about Qin Yunliang's family, but mainly because this Qin Yunyu was so stupid that he didn't seem like Qin Yunliang's brother. Qin Yunliang sighed and chose to leave the room. Qin Yunyu's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yunliang. He completely forgot about the surprised Qin Yunshang standing next to him and ran over. Brother. Qin Yunyu was excited. Brother, why didn't you say hello when you came back? I waited for days before I found a way to sneak in. Qin Yunliang looked behind him at Qin Yunshang and asked, did he find a way to sneak in? Qin Yunshang quickly accepted the reality and nodded, yes, I don't know how this guy does it, but he always manages to get into all sorts of places. The Qin family probably didn't even know this. The Qin family's little loser was actually a genius at infiltration. Qin Yunliang was a little surprised, but then a thought occurred to him, and his expression became unusually kind, which made Qin Yunshang a little uneasy. Qin Yunliang patted Qin Yunyu's shoulder and said, my return is a secret. You haven't told anyone in the family, have you? Qin Yunyu shook his head. No, no one else knows except Qin Yunshang. That's good, Qin Yunliang said, smiling and looking down at Qin Yunyu. We're currently carrying out a classified mission. It's extremely difficult, and it concerns the future of humanity. Qin Yunyu was immediately taken aback and asked cautiously, what so? Sure, that's not important, Qin Yunliang interrupted Qin Yunyu, saying, what's important is that I have a I need to entrust you with an important mission. Qin Yunyu was instantly timid upon hearing the assignment. Brother, forget it. What can I possibly accomplish? Qin Yunliang suddenly assumed an air of superiority, and said meaningfully, No, only you can do this. Qin Yunyu tentatively asked, What is it? Qin Yunliang pointed out several areas on the map and said, I need you to explore these places. You must remain undetected. If you find anything unusual, return immediately and let me know. Qin Yunchang glanced at the map, his heart skipping a beat. They were all remarkable places. What was Qin Yunliang trying to do? Qin Yunyu, completely unaware of the importance of these areas, nodded blankly, then listened as Qin Yunliang continued his brainwashing. It's precisely because you're special that I'm entrusting you with such an important task. I wouldn't trust anyone else, only you. Su Manwen leaned against the counter, watching Qin Yunliang desperately try to fool his foolish brother, then send the two bewildered children out. The door slammed shut, and the others began to emerge from the room. Su Manwen, uneasy, asked, You've just told him the plan. Aren't you afraid he changed sides at the last minute? Qin Yunliang pushed his glasses up and said calmly, Changing sides at the last minute requires a plan. No one would believe what he says. Besides, if we don't give him something to do, who knows what kind of surprising things he might do out of boredom? Su Manwen thought about it, too. Who would believe the nonsense coming from someone who looked a bit foolish? However, Su Manwen was still a little worried. He's your brother after all. He looks like an ordinary person. Aren't you afraid that something might happen if he messes up? Qin Yunliang, don't worry. He's still the treasure of the Qin family. Even if the truth comes out, he only suffer a little, not die. After hearing this, Su Manwen couldn't help but sigh, You're so ruthless even towards your own family. Qin Yunliang said, If I hadn't shown him mercy, he would have died long ago. You don't think there are only two of us brothers in my family because my father is a chaste man, do you? Su Manwen, it could be that he's too old to handle it. Qin Yunliang, The next day. In the meeting room, Su Manwen tilted his head slightly, wondering if he had misheard. Su Manwen, seemingly furious, chuckled and asked, So, you're asking us for a meteorite sample before any information is made public and any conditions are met? The head of Dawn Base, still sporting his unchanging smile, shamelessly declared, The meteorite was originally discovered by Dawn Base. It technically belongs to Dawn Base, but it was taken away by Dawn Base first. Now we just want a sample. It's not a difficult request, is it? Chapter 131. Su Manwen was completely irritated and laughed. She said, So you don't want to negotiate terms, you want the meteorite sample? Whether it was the sudden compromise, or the meaningless meetings they've been holding since their arrival, they were simply wasting their energy and distracting them from their real goal, the jar of meteorite sample they brought. The Dawn Base leader said frankly, Yes, that little sample is all we need. In other words, they had never considered any cooperation from the start. After a moment's silence, Su Manwen suddenly erupted. You're kidding me. But as soon as she moved, she and the other accompanying personnel were pinned down and subdued by the Dawn Base soldiers. Su Manwen's hands were firmly pinned by two soldiers, and the front of her body was forced to the cold marble table, unable to move. Several personnel from Dawn Base, acting as if nothing had happened, handed over a document. Su Manwen, barely able to see it sideways, asked, Is this superficial effort still worthwhile? The Dawn Base leader replied, Of course we do. After all, we're still semi-allies. As long as you sign this agreement, Dawn Base and Liming Base will maintain friendly relations. Liming Base will provide Dawn Base with meteorite samples, and assist Dawn Base in completing experiments to restore Earth's original appearance. Sounds great, doesn't it? Su Manwen sneered, If I don't agree, what else do you have in mind? The Dawn Base leader said regretfully, If you don't accept this solution, then we can only publicly declare that Liming Base stole the meteorite secrets and refuses to share them. However, we at Dawn Base have overcome all difficulties and achieved breakthrough results. We believe that in the near future, we will have the opportunity to see the world as it was before. This story will likely appear in future textbooks and be remembered by the new generation. Su Manwen snorted and simply gave up pretending. You old bastard, you think you can get a meteorite sample? Dream on. The person in charge of the Dawn Base simply chuckled and clapped his hands. Someone then rolled out a small cart from the back. On it was the metal box used to store meteorite samples, stolen at some unknown time. A man was also brought up. The meteorite sample is in here, right? The Dawn Base leader said, stroking the metal box with one hand. It's truly ingenious. If you force it open, the mechanism hidden inside will likely be destroyed along with the contents. Su Manwen, that's good to know. The Dawn Base leader turned to look at the man being held captive and said, but luck favors Dawn Base. The sole survivor who escaped the lab with this box is actually here at Dawn Base. What a coincidence. He just happens to know how to open it without a key. Su Manwen was stunned. Although she heard the base commander say the box was salvaged from the water, she had no idea why it was there. She could only assume it was concealed. The man being held captive had a scruffy beard and looked ill. He subconsciously averted his gaze when his eyes met the metal box. This alone confirmed that the Dawn Base leader was telling the truth. This man definitely had a deep connection to the box. The man seemed to have anticipated this day. He explained, when the experimental accident occurred, I was out shopping for materials. When I returned, only a rubble remained. Fortunately, the monitoring chip recording the experiment was still intact. I pieced together the key details of the experiment and locked it in a confidential box. After evading the initial crackdown, I tossed it into a pond somewhere, thinking I'd retrieve it after the storm died down. But then, the apocalypse occurred. Since he'd been brought here, it meant the secret within the box had already been revealed, though it wasn't Dawn Base who first opened it. The Dawn Base leader impatiently pushed him forward. I didn't call you here to hear your stories. We put in a lot of effort to find you. For the sake of your wife and children's well-being, don't even think about struggling. No wonder they've been stalling for time these past few days. It was all to find him. Su Manwen looked at the man, a flicker of struggle in his eyes, and then he approached the metal box. The man picked up the box and began a series of incomprehensible movements, shaking it up and down, then side to side, a steady stream of soft clanking sounds echoing from within. After a while, a sudden click echoed from within the box, and the man paused, seemingly surprised to find himself able to open it after all these years. He adjusted the box's angle, with one sharp corner facing the ground, and then released his grip. The moment the metal box hit the ground, it scatters, like building blocks, revealing its contents. Su Manwen's struggles draw even greater pressure, and he watches helplessly as the Shuang Base leader picks up the sealed can of powder. Outdoor. Several people are chatting in the car. Lu Xiu takes out pre-baked cupcakes and distributes them to everyone, chatting and laughing. Don't take them all. Leave one for Su Manwen. I know. Yin Hong takes a bite of the delicate cupcake, then another of the chocolate cupcake, her mouth full. She turns to ask Qin Yunliang, who is carefully tearing off the cup holder beside her, "Where's your brother? Why haven't we heard from him yet? Could he have been captured?" Qin Yunliang said calmly, "He hasn't been arrested. He just sent me a message, but I haven't had time to listen yet." Xiao Xingyang asked, "What message?" "I don't know. Let me see." Qin Yunliang pulled his phone from his pocket. Although it was a censored version of the apocalypse, it at least allowed free calls within the Dawn Base, fulfilling its most primitive and basic functions. Qin Yunliang opened the message and heard Chen Yunyu mutter in a low voice, "Brother, I might have found the place you mentioned. It's disgusting here, everywhere. Ugh! What is this sticky stuff? It's disgusting." Then the next voice message automatically played. "Oh my god, brother, you're right. They're really crazy." Qin Yunchang's voice came from the side. "Keep your voice down. If you wake them, we'd both die." Qin Yunliang raised an eyebrow, not expecting Qin Yunchang to be there. Amidst the sound of cameras clicking, Qin Yunyu sighed, "If this gets out, it'd definitely be a huge scandal." Qin Yunchang said, angrily, "Fool. What are you filming? We won't even need to give a statement if we're arrested. Just send them our location first, and tell them where we are." "Oh, right. The next message was Qin Yunyu's real-time location. Lu Xiu instantly pinpointed a location based on the location, and a wave of fear washed over him. Crazy. Storing something like that in a crowded place? Maybe he's overconfident, or thinks dangerous places are safest, or maybe he simply thinks that place is nice and doesn't care much about ordinary people's lives," Tang Ziyu said, patting the residue on his hands. "Isn't there another message? Click on it, and see what it is." Qin Yunliang clicked on the last message from Qin Yunyu. "Brother. We've been spotted. Help." The sudden rise in volume nearly frightened Yin Hong enough to drop her cupcake. She quickly finished it in a few bites and then asked, "What's wrong with him?" Qin Yunliang's face was grim. "Oh no! We're about to be exposed." Lu Xiu turned and pulled the curtains a little. While things looked calm outside, he felt something was amiss. Where were the people? Normally, there would be some passers-by at this time of day, but it was so quiet now, not a soul in sight. Suddenly, Lu Xiu saw a flash of light, and quickly pulled the curtains back. "Oh no! They're coming!" Outside the car, the team leader asked a nearby team member if there had been a signal from above, but received a negative response. "Not yet, but the operation inside has already begun. The captain nodded. In that case, let's get started too. A team member paused and asked, then what signal? What kind of war are you talking about with a bunch of armchair strategists? Don't get us all killed. The captain turned back to the car and said, if it's any later, we won't even get our soup. As the captain gave the order, the men lying in ambush began to close in on the vehicle. The black car remained motionless, and laughter could be heard from within. Ha ha ha. Look at your mouth. It's all covered in frosting. Ah, my clothes. Don't wipe your hands on my clothes. Listening to the noise inside, the captain felt ashamed. They were actually playing around at a place like this. Just how lax was the organization and discipline at Dawn Base? However, this unprofessionalism meant that their next move would be much easier. As the men gradually approached the black car, they didn't notice the men squatting on top of it. The team gathered around the vehicle. The captain stood in front of it and knocked. The commotion continued. He knocked harder, but still no one answered. Sensing something was wrong, the captain flung open the door. No one was inside, only a phone playing a recording on a loop. Retreat! The captain instantly realized they had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. Just as they were about to retreat, they heard the sound of a bowstring breaking through the air, and then felt a force pierce through their bodies, carrying them forward for a distance. The captain looked down and saw a bloody arrow lodged in his chest. Behind him, the other team member screamed and fell. Another team, hiding behind cover not far away, was stunned when they saw their entire team destroyed so easily in the blink of an eye. How terrifying, but he deserves it. He actually dared to act on his own. As he spoke, he received a signal from the person in charge. Even though he had just witnessed the brutality of Tang Ziyu and the others, he could only sigh and face forward to engage. The men on the roof stood back to back, thinking that once they had dealt with the first team, everything would be over. Suddenly, several more teams appeared from all around, seemingly determined to defeat them. Several men jumped off the roof and engaged the enemies pouring in from all directions. Perhaps the Dawn Base's higher-ups hadn't anticipated the strength of the personnel sent by Dawn Base to escort the person in charge. Several teams were no match for Tang Ziyu and the others. But now they were inside the base, not in the wild. They had forgotten that they could use firearms inside the base without worrying about attracting aberrant creatures. Several members of the squad stood at a distance, reloading their ammunition while Tang Ziyu and the others engaged in a fierce battle. They took aim at the Eagle squad members and pulled the trigger. Several bullets flew off their trajectory, piercing the unsuspecting group. They had thought these shots would kill them instantly, or at least weaken them somewhat. But just as the bullets neared Tang Ziyu and the others, they were suddenly drawn in by a force, turning and entering a black hole that appeared out of nowhere. Lu Xiyu closed her palm, and the black hole vanished. She also determined the exact location of the shooters and opened her palm again. Before they could react, the bullets had already exited the black hole and returned the way they had come, piercing their heads. They fell to the ground. Chapter 132. Lu Xiyu sighed in surprise. They all hit me. Xiao Xingyang pushed the wounded enemy away and turned to complain. They almost hit me too. Lu Xiyu quickly waved his hand in apology, but soon rejoined the battle, his technique becoming increasingly proficient. Thanks to the recent emergency training at Dawn Base, Lu Xiyu's current level, while still somewhat challenging in combat, was already capable of coordinating the movements of the others. With his palms fluttering and closing, black holes appeared and vanished, shielding the Eagle squad from incoming bullets, allowing them to focus more on dealing with the enemy in front of them without worrying about being ambushed from behind. But just as they finished dealing with the enemy in front of them, new enemies emerged from all directions. Now they were trapped deep within the enemy's lair. Although they were also registered residents of Dawn Base, the current situation clearly made it impossible to delay further. Tang Ziyu carried Lu Xiyu on his back, leading the way. Yin Hong followed closely behind, holding Xiaoxing Yang in one hand and Qin Yunliang in the other. After breaking through the encirclement, they rushed towards the location Qin Yunyu had sent. Lu Xiyu used his supernatural powers to intercept the bullets from behind and asked Tang Ziyu, "Where's Su Manwen? Have you left her alone?" Tang Ziyu hopped on the rooftops, saying, "We can't take her with us, but she'd be fine for now." If Dawn Base wanted to antagonize Liming Base now, they wouldn't have waited until today. Lu Xiyu finally felt relieved and focused on coordinating the fight. Qin Yunliang missed his target with an arrow inside. "Can you please not make such a sharp arc in your movements? I can't even aim." "Huh?" Yin Hong was so angry she wanted to kick him right there and then, saying, "I was helping you escape, and you picked on me," and Xiao Xingyang didn't even say anything. Chen Yunliang glanced to the side and said, "He looks a little fainted." Yin Hong turned to see Xiao Xingyang's face, as if his soul had left his body. "What should we do? Let me get closer, and I give him a couple of slaps to see if that wakes him up." As they approached their target location, Tang Ziyu suddenly slowed down. Yin Hong looked up and saw that the pursuers were coming from the opposite direction. Attacking from both sides, they were trying to trap them and prevent them from moving forward. Yin Hong placed Xiao Xingyang and Chen Yunliang on the rooftop and went to help Tang Ziyu fight the sudden enemy. "Damn it! They're right up ahead." Lu Shiyu looked down. Below was the bustling city center. It was one of the busiest times of the day, and the crowds of innocent people were standing below, watching the excitement. A fight here was clearly unwise. Lu Shiyu thought the enemy would retreat, but it turned out to be a complete opposite. Upon seeing them, they continued to fire, forcing Lu Shiyu to use his supernatural powers to block them. The sound of gunfire continued from above, and those below, unable to see what was happening due to their obstructed vision, saw the crowds pile up. The crowd below him grew denser, forming a traffic jam. If anything went wrong, it would be impossible to clear the way in time. Lu Shiyu was anxious. Are they crazy? This is the city center. There are so many people here. How do they shoot here? Tang Ziyu glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "No, they're not from the exploration team." What? The people sent to pursue them had always been members of different exploration teams, leading Lu Shiyu to believe they were responsible for all this work. However, Tang Ziyu said, "This is another unit dedicated to combat operations. Their capabilities will be stronger than those we've encountered so far. Be careful." As for how Tang Ziyu recognized these people at first sight, it was simply because he didn't know any of them. Given his early misdeeds in the exploration team, the fact that none of these people had ever fought him was enough to prove that they weren't explorers. Since they weren't members of the exploration team and were assigned to this kind of mission, there was only one possibility. Sure enough, these people's marksmanship was even more accurate and their movements were even more agile. Just catching the bullets coming from all directions consumed most of Lu Shiyu's attention, let alone returning them. He didn't hit a single one. Tang Ziyu tilted his head and said, "Don't try to hit them anymore. Focus on stopping those bullets." Lu Shiyu swallowed nervously. Okay. Although their coordination hadn't gone awry so far, Lu Shiyu was already panicking, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Like a novice who had just finished the basic tutorial of a music game being pushed into a difficult level, even the most talented would find it difficult to complete. Lu Shiyu hung on for dear life, too nervous to breathe. Tang Ziyu turned around and saw that Lu Shiyu had nearly suffocated. Caught from both sides, the Eagle squad struggled to advance, but the enemies on either side were powerless to stop them. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, a nearby observation building suddenly exploded. The blast instantly resonated throughout the entire venue, nearly shattering everyone's eardrums. The sudden explosion stunned everyone present. Yin Hong's expression was grave as she stared at the exploding building. "Isn't that right there?" Xiao Xingyang's pupils refocused, and upon waking, he felt a sharp pain in his cheeks and philtrum. "What happened to me?" "Oh, Yin Hong didn't hold you firmly, and you fell face first." Xiao Xingyang's face was filled with confusion. "Is that true?" Chen Yunliang patted his reddened palms and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Go help. They're overwhelmed." "Oh, okay." Xiao Xingyang scrambled to his feet, and took only 2 steps when the ground shook. A building not far away suddenly exploded, a development that took everyone by surprise. Xiao Xingyang, nearly losing his balance, asked, "What's going on? Has the situation gotten so serious that such high destructive weapons are needed?" Chen Yunliang was stunned. Looking at the exploding building, he suddenly had a bad feeling. "Oh no, that's..." Before he could finish his words, Xiao Xingyang saw something flying out of the hollow structure of the exploded building. When it flew closer, everyone could see what it was and gasped. "Deformed creatures? Why are there so many of them hiding in this base?" Someone shouted at the top of their lungs, and the stunned crowd below snapped back to their senses, screaming and trying to flee. The scene was momentarily chaotic, and those who had been together were separated by the flow of people, crying and shouting. In an instant, it became like a living hell. Tang Ziyu gnashed his teeth at the sight of the deformed creatures flying out of the building. Sure enough, this was exactly why he had rushed back. Not for the meteorite samples, but for these secret biological weapons hidden deep within the heart of Dawn Base. This was why Yi Donglin, despite being forcibly imprisoned, had desperately escaped from Dawn Base and traveled thousands of miles to find Tang Ziyu. From a long time ago, Yi Donglin had vaguely sensed that Dawn Base was secretly conducting research. It wasn't just the superficial study and deconstruction of distorted creatures. Don Base's true goal wasn't recovery, but evolution. A truly insane plan was quietly underway under everyone's noses. Isolated experimenters studied and analyzed the captured mutants. After unsuccessful attempts at taming them, they turned to technological control. This dual approach yielded initial success: a group of mutants that understood and obeyed commands. The Dawn Base's leadership envisioned taming these mutants, much like humans tamed wolves thousands of years ago. If they successfully cracked the secrets of their mutations, perhaps they could even lead humanity to evolution. Some considered this a fantasy, while others believed it was a daring attempt. However, the sudden appearance of a meteorite was a major turn of events, reigniting heated debate among the previously stable leadership. If the meteorite could truly restore the mutants to their original state, their painstakingly developed evolution would instantly crumble. The contented public would undoubtedly favor conservative restoration over radical evolution. After some internal debate, support for evolution prevailed. So they decided to do everything they could to get a piece of the meteorite, so that they could study the meteorite in the same way they studied the distorted creatures. If they were given a little more time, they would be able to develop distorted creatures that were not affected by the meteorite. By then, the only path left for the world would be evolution. Donlin considered himself normally insane, but he was still shocked by the madness of the decisions made by normal people. When he fully understood what this deeply sick base wanted, he had already decided to betray the place where he had grown up. Even if it meant sacrificing everything he had, he would deliver this message, in exchange for a glimmer of hope. Tang Ziyu slashed the head of a giant beetle with his knife. Similar deformed creatures filled the sky, arranged in a staggered pattern, as if they had been professionally trained. The man tasked with intercepting them raised his hand, and one of the flying insects docilely flew down, gently brushing against his hand. Give up the struggle. Transformation is the key to the new world. Those who cling to the old world will only remain stagnant in it, abandoned by the times. The man spoke calmly, advising Tang Ziyu, with your strength, if you surrender now, Dawn Base will accept you and offer you status and wealth far beyond your imagination. Why follow the fools of Dawn Base all the way to the end? Yin Hong sneered, you all want people who turn against you at the last minute. No wonder you bred a bunch of parasites. The man's face instantly turned cold. Who allowed you to interrupt? Tang Ziyu refused without hesitation. I don't need the wealth you promise, nor do I value the excuses you offer. Shaoxing. Yang echoed, that's right. Stop thinking of others as your own. Not everyone is as profit-oriented as you. The man snorted, stop pretending. I wonder how long you can keep your stubbornness. We've already got the meteorite sample, so just keep that woman. As for you, there's no need to keep you. The man raised his hand, and the flying insects flew back to their original position. He then said coldly, don't hold back. Kill them all. According to the command, the distorted creatures swarmed over them instantly. Not only those flying in the sky, but also many crawling on the ground attacked them. The few who had been chasing them had quietly retreated behind the distorted creatures, quietly waiting for Tang Ziyu and the others to be overwhelmed by them. Chapter 133. Hordes of distorted creatures followed orders and advanced toward Tang Ziyu and his companions. However, due to their limited intelligence, they could not distinguish their enemies from those giving the orders, and soon began attacking passers-by. The sight of blood intensified the aggressors, and the crowd was in complete chaos. Everyone was running and screaming for their lives. The chaotic flow of people collided, and large numbers of people were pushed to the ground. Stampedes occurred in the densest areas. The distorted creatures only harmed a small number of people, but the chaos they caused had a chain reaction, turning the entire street into a living hell. Listening to the incessant screams, the few people on the rooftop were powerless. The distorted creatures swarming from all directions were already overwhelming them. Tang Ziyu had to exercise extreme restraint when using his supernatural power to prevent the flames from igniting flying insects. If the flying insects carrying the fire source flew everywhere and caused a fire, that would be a real disaster. With no longer human bullets as their enemy, Lu Shiyu suddenly lost his ability. He could only ignore the situation and open the black hole, forcing the aberrations to redirect. But this was merely a temporary solution, only a temporary delay. Ultimately, weapons would be needed to deal with the situation. Fortunately, these aberrations were relatively large, so even with Lu Shiyu's limited aim, he could still hit a few. Why are there aberrations in this base? Lena chopped off the head of an aberration about to bite Lu Shiyu. Pain pierced her knuckles, and she was distracted and nearly knocked over by the onrushing crowd. Evacuate the crowd first, the guard said from a high point to several trusted aides. Each of you go to an intersection and ensure the flow of people follows the correct path. If anyone disobeys, we can use force. The guard patted his gun at his waist, his meaning clear. According to the order, several men scurried along the roof beams toward the intersection. Lena, still finishing off the aberrations, looked up and asked, "Has the human base been taken? Why are there so many aberrations?" The guard, holding a cigarette but unlit, said with a worried look, "We explain this later. Didn't you go to the black market a few days ago? Did you buy any potions that enhance your abilities?" Lena was furious. "How could I possibly buy that kind of stuff after I've left the mercenary group? And are you sending someone to spy on me?" The guard sighed, tucked his cigarette behind his ear. Misfortunes never come singly. Then he clasped his hands together, and several thick vines suddenly erupted from the ground, lifting the suffocating child from the crowd. He then began to rescue the terrified people from the dense crowd, one by one. Many of them climbed onto the guard's vines to protect themselves. The vines, bearing the excessive weight, began to buckle and, on the verge of collapse, the guards gritted their teeth and caused more vines to sprout from the ground, entwining them together and finally stabilizing the situation. Yin Hong hurled her short knife, piercing a flying jackal. Then she began to tug on the chain, swinging the beetles like meteor hammers, slamming down a swarm, deterring the surrounding insects from approaching. Qin Yunliang and Xiao Xingyang dealt with the deformed creatures crawling around them. Xiao Xingyang's two long swords were nearly sparking. He had lost all sense of pain, even his instincts, and gripped the hilts by sheer instinct. Qin Yunliang fell back and exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no! I'm out of arrows." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingyang raised his hand and conjured a water ball. The ball stretched and then froze, forming a long, thin ice arrow. "Use this. As many as you need." Yin Hong flung the aberration away and pulled her dagger back. Looking at the still dense mass of aberrations and the panicked crowd below, she felt this was no solution. "Woo! Mom!" Yin Hong looked to the side and saw an aberration snatch up a child, only 3 or 4 years old, and soar over the eaves. "Hold on! I go get them!" Yin Hong shouted and ran towards the aberration, but it kept rising higher and higher, and by the time she got close, it had already soared high. Coincidentally, another aberration was not far from her. Yin Hong leaped onto it, wrapped her chain around its neck, and propelled it in her desired direction, chasing it for a distance before finally closing in. Seeing the aberrant creature ahead spot her and prepare to accelerate, Yin Hong immediately hurled her dagger, piercing its shell. However, the pain forced it to reflexively loosen its grip on the child. The child instantly plummeted from the sky, and Yin Hong, without a second thought, leaped with him. Fortunately, she managed to catch the child. Then, the chain reached its limit, and the pierced aberrant creature, dangling Yin Hong in midair, struggled to fly away, only to be used as a parachute for a slow descent. Yin Hong then realized how far away she was from the center of the battle. Looking down, she saw the bombed-out building. In midair, Yin Hong held the child in one hand, comforting him. After a moment's reflection, she remembered that the building had originally been constructed to commemorate the 5th anniversary of the human base. At the time, she had thought it was a costly, expensive, and vain project. Now, it seemed the plot had been hatched since the Dawn base's first encounter with the aberrant creatures outside. The closer Yin Hong got to the ground, the clearer she could see what lay below. Inside the lacquered building lay a secret laboratory, enclosed by multiple layers of insulation. It felt like a completely different world, so incongruous with the surrounding streets that it seemed photoshopped in. At the same time, Yin Hong spotted 2 familiar faces. "Qin Yunshang, how could you be even crazier than my brother? This is over. My brother is really going to hang me up and beat me." "Shut up. Can you please stop calling me your brother? I'm still your sister." Qin Yunshang pushed the deformed creature that was holding his legs aside and stood up. "Besides, if it weren't for my quick wit just now, would you still be complaining about this and that?" "That's true." Qin Yunyu was squatting on the ground, poking his finger when he suddenly saw a rapidly expanding shadow on the ground. He asked in confusion, "What is that?" They both looked up to see a figure from nowhere, holding a child in one hand and a chain in the other. Above the chain, a deformed creature flapped its wings with all its might. It suddenly appeared in such a bizarre formation and landed right in front of him. Qin Yunshang asked, stunned, "Qin Yunyu, were we just killed in the explosion? Otherwise, how could we see such a bizarre scene?" Qin Yunyu was stunned for only 2 seconds, then immediately recognized Qin Yuliang's teammates. "Did my brother ask you to come find us?" "No." After landing, Yin Hong yanked hard on the chain, sending the distorted creature slamming to the ground, startling the two. Then, Yin Hong stepped on the distorted creature and pulled out her knife, explaining, "I'm here by accident. I have to go back now." Yin Hong looked around. The ground was littered with the corpses of mutated creatures killed by the explosion, as well as numerous broken glass jars and spilled nutrient solution. "Did you blow this place up?" "Qin Yunshang, we were just taking emergency shelter." "Qin Yunyu, she did it, it's none of my business." Then Qin Yunyu received a slap from Qin Yunshang. Yin Hong mentally lamented for a second the destructive power of Qin Yuliang's two naughty children, then handed the child to them. "Take care of this child for now. I have something urgent to attend to." Qin Yunyu glanced at the child and asked, "Whose is this?" "I don't know. I found it on the street." Although Yin Hong felt it was unreliable to leave the child with these two people, it was still better than simply abandoning it on the side of the road. She didn't have time to worry about it anymore. The team still needed her help back. Just as the two were about to say something, Yin Hong hurried away. Qin Yunshang squatted down and looked at the crying child, his eyes swollen and slitted. He turned to Qin Yunyu and asked, "Do you think he looks like your brother?" Qin Yunyu's anger instantly flared up. "My brother only has me." Qin Yunshang, He envied Chen Yunliang, who had only a fool at home fighting with him for the family fortune. Even on the other side, without Yin Hong's help, the battle became even more difficult. Several times, the mutated creatures even managed to break through the defenses and injure them. "No, we have no chance of winning if we keep wasting time." Lu Shi wiped the blood from his face, and, looking up at the bell tower, suddenly had an idea. "Got it! I know what to do." Tang Ziyu turned around and asked, "What do you want to do?" Lu Shi briefly outlined the plan to Tang Ziyu, who decided it was worth a try. "You two hold on, we're going up there." "What?" Xiao Xingyang cried out in despair. "Why are you leaving too? It's just the two of us." But he didn't even have time to complain. A new wave of mutated creatures quickly descended upon them, overwhelming them. Tang Ziyu led Lu Shiyu up the bell tower, dodging the monster's attacks. The bell tower was the most prominent structure in the area, nestled in the heart of Dawn Base. No matter where you looked, you could see it. It was thus called the Dawn Base's Gnomon, symbolizing the days and years spent at Dawn Base during the Apollo sunset. It was also one of the tallest structures in Dawn Base, silently gazing down, like a giant, at the busy human life. It had left a deep impression on Lu Shiyu the moment she passed it on the cable car. As Tang Ziyu climbed higher and higher, the group drifted further and further away from the chaos below. Listening to the fading noise, Lu Shiyu couldn't help but look down. Below, chaos had already broken out. The distorted creatures, which had suddenly appeared in the human settlement, were rampant. Even the people's relentless attempts to drive them away and attack them, their desperate resistance seemed utterly powerless. This scene seemed to awaken a memory in Lu Shiyu, a distant memory that he couldn't tell whether it was real or a dream. He remembered that it had been like this when the distorted disaster first struck. Peaceful life was shattered by the monsters that appeared out of nowhere. Unarmed people could only flee in panic, seeking shelter in cars or buildings. They watched helplessly as the distorted creatures dismembered and devoured people on the streets, as if it had happened only a short time ago, now repeating itself. Finally, Tang Ziyu reached the top of the bell tower and lowered Lu Shiyu safely down. Lu Shiyu opened his hand, caught the large thermos cup that fell from it, unscrewed it bit by bit, and poured out the powdered meteorite sample without reservation towards the street below that had turned into purgatory. Chapter 134. As Lu Shiyu tilted the thermos, the meteorite powder contained within began to spill out bit by bit, carried by the wind to various locations. Amid the chaos below, someone suddenly noticed a fine snowfall, so tiny it was barely noticeable, appearing silently. Qin Yunliang, below, raised his hand to catch a few grains of snow. Looking up, he saw a scene reminiscent of earlier snowfall. Small white particles drifted through the air, slowly falling, evenly showering everyone below, including the aberrant creatures. After coming into contact with the white particles, the aberrant creature's movement slowed. One aberrant, about to step on a fallen pedestrian, suddenly stopped, as if suddenly coming to its senses. After glancing around for a moment, it ran to a nearby fruit stand and began to eat fruit, as if it hadn't been the one attempting to attack the pedestrian. A similar situation repeated itself below. Lena, who was clearing out the monstrous creatures that were endangering the civilians, had just raised her knife to strike when the creatures ignored her, bypassed her, and found a shady spot to rest. Lena, already tense, was stunned, completely bewildered by what had happened. The monstrous creatures, once violent and aggressive, seemed to have become docile at that moment, no longer actively aggressive. If you ignored their hideous appearance, they looked like ordinary animals that had strayed into human society. Seeing the monstrous creatures no longer attacking, and instead strolling leisurely, Qin Yunliang and Xiao Xingyang finally caught their breath. Qin Yunliang pinched it. It was a little hard. It wasn't real fine snow. Considering the sudden change in the monstrous creatures, Qin Yunliang immediately guessed it was the work of the meteorite. The men on the other side hadn't realized what had happened yet. They only realized that the previously obedient aberrations had suddenly lost control, no longer attacking, but crawling around like unintelligent animals. Hey! Hurry up! You monsters, don't you understand orders? The man angrily kicked the nearest aberration, sending it flying. But now, the aberrations wouldn't listen to him, and no matter how he raged, it was useless. You're scared without these aberrations? Xiao Xingyang scoffed, that's all. I don't know how someone like you managed to get into this kind of unit. The man on the other side was so angry that his teeth were about to break. The real reason he'd been so defeated was because Xiao Xingyang had hit a sore spot. His unit was high-ranking. While combat was their primary responsibility, the arduous work was left to the exploration team, leaving them to train within the base. Furthermore, he'd gotten in through his parents' connections in the first place. He'd been made captain despite being clearly weaker than his classmates. Because they were never really needed, he'd been left hanging, a filler to this day. His parents had originally chosen to put him here because they saw the unit as having no practical use. There were no wars, and they weren't needed to go out. Even though it was said to be dangerous, it had never seen any real combat. Who would have thought he'd actually be called up today, only to be a mere figurehead? Every member of the rear was stronger than him, but no one was willing to make a move, fearing that if they drew attention, they offend him, not only not receiving the benefits they were entitled to, but also facing retribution later. The man's fragile pride shattered, and he threatened to teach Xiao Xingyang a lesson. But no matter how hard he waved his hands, there was no reaction. Xiao Xingyang scratched his ear and said, "You mean you're doing calisthenics for me? That's not pretty. How could that be?" The man kept trying to use his powers, but to no avail. Why can't he use his powers anymore? Qin Yunliang patted the white particles above his head, unsurprised. While this small amount of meteorite wasn't enough to instantly transform the deformed creatures back into their original form, it was enough to prevent those with lesser abilities from using their powers. Seeing that the other party had been struggling for a long time without making any progress, the two decided not to continue the fight and grabbed their swords and crossbows, preparing to leap to the opposite building to end the battle. The man, still caught up in the panic of losing his powers, raised his head and was met with a punch from Xiao Xingyang. I hate useless people who have no abilities and still act like my superiors. The team members at the rear silently agreed. After being beaten back several steps, the man was completely furious and commanded the others behind him to charge forward. The two groups clashed, their powers gone, a relentless, physical exchange of blows. Unfortunately, Qin Yunliang possessed a healing ability, which in turn infinitely increased the health of both men. It was like he was cheating, and no matter how hard they attacked, they couldn't be defeated. After being repeatedly beaten and accidentally hit by several of his own teammates, the man quickly retreated from the center of the fray, hissing as he covered his swollen mouth. He didn't know who had taken advantage of the situation. Suddenly, he caught sight of a gun on the ground, feeling a sudden chance to turn the tables. He frantically scrambled to pick it up and aimed at Xiao Xingyang, whom he hated so much. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the gun was sent flying by a powerful force. Yin Hong shook the chains and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I'm back just in time. It wasn't until Yin Hong returned that the man realized she had disappeared at some point, and now, suddenly, she reappeared, ruining his plans. Just as the man was about to reach for another gun nearby, he heard the sound of bullets being loaded. No one move. Everyone, stand in a row, squat down, and don't talk to each other. Yin Hong looked in the direction of the voices, and saw Guan Wei and a group of men approaching. Seeing that Guan Wei's men were armed with guns, the men instantly quieted down. Seeing Guan Wei, the man, still unwilling to give up, asked, "What do you want? Betray Dawn Base and join Dawn Base?" Guan Wei put his hands in his pockets and chuckled dismissively. "Betray? No, you're mistaken. I just think the current base needs some small changes. I haven't said anything about leaving or anything like that." After saying that, Guan Wei looked up at the still drifting white particles and grumbled, "It's like dandruff. I have to wash my hair when I get home, even though I got a haircut today." Under the guidance of Guan Wei's men, the crowd quickly calmed down and evacuated in an orderly manner as directed. Meanwhile, the entire process, from the sudden appearance of the aberrant creatures to the stabilization of the situation, was captured on camera and uploaded to Dawn Base's social media platform. For some reason, it wasn't removed and was widely circulated. Before long, even people who were not in the central area of the Dawn Base knew what had just happened there. The video was widely reposted, and there was not even enough time to remove the video and ban the account that disseminated it. Soon, everyone in the Dawn Base knew that a large number of deformed creatures had appeared in the core area of the Dawn Base, and a terrible attack had occurred. This was the biggest accident scandal since the base was built. There happened to be a rabid online surfer among the crowd, eager to see the action. He took a photo of the aberration strolling around and uploaded it, quickly generating a massive amount of traffic. People who had rarely seen aberrations online were watching the hideous creatures up close through their screens. As more and more people uploaded photos, some even began to claim that the aberrations were just that, nothing special. A grown man could single-handedly take on a single aberration if he felt the urge to kill. This unique discussion environment significantly weakened people's fear of the aberrations, creating the illusion that they weren't that terrifying. Furthermore, the white particles floating in the air also caught people's attention. After the initial attention on the aberrations faded, the powder that rendered them docile dominated all the trending searches. A rumor quickly emerged online claiming that the aberrations had suddenly stopped attacking because of the white powder. Although this claim sounded far-fetched, it spread rapidly. A shop assistant, tidying up the shop, heard the announcement on TV. Looking up, he saw Lu Xiu standing atop a towering clock tower and couldn't help but curse. Why is Sister Lu on TV? Wasn't she out of the base? The others rushed over after hearing the noise. The image on the TV screen quickly cut away, but they had already seen it clearly. Lu Xiu had just appeared on the live broadcast. The video and screenshots were still circulating online, but the people involved in the incident were completely unaware, only knowing that they and their companions had escaped danger and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xiu heard everything that happened after that from Tang Ziyu. It was said that, after she spread the jar of meteorite powder, the aberrant creatures became very docile and began to undergo subtle changes. Without having to worry about the aberrant creatures, the guards' duties became much easier. After successfully evacuating the civilians, they led their men to control the entire area, including surrounding the central administrative building. Any internal information was blocked, and even Tang Ziyu was unaware of the details. The widespread spread of news of the aberrant creatures landing in the central area of the airborne base sparked public outrage. Long-suppressed resentment erupted, and the disgruntled crowd protested online and offline, with demonstrations and even strikes. Under immense pressure, the original leader was ousted, and someone else was quickly appointed to take over management responsibilities. Ordinarily, taking office at this time would be like being roasted on the fire, almost digging one's own grave. However, he also brought good news with him. The newly appointed officials directly acknowledged the online speculation that the white powder could restore the deformed creatures to normal life forms. After euphemistically stating that the base was already conducting research, the public's initial opposition was instantly forgotten, and the discussion shifted from whether the base was doomed to collapse to whether humans could leave the base. It seemed as if everything was progressing in the optimal direction. Not only had the stubborn old officials been replaced, successfully deflecting the scandal surrounding the deformed creatures, but the existence of the meteorite had also been disclosed in a relatively harmonious manner. The matter was now settled, and no one was revisiting it. Lu Xiu, leaning back on the sofa, read the freshly printed newspaper from this morning. Between the lines, he could see people's hope for a new life and various speculations about the base's development. Lu Xiu felt a strange sensation as he gazed at the embellished and edited contents of the newspaper. After knowing the truth, reading these embellished articles again was truly a different experience. Tang Ziyu walked out of the kitchen with a cup of hot tea, walked over to the sofa, leaned over, and asked, "What are you reading?" Ever since that day, his busy schedule had suddenly been vacant. Lu Xiu, restless, always wanted to know what was happening outside. However, the current situation was not looking good. Tang Ziyu was worried about Lu Xiu wandering around. If he encountered retaliation from the remnants of the group, it would be troublesome. Lu Xiu also had some injuries that needed to be healed, making it difficult for him to go out. So, Tang Ziyu specifically ordered a daily newspaper for Lu Xiu to refresh himself. Lu Xiu put down the newspaper and took the mug. After a moment's thought, he said, "I'm trying to chew on the pie the politicians are painting. It's a bit hard, I can't quite get it down." Tang Ziyu chuckled and said, as expected, Lu Xiu had spent the first half of his life completely unaware of politics. It was natural to feel uncomfortable after discovering that even the most dreadful reality could be manipulated with sweet talk. The huge gap left Lu Xiyu worried, eager for a definitive answer. Lu Xiyu looked up and asked Tang Ziyu, "Will the future really be as bright as we predict?" Tang Ziyu leaned over with a smile and gently kissed the corner of Lu Xiyu's eye. "Yes, we will all have a bright future, a future we create with our own hands." Chapter 135 Extra. Late at night, the boy fell from the iron mesh wall and rolled twice on the ground. He staggered to his feet for a long time, glanced up at the prison-like place, and without looking back, dragged his injured leg forward. As he slowly moved forward, the boy secretly vowed to teach those bastards back home a lesson. They actually threw me into this kind of hell. God knows what he'd been through recently. Waking up at 5 in the morning to run 5 kilometers, then having to do extra training and receive punishment for one mistake, he lost a lot of weight in just a few days. This life was simply unbearable. The boy felt that even being tricked into working in a black factory would be better than staying here. After yet another punishment due to the instructor's bad mood, the boy finally couldn't stand it anymore and escaped by scaling the wall under the cover of darkness. By this time, both the freshmen and the instructors had gone to bed early. After all, danger lurked at night in the base. The boy escaped entirely on the reckless courage of a newborn calf. But after he emerged, he realized he'd been seriously injured trying to climb over the wall. Not only were his face and hands covered in scratches, but he also twisted his ankle. The pain didn't make the boy regret it, but he was now a little lost. Having escaped, where should he go next? He definitely couldn't just go home. He'd definitely be sent back. Going to a friend's house wasn't an option either. Those people wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. They'd betray him if his family came to question him. Hotels didn't seem to be a good option either. He wasn't sure if any were still open at that hour. Just as he was thinking of trying his luck, he saw a nearby shop with its lights still on. Naturally, he assumed it was a hotel, but as he got closer, he realized it was actually a noodle shop. What's going on? Why is this shop still open at this hour? The boy clutched the closed iron gate at the entrance and peered sideways. The only other person inside was a young woman, wiping a table. After wiping, she flipped a stool onto the tabletop and headed for the back door with her trash. Out of curiosity, the boy followed her around and bumped into the girl, who was carrying a trash bag and preparing to throw it out the back door. Their eyes met. The girl was surprised to see someone there at this hour, but after noticing the boy's injuries and the dust on his body, she suspected he was having some kind of difficulty and asked, "Are you in trouble?" The boy finally came to his senses, shook his head, and said nothing. He was about to leave, forgetting his injured leg and nearly falling into the garbage. Fortunately, the girl caught him in time. "You don't look all right," the girl inquired again. "If you're all right, where did you get these injuries?" The boy turned his head away and muttered, "I did it myself." "You did it yourself?" The girl looked him up and down. Despite her limited experience, she couldn't imagine how someone could get themselves into this state. To put it bluntly, he looked like a stray dog with a broken hind leg, pitiful and reluctant to be approached. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, the boy's stomach suddenly rumbled, and his face flushed. To ensure his escape plan was foolproof tonight, he hadn't even eaten dinner. His heart had raced during the previous attempt, and he hadn't felt anything at all. Now that his muscles had relaxed, hunger took over. Even more than the burning pain in his stomach, the boy felt as if he had just made a fool of himself, even more torturous and painful than the instructor's training. The girl suddenly realized, "You haven't eaten yet? I have some noodles left from today's ingredients, and I was planning to take them back for breakfast tomorrow. If you don't mind, I cooked them for you." It sounded like a question, but the girl didn't give him a chance to answer. She tossed the garbage bag in her hand and pulled him into the back door. The restaurant wasn't very spacious, and the narrow aisle was used to store chairs during business hours. If someone needed to pass through, seated diners would have to move inside. After being pulled inside, the boy gave up struggling, figuring he'd make the best of it. He unselfconsciously pulled up a stool and sat down. Watching the girl busy in the kitchen, the boy remained concerned, saying, "We've already agreed. I don't have any money." The girl smiled back, "You don't look rich." The blush that had just faded from the boy's face returned, and he stiffened his neck and said, "I just don't have any money right now. My family has money." The girl said perfunctorily, "Yeah, I get it." The other party clearly didn't take his words seriously, feeling he was just being stubborn, but the boy couldn't think of another response. His usual taunting skills were now completely forgotten. The girl took out a small pot, filled it with water, and turned on the gas stove to boil water. She also pulled some noodles from the refrigerator, shook them, and decided they might not be enough for the boy, so she grabbed 2 eggs from the fridge. While waiting for the noodles to cook, the boy glanced around at the shop's decor. It wasn't exactly luxurious, but it had a warm, everyday feel. The warm colors made the shop feel like home and relaxed the moment he entered. The young man said for fun, "You don't look that old, but you actually have your own shop." The girl turned her head, and it took a moment to grasp what the boy meant. "No, this isn't my shop," she said, stirring the noodles in the pot. "I'm just a part-time worker." The boy was puzzled. "If it's not your shop, then why are you still here so late? Your boss is so mean, keeping you here so late." The girl replied, "Actually, the owner is quite nice. It's just that his wife suddenly went into labor this afternoon, and the boss rushed home, so I'm the only one cleaning the place today." The girl scooped the cooked noodles from the pot, sprinkled them with chopped green onions, and placed them in front of the boy. The freshly cooked noodles were still steaming, and the golden broth was appetizing just by looking at it. 2 poached eggs sat on the side, garnished with a few chopped green onions. It was a huge temptation for a hungry and growing person. The boy suddenly felt something being stuffed into his hand. It turned out to be a pair of chopsticks. The girl rested her hands on the table, smiling at the boy. "You must be starving. Come on, eat. This is made with our boss's secret recipe." He wolfed down the noodles, ignoring the scalding soup. Steam blurred his eyes, and the scene before him began to blur. As sunlight streamed into the room, Tang Ziyu's eyelids fluttered, and the slightest crack of his eyelids was unbearable. Tang Ziyu sat up in bed and yawned loudly. "I think I was dreaming. It seemed like a dream from the past, but I almost forgotten it upon waking." Tang Ziyu walked out of the bedroom in his slippers, and saw Lu Shiyu already busy in the kitchen. "Up so early?" Hearing the voice, Lu Shiyu turned, saw it was Tang Ziyu, and told him to get breakfast ready. "I have an appointment with Professor Chen today to work on the next volume of Manuscript of Deformed Organisms, so I can't be late." Lu Shiyu hummed a tune as he stood in front of the stove, stirring the food in the pot. Tang Ziyu stood at the doorway, watching for a few seconds before walking in and standing right behind Lu Shiyu, his head resting on top of him. Tang Ziyu glanced down and said, "Noodles this morning?" "Yes, I do," Lu Shiyu asked, stirring the noodles with chopsticks. "How many eggs would you like?" "2. "Okay." Tang Ziyu watched as Lu Shiyu expertly cracked the egg with one hand. The plump egg rested on the noodles, jiggling with the bubbling broth. Tang Ziyu suddenly asked, "Is there a secret recipe for cooking noodles?" Lu Shiyu hummed in confusion and asked, "There's a secret recipe for cooking noodles?" "Tang Ziyu, don't some restaurants have their own special recipes? Do noodle shops have any special secret recipes that make their noodles taste even better?" Lu Shiyu thought carefully and said, "I used to work in a noodle shop, but I don't remember any secret recipes." "I'm not talking about something you can't put in there, are you?" Tang Ziyu denied it, and insisted that there was a secret recipe. Lu Shiyu racked his brains, but couldn't come up with anything that could be considered a secret recipe. He said, "Perhaps every restaurant's recipe is slightly different, and everyone's tastes are different. If I had to say there's a secret recipe, it's probably just making it with care." "Making it with care? Is that a secret recipe?" "Who knows?" Lu Shiyu shrugged. "Anyway, I adjust it based on the preferences of the person eating it. For example, Yanhong likes more meat, Xiao Xinyan likes it salter, and Chen Yunyan likes it lighter, and even adds an egg." Lu Shiyu tilted his head slightly and said, "You like 2 poached eggs and a little green onion in your noodles." Tang Ziyu was stunned. "You've memorized all our flavors?" Lu Shiyu said proudly, "Of course. I'm the team's only cook, and I know your tastes better than you do." Tang Ziyu sighed. "Why do you only have a good memory for things like this? You always forget everything else." Lu Shiyu added a spoonful of salt. He didn't hear what Tang Ziyu had just said, but Tang Ziyu said it was nothing. "You're still asleep, talking in your sleep." Lu Shiyu nudged Tang Ziyu. "Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. Now that the noodles are cooked, wake everyone else up for breakfast. Xiao Xingyang and Yanhong are probably staying up late playing games again." Tang Ziyu agreed, kissing Lu Shiyu before leaving. Then he quickly left the kitchen to avoid being caught by the embarrassed and angry Lu Shiyu. After a simple breakfast, Lu Shiyu shouldered his backpack and prepared to leave. "I'm going out. I probably won't be back until tonight." The few people still eating noodles looked up and nodded, then returned to their noodles after the door closed. Yanhong and Xiao Xingyang hadn't just stayed up late, they almost pulled an all-nighter. After finishing their noodles, they went back to their rooms to catch up on some sleep. Chen Yunyan said he had something to take care of, and left as well. For a moment, Tang Ziyu was the only one left in the room, feeling a bit uncomfortable. After washing the pots and pans, Tang Ziyu followed them out for a stroll. A year had passed since the group returned to Dawn Base. The base had returned to a stable and peaceful state, seemingly unchanged from before, though the people's spirits had noticeably improved. As they walked, Tang Ziyu suddenly found himself at the training grounds. The people inside had already started their morning exercises. Just as he was about to leave, thinking it was unlucky to be in such a place so early in the morning, he suddenly changed direction and, for some unknown reason, ended up in front of a noodle shop. The owner of the shop was making noodles, while someone who seemed to be his wife was cooking them next to him. Nearby sat a little girl, diligently doing her homework. The three of them made their living at this noodle shop, and the cheerful atmosphere left Tang Ziyu momentarily lost in thought. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He opened it, and saw a message from Lu Shiyu. Check out the new product Professor Chen and I developed. Attached to the message was a photo of a strangely arranged dish of food, which looked strange yet strangely delicious. Tang Ziyu smiled subconsciously, and typed a reply. Using the observation mutants to cook again. Lu Shiyu, that's called making the most of it. Tang Ziyu glanced inside the shop, then turned and walked into a jewelry store to prepare a gift for Lu Shiyu. Chapter 136 Extra. What? You're going out again? Xiao Xingyang had been lying on the sofa, leisurely watching TV, when he heard the bad news and wailed, How long will we be out this time? Lu Shiyu folded his clothes, thought for a moment, and said, I'm not sure, but we're going by helicopter this time, and should be back soon. Yin Hong sighed and grumbled. Ever since Lu Shiyu started collaborating with Professor Chen on a book, he's been out every day, even more often than the exploration team. Lu Shiyu casually said, Tang Ziyu will be going too this time. Qin Yunliang paused as he flipped through the documents, looked up, and asked, Why is the captain going too? Lu Shiyu shoved his clothes into his suitcase and said, Because this trip isn't just to collect materials, there's more to it. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lu Shiyu stood up to open it. Su Manlin had already arrived, pulling a suitcase. Are you ready? The helicopter is ready, Su Manlin urged. It's almost there. You come in and wait a moment. Yin Hong tilted her head back, and saw Su Manlin coming in with a suitcase. She asked, Is she coming too? Lu Shiyu nodded. Yes, Su Manlin's mission at Dawn Base is almost complete. It's time for her to return. We can go together. Su Manlin brushed her hair from her neck and complained, Who knows what political strife is going on at Dawn Base? The entire management team has been replaced. I've been unable to leave for a long time. Come to think of it, Su Manlin hadn't been home for a year. Anyone would feel a little resentful about being away from Dawn Base for a year without any warning. Su Manlin sighed and said, I've been away from Dawn Base for so long. I'm afraid someone will take my place. Lu Shiyu consoled him, Don't worry, the base commander will help you retain your position. Who knows, he might even be waiting for a promotion when you return. Su Manlin felt a little better, saying, You're so eloquent, much better than those officials who don't understand human language. Lu Shiyu, I can't tell if he's complimenting me. Tang Ziyu packed up his things and headed out with his backpack. As he passed the sofa, Xiao Xingyang grabbed the backpack strap. Wait, you're just leaving like that? What are we going to do? Su Manlin looked quizzical. What do you mean by what? Are you minors? You're going to be unable to take care of yourself without your guardian? Qin Yunliang flipped through the documents and said, It's the end of the month, and they don't have money to eat out. They had originally planned to rely on Lu Shiyu's cooking to get through the last few days, but who would have thought Lu Shiyu would suddenly say he was going out? The two men, exposed, shrank back in embarrassment, looking deeply guilty. Lu Shiyu zipped up his suitcase, pulled out the handle, and walked out, saying, I know you're broke. There are snacks in the cupboard and some food in the fridge. You should be able to last until we get back. If all else fails, just go to my shop and eat. Just tell the staff. As the door closed, only Yin Hong, Xiao Xingyang, and Qin Yunliang were left in the house. Qin Yunliang tapped away on the keyboard a few times before suddenly feeling something was wrong. He looked up at the two men, whose expressions were distorted. His instinct told him something was up. Did you do something again? Yin Hong's eyes drifted. No. Qin Yunliang's gaze flickered between the two men, who were looking away from each other. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell what they had done just by looking at him, so he could only finish his work. Time flew by, and it was noon. After a busy morning, Qin Yunliang stretched. Ever since the base began exploring ways to expand and open its doors, the status of the Qin family and other families had begun to waver. This seemed perfectly normal to Qin Yunliang. A new era was dawning, and these old-fashioned people who refuse to keep up deserve to be left behind. But one day, Qin Yunxiang sneaked up on him and told him that Qin Yunyu and she had exposed the secret bombing of a laboratory conducting research on mutant creatures. Although those people had fallen, they still had some power. Even if they weren't as powerful as before, they still posed a threat. Also, if the bombing hadn't directly exposed the matter to everyone, the situation wouldn't have escalated so quickly. Therefore, the explosion had seriously offended certain people. According to Qin Yunxiang, the Qin family's old man was truly furious and wanted to expel them. It was obvious what the two would face without the Qin family's protection. Qin Yunxiang seemed fine, after all. She usually had good relationships with everyone, with only a few cronies taking advantage of her misfortune. But Qin Yunyu, that idiot, had been constantly offending people, and he was immediately retaliated against. Qin Yunxiang had only been away for a short while, and when he returned, he found Qin Yunyu sacked and beaten. After being hospitalized, Qin Yunyu was again charged with a host of trumped-up crimes and told he would be imprisoned, but there was no way he could go to such a place now. Without a home to return to, Qin Yunxiang had little savings and had no choice but to seek out Qin Yunliang. Qin Yunliang felt a headache. He knew without hesitation that this was the plan of the old man of the Qin family. No wonder he had been so well serving Qin Yunyu since he left. He had been waiting for this very moment to exploit his weakness and force him to return. However, Qin Yunliang had never expected that the old man would nearly kill Qin Yunyu. To rescue his idiot brother, Qin Yunliang had no choice but to return. Qin Yunxiang had simply followed a friend's advice and wanted to try his luck with Qin Yunliang, but he didn't expect Qin Yunliang to actually help him. He took Qin Yunliang back to the Qin family's house and waited for him at the door for the entire afternoon. It's unclear what he and the Qin family's old man said inside. When Qin Yunliang emerged, he simply told her that the matter was resolved and to go home. Qin Yunxiang returned home, doubtful, only to be greeted by her parents' smiling faces upon entering. It was a stark contrast to the way they had initially dismissed her. Qin Yunliang had simply struck a simple deal with the old man. He would return home to inherit the family business, on the condition that he not tease Qin Yunyu again. After finally gaining a free job through a formal employment exam, Qin Yunliang returned to his family's business, working as a slave without a salary. Hearing people at the company call him Mr. Qin every day made Qin Yunliang feel miserable. At least as a member of the exploration team, he earned a salary, but working at home, he had to use his credit card, his cash flow severely restricted. He wasn't above retaliating, however. Upon taking office, he launched drastic reforms, eliminating any corrupt officials he disliked. These individuals were senior executives and veterans of the company, and because of their close ties to old Master Chen, they had been servile servants of the Qin family's assets. Their sudden ouster had them first turned to old Master Chen, a situation that often left the old man sleepless. But Qin Yunliang didn't care. It was old Master Chen, not him, who had a relationship with them. He ignored the words, "I held you in my arms when you were a child," and focused on being a workaholic. The more he worked, the more troubled old Master Chen became. But in reality, things were actually improving for the company. After all, Qin Yunliang wasn't a slacker. Insider information is the easiest way to make money. He quickly capitalized on the public's desire to expand beyond the base and expand into new businesses. He even negotiated a partnership with the base, ceding some of the Qin family's previously monopolized territory to allow small and medium-sized enterprises to develop. This greatly pleased the base, which used the Qin family as an example to criticize others. Although they had offended many, the support from the base had indeed given the Qin family a respite, preventing them from being targeted, and their image had actually improved somewhat. To say it wasn't exhausting to work so intensely like a slave was a lie. Qin Yunliang now spent every day reading documents, his resentment thicker than a ghost. After finally making it to noon, he was about to go inside to find something to eat when he saw the two men lying on the sofa, motionless. Qin Yunliang felt strange and glanced at the clock. It was indeed lunchtime. Usually, the two men would have been crying out for hunger by this time of year, so why were they so quiet today? "Aren't you hungry?" Qin Yunliang asked. The two men shuddered at the question and stammered that they wanted to watch TV and weren't really hungry. Qin Yunliang's annoyance grew even more intense. He stood up and headed for the snack cabinet, oblivious to the two men's furtive glances behind him. Just as Qin Yunliang was about to open the cabinet, Xiao Xingyang called out from behind. "Well, why don't you order takeout?" Xiao Xingyang said with a stiff smile. "You're not supposed to eat snacks, are you? Let's eat." Qin Yunliang turned around and said, "No, I just make do. I need to get back to work later." Just as he was about to open the cabinet, he was stopped again. Hey, don't, Yin Hong teased. Snacks won't fill you up, and you're doing mental work, so you need something nutritious. Let's order takeout. Qin Yunyang felt a little strange, but said, we can't pay with a card for takeout. I don't have any cash. Hey, wait. Stop, Qin Yunyang interrupted. What the hell do you want? Yin Hong continued to argue. Nothing. I just think snacking isn't good. Qin Yunyang glanced sharply at the two men, then resolutely opened the cabinet, only to find it completely empty, save for a few empty packaging. Qin Yunyang was momentarily surprised, then grabbed the packaging, only to find that not even a single snack bag was left. He then opened several other cabinets, finding nothing. You too. Qin Yunyang turned coldly at the two men who were about to slip away and said, You finished all the snacks, right? Elsewhere, the group who had spent the entire morning in the helicopter finally approached their destination. The man who had helped the Shuang base leader open the metal box sat in the passenger seat, pointing the pilot in the right direction. Lu Xiyu looked down and unexpectedly discovered the location of the meteorite crater. The laboratory is built right here. Lu Xiyu exclaimed in surprise. That's quite unexpected. The man, not knowing what Lu Xiyu meant, simply replied honestly, yes, the laboratory was deliberately located in a remote, inaccessible area. Not only are there no indigenous people here, but it's also rich in biological resources, making it ideal for research. The man pointed to a spot and said, to facilitate the transportation of supplies, we dug a tunnel. It opens with the flip of a switch. It cost a lot of money, but it's very sturdy, and I think it's still usable. Lu Xiyu's eyes lit up, and he said, that tunnel. We found it. To be more precise, Yan Ning found it. Yan Ning looked down and said, we spent a lot of time discussing how this tunnel ended up here, even speculating about aliens. I didn't expect it to be you. The man scratched his head and said, the people who invested in this project were very wealthy and had a huge budget, so they used it to build the tunnel. Tang Ziyu asked, where is the laboratory then? The man searched below and pointed to a barely perceptible white dot in the distance. That's it.